In March, Qingzhou has been deprived of sunlight for several days. Even the green bricks and dark tiles appear somewhat damp and sticky. The fine rain caresses the surroundings, adding a veil of haze as night falls. Lu Yunwei, having just arrived in Jiangnan, sits in her chamber with her long hair, resembling azure silk, cascading around her, nearly obscuring her delicate waist. She lets out a soft sigh, uncertain of when the rain will cease. Still unaccustomed to the climate of Jiangnan, she gazes out at the rain, perplexed by its dense, unyielding nature. Could this truly be the essence of the misty, rainy Jiangnan? Suddenly, a noise emanates from the rear window, startling Lu Yunwei. She swiftly turns her head, her eyes straining against the dim light within the room, and sees a dark figure tumble against the window. Who is it? Who has intruded upon my sanctuary? She muses, for her room is situated on the second floor. In a flurry, she snatches a glass from her desk, the most immediate weapon at her disposal. "Who are you?" she calls out, but the figure on the ground offers no reply, remaining utterly still. After a brief pause, she steels herself and, clutching the glass, approaches cautiously. As she reaches the window, she finally discerns the man lying on the ground. He possesses broad shoulders, a physique reminiscent of a bear, towering at nearly 6 feet tall. His eyes are tightly shut, lips pressed together, and his complexion is pale. He wears a jacket over a white shirt, complemented by dark blue trousers. Lu Yunwei, as a healer, had encountered death before. Despite spending the first 18 years of her life in the countryside, the proximity to this man evoked a sense of peril within her, particularly due to the overwhelming scent of blood that assaulted her senses, making it nearly impossible to ignore. Who is this man? Is he dead? She approached cautiously, inquiring, "Hey, who are you?" After calling out several times without a response, she extended her delicate, pale hand to tug at the man's sleeve. "Don't move." Suddenly, the man flipped over, a gun pressed firmly against Lu Yunwei's forehead. It turned out he was not dead. The hand holding the gun trembled, and with a rhythmic drip, drip, blood flowed down his sleeve, staining the hem of his white shirt crimson. He was injured. Upon seeing a young woman before him, not yet 20, perhaps it was Lu Yunwei's slender and fragile appearance that momentarily eased his taut nerves. In a swift motion, he lowered the gun and collapsed onto the floor, managing to utter, "Don't call the police, don't be afraid," before succumbing to unconsciousness. Outside, the rain intensified and a shattered window rattled ominously, causing a sense of unease to swell within. The maid, Laner, who resided in the outer chamber, was evidently startled and hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss, what has happened?" In this era, the terms Miss and Young Master were generally considered outdated. However, Laner's mother had been a servant from Lu Yunwei's family's dowry, thus establishing a familial bond that compelled her to address her in such a manner. "Yes," she inquired. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she stepped through the threshold and immediately beheld the man sprawled on the floor. "Ah, ah!" she involuntarily screamed. Lu Yunwei swiftly advanced, covering Laner's mouth. Do not scream. We have our father, stepmother, and siblings in the house. It is best to avoid alarming them." "Miss, where on earth did this man come from?" Laner's voice trembled with trepidation. When had a man entered the young lattice chamber? Despite the fact that it was now the 20th century and society had become quite liberal, their remote nation, Yewuguo, still adhered to traditional customs. The presence of a man in a girl's private quarters was deemed highly disgraceful. Moreover, he might very well be a dead man. The thought of frightening someone to death was no mere jest. At that moment, Lu Yunwei had regained her composure entirely. She hurriedly approached, secured the door, and also fastened the window that had been carelessly flung open. The frame was slightly askew and would need to be repaired by Uncle Kei the following day. He was not dead. A wounded man, especially one armed, was best left undisturbed. Yet he had intruded upon her private sanctuary, leaving her with no option to retreat. If he were to perish here, it would complicate matters immensely. What should she do? Furthermore, he had instructed not to alert the authorities before losing consciousness. Perhaps he had his reasons. Yunwei was reluctant to embroil herself in further complications. However, with an injured man before her, action was imperative. She must tend to him first and foremost. Liu Yunwei directed Laner, and after considerable effort, the two managed to pull the man onto the bed. As they helped him remove his outer coat, they discovered that his white shirt was completely stained with blood. The dark coat had concealed the severity of his injuries. It was evident that this man had sustained grave wounds. Upon unbuttoning his shirt, they found a dark, gaping hole in his chest, where congealed blood was still oozing forth. This was a gunshot wound, striking him in the lung. The sisters soon realized that their elder brother had been missing for over 12 years, while the second and third young masters, Lu Weijin and Lu Weilin, were born of their current stepmother, who was also their aunt. Liu Yunwei had been exceptionally intelligent from a young age. Their maternal grandfather, Hua Jingtian, was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from northeast China, with a lineage that had preserved this ancient art for generations. It was said that over a millennium ago, their ancestors served as court physicians during the previous dynasties of the Huaxiao nation, a remarkable legacy. Their lineage traced back to the northern regions of Huaxia, adhering to customs that had persisted for thousands of years. Even in this rapidly evolving modern era, they remained steadfast in their traditions. The sisters, along with several cousins from their uncle's family, studied medicine under their grandfather's tutelage. Yet, Ling Xiao, the younger sister, was restless and drawn to martial pursuits rather than the healing arts, lacking any aptitude for medicine. Her cousins were similarly disinterested in traditional Chinese medicine. It was often remarked that in this day and age, Western medicine had advanced so significantly, particularly with a plethora of advanced machines available. With a simple blood draw or fingerprint, one could diagnose ailments without ever needing to leave home, rendering traditional methods seemingly outdated. Chapter 2: The Gratefulness of Life in This Era. Who still studies traditional Chinese medicine? It is an ancient practice that should have long been abandoned. They refuse to dedicate themselves to learning, deeming it a waste of time. If they were to pursue medicine, they would rather study Western medicine. Eventually, my grandfather ceased to insist upon it. Only Yunwei inherited her grandfather's true teachings, and at the tender age of 18, she had already become an extraordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, unbeknownst to her parents. When she was 15, her grandfather had also enrolled her in a Western medical school for 3 years. He was an enlightened man regarding the field of medicine, believing that both traditional and Western practices possess their own strengths and can learn from one another. Yunwei understood that when a person is shot, the bullet must be extracted without delay. She extended her delicate hand, her fingers lightly resting on the man's right hand to take his pulse. Due to excessive blood loss, his vital energy had significantly diminished. Immediate treatment was imperative. Laner, fetch my medical kit. Miss, do you intend to save him? Yunwei shot her a glance. Was this not an obvious question? Hurry. Laner quickly retrieved the medical kit from the corner of the wardrobe. It was a small box measuring 30 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide, crafted from genuine leather and adorned with white mink fur, featuring a small, exquisite handle. Upon opening the kit, one revealed 3 layers, neatly arranged with instruments of various sizes, including surgical tools, scissors, cotton, medicinal liquids, and pills. Yunwei took out a small leather pouch from the innermost layer of the kit, opening it to reveal dozens of silver needles, varying in length and gleaming with a silvery luster. Meanwhile, Laner had already assisted the man in removing his bloodstained shirt. She produced 3 silver needles, and with a deft flick of her delicate hand, the 3 needles swiftly sealed the 3 critical acupuncture points at the wound, halting the flow of blood almost immediately. Next, she retrieved a vial of medicine, uncapping it and wafting it before the man's nose. He seemed to sink deeper into slumber. Then, she took out another vial, using an alcohol-soaked cotton ball to apply some of the concoction around the wound. Laner adeptly assisted the young lady by handing her a surgical scalpel, which was promptly sterilized before being passed to Liu Yunwei. Receiving it, Yunwei made a swift incision, carefully slicing open the skin surrounding the wound. The man remained utterly still, indicating that the silver needles and the anesthetic were taking effect. With precision, she opened the center of the wound. The bullet was less than a centimeter from his lung, a narrow escape indeed. Swiftly and accurately, she extracted the bullet, completing the task in under 10 minutes. With the blood nearby, still unfrozen, the operation was concluded. Time is of the essence. She applied her specially formulated powder to the wound, stitched it up, and placed an ancestral herbal patch upon it. Then, she produced a pill and placed it in the man's mouth, while Lanner offered him a sip of water. Yunwei gently pinched his chin, ensuring he swallowed the pill. After removing the silver needles, she waited for Lanner to tidy up the medical kit before checking the man's right wrist for his pulse. It had stabilized, indicating that he was out of danger. All that remained was for him to rest and recuperate. At that moment, she seized the opportunity to scrutinize this stranger. A full forehead, thick brows, and a handsome visage. His lips pressed tightly together, with a prominent mole on the right side. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Yunwei had successfully managed the entire ordeal. Lanner stood vigil at the entrance of Lu Yunwei's room, apprehensive that someone might unexpectedly intrude and discover the man within the young lady's chamber. The young lady's status in this household was already somewhat delicate. Further rumors could lead to greater complications, a scenario Lanner wished to avoid at all costs. Before 3 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The air was refreshingly crisp, perhaps a harbinger of clearer days ahead, promising a rare sunny spell after the recent dreary weather. The man in the bed stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open, revealing a glimmer of awareness. The pain in his chest had compelled him to fully awaken. Gazing down, he noticed his bare torso, adorned with a peculiar medicinal patch resembling a plaster, affixed to the wound on his chest. How could such a thing exist in this era? He surveyed his surroundings, a simple yet immaculate room, spacious at around 30 square meters. He lay on a grand bed crafted from yellow pear wood, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, exuding elegance. The pink bedding was meticulously arranged, hinting at the feminine essence of the chamber. Where am I? His hand instinctively reached for his firearm, only to suddenly realize it was absent. A jolt of panic surged through him. Raising his gaze, he spotted a girl reclining at the vanity, her face concealed, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, embodying a tranquil beauty. The man recalled everything from the previous day. He had recently taken on a lawsuit, seeking evidence related to a case connected to a certain group. On this day, he had obtained some information and was pursuing a fugitive, only to fall into an ambush. In the ensuing chaos, he was struck in the chest, and he became separated from his comrades. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to retreat, leaping over the walls of a grand estate to escape his pursuers and quietly ascending to the second floor through a window. There, he encountered a young lady. Without a doubt, he was fortunate to find himself here, as she had not betrayed him but instead saved his life. Perhaps it was she who discreetly arranged for his wounds to be treated. She was indeed his savior. The dawn had yet to break, and the lamp at the vanity cast a warm, orange glow, enveloping the room in a gentle embrace. He noticed his clothes neatly folded on a small stool by the bed, with his gun prominently placed on top. The gun was still there. The man hastily donned his shirt and coat, paying no heed to the dark crimson stains on his garments. It was as if he could not even sense the metallic tang of blood. Everything felt remarkably ordinary. He checked his gun and concealed it in his pocket. The morning was still faintly illuminated, a time when most people remained asleep, making it the perfect moment for him to depart without disturbing anyone. She had saved his life, and he was not ungrateful. Appearing in a young woman's room in the dead of night could tarnish her reputation. It would be best to leave as soon as possible. The dawn had not fully arrived, yet Lanner had already awakened, leaning against the door of her mistress's chamber, attentive to the sounds both within and without. Initially, she had resolved not to succumb to slumber, but the night had been fraught with fear and surprise, and before she realized it, she had dozed off against the door. Chapter 3. The stolen corpse. Lanner rose half an hour earlier than usual. springing up in a rush. She recalled the extraordinary events of the previous night and promptly pushed open her mistress's door. Upon hearing the creaking sound of the door, Lu Yunwei stirred, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. After resting her head on her arm for so long, she felt a numbness that rendered her body sluggish and unresponsive. "Miss, what has become of that person?" The two of them turned their gazes towards the bed. "Where has he gone? Why is he not here?" Such a peculiar individual, arriving without a trace and departing just as silently, uttering not a word, had vanished as though he had never been present at all. Perhaps this was for the best. She had never wished to entangle herself with a man wielding a gun, remaining oblivious to his identity and whereabouts. Thus, their paths remained parallel, continuing on their respective courses without any connection. What a relief it was. Lu Yunwei regarded the incident as akin to rescuing a passerby in her northeastern hometown, nothing more. Lanner murmured a few words of agreement, finding solace in the situation. She proceeded to tidy up the bed, replacing the bedding, sheets, and pillowcases, for it was likely that her mistress would prefer not to use items touched by a stranger. As was her custom, she organized the chamber, awaiting her mistress's completion of her morning rituals to assist her in dressing. A white cashmere sweater paired with a deep navy cashmere skirt, simple yet elegant, accentuating her skin's flawless pallor, truly radiant as if carved from jade. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her beauty remains undiminished even without embellishment. The young lady is truly captivating. Lanner, too, felt an uplift in her spirits. As Lu Yunk descended the stairs for breakfast, Lanner discreetly mentioned to Uncle Kue that the back window of the young lady's room was not very sturdy and requested him to take a look at it in the afternoon when he had time. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the shrill sound of a phone ringing abruptly pierced the silence, jolting Zhuo Liqing awake. He reached for his phone beside the pillow and saw it was his assistant, Cheng Gang, calling. As soon as he answered, he barked, "Why are you disturbing me at this hour? Unless it's an emergency, you're in big trouble." Despite his harsh words, he knew there must be something urgent, for Cheng would not dare to call at such an hour without cause. With the phone pressed to his ear, he swiftly donned his shirt. "Captain, there's been a serious incident." "What is it?" "The first hospital just reported a break-in. Their morgue was robbed last night." "What? Has the world truly changed? Who would dare to steal from a morgue? What could possibly be taken? A corpse? What is missing?" "One corpse. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Gather a few from the Criminal Investigation Department to accompany you." "Understood." Zhuo Liqing hurried down the stairs, making several phone calls along the way. Upon reaching the garage, he drove his Land Rover at breakneck speed to the first hospital, arriving in less than 8 minutes. At the hospital entrance, Cheng Gang and a few others had just arrived as well. Together, they proceeded to the scene of the incident, the morgue, while inquiring along the way, whose body is missing. The corpse of an ordinary person evidently holds no value for theft. Who would wish to provoke the deceased? The specifics remain unclear, yet it has been rumored that the individual in question is no ordinary figure. A group hastily arrived at the morgue, which had already been cordoned off. As it was nighttime, there were few individuals present. They were met by Yu Tianyu, the head of the security department at the first hospital. In his 30s, with a square face, dark skin, and a robust physique, he exuded an air of sharp intelligence. Hospital security personnel and several staff members were maintaining order, with the caution tape already in place. Upon presenting their credentials, the group, led by Li Hu, was granted entry. A chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The morgue was expansive, measuring approximately 200 square meters. In the center lay 4 empty beds, each covered with a thin white medical sheet. Surrounding them were towering refrigerators arranged in layers, resembling enormous drawers. Indeed, they were drawers. Among the row of refrigerators on the western side, one drawer had been partially opened, revealing a third of its contents, from which a wave of cold air surged forth, mingled with the noxious odor of decay, creating a somber ambience. The group instinctively frowned and hurried over. At that moment, the hospital director, Hao Chaowei, entered the room. The question of whose body had been stolen was once again posed by Zhuo Liqing. It belonged to the second son of Feng Ping'an, a security officer who had passed away just yesterday afternoon at the tender age of 12. Due to a sudden heart attack. Yu Tianyu, the head of security, responded. Ling Xiao is the capital of their Yiwei nation and holds a significantly higher administrative status than Qizhou. Feng Pingnan's second son, Feng Yangshui, accompanied by his mother, journeyed to their ancestral home in Shanxing to visit relatives. While passing through Qizhou, he fell ill and sought medical attention at Qingzhou First Hospital. Unfortunately, he suffered a sudden heart attack and succumbed to his condition. By evening, even his body had mysteriously vanished, an occurrence most peculiar, given that he had passed away and at the request of accompanying family members. His remains were placed in the morgue. Feng Pingyan is a formidable figure, the foremost authority in Ling Xiao, a person of significant military influence, whose command over troops instills apprehension in many. With only 5 hours remaining until his arrival, it was imperative to locate the missing individual within this time frame. Otherwise, should Feng Pingyan discover his son's absence, the ensuing wrath would be beyond their capacity to bear. Li Qing, I entrust this matter to you, Director Hao Chawei stated solemnly. Uncle, I shall do my utmost, Zhuo Li Qing replied earnestly. Although Hao Chawei remained tense, hearing Li Qing's assurance brought him some relief. This situation bore considerable ramifications for the first hospital, necessitating careful handling. He was unwilling to see his years of dedication crumble in an instant. Hao Chawei was well acquainted with Zhuo Li Qing. This capable nephew was the eldest son of the governor of Qizhou. Although the governor had 3 sons, the eldest invariably held a position of advantage, and their family possessed numerous assets, granting him ample choices. Chapter 4. Case investigations. Zhuo Li Qing could have pursued a career in politics or business, yet he chose to immerse himself in the realm of criminal investigation. At the tender age of 28, he had already ascended to the esteemed position of chief of the Criminal Investigation Squad in Qingzhou, a title earned solely through his remarkable abilities. His reputation echoed throughout the entire police force of the Yiwei nation, renowned as a distinguished detective, with an almost unparalleled knack for solving cases. Whenever he took on a case, success was all but assured. It was merely a matter of time. The challenge at hand was formidable. Within 5 hours, discreetly and efficiently, a resolution was imperative. Zhuo Li Qing meticulously examined the drawer that had previously housed the corpse. It displayed no signs of damage. A puddle of water lay upon the floor, and he dipped his fingers into it, bringing them to his nose for a brief inspection. Nothing particularly noteworthy. The door lock bore no evidence of tampering or forced entry. In this modern era, advanced surveillance technology had become commonplace. With the passage of time, Western medicine had made its way to the Yiwei nation, creating quite a stir as many embraced its presence as a fashionable trend. However, the field of medicine has long been fraught with disputes. Not every ailment can be cured, and when failure results in loss of life, complications arise. Grieving relatives often lose their composure, resorting to tears, outbursts, and chaos. Such medical disputes have perpetually plagued hospitals. In light of these circumstances, hospitals have been compelled to safeguard their interests by meticulously documenting evidence and mitigating risks. The surveillance cameras positioned at the hospital's entrance were installed for this very reason, with 2 entrances equipped with monitoring systems that retain footage for 2 months. Serving as a precautionary measure. Could it be that the body was transported away without a trace, unbeknownst to anyone? Indeed, half an hour later, Huzi entered the Criminal Investigation Department's office, accompanied by a young man in his 20s. They were preparing to convene a meeting to report on the progress made over the past hour. The key personnel of the department had gathered, yet none were familiar with the newcomer, nor did they comprehend his purpose for being there. Huzi promptly introduced him to the group, stating, "This is our team's newly recruited computer expert, a Ph.D. graduate from the esteemed Harvard University, specializing in computer science. He was scheduled to join us next week, but I have brought him in at the captain's request." The young man introduced himself. "I am Xu Ru, 25 years old, a graduate in computer science. As we shall be colleagues, I look forward to your guidance." Standing at 6 feet tall, he was slender with fair skin and bright, piercing eyes, resembling a scholarly figure that starkly contrasted with the robust presence of his colleagues. The room erupted with excitement as they recognized him. "Is this the renowned computer prodigy, Xu Ru? One of the foremost experts in the world of computer science?" It is said he excels not only in computing, but also holds a degree in law. Having pursued both disciplines simultaneously, truly a double PhD. His arrival at the Qingzhou Criminal Investigation Department feels like a significant enhancement to our capabilities. Everyone was visibly enthusiastic. "Welcome, Shu Ru," Zweliching extended his right hand. The two engaged in a firm handshake, with Shu Ru surprised by the immense strength in Zhu's grip. How could one possess such power? Within the span of 5 hours, all individuals and vehicles that entered and exited the vicinity were captured on footage. The personnel of the Criminal Investigation Department were meticulously assigned to analyze these recordings, their nerves taut with anticipation, while Zweliching and Shu Ru focused intently on every frame. Let us see if we can swiftly uncover any anomalies. An hour later, after reviewing all the footage, no irregularities were found. Simultaneously, Shu Ru opened another computer. Launching his newly compiled software, FireEye, he then extracted the footage from the morgue of the first hospital over the past 5 hours. Inputting the recordings into the software, he soon heard a series of beeping sounds, the time frozen at 10:25. At this moment, the footage revealed an anomaly. Rewinding to 10:23, 10:24, 10:25, 10:26, and 10:27, he meticulously examined each frame. Eureka! He discovered that the recordings from 10:23 and 10:24 were identical to those from 10:26 and 10:27, merely due to a mosquito flying past the morgue entrance, following the exact same path and angle. Who would pay heed to a mere mosquito? Yet, it was this very insect that provided them with a clue. The surveillance footage had been tampered with, a 2-second segment duplicated, during which the theft transpired. The group exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. The image was frozen, cut, and stretched. The ambulance's license plate was prominently displayed. Qing A18 L19. Naturally, everyone understood that this plate was most likely a forgery. Shu Ru had infiltrated the Qingzhou traffic system, tracking the ambulance from the first hospital through a network of surveillance. Before long, they discovered that around 10:48, the vehicle arrived at a factory located at number 124 Shanghai Road, over 20 kilometers from the first hospital. Then they vanished without a trace. The police were summoned immediately. In a mere 10 minutes, 3 police cars arrived, their sirens wailing, at number 124 Shanghai Road. This location, having undergone urban redevelopment and demolition last year, was replete with dilapidated factories and nearly devoid of human presence. Chapter 5. The discovery of clues. The area was a desolate wasteland, marked by partially collapsed buildings, abandoned tools, and litter strewn across the ground, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. An ambulance was conspicuously parked at the entrance of number 124, facing outward, its rear towards the building's entrance. The team leapt from their vehicle, with Huzi being the first to rush over and open the ambulance door, only to find it unlocked and devoid of occupants or any belongings. Zweliching gestured for the group to disperse quickly, pairing off into twos. Leading the charge, Wang Kai had already entered the premises, only to discover it was uninhabited. However, the rear window had been entirely shattered, exhibiting severe damage, as if it had been deliberately transformed into an exit. Clear tire tracks marked the ground outside, indicating that the ambulance had arrived here, and they had switched vehicles before departing through the back. "Damn it, the trail has gone cold," Huzi exclaimed in frustration. "Search this factory immediately," Zweliching commanded, his brow furrowed in concern. 3 hours had elapsed. They had to act swiftly. The team dispersed without delay, scouring the ambulance, the entrance, the interior, and the exterior, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, investigator Xiaoma remarked, "Why is there water here? Where could it have come from?" Zweliching and Li Hu rushed over to investigate. In the center of the room lay a small puddle of water, measuring approximately 5 centimeters square. Beside the window, there lay a small puddle of water, while the surrounding areas remained remarkably dry. What could account for these 2 pools of water? Dipping a finger into the liquid revealed it to be colorless and tasteless, chilling to the touch. Was it ice-cold water? A fleeting thought crossed Li Zicheng's mind. Bodies retrieved from the mortuary's freezer would certainly be accompanied by ice shards. which would eventually melt into water over time. Hurry, dispatch someone to investigate all establishments in Qingzhou that rent out freezers or coffins. Identify who has rented them since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon and for what purpose. Quickly, Li Hu promptly made the necessary calls while the others examined the ambulance, where they indeed discovered several more patches of cold water. Furthermore, it became apparent that the ambulance was a mere fade, a dilapidated van disguised with a layer of film, artfully crafted via 3D printing, making it nearly indistinguishable from a genuine vehicle upon cursory inspection. Naturally, the license plate was also a forgery. Some members of the team were dispatched to survey the nearby demolition sites in search of eyewitnesses, although hopes were dim, given the area had been largely vacated. Others set off to investigate the rented freezers, while additional personnel contacted major hospitals to inquire about any reports of missing bodies from their morgues. With everyone diligently pursuing their tasks, they swiftly arrived at the crime scene, which had already been cordoned off for preservation. This is a house that has already been demolished, with the surrounding residents having relocated. Everyone is aware of the urban renewal in the old district, where the originally low-rise apartments are to be transformed into towering edifices, typically reaching up to 35 stories. Each family is entitled to 2 new apartments along with a portion of renovation funds, which has prompted widespread enthusiasm and compliance with the government's initiative. The demolition has proceeded smoothly, leaving behind only a few stubborn holdouts who seek to extort more than fair compensation and have yet to vacate. The area has become sparsely populated. Early one morning, a refuse truck noticed something unusual in the vicinity. The water supply to this area had been cut off, and one house stood with its doors wide open, littered with discarded items and flooded with water. The workers suspected a ruptured underground pipe and ventured inside, only to discover a corpse. Upon entering the dilapidated dwelling, they were confronted by a chilling sight. A glass coffin prominently displayed before them, containing the lifeless body of a child, a young boy, approximately 11 or 12 years old, lying within, his tranquil visage devoid of color, revealing he had been deceased for some time. Doctors from the first hospital were promptly summoned for identification, and it was soon confirmed that the deceased was none other than Feng Yongshui, the second son of Feng Pingnan, the military commander of Lizhou, who had been reported missing. A preliminary examination of the body revealed no signs of injury. Even the clothing remained unchanged, appearing as it had before his untimely demise. The discovery of the body brought a collective sigh of relief, as none wished to incur the wrath of Feng Pingnan's fierce reputation. With the body intact, questions arose. Who would dare to desecrate a corpse, and for what purpose? Zhuo Liqing meticulously scrutinized the glass coffin, noting that water dripped steadily from it, pooling on the ground to form a small stream that flowed outward, explaining the presence of water in the surroundings. At that moment, a young man rushed in, reporting to the captain, "I have just followed your orders and inquired at various funeral homes. Indeed, I discovered that the Xiang funeral home, not far from here, was burglarized last night, and a single ice coffin was stolen. No other items were taken. It is perplexing. They stole a corpse without any apparent motive, and then discarded it here, seemingly with intent. Even the refuse and water at the entrance appear to be deliberate clues left behind. The body could only have been in their possession for 4 or 5 hours. What could they possibly want with it? Everything seems to have transformed into a riddle, yet there appears to be some logic to it." Zhuo Liqing cast a glance at the chatterbox, thinking to himself how loquacious the young man was. Wang Feixiang quickly retracted his neck, falling silent. It cannot be as straightforward as it seems. The perpetrators exerted considerable effort to steal the body, likely out of fear of exposure. Disposing of it in this location is something Zhuo Liqing could not accept. Surely there is a detail that has been overlooked. He must ponder thoroughly. The body. The key to the mystery must lie with the body. Let us head to the hospital. There remains less than an hour before Feng Pingnan arrives at the hospital. We must examine the body once more. Hurry, summon the forensic expert. What? The forensic expert? Captain, we cannot perform an autopsy without the family's consent. Officer Lu Hai interjected. Who said I wanted to conduct an autopsy? Zhuo Liqing shot him a glare, silencing him. Soon, Everyone reconvened at the hospital's morgue, where the forensic expert had already arrived. At Zhuo-Liqing's insistence, a thorough examination of the body commenced, encompassing blood sampling and testing, with meticulous attention to detail and urgency, ensuring not a single aspect was overlooked, all of which had to be completed before Feng Pingnan's arrival. Chapter 6. Unearthing Clues Indeed. Upon thorough examination, they uncovered some anomalies. The corpse's height, build, and attire all conformed to expectations. Yet, the coroner could not shake the feeling that the complexion of the deceased appeared unusually lifelike, as if one who had just recently succumbed to death. Typically, after death, the body's moisture would diminish, and it was implausible for the body to retain such a semblance after several hours. There had to be something amiss. Upon a second glance, they discovered the startling truth. A human skin mask had been affixed to the face. Only the edges of the ears bore slight wrinkles, and as the coroner touched it, he discerned it was loose. Astonishingly, it began to curl away. This minute flaw, less than 2 millimeters in size, unveiled a grave issue: a human skin mask. This body was not that of Feng Pingnan's son. This shocking revelation left everyone utterly astonished. Simultaneously, the second anomaly swiftly corroborated this fact. A blood test revealed that the blood type of the deceased did not match that of Feng Pingnan's son. Feng Pingnan's son was of type A, while this corpse was type O. They had executed a clever switcheroo. At that moment, Director Hao Chaowei of the first hospital, along with Director Yu Tianyu of the hospital's security department, returned to the morgue. Director Hao furrowed his brow, as Feng Pingnan was soon to arrive in Qingzhou. How could he explain this situation? This formidable individual was not to be trifled with, especially in such chaotic times, where those wielding firearms held greater sway than anyone else. The death of his son in Qingzhou had already filled him with anger and sorrow. If the body were to vanish once more, the resulting fury would be unbearable for all. Director Hao clenched his teeth, as though making a monumental decision, and declared, "Restore it to its original state. Let the commander take his son." At this juncture, Zhuo-Liqing found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. "Son, where's my son?" The voice was loud, urgent, and resonant. Dean Hao stepped out to meet the approaching crowd, which consisted of over a dozen individuals. Leading them was a tall man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a robust and commanding presence. His dark complexion and sharp, penetrating eyes hinted at a shrewd and formidable character. He was none other than Feng Pingnan. The aura of a regional sovereign was palpable, far beyond that of ordinary men. Feng Pingnan nodded without uttering a word, as his sole desire at that moment was to see his son as soon as possible. Upon entering the mortuary, he was met with the sight of his second son, the 12-year-old Feng Yongshui, lying on the central hospital bed. The expression on Feng Pingnan's face immediately shifted. His deep-set eyes dulled, reflecting a profound sorrow, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. The anguish of losing a son was an unbearable weight upon his heart. He, too, was a loving father, particularly so towards the son, who had been frail and ailing since childhood. The suddenness of this loss was simply unfathomable. 10 miles away, in the western part of the city, there stood a Bochi hospital, rumored to be established by foreigners. This institution was founded by a mysterious figure from Huaxia, who had set up the facility in their Yuiguo. It was a private establishment, and the founder was said to be highly skilled in Western medicine, yet also possessed considerable knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Over the years, as time progressed, Western medicine had continuously advanced, while traditional Chinese practices had waned, primarily due to their slower efficacy. In this age of instant gratification, few had the patience to wait for results. He entered his office, intending to remove his white coat, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if a hard object was pressing against him. He was taken aback. He slowly turned around to face 2 young men, seemingly in their 20s, clad in black suits. Their appearance is quite respectable. Were they to walk down the street, one would hardly suspect them of any malevolence. Yet, in their hands, they each brandished a gun, aimed squarely at him. A flicker of anger ignited within him. Who would be pleased to have a firearm pointed at them in the dead of night? This is utterly infuriating. The corners of Duan An's mouth curled ever so slightly, revealing a hint of sardonic amusement. Oh, how novel. Must one now wield a gun to solicit assistance from others? When did society descend to such depths? I am quite unaware of this transformation. Very well, I shall take a look. In a doctor's heart, the patient reigns supreme. Since someone is in need, it is imperative to attend to their ailment, especially when those who seek his aid are urgent cases of cardiac distress. Regardless of these individuals, I shall first ascertain the situation. The young men lowered their weapons, and the group swiftly made their way to cardiac surgery room 1, a domain reserved exclusively for the hospital director. Upon pushing open the door to the operating room, he encountered 2 more men in black suits, also in their 20s. On the operating table, which was distinctly his, lay a diminutive figure, seemingly a child. The medical staff had retreated to a corner, paralyzed by fear and silent. Duanan approached hastily. It was a boy, around 11 or 12 years of age. His complexion was ashen, nearly devoid of color, save for his lips, which bore a purplish hue, an unmistakable sign of a heart condition. Chapter 7. Heart Surgery. Beside the boy stood a man, tears brimming in his eyes. Doctor, please save our young master. He suffers from congenital heart disease. Silence. You are to leave. He detested being surrounded by chatter during diagnosis. Despite his typically genteel demeanor, he was resolute when at the surgical table. No, we shall not leave. We must attend to the young master. Duanan paid no heed to them. At that moment, his hand rested upon the boy's right wrist, feeling a pulse that was nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for him, others would likely have presumed the child was already deceased. He sensed that the boy still clung to a faint breath of life. Heart failure. Immediate surgery was imperative. Prepare at once. He addressed the medical staff in the corner with unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation. Disinfection and equipment preparation ensued, while electrocardiograms, cardiac ultrasounds, and cardiac MRIs were swiftly conducted. Fortunately, this operating room was the most well-equipped in Bo-CI Hospital, rendering it unnecessary for the patient to be moved. The room was replete with state-of-the-art medical instruments, ensuring that every conceivable device was at their disposal, thus buying precious time for the surgery. Duanan had already administered a pill to the child, the nature of which remained unknown. With specially designed scissors, he carefully isolated the ends of the blood vessel, while small medical tweezers secured both ends. A nurse had just handed over an artificial biological vessel, ready to connect it, when he suddenly noticed something amiss on the lateral side of the left ventricle. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover a small blood vessel nestled within a recess, unnoticed during prior examinations. This vessel should not be here. It is superfluous. In that instant, he comprehended that the child's vascular structure in the cardiac region was inherently misplaced. The originally truncated vessel had grown awry, extending into a gap, an egregious misalignment of the circulatory pathways. Without the intervention of cardiac surgery, this secret would remain undisclosed. This revelation significantly simplified the procedure. Rather than relying on artificial conduits to compensate for the deficiency, utilizing the child's own vessels would yield a more harmonious fit and mitigate the risk of postoperative rejection. While it may sound straightforward, the execution proved to be quite challenging. Moreover, the child's pulse was alarmingly faint, and the signs of life were tenuous. Time was of the essence, and the urgency to avoid any further delays weighed heavily on him. Thus, what typically required 5 to 6 hours of surgery was accomplished in under 3. The medical staff adeptly executed the electrocardiogram, echocardiogram, blood transfusion, and anti-inflammatory saline infusion with remarkable proficiency. Is it truly possible? Has our young master survived? The 4 individuals were taken aback, their faces alight with fervor. 2 of them could no longer contain their tears. Rise, rise. In this era, how can one still kneel so readily? There is no need for gratitude. Simply refrain from brandishing firearms when seeking assistance in the future. The 4 men in black lowered their heads in embarrassment, murmuring their apologies. He then resolved to check on the child who had undergone surgery the previous day, as the circumstances during the operation had been precarious, leaving him with lingering unease. He made his way directly to the surgical suite of the cardiothoracic department. The four figures clad in black remained outside the door yesterday, albeit slightly separated. One stood at the entrance, another at the corridor's end, while two were positioned by the elevator, with one remaining unseen. Upon noticing him approach, the three black-clad individuals respectfully bowed, their demeanor infused with reverence, a stark contrast to the earlier display of dominance and arrogance they had exhibited at dawn. Once again, he encountered the young boy who had undergone surgery the previous day, his complexion now bearing a faint blush, a promising sign of recovery. The child lay peacefully asleep, yet his condition had already improved significantly. The various medical instruments displayed data well within manageable parameters, indicating the operation had been remarkably successful. The boy had survived. This realization uplifted his spirits, for he had once again saved a life, and even more so, a child's, bolstering his confidence in his medical expertise. With a sigh, Duanan remarked, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. No postoperative reactions have been detected, and there should be no significant issues." He advised against moving the child, stating that he could be transferred to a regular ward after 24 hours. After all, this was an exceptionally equipped intensive care unit, and once out of danger, there was no need for him to remain there any longer. However, the individuals in black insisted on keeping him there. Duanan chose not to dispute their wishes further, acquiescing to their demands. As was his routine, Duanan conducted his rounds, aware that he had other surgeries scheduled for the day. Satisfied that the child had stabilized, he completed the necessary medical orders and prepared to depart, planning to return the following day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yunwei descended the stairs, her ethereal white cashmere dress rendering her exceptionally graceful and airy, as if a fairy had descended to the earthly realm. When she entered the living room, her father was already there. She hurriedly greeted him in a soft voice. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning," responded Lu Xianghao. Lu Xianghao, the wealthiest man in Qingzhou, was in his 50s but appeared remarkably well-preserved, with a rosy complexion and kind eyes that sparkled with intelligence. A successful businessman, he held the reins of over half of Qingzhou's economy, overseeing numerous banks, shopping malls, and enterprises. The renowned pharmaceutical company, Lu's Pharmaceuticals, was his family's pride, alongside countless other businesses. In essence, the Lu Group commanded over 40% of Qingzhou's economy. It could truly be said that a mere stamp of his foot would reverberate throughout the city. Upon seeing his eldest daughter from his first marriage, gentle, obedient, and clad in a white dress, Lu Xianghao felt a stirring within him, memories flooding back. Lu Xianghao's first wife had been chosen for him by his parents. This arrangement stemmed from an incident in his father's youth, when Lu Jinyou fell gravely ill during a business trip to northeast China, nearly succumbing to his fate far from home. Fortunately, he encountered Hua Jingtian, the maternal grandfather of Lu Yunwei, who was affectionately known as the second Hua Ta, and he saved Lu Jinyou's life. Thus, the two formed a profound friendship and established a familial bond. Hua Jingtian's eldest daughter, Hua Yun, was merely 2 years old at the time, and a betrothal was arranged with Lu Jinyou's 5-year-old son. It was quite extraordinary to witness such arrangements in this era, reflecting the exceptional friendship between the two elders. Fortunately, as the years passed, the young couple found mutual affection. Hua Yun was gentle and beautiful, capturing Lu Xianghao's heart. Their marriage was harmonious, and they welcomed a son, Lu Whiting, into their lives, bringing immense joy to Lu Xianghao and great delight to Lu Jinyou, who cherished his first grandson dearly. Soon, a magnificent mansion was bestowed upon the eldest son, and the most lucrative enterprise within the Lu Group, Lu Pharmaceuticals, was also handed over to Lu Xianghao. Thus, Lu Xianghao began to wield control over the Lu Group. The relationship between Lu Xianghao and his wife was harmonious, marked by mutual respect and affection. Hua Yun devoted herself to nurturing their children, leading a life of contentment. However, a series of unforeseen events transpired when Lu Whiting turned 3. One day, under the gentle warmth of spring, with a soft breeze caressing the air imbued with floral fragrances, Lu Whiting cheerfully replied, "All right, Dad, go ahead and don't worry. I will be good." Lu Xianghao, patting his son's head, felt immense pride in his son's understanding and maturity before heading off to a meeting. This meeting was particularly lengthy, focused on the planning for the upcoming quarter. They had resolved to expand their market by establishing a branch in Huaxia, aspiring to transform the Lu Group into a multinational conglomerate. Various proposals had been drafted, debated, and revised, with the aim of finalizing the ultimate plan during this session. After stretching his slightly sore neck, Lu Xianghao declared the meeting adjourned and rose to leave the conference room. The corridor was brightly illuminated, and outside, the city glimmered with lights. It was already past 8 o'clock. Although the president's office was seldom frequented, it was prudent to remain cautious. Suddenly, he recalled his son. Where was he? Wasn't he in his office? Niu Li, come in, he called. His assistant, Niu Li, promptly entered. President, is there something else you require? Where has my son gone? Young master? Wasn't he in your office? He is not here now. Where could he be? Find out immediately. Understood. President, please do not worry. Our security measures are robust. Nothing will go amiss. Lu Xianghao's heart raced, and his eyelids fluttered as if foreboding an impending misfortune. Chapter 9. The Disappearance of the Eldest Son. 2 minutes later, Niu Li burst into the room without so much as knocking, a whirlwind of urgency. At that moment, the phone in the president's office rang, its jarring tone reverberating ominously. It's all right. It's nothing to worry about. We will find him. You mustn't fret, Lu Xianghao reassured his wife. Yet, calamity struck anew on their flight. They encountered a robbery. In their frantic bid for survival, they lost their child. By the time the police apprehended the culprits a week later, the child had vanished without a trace. Lu Xianghao burned with rage, wishing to exact vengeance upon them. But his fury proved futile, for his eldest son was irretrievably lost. Consequently, his wife, Hua Yiyun, fell into a deep malaise, her mind clouded with despair as she incessantly blamed Lu Xianghao for their son's disappearance. Creating a rift between the couple, Lu Jinyo was incensed to learn of his grandson's fate, wishing to strike Lu Xianghao, consumed by guilt towards both his daughter-in-law and his in-laws. Yet, with his eldest grandson gone, he could only look upon the two lively and charming grandsons, who bore a striking resemblance to their father in his youth. They were named Lu Weijin and Lu Weilan. Tragically, Hua Yiyun perished during childbirth. Lu Xianghao was forever haunted by guilt towards his wife, and now, faced with the void of life and death, his remorse deepened. He adhered to her wishes, leaving their two daughters in northeast China with ample living expenses. Along with the family that had cared for his wife, Uncle Kuei and his wife, tasked with looking after their frail daughters. Each year, he would visit them twice. Yet his daughters regarded him with a hint of fear, lacking warmth in their interactions. Particularly, the eldest daughter seldom graces him with a smile. She always appears cautious, treating him with a sense of awe rather than warmth. He yearns for a closer bond with her, yet it seems an insurmountable distance remains. The second daughter is somewhat different. She is lively and energetic, exhibiting a certain affection towards him that he cherishes. Lu Yuxiao turned to Lu Yuwei and said, Sister, let us go to Qingzhou. I wish to visit father, and do you not also wish to go to Qingzhou to study? After all, the medical field in a large city is far more advanced. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianghao was filled with joy. Yunwei, if you are passionate about medicine and wish to pursue your studies, father will assist you in applying to university. To his surprise, Lu Yunwei replied, There is no need. Father, I have already been accepted into the graduate program at Qingzhou University School of Medicine. I will be studying there. Graduate program at Qingzhou University School of Medicine? Lu Xianghao was taken aback. That institution is the pinnacle of medical education in their nation, and his daughter is only 18 years old, typically. Individuals her age are just beginning their undergraduate studies. She has advanced 4 years ahead. Moreover, it is Qingzhou Medical School. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride, elated to be the father of such an accomplished daughter. Good morning, Xiao Xiao, Lu Xianghao said, beaming with a tender smile. He cherished both of his daughters. One was serene and gentle, while the other was vivacious and spirited. The contrasting personalities of the twins intrigued him. He adored Lu Yunxiao's cheerful disposition, while Yunwei's tranquility often evoked a sense of oppression within him, reminiscent of his mother, Hua Yun, which stirred feelings of guilt. Conversely, Xiao Xiao imparted a sense of ease and lightness to his heart. Lu Yunxiao donned a simple yet stylish white t-shirt, layered with a hoodie, and paired with snug black leggings that accentuated her splendid figure. Her pristine white sneakers completed the look, exuding an aura of youthfulness and vibrancy, while her short hair enhanced her spirited appearance. At that moment, her two older brothers descended from the upper floor. 19-year-old Lu Weizhen and Lu Weilin stood tall at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, their striking brows and bright eyes contributing to their handsome demeanor, bearing a resemblance to one another. They both sported casual suits, looking quite dapper. Aware of the presence of their two younger sisters at home, they had risen early in anticipation of spending time with them. Both were university students, having secured spots at Qingzhou University, a source of immense pride for their mother. Huayan. Chapter 10. A warm family. Lu Weizhen pursued a degree in economics, while Lu Weilin focused on computer science, both excelling in their studies. Weiwei, Xiao Xiao, good morning. They greeted in unison. The brothers held a deep fondness for their younger sisters, despite occasionally mixing up their names. The sudden addition of two sisters to the household filled them with a sense of pride in their roles as older brothers, a delightful feeling indeed, particularly for the second brother, Lu Yunlin, who, though born just minutes later, often found himself overshadowed by his elder sibling. With the arrival of their two younger sisters, his status in the family seemed to elevate inexplicably, bringing him great joy. He approached Lu Yunxiao, playfully tapping her shoulder, and said, Weiwei, I'm your third brother. Would you like me to accompany you out for some fun today? Hey, you clumsy oaf, I'm Xiao Xiao. Oh, my apologies, Xiao Xiao. He scratched his head sheepishly, prompting laughter from everyone present. At that moment, Wyan, who had been bustling in the kitchen since early morning, emerged cheerfully and announced, Come on, everyone, it's time for breakfast. At 40 years of age, Wyan had her hair elegantly coiled up, her fair complexion radiating a youthful glow. Her large eyes and gracefully arched willow leaf brows suggested that time had been kind to her, as she appeared no older than 30. Even her comfortable home attire could not conceal her charm. The apron she wore did little to diminish her allure. Listening to the laughter of the men in the household, she was aware that they had already descended to the dining area, prompting her to call them for breakfast. The dining room was spacious, featuring both a Western-style long table and a Chinese round table. Today, the family gathered around the long table. Lu Xianghao took the seat of honor at the southern end and began his meal. Wyan cast a discreet glance in his direction and noticed the slight upturn of his lips, which indicated his good mood, and her heart swelled with joy in response. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, Wyan always felt a tinge of apprehension around him. Their two sons occupied the usual spots on the western side, while her daughters, Weiwei and Xiao Xiao, were invited to sit on the eastern side, closer to Lu Xianghao. That area was typically her own seat. Yunxiao plopped down casually and said, Thank you. Auntie. Wyan's heart skipped a beat. Did they refuse to call her mom? Were they still holding on to past grievances? Stealing a quick glance at Lu Xianghao, she noticed he remained silent, so she chose not to address the matter, wishing to preserve the pleasant atmosphere of the day. Just then, Lu Yunwei stood up and smiled at her, saying, Auntie, please take this seat. I can sit at the northern end. After speaking, she took a seat at the end of the dining table, facing her father, and offered a gentle smile. It was splendid. Huayan noted the sumptuous breakfast laid before them, which included millet porridge, century egg and lean meat congee, soup dumplings, flour rolls, boiled eggs, freshly baked bread, Western-style cake, pizza, milk, and soybean milk, accompanied by side dishes of tender cucumbers, rose-flavored cheese, and ketchup. Everyone was taken aback by the abundance. Lu Yunlin could not help but exclaim, Mom, why is there so much breakfast today? How can we possibly finish it all? Oh, and there's my favorite pizza. Lu Xianghao beamed, nodding in approval. Huayan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that pleasing her two daughters was indeed a wise choice. Lu Yunwei ladled herself a bowl of millet porridge, took a soup dumpling, and added a bit of roast cheese. savoring the meal with a particular fondness for traditional Chinese breakfast. Her demeanor was remarkably graceful, quiet, and composed. In stark contrast, Ling Xiao relished this rare opportunity to indulge in such a lavish Western breakfast, her joy evident as she eagerly sampled everything. She devoured her food with gusto, exclaiming how delicious it was, embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Observing her satisfaction, the appetites of others seemed to be stirred as well. Lu Xianghao watched his children, feeling a profound sense of happiness and fulfillment at the sight of them all gathered together, enjoying the meal so heartily. Ah, this is truly wonderful. Once breakfast concluded, the servants began to tidy up. However, Lu Weilin, feeling agitated, remarked, "Father, you show favoritism as soon as my sister arrives. What do you mean by not allowing bullying? When have I ever bullied them? Just remember that." Lu Xianghao cast a stern glance at him, well aware that his son was a troublemaker, prone to creating chaos. It was best to speak plainly from the outset. Lu Yun smiled, seemingly delighted at the thought of Lu Yunlin facing difficulties. "Third brother, from now on, I shall look after you." With a hint of sarcasm, he retorted, "With that frail frame of yours, how do you expect to protect me? You should be grateful if you don't come crying to me." Thus, the siblings commenced their playful banter from day one. Lu Xianghao continued, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, our entire family is to gather at the old residence. Grandfather wishes to see Wei Wei and Xiao Xiao. You two brothers should join us for dinner there. Wei Wei, Xiao Xiao, I will come to pick you up at 1 o'clock, all right?" Lu Yun replied softly, "All right, father. May I step out for a while this morning?" Her cautious tone struck a chord with Lu Xianghao, who responded, "Wei Wei, this is your home. There is no need to be so tentative. Feel free to do as you wish. If you need to go out, simply ask our driver, old Zhao, to take you." Upon finishing, he produced 2 cards, presenting one to each daughter, his face aglow with warmth. "These are for you from your father. Do not worry about money. Use them freely." Yu Wei and Yun Xiao accepted the cards with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, father." The family then dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Lu Yun smiled as she hitched a ride with her third brother, Lu Weilin, though her destination remained a mystery. The day was still young, and the streets felt invigorating. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the post-rain morning was particularly refreshing, offering a sense of comfort. The soft sunlight cast a golden shimmer upon the pavement. Lu Yunwei pondered that since the university was not too far from home, she would forego transportation and take a leisurely walk to explore the city where her mother once lived. After all, I am still unfamiliar with this city. Yet I am to reside here permanently. As I stroll leisurely along the streets, I observe that the shops have already opened, though the crowd is sparse. Nevertheless, it is evident that the area is quite prosperous. Chapter 11. Roadside Emergency. The storefronts are modest in size. In this modern age, online marketing prevails, and physical shops merely serve as storage, packaging, and shipping spaces, thus negating the necessity for expansive areas. Aside from a few large malls, primarily dedicated to clothing and accessories, the remainder consists of small shops and warehouses. As I continue my walk, a few individuals approach from the front. At the forefront appears a mother and her son, a woman in her 30s, holding the hand of a lively boy, around 7 or 8 years old. His bright, sparkling eyes exude intelligence and mischief, and he hops along, almost dancing as he walks. His mother struggles to keep up with his energetic leaps, creating an endearing spectacle. Just as they are about to pass by, the boy suddenly clutches his head, his expression shifting dramatically. "Mom, I hurt." And then, without warning, he collapses, losing consciousness. The woman immediately scoops her son into her arms, her face paling in shock. The attendants following closely rush to their side, urgently exclaiming, Young master, are you having an episode again?" They quickly apply pressure to the boy's acupoint, attempting to administer medicine, but the child's jaws are clenched tightly, rendering any effort futile. The mother, overwhelmed with anxiety, tears streaming down her face, is at a loss for what to do. I hastily step forward and say, "Madam, I am a doctor. Allow me to assist." "Ah, a doctor?" At this moment, the term doctor undoubtedly signifies salvation. The lady promptly exclaimed, "Please, assist us at once." She laid the child flat. Lu Yue placed her hand upon the child's pulse, and within a mere 2 minutes, she discerned the nature of the ailment. The child suffered from a rare form of epilepsy, one that is seldom encountered. She instructed an attendant to cradle the child while she pressed a specific acupoint on the boy's chin, causing his mouth to open. She administered the medication, then urged the child's mother to place her hand within the child's mouth to prevent him from biting his own tongue. Swiftly, she retrieved a silver needle and inserted it into an acupoint on the child's head. Gently, she massaged the soles of the child's feet. After 5 minutes, the child gradually opened his eyes and softly inquired, "Mother, where am I?" His mother embraced him tightly, as though holding a treasured possession that had been lost and found again. Tears streaming down her face, she choked out, it's all right, my darling. Mother is here." "Madam, you mustn't hold him so tightly. He needs to breathe," came the gentle reminder. The woman quickly released her grip, apologizing, "I beg your pardon. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Thank you for saving my child." "No need for thanks, madam. Does the child experience episodes approximately every 3 months? With the most recent occurring just a month ago?" The lady was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the child's condition was deteriorating. They had sought medical help far and wide, yet no one could provide a remedy. Their journey to Qizhou was one of desperation, merely an attempt to find hope. They had not yet consulted a physician when the child's ailment reemerged, striking while they were still en route. The earlier situation had been dire, truly a matter of life and death. However, this young girl, by merely taking the child's pulse, seemed to grasp the severity of the illness, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts. Trembling, she inquired, "Can you truly assist us in healing?" The accompanying attendant was equally taken aback, pondering, "Is the lady in such a state of panic that she seeks medical aid from this young girl? Can she truly heal?" Yet, it was undeniable that the girl had indeed saved their young master moments ago. "Madam, the child's illness can be treated. However, I cannot attend to it here by the roadside. Where do you reside? I shall come to see you tomorrow." Her gentle voice resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of all present. The words "can be treated" rang like celestial music, sweet and melodious. The lady grasped Lu Yunwei's hand tightly, asking, "My dear, we are staying at the Longyan Hotel. What is your name? Where do you live? We shall come to fetch you." "Madam, my name is Lu Yunwei. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I shall visit the Longyan Hotel." Although she was uncertain of the hotel's location, she felt compelled to acquiesce, recognizing the urgency in the lady's demeanor. If she did not comply immediately, countless questions would surely follow. At that moment, the child turned his head and caught sight of Lu Yunwei. He suddenly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "This sister is so beautiful. Did you save me?" With a lingering sense of reluctance, Lu Yunwei bid farewell to Yunwei, having just encountered someone she had inexplicably grown fond of. Finding it difficult to part ways, she repeatedly urged him to visit the Longyan Hotel early the following day. After parting with the mother and son, Lu Yunwei arrived at her destination, Qingzhou University. Standing at the entrance, she was struck by the university's grandiosity, with several imposing buildings towering above her. Inscribed in bold characters on the marble at the entrance were the words Qingzhou University School of Medicine, flanked by guardhouses on either side. Gazing up at the lofty teaching buildings, Lu Yunwei felt a surge of emotion. This was the institution she had long aspired to attend. Since she embarked on her medical studies, she had dreamed of coming to Qizhou University, the pinnacle of medical education. Today, she would finally fulfill that dream. As she stepped onto the campus, she found herself on a long, tree-lined avenue, flanked by towering phoenix trees. The foliage was lush, with branches intertwining above, creating a verdant canopy. The avenue was broad, accommodating 2 lanes of traffic in both directions, with pedestrian pathways distinctly separated. The sidewalks were paved with cobblestones, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Scattered along the roadside were wooden benches, inviting passers-by to rest. A wave of affection washed over Lu Yunwei as she took in her surroundings. Following the directional signs, she made her way to the registration area of the School of Medicine. In the bustling lobby on the first floor, a reception desk was busy with activity. A group of young people was engaged in animated conversation, some distractedly scrolling through their phones. "Excuse me, may I ask a question? Is this where I register for the School of Medicine?" she inquired softly. The group looked up, and to their astonishment, they were greeted by the sight of a stunning beauty, clad in a flowing white dress. Her fair skin and slender frame evoked the image of an ethereal fairy. Untouched by the mundane world, they were momentarily mesmerized, particularly the young men among them. Lu Yunwei smiled gently, her smile as radiant as fireworks, captivating the eyes of all present. After a brief moment, the head of the registration office, Li Ming, spoke up. "Ah, this is the graduate registration area. Undergraduates must go to Building A to the north. Junior sister, allow me to guide you." With that, he hurriedly exited the room, eager to escort Lu Yunwei. Chapter 12. The first glimpse of talent laughter erupted among the crowd, as it appeared that the head had been enchanted by the beauty of this junior sister, exhibiting such eagerness to please. It was only natural, for a graceful maiden attracts the admiration of noble gentlemen. "I am here to register for graduate school." "I am transferring in," Lu Yunwei replied calmly. "What? You are the youngest graduate student admitted this year? An 18-year-old? The one granted special admission? You are the student personally accepted by our dean, Lu Yunwei?" The crowd burst forth with questions, their curiosity spilling out like a torrent. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yunwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was not accustomed to being the center of attention, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of so many, which made her feel uneasy and somewhat shy. At that moment, it was Zhualulu who first regained her composure, promptly exclaiming, "Yes, junior sister. This is indeed the registration office for the graduate school. Let us assist you with your enrollment procedures." Everyone eagerly offered to help Lu Yunwei with forms, providing pens, instructing her on how to fill out the paperwork, and inquiring whether she wished to select a dormitory, their enthusiasm remarkable and all-encompassing. Within just 5 minutes, all the formalities were completed. They had all taken a liking to this charming and intelligent junior sister. The boys were still vying to take her to see the classrooms and laboratories. Zhualulu cast a glance at them and remarked, "You fellows, do not frighten the little junior sister. There is plenty of time ahead. If you do not step aside, I shall give you a beating." Turning to Yunwei, she continued, "I am Zhualulu, also a graduate student at the medical school, in the same cohort as you. You must be a transfer student, correct? Allow me to show you around our medical school, if you please." Zhualulu, with her short hair and spirited demeanor, possessed a round face adorned with 2 subtle dimples, making her a remarkably charming girl. She was always warm-hearted, and for some reason, Lu Yunwei immediately captured her attention. She took a liking to the new junior sister. Zhualulu guided Lu Yunwei through their medical school, showcasing the teaching buildings, laboratories, library, dormitories, and cafeteria with great enthusiasm. Lu Yunwei was particularly enchanted by the library, a circular structure with 5 stories. The most intriguing feature was that the main building of the library was circular, flanked on both sides by auxiliary buildings of the same shape, resembling the digit 3, truly unique. Within just half a day, Lu Yunwei and Zhualulu had become good friends. The demure Lu Yunwei appreciated Zhualulu's vivacity and cheerfulness, despite their contrasting personalities. With her 2 older brothers already off to school and her father at work, only her aunt, Hua Yin, remained at home. "Aunt, you need not wait for me for meals. I can manage something on my own," Lu Yunwei said softly. Her gentle refusal seemed to create a barrier around her. Hua Yin's face momentarily stiffened before she quickly regained her smile. "No worries, let us go eat." "All right." As they entered the restaurant together, the lunch was, as usual, quite sumptuous. Hua Yin displayed a warm hospitality, evidently aiming to win her daughter's favor. Once Lu Xianghao had set his belongings down and taken his seat, Lu Yunwei had already prepared his meal and handed it to him, saying, "Dad, your meal." Lu Xianghao beamed with joy. It was the first time his daughter had served him. "Wonderful, wonderful." After the 3 of them had enjoyed their meal, Lu Xianghao remarked, "Wei Wei, you should pursue higher education. Would you like me to help you get in touch with Qingzhou University? I know the dean of the medical school." "No need, Dad. I registered today. All the paperwork is taken care of." "Oh, really? Wei Wei, how impressive. Hua Yin chuckled. Indeed, Wei Wei is exceptionally bright, at just 18. She is already a graduate student at Qingzhou University, truly a source of pride for her father. Lu Xianghao's face radiated with a proud smile. Hua Yin felt an inexplicable stir in her heart, discreetly glancing at Lu Yunwei with a smile. This daughter was extraordinary. Lu Xianghao had also emerged from his study. Mrs. Hua Yin was elegantly attired in a lotus-pink qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, complemented by a long, fringed wool shawl. With a light touch of makeup, she retained a captivating charm at the age of 40. Learning that both of their sons and their youngest daughter were going to the old residence on their own, while only their eldest daughter accompanied him, Lu Xianghao found himself increasingly fond of Wei Wei's obedience. Together, the three of them made their way to the ancestral home located in the DC area. After half an hour of driving, a majestic edifice came into view, surrounded by towering walls. The entrance, resembling two expansive storefronts, welcomed the car directly to its threshold. The infrared scanner on the wrought iron gate swiftly recognized the vehicle, and the grand entrance swung open. Upon entering, a spacious concrete avenue unfolded, flanked by lush trees that provided ample shade. Surprisingly, another 5 minutes of driving brought them directly to the front of the main building, underscoring the vastness of this estate. Chapter 13. First encounter with grandparents. The main building was a quintessential Jiangnan residence, 3 stories high, with an 8-bay faade, complemented by flanking wings, all adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, featuring elegantly curved eaves and a timeless charm. As the trio alighted from the vehicle, they were greeted by the enthusiastic call of Uncle Lu, the steward of the old residence. Although the eldest son, Lu Xianghao, was notably astute and worked diligently to improve his standing in his father's eyes, the old man remained resolutely stubborn. Convinced that his eldest son owed a debt to his daughter-in-law, Hua Yun, having tarnished his reputation among old friends. Thus, he held a certain disdain for this son. The presence of relatives from the second and third households was palpable, highlighting Lu Jinyo's significant regard for his 2 granddaughters, a sentiment understood by all. Lu Yunwei accompanied her father into the living room, a space of considerable dimensions, approximately 150 square meters, with 3 bays of width. The interior boasted a traditional decor, furnished entirely with redwood, encircled by sofas cushioned for comfort. At the center stood a rectangular redwood table and chairs, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. At that moment, Lu Jinyo occupied the central seat of honor in the hall, his square face framed by thick brows and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. With a head full of white hair and a spirited demeanor, it was evident that he had been remarkably handsome in his youth. Even in his 60s, his charm remained undiminished. Lu Jinyo responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement, merely grunting without further regard for him. His gaze was intently fixed on the girl behind Lu Xianghao. Lu Yunwei hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing as she addressed him. "Grandfather, Wei Wei has come to see you." Good child, come closer to grandfather. Let me have a look." Lu Jinyo's voice trembled slightly. At that moment, an elderly woman nearby interjected, "Old man, what do you mean by that? I want to see my granddaughter too. Are you going to let her be seen or not?" Her tone hinted at irritation. Thinking, "You old fool. Do you wish to compete for affection? Not a chance." Oh, Wei Wei, this is your grandmother," Lu Jinyo quickly explained. Turning around with a smile, Yunwei greeted her, "Hello, Grandma." Grandmother Lu, her hair completely white, still radiated vitality and warmth. Time had etched its marks upon her forehead, yet the wrinkles did nothing to diminish her beauty. It was clear that she had once been a stunning beauty in her youth. Grandmother Lu produced a jade bracelet, saying, "Here, this is a gift from Grandma for our first meeting." The jade, a treasure of premium Hetian variety, was flawless, and even though Lu Yunwei lacked knowledge about gemstones, she recognized its value. "Grandma, this is too precious. Perhaps we should not." "Nothing is more valuable than my dear granddaughter," she insisted. "Now, let me put it on you." Having spoken, she delicately adorned Lu Yunwei's wrist with a jade bracelet. The verdant jade against Yunwei's alabaster skin accentuated her porcelain-like complexion, enhancing her ethereal grace. Grandmother Lu nodded in satisfaction, her face breaking into a gentle smile. But where is Xiao Xiao? Why has that girl not yet arrived? Oh, mother. Xiao Xiao has gone out for a stroll. She mentioned she would come to the ancestral home, Lu Xianghao promptly explained. Foolishness. Xiao Xiao has never been to Qizhou. She is completely unfamiliar with the place. How could she venture out alone? What if she gets lost? Will she even find the ancestral home? Grandmother Lu scolded her eldest son, her heart heavy since the day her eldest grandson went missing, leaving her perpetually anxious about the children. Oh dear, my beloved grandmother. I'm here now. I am a grown-up. How could I possibly get lost? With a melodic burst of laughter, Lu Yunxiao entered the living room, hastening towards her grandmother. She leapt into her embrace, wrapping her arms around her neck, and planted a kiss on her grandmother's cheek. Grandmother, I've missed you terribly. The children from the second and third branches were taken aback. Though their grandmother appeared gentle, she was notoriously formidable, and none dared approach her lightly. Yet, this new sister boldly rushed in and kissed her. Their hearts raced in trepidation. Just as they anticipated their grandmother's ire, she extended her arms, one for Lu Yunwei and the other for Lu Yunxiao, exclaiming joyfully, "Wonderful, wonderful! Grandmother has missed you both too." Upon finishing her words, Grandma Lu unexpectedly planted a kiss on each of the sisters' cheeks. The onlookers were left astonished, their expressions shattered. Was this truly their mother or grandmother? Who was this benevolent elderly lady? As was her custom, Grandma Lu presented an identical jade bracelet, adorning it on Lu Yunxiao's wrist. With a smile, Yunxiao replied, "Grandma, this trinket does not suit me. I am constantly jumping about, and should it break, it would be a disservice to your kind intentions." "Oh, it matters not." Grandma Lu replied with unabashed indulgence, "I cherish it. If it breaks, I shall simply buy you a new one." Grandma Lu exuded boundless affection. Under their father's introduction, Lu Yunwei and Lu Yunxiao were introduced to their uncle Lu Xiangjie, Aunt Lu Chenchen, Uncle Lu Xianglin, Aunt Mai Yuling, and their children. The eldest son of Uncle Tu was older than them, named Lu Weikai. The second son, also 18, was called Lu Weixian. Their daughter, Lu Yunshuang, was 17. The sons of Uncle 3 were younger, Lu Weiwei, aged 16, and Lu Weigua, aged 14. Their daughter, Lu Yunxue, was merely 9. The family was indeed large, making it quite challenging to remember everyone at once, leaving Lu Yunxiao somewhat overwhelmed, so she opted to laugh it off. However, Lu Yunwei had a remarkable memory since childhood. After hearing the names just once, she had already memorized them all and understood the family connections clearly. In this household, the grandfather held the authority, and both the father and uncles, along with their aunts, dared not utter a word of dissent. Yet, in the presence of the grandfather yielded entirely to her. Devoid of principles. Chapter 14. Sudden malady. She smiled faintly, uttering no further words, exuding a demeanor of tranquility and obedience. In stark contrast to her sister Lu Yunxiao's vivacious and cheerful nature. Today, Grandma Lu is truly delighted, especially fond of her 2 granddaughters. Laughter resonates throughout the family. After a while, Lu Xianghao turns to his mother and inquires, "Mom, are you tired? Would you like to lie down for a bit?" He is acutely aware of his mother's deteriorating health, particularly over the past 6 months, during which she has endured various examinations without uncovering the underlying cause of her ailment. Despite trying numerous remedies, both traditional and modern, none have proven effective. Her condition worsens with any exertion or a dip in her spirits, prompting everyone to tread lightly around her emotions. As the conversation shifts to the matriarch's health, her demeanor abruptly changes. She clutches her abdomen, her complexion pales, and beads of sweat form on her brow. Alarmed, the family realizes she is unwell. Grandma Lu casts a reproachful glance at her son, exclaiming, "It's your fault for cursing me. Quickly, someone fetch my medicine." In that moment, a voice calls out, and Lu Yuwei, positioned beside her grandmother, instantly perceives the gravity of the situation. From the moment she greeted her grandmother, she sensed something amiss. Beneath the facade of her smile lay a veil of endurance, masking her discomfort. Without hesitation, Lu Yuwei assists her grandmother to the sofa, gently holding her hand. "Grandma." I've learned a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. May I take your pulse? Oh, my dear, you even know traditional medicine? What a wonderful child you are. Lu Xinyo's eyes sparkled with pride, recalling how he himself was once saved by Yunwei's grandfather using similar methods. His respect for traditional medicine runs deep, and hearing that his granddaughter possesses such knowledge fills him with joy. He promptly encourages her, "Go on, examine your grandmother." The second son, Lu Xiangjia, remarked, "Dad, let's give Mom her medicine first. Wei Wei is still too young to handle complex ailments." At that moment, Lu Yunwei had already placed her right hand on her grandmother's pulse, quietly taking it, as if the surrounding sounds were inconsequential to her, fully immersed in the realm of a healer. As she felt the pulse, she inquired, "Grandma, do you often experience unbearable abdominal pain? Has your bowel movement been irregular lately? Do you only go every 3 or 4 days? And is there blood in your stool?" What? The family's astonishment was palpable. They were unaware of this troubling development. Was the condition truly so grave? The elderly woman was equally taken aback. Her granddaughter's observations were astutely accurate. How could such a young child possess the ability to take a pulse? Might she also be capable of curing her ailments? It was worth noting that when the elderly lady first noticed blood in her stool, and the doctors could not identify any issues with her health, she had felt her time was limited. She refrained from sharing this with her family to spare them the distress, as she believed that, at a certain age, one can see through the fabric of life and death. "Child, can my illness be treated?" The tremor in the elderly woman's voice was evident. "Grandma, your condition can indeed be treated. Rest assured, it is not a serious illness." "Really?" the family exclaimed in unison. The volume of their response startled Lu Yunwei. Why did they think her grandmother's illness was untreatable? It was hardly a difficult ailment. "Grandma, you are suffering from a deficiency. Did you catch a cold towards the end of last year?" Without a complete cure, the accumulation within the body leads to a deficiency of vital energy, resulting in a decline in overall health. When the intestines are obstructed, discomfort follows. Constipation can escalate to severe conditions, causing a tearing sensation in the bladder, resulting in blood. However, this does not indicate a grave internal injury. Allow me to prescribe a remedy. Consume 7 doses of herbal medicine, and I assure you, you shall recover. Can one truly heal in 7 days? Indeed, dear grandmother. At present, you are suffering from unbearable abdominal pain. I shall first provide you with a massage to alleviate your discomfort. With that, Lu Yunwei began to massage the elderly woman. Her delicate, fair hands gently rested upon the elder's abdomen, employing only 3 fingers to knead softly. To onlookers, it appeared merely gentle, yet unbeknownst to them, she was not pressing randomly. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the significance of acupressure points on the human body. Subsequently, she helped the elderly lady remove her shoes and socks, carefully massaging the acupressure points on her feet. Moments later, the elderly woman's expression relaxed, and the intense pain had subsided. After a while, the elderly lady suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I need to visit the restroom." Lu Xinyo was overjoyed. This was indeed an effective treatment. The elderly lady hurriedly entered the restroom with the assistance of her daughter-in-law, while Lu Yunwei seized the opportunity to write a prescription. Lu Xianghao glanced at his father, who nodded in affirmation, fully aware that his father had placed his trust in Yunwei's medical skills, and promptly dispatched someone to procure the necessary herbs. Approximately 15 minutes later, the elderly lady emerged from the restroom. "Yunwei, you are truly remarkable. I have managed to relieve myself, and it was quite a substantial amount. I feel so much better," she said, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lu Xinyo. Lu Xinyo understood her suffering and felt deep compassion for her. This elderly lady was indeed acting coyly towards him. He laughed heartily. "Our Wei Wei is a descendant of a divine physician, truly remarkable. My sister has been exceptionally admitted as a graduate student at the medical school of Qizhou University," Lu Yuxiao suddenly interjected. "What? A graduate student at Qingda? Exceptionally admitted?" "Yes. Mom and Dad, Wei Wei is already registered today," Lu Xianghao said with a smile, filled with pride for his daughter. The elderly lady had endured numerous medications without relief, and now she had developed an aversion to taking them, furrowing her brows in discontent. After all, no one relishes the thought of consuming medicine. Ling Xiao picked up a pill and approached the elderly lady, saying, "Grandma, while good medicine may taste bitter, it is beneficial for your health. Come on, dear Grandma, take your medicine." What a delightful spirit. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The elderly lady couldn't help but chuckle as she accepted the bowl and drank the medicine in one go, surprisingly finding that today's potion wasn't so bitter after all. Seeing her finish her medicine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The entire family had gathered, sharing laughter and stories. Ling Xiao, a true source of joy, animatedly recounted her experiences in the Northeast, eliciting continuous laughter. However, as Lu Grandma listened, her heart ached even more for her two granddaughters. They had not grown up by her side, and the Northeast was not as affluent as Qingzhou. The two children were living under someone else's roof. She held onto her granddaughter's hands tightly, her heart swelling with affection as she observed how well they were doing. How beautiful and lovely they had grown. She thought to herself, I must make it up to them in every possible way. 9-year-old Ling Xiao idolized Ling Xiao, incessantly calling her sister with unwavering enthusiasm. Observing her grandmother's demeanor, Ling Xiao felt a pang of discomfort. In their family, boys predominated, leaving only herself and Ling Xiao as the two girls. As Ling Xiao was still quite young, Ling Xiao had previously enjoyed the exclusive affection of their grandparents. However, with the arrival of the twins, the family's adoration now revolved around them, leaving Ling Xiao feeling sidelined. Although her heart was heavy with unease, she maintained a composed exterior. After a joyful family dinner, Lu Wei once again assisted her grandmother with a gentle massage, tending to her abdomen and feet. Perhaps in response to the tender care, Grandma Lu appeared to be in better spirits, her ailments seemingly alleviated. The family gathered together, exuding warmth and harmony. Lu Xiao regarded his eldest son with newfound approval, recognizing the merit of having two clever, delightful granddaughters, though it certainly did not equate to forgiving that rascal. Lu Xiao instructed the servants to prepare the two rooms on the third floor and asked, Wei Wei, Xiao Xiao, would you consider staying at the old residence to keep your grandparents company? The family was taken aback, although the old residence was spacious. Since Lu Xiao's 3 sons had established their own families, they had all moved out, while they could visit and had rooms at the old residence. The elderly gentleman typically preferred they did not stay overnight, finding their presence too boisterous. Thus, it was surprising that he would graciously invite his newly arrived granddaughters to stay, speaking as if making a humble request, which clearly demonstrated his affection for the two children. Ling Xiao eagerly interjected, Grandfather, I am rather mischievous and might disturb you. Rest assured, I shall visit you often in the days to come, as long as you do not mind my wildness. Lu Xiao's smile bore a hint of helplessness as he remarked, Very well, you mischievous one. What about you, Wei Wei? Upon hearing her granddaughter mention that she would be arriving tomorrow afternoon, the elderly couple's brows instantly relaxed, and they eagerly exclaimed, Wonderful! You sisters are always welcome to stay. Do not let your grandparents miss you too much. Ling Xiao remained silent, her gaze cast downwards, seemingly lost in thought. The only indication of her turmoil was her tightly clenched fist, her nails embedding deeply into her palm, to the point where the pain seemed almost unnoticeable. In the old house, Hua Yan dared not speak too freely. The two elders treated her with a formality that felt distinctly distant. She understood that she could never measure up to her sister, yet today, witnessing her sister's daughters effortlessly charm their grandparents, a sense of relief washed over her heart. Upon returning home, Lu Weilin could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Dad, you are biased. The moment my 2 younger sisters arrive, it seems we are invisible to you. He clutched his chest dramatically, feigning a heartache. You little rascal, are you jealous of your sisters? Hua Yan gently tapped her youngest son on the head. Oh, dear mother. Even you are against me. Who among you is truly my own? He lamented, throwing himself into his brother's embrace in an exaggerated display of despair. Hua Yan's expression shifted. Though fleeting, it felt as if a knife had pierced her heart, bringing a sharp pang of pain. Lu Weijin cast a glance at his mother, then casually shoved his pretentious younger brother onto the sofa, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? We are all born of the same mother. Now that our sister has just arrived, do you wish to amuse her with your foolishness? Speak properly, or shall I discipline you?" Lu Weilin quickly reined in his mischievous demeanor, retreating to the sofa. "I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" Although they were twins, Lu Weijin displayed a maturity far surpassing that of his younger sibling, exuding an air of sage-like composure. Lu Weilin, being crafty and playful, usually exhibited a mischievous spirit, yet he was quite submissive to his elder brother, reluctant to provoke him. Lanner had already tidied her room for her. She settled in front of the vanity, removing her light makeup, then retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After changing into her nightwear, she let her long hair cascade down, lightly drying the top while wrapping the damp lengths in a white towel, leaning against the headboard. Holding a medical book in her hands, she indulged in a bit of reading before sleep, a habit that had become ingrained in her routine. A restful night passed. As dawn broke, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting delicate shards of light. The sunshine of Jiangnan was particularly delightful. Lu Yun rose gently, opened the window, and inhaled a breath of fresh air. After a brief morning grooming, she chose a sky-blue cashmere sweater paired with a black long skirt, accentuated by a silk belt around her waist. Coupled with her naturally fair complexion, she appeared graceful and ethereal, as if she were floating. After breakfast, just like the day before, once everyone had departed, she informed her aunt of her intention to visit a bookstore to acquire some books, expressing her desire to step out for a while. She also mentioned that she would return to the ancestral home in the afternoon to attend to her grandmother's follow-up consultation. After all, she need not concern herself with her younger sister, Ling Xiao, who had always been quite resourceful, effortlessly adapting to any environment. Ling Xiao would manage just fine without her assistance. Today, she planned to go to Longyun Hotel to treat the child from the previous day. Thus, she packed her acupuncture kit along with other essential items before leaving. Unaware of the location of Longyun Hotel, she searched online and discovered that it was renowned as the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Qingzhou, situated right in the city center. To her surprise, the mother and child from yesterday were staying in such an upscale establishment. Not knowing the way, she opted for a taxi to avoid any hassle, and soon arrived at Longyun Hotel. As she stood at the entrance and looked up, she was awestruck by the towering edifice that soared 88 stories high, its unadorned structure resembling a finger piercing the sky, exuding an extraordinary presence. This building was a landmark of Qingzhou, reputed for its top-tier amenities that catered to lodging, entertainment, and business, a high-end venue frequented by the affluent, beyond the reach of ordinary folks. Yunwei pondered. The mother and child from yesterday were certainly not ordinary individuals. Yet, she had not inquired about their floor, nor where she might find them. Would they trust someone so young to tend to their ailments? Yesterday, she had promised to respond swiftly, but today she found her previous enthusiasm somewhat abrupt. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, a cheerful voice called out, "Sister, I am here, come quickly." "Mother, sister has arrived." A little boy had dashed to Lu Yunwei's side, eagerly grasping her hand and greeting her warmly. A wave of warmth washed over Lu Yunwei's heart. What an adorable child, waiting for her at the hotel entrance. Seeing his exuberant expression filled her with joy. Indeed, destiny plays a significant role in human connections. She had taken a liking to this child, and it seemed the sentiment was mutual. The boy's mother emerged from the hotel lobby, smiling as she said, "Miss Lu has arrived, please come in." The group entered the hotel with laughter. Once inside, the establishment's grandeur became evident. The marble floors reflected their silhouettes. The lobby spanned several hundred square meters, spacious and brightly lit, adorned with luxurious decor. "Miss Lu, why not join us in our room?" the child's mother suggested. "Certainly," Lu Yunwei replied. They took the elevator to the 87th floor, arriving at a presidential suite, an epitome of opulence. The living room was adorned with a plush, pure wool white carpet, and the central air conditioning maintained a comfortable temperature, creating a soothing ambience. The creamy leather sofa enveloped them in a serene, white world, breathtakingly beautiful. The boy pulled Lu Yue down onto the sofa, snuggling against her and refusing to let go. His mother quickly interjected, "Miss Lu, I apologize. My son is quite mischievous, due to his frail health in childhood. We have indulged him too much, and I hope he is not causing you any discomfort." "Not at all. I quite enjoy his company," Lu Yue reassured her. Lu Yunwei gently stroked the child's head. "Mom, look. My sister likes me," the boy said proudly. They introduced themselves, and Lu Yunwei learned that this family had come from Lijun. They were the esteemed family of Fu Mingyang, the wealthiest man in Lijun. The boy's name was Fu Yuza, merely 7 years old, and he was the sole heir of Fu Mingyang. The young lady accompanying him was his wife, Cui Qingyun, who had previously borne 2 children, both of whom tragically passed away. Thus, this youngest son was indeed a cherished treasure of their family. Regrettably, he was afflicted with a chronic ailment since birth. Despite their relentless pursuit of medical help, they had yet to find a cure. Recently, his condition had worsened, intensifying their concern for him. This time, Cui Qingyun had brought her son to Qingzhou in search of treatment. Upon their arrival, the boy fell ill, but fortunately, Lu Yunwei was there to save his life. Last night, Cui Qingyun had already spoken to her husband, recounting the events with lingering trepidation. Though Fu Mingyang was a formidable figure in the business world, he was exceedingly devoted to his wife and had consented to allow Miss Lu to attempt treatment for their son. The entire family agreed to let Lu Yunwei care for the child. With everything clarified, the situation was manageable. Lu Yunwei gently touched Fu Yuza's head and asked, "Yuza, may I take your pulse?" Given that her previous examination had been rather hasty, she wished to thoroughly investigate the cause of his ailment today. "All right," he replied, extending his small hand. Lu Yunwei placed 3 fingers on his wrist, feeling his pulse in silence. Cui Qingyun and the servant stood by, all quiet and tense. Especially Cui Qingyun, who fixed her gaze on Lu Yunwei, eager to glean any insight from her expression. The pulse examination lasted a full 10 minutes. Lu Yunwei occasionally furrowed her brows, at times focusing intently, yet her face remained adorned with a gentle smile. Fu Yuza, too, was fixated on Lu Yunwei, his small eyes sparkling with vitality. Upon concluding the examination, Lu Yunwei exhaled softly, relieved to ascertain that it was not primary epilepsy, but rather what is medically referred to as secondary epilepsy. She turned to inquire, "Madam, did Yuza begin exhibiting symptoms of this condition 3 months after his birth?" Cui Qingyun's eyes widened in surprise as she affirmed, "Yes, Yunwei, the child was perfectly healthy until 3 months post-birth when this affliction manifested. What do you think? Is it treatable?" "Madam, there is no need for alarm. It is indeed treatable. However, I must first ascertain if he sustained any head injuries during that 3-month mark," she replied, her expression reflecting profound concern. With this understanding, Lu Yue expressed, "Madam, this condition is epilepsy." "Epilepsy? We have consulted numerous doctors before. Initially, some suspected epilepsy, but subsequent treatments based on that diagnosis yielded little success," Cui Qingyun lamented. "Madam, Yuza's case of epilepsy is somewhat unique. It is not congenital and is, in fact, treatable. His brain has suffered an injury, resulting in localized contusions, particularly at a critical juncture where 2 blood vessels intersect. This area is challenging for instruments to detect, and the resulting hematoma has led to organic changes, thereby triggering seizures. Has he been administered carbamazepine, valproate sodium, and epilepsy relief tablets?" Yunwei inquired. "Ah well, she is a doctor and adept at pulse diagnosis," Cui Qingyun mused, a smile gracing her lips. Lu Yunwei's accurate assessment instilled hope that perhaps she truly could remedy her son's ailment. Lu Yunwei pondered for a moment and proposed to Cui Qingyun, "Madam, we must first disperse the blood stasis in Yuza's brain. The location is rather delicate, and surgical procedures conducted by Western medicine may not be effective. I would like to employ acupuncture from traditional Chinese medicine to help alleviate the stasis. Do you agree?" Lu Yunwei sought the family's consent, mindful that in this era, most people place their faith in Western medicine. Although a significant number also believed in traditional Chinese medicine, it was not the majority. And acupuncture on the brain carried additional risks. Thus, obtaining the family's approval was essential. How confident are you? Cui Qingyun inquired softly, aware that her question might seem somewhat impolite. Yet, given the gravity of her son's condition, she felt compelled to ask. About 80%, Lu Yunwei replied. In truth, she held complete confidence, having treated similar cases in the Northeast, but one must not speak too assuredly, for all treatments entail risks. Cui Qingyun exhaled in relief. An 80% chance meant that the prognosis was indeed promising. A sense of sweetness enveloped her heart, akin to suddenly tasting a piece of candy. Her son was to be saved, and tears of joy welled in her eyes. Shall we commence the treatment? Lu Yunwei inquired. Yes, thank you, Yunwei. Cui Qingyun responded promptly. Fu Yuze clenched his small fist and smiled. Sister, I can endure it. I will do as you say. His bright eyes sparkled with purity. Lu Yunwei felt a stirring in her heart. He was indeed an endearing child. Fu Yuze reclined comfortably on the sofa with a pillow supporting his neck, allowing for easier breathing. Lu Yunwei retrieved 5 long silver needles, ensured their sterilization, accurately located the acupuncture points, and deftly inserted the needles, allowing them to remain for 15 minutes. During this period, she delicately twisted the silver needles, taking turns with 5 needles for a full 15 minutes before successfully removing them. Then she instructed Yuze to sit properly once again. She began to massage the child's feet, as she had done the previous day, gently and tenderly, leaving Fu Yuze feeling exceptionally relaxed. After one round of treatment, Lu Yue had begun to perspire lightly, fortunately. Her grandfather had instilled a strict discipline during her medical training, compelling her to practice her hand strength specifically for massage. Otherwise, she would have surely found such an extended session exhausting. It was not until after an hour that everything came to a close. Lu Yunwei rubbed her sore arms, and Fu Yuze immediately wrapped his arms around hers, declaring, Sister, now I will massage you. As he spoke, he earnestly began to knead her arms. Seeing Yuze in such high spirits, everyone realized the treatment had begun to yield results, filling them with joy. Lu Yunwei turned to Cui Qingyun and said, Madam, this treatment must continue for a month. Very well, we shall remain here for that duration. I apologize for the inconvenience. Yunwei, Cui Qingyun replied with a smile. She understood that her son had suffered from this ailment for 7 years. Such treatment could not be accomplished in a short span, and a month was hardly a considerable length of time. After waiting for 7 years, why concern oneself with a mere month? As long as there was a possibility of healing, she would endure any duration. Cui Qingyun turned and retrieved a card from her wallet, handing it to Lu Yunwei. Yunwei, I understand that the debt of saving a life cannot be measured in monetary terms. Here is 500,000, not counting the consultation fee. Merely a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. When the child's father arrives, let him express his thanks as well. Lu Yunwei hurriedly declined. Madam, how can you say such a thing? I cannot accept money. I have not exerted myself to such an extent. Assisting Yuze in his recovery is indeed a serendipitous bond between us. If monetary compensation were involved, it would seem rather impersonal. She accompanied her grandfather in the practice of healing, and he did not always demand payment. Wealthy patrons sometimes offered substantial sums, yet there were occasions when, despite the generous offers, her grandfather would decline treatment. Conversely, there were those with whom he shared a profound medical connection, treating them without charge and forming lasting friendships. Consequently, her grandfather had a myriad of intriguing companions. She felt an undeniable affinity with Yuze and was eager to aid him without any thought of remuneration. Lu Yun smiled, saying, Yuze calls me sister. How could a sister accept money from her brother? Right, Yuze? With that, she playfully tapped the tip of Fu Yuze's nose, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Cui Qingyun was deeply touched, a warm sensation coursing through her heart. In this era, where the pursuit of wealth often overshadows all else, Lu Yun's purity was truly refreshing. She had recently harbored some doubts about Lu Yun's medical skills and hesitated to embrace her expertise, which was quite unjust. Realizing this, she spoke up. Very well, Yunwei, the Fu family owes you a considerable favor. Whenever you find yourself in need, regardless of the request, we shall ensure it is fulfilled." The accompanying servants were taken aback. A promise from the lady of the house holds immense weight, especially considering the Fu family's esteemed status in Yue Nation. Now, with such an assurance given to Lu Yun, it was indeed remarkable. Perhaps this young lady, in her innocence, did not fully grasp the significance of her promise, but one day she would understand the value of a solemn vow. However, it is only fitting, as she possesses the ability to heal their son. Everyone felt a profound sense of joy. She turned to Fu Yuza and remarked, "The medicine is slightly bitter. Only those of courage can endure taking it. I firmly believe that you, Yuza, will certainly manage. I shall not disappoint you." Fu Yuza clenched his small fist in determination. Cui Qingyun smiled, feeling immense gratitude towards Lu Yunwei. She understood her son well. He was one who responded only to provocation. If one pleaded with him, he would adamantly refuse, yet if one pressed him, he remained unyielding. Observing the exchange between Lu Yue and her son, she realized that her child had entirely succumbed to Yunwei's influence and would diligently take his medicine. This deepened her appreciation for Yunwei. With a sincere and sweet smile, she said to Lu Yunwei, "Yunwei, please do not always refer to me as madam. I am merely a few years your senior. You may call me sister. If you do not mind, I would like to adopt you as my sister-in-law. Would that be agreeable?" "Of course, sister," Lu Yunwei responded amiably, feeling a warmth in her heart. No, this is my sister. How could I call you sister?" "Mother, you are confusing the generations," protested Fu Yuza, shaking his hands like a rattle drum. Laughter erupted among them. A Chung took the prescription and said, "Yes, madam, I shall procure the medicine at once," before turning to leave. Lu Yunwei then shared with Cui Qingyun that she was studying at the medical school of Qingzhou University. Chapter 18. Revisiting the Old Residence. Cui Qingyun was even more impressed by her. At such a young age, she was already a graduate student at Qingzhou University. How wonderful! Fu Yuza was quite satisfied to see Lu Yunwei every day. After they had lunch together, Lu Yunwei excused herself, as she had other matters to attend to. Fu Yuza, reluctant to part, clung to Lu Yunwei's hand, unwilling to let go. Only after Lu Yunwei promised to visit early the next day did he finally release his grip. Lu Yunwei hailed a taxi and arrived at the old residence in the DC district, which, in contrast to the city center, was rather remote. The butler, Uncle Lu, was already waiting at the entrance. He had served the Lu family for many years. Despite his advanced age, he remained in excellent spirits. Having learned about Lu Yunwei's assistance in treating the elderly matriarch the previous day, he held her in high regard and, concerned that others might neglect her, personally came out to greet her. The taxi could not enter the courtyard, so he had arranged for a family vehicle to wait at the gate. As soon as he saw Lu Yunwei alight from the cab, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Young miss has arrived. Please, allow me to escort you inside. You may take this car to avoid walking in." Lu Yunwei, possessing an exceptional memory, had already acquainted herself with the primary figures in the old residence after their meeting the day before. She felt it was unnecessary to trouble Uncle Lu to greet her personally, and was pleasantly surprised by his attentiveness. She quickly replied, "Uncle Lu, I can walk in by myself from now on. Please don't trouble yourself so." Her polite demeanor endeared her even more to Uncle Lu, who expressed his admiration, saying, "Not at all. I have nothing pressing to attend to. The matriarch has been speaking of you, so let me take you in." With that, the two of them boarded the vehicle together. "Indeed, Uncle Lu, I will assist you with the prescription shortly," Yunwei smiled. "Very well, thank you, Miss Yunwei. Just call me Yunwei, please. In this day and age, it is rather outdated to address someone as Miss. No, we cannot concern ourselves with others' families. In the Lu family, regardless of the era, it is imperative to distinguish between nobility and commonality, to uphold the hierarchy." Ha ha ha. Uncle Lu chuckled. They arrived at the hall after a short journey, where the elderly matriarch awaited them in the living room. "Wei Wei, you finally arrived." Lu Yunwei quickly approached to support the matriarch, smiling as she spoke. "Grandma, I'm here. I apologize for keeping you waiting. It was no wait at all. I've only just come down, replied the grandmother. Truly, you are a miraculous healer. After taking the medicine you prescribed yesterday, I found relief this morning. I feel much better now. The smile on the old lady's face was impossible to conceal. Good child, please have a seat. Ling, pour a cup of tea for our esteemed guest. Bring out the old man's Dahong Pao. The fact that she would offer her granddaughter the old man's prize tea speaks volumes about the affection she holds for her. Lu Yue settled beside her grandmother, saying, Grandma, you look splendid today. You seem to be growing younger. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yunwei began to take her grandmother's pulse, noting a marked improvement since the previous day. Constipation often stems from gastrointestinal issues, particularly in the elderly. Previous physicians had ineffectively relied on laxatives, which not only yielded poor results but could exacerbate gastrointestinal ailments, creating a vicious cycle of constipation. Traditional Chinese medicine offers a more gentle approach, primarily aimed at unblocking and addressing the root cause, albeit with a longer duration for treatment, yet ultimately more effective. Lu Yue adjusted the prescription, writing 12 grams of licorice, 6 grams of dried ginger, 6 grams of huangqin, 12 grams of banksia, 6 grams of huanglian, and 12 jujubes. Uncle Lu dispatched someone to fetch medicine, instructing them to slice the jujubes for enhanced efficacy, to be decocted in water for consumption. Given her advanced age, Grandma could not tolerate potent medications. Thus, a gentle approach to nourish the deficiencies, elevate the clear, and diminish the turbid was paramount. During the waiting period for the decoction, Lu Yue assisted her grandmother with a massage. Her technique was refined, and although her fingers were slender, they possessed considerable strength, providing Grandma Lu with immense comfort. Grandma Lu also took a keen interest in Yunwei's studies, as the Lu family residence was conveniently located near Qingzhou University, within the same vicinity. She hoped that when Yunwei attended school, she would visit frequently, ideally residing at the ancestral home. Yunwei felt a profound warmth in her heart and assured her grandmother that she would come to see her often. In the afternoon, Grandma Lu experienced 2 bowel movements, each substantial and devoid of blood, leaving her feeling light and rejuvenated. She believed her ailment had nearly healed. The persistent affliction that had troubled her for many days turned out to be mere constipation, now cured by her 18-year-old granddaughter, filling the elderly lady with pride. Lu Yunwei meticulously took Uncle Lu's pulse and collaboratively prescribed a remedy. She advised him to gradually adjust his regimen and to incorporate more spices into his diet to dispel the cold from his body. Uncle Lu was profoundly grateful, considering the young lady a veritable healer. Eagerly, Grandma insisted that Yunwei stay for dinner, to which Yunwei graciously acquiesced. The dinner was lavish, with Grandma fervently serving dishes to Yunwei, as if wishing to bestow upon her all the affection accumulated over the past 18 years. Observing the mountain of food in her bowl, Yunwei could only smile wryly. Love could indeed be a sweet burden. After dinner, she assisted her grandmother with another massage before taking her leave. Uncle Lu had already arranged for a vehicle to escort her home. Upon returning home, I discovered my father and aunt in the living room, along with the rarely seen little girl, Ling Xiao, whose presence always fills our home with laughter. I expressed my gratitude to my aunt, mentioning that I had already dined with Grandma at the old residence. Chapter 19. An unusual treatment. Yunwei, come sit by your father. He beckoned. All right, father. What were you all just laughing about? Lu Yue inquired softly. What else could it be? We were merely listening to Ling Xiao recount her martial arts stories. He cast a fond glance at Ling Xiao as he spoke. Lu Xianghao remarked with a hint of confusion. Ah? Our twins are indeed amusing. Whether son or daughter, the elder is composed while the younger is mischievous. What a curious pattern. Father, it's wonderful this way. You have a son and daughter who are both talented in their respective fields. What a blessing, Lu Yunxiao said, wrapping her arm around her father's. Indeed, well said. A blessing indeed. Lu Xianghao laughed heartily. He then inquired about Yunwei's academic pursuits, feeling quite relieved to learn that she had arranged everything for herself. Turning to his younger daughter, he asked, Your sister has gone off to study. What are your plans? With a sly smile, Lu Yunxiao replied, As for me, there is no need for father to worry. I have already secured a position at the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau. What? Qingzhou Public Security Bureau? What job? Lu Xianghao exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yunwei interjected. Father, do not underestimate Xiao Xiao. She has graduated from the Criminal Investigation Department of Northeast University. What? You have also completed your undergraduate studies? Father, you underestimate me, and it vexes me. In your eyes, only my sister is the academic prodigy. You are biased, utterly biased. Lu Yin laughed, persistently scratching Lu Xianghao, refusing to yield. Lu Xianghao chuckled as he embraced her, saying, all right. Father is not biased. Our Xiao Xiao is remarkable. Father was mistaken. It turns out that his two daughters are one a doctor and the other a policewoman. How splendid. Lei Haoding drove himself to Bozi Hospital. That night, he was oblivious to how that girl had tended to his wound, yet it had healed remarkably quickly. 2 days had passed, and he felt significantly better. The pain had diminished, and there was no sign of inflammation. He had been exceedingly busy yesterday, contemplating that he must visit the hospital today for an examination and possibly an X-ray. After all, he had endured a bullet wound. He did not bother with registration and went straight to the director's office, clearly a frequent visitor, navigating the place with ease. It's your fault for being a jinx. Now that I'm truly injured, you should take a look, Lei Haoding complained. Very well, lie down inside. I will be there shortly for an examination. Lei Haoding unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the wound. A barrage of questions followed, pouring forth like beans. Lei Haoding shot him a glance and said, Brother, remain calm. I am not dying. The most peculiar aspect was the dark ointment applied to the exterior of the wound, the composition of which was unknown. Yet it remarkably alleviated Lei Haoding's inflammation. There was no redness or swelling, nor fever, and the scar was healing splendidly. Furthermore, according to Lei Haoding himself, he had not taken any anti-inflammatory medication nor undergone intravenous treatment in the past 2 days, rendering this ointment all the more extraordinary. This peculiar treatment was a first for him, yet he recognized the exceptional skill of the practitioner, who was well-versed in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Such mastery could only explain the flawless nature of the wound and the antiseptic plaster applied. Duanan carefully redressed Lei Haoding's injury, simultaneously requesting to retain the dark medicinal plaster for further examination. Lei Haoding, while indifferent to his friend's peculiarities, decided to indulge him. What can I say? This is simply my passion, Lei Haoding shrugged. As was his routine, Duanan visited the ward, ensuring to check on the 11 or 12-year-old boy who had awakened the previous day, emerging from a critical state. The various medications were being tolerated within normal limits, and he intended to observe any potential relapses today. As he made his way to the cardiac surgery ward, he turned a corner and collided with someone, quickly grasping the individual to steady them. To his surprise, it was Nurse Xiao Zhang from the cardiac department. Typically composed, she now appeared quite flustered. Chapter 20. A father's command. Duanan furrowed his brow and said, Do not panic, speak slowly. Who is missing? This is a cardiac ward, so please be mindful. At his reminder, Xiao Zhang regained her composure, covering her mouth before whispering, Director, the child you operated on the other day is missing. Duanan's heart sank with alarm as he hurried to the room. It was a private VIP suite, furnished with a single hospital bed, which now lay empty, devoid of the boy's presence. He swiftly pushed open the door to the adjoining lounge, finding it unoccupied, and checked the restroom, but there was no one there. The 4 men in black were also nowhere to be found. All of the boy's belongings had mysteriously vanished, as though he had never been present. On the table lay a note, with bold characters that caught the eye, a life saved, a debt to be repaid in the future. It appeared that the individual had made preparations. As soon as the child emerged from danger, they departed without delay. Perhaps they had their own unavoidable circumstances. At that moment, in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau, Zhou Liqing remained in his office. Since the night of the corpse theft case, he had only managed a few hours of sleep over the past 2 days, tirelessly sifting through various pieces of information. Yet, it felt as if the individual had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no trace. They had discovered that, at the same time, a body had also been stolen from the morgue of the 5th hospital in Qingzhou, a male corpse, approximately 11 or 12 years old, who had succumbed to a car accident but remained unclaimed, thus ending up in the morgue. What an oddity! He had never encountered such a perplexing case, leaving him bewildered and somewhat anxious. As the vehicle exited the gates of the Public Security Bureau at midnight, the streets were nearly deserted. The wind swept through the car windows, bringing a refreshing chill. The March night air still held a hint of coldness. At 12:30, the car came to a stop in the garage of his home. He arrived at his apartment in the upscale community of Yaolinliju, rather than returning to the old Zhuo family residence. It was the dead of night, and waking the elderly man would only lead to unnecessary trouble. His apartment, a spacious 140-square-meter three-bedroom unit, was ample for one person. Given the late hour of his work, he had opted to stay the night rather than travel home. The property management of this community is commendable, with stringent access protocols ensuring a high level of privacy and security. Upon entering, he quickly shed his outerwear, took a swift shower, and retired to bed. At 5:30 a.m., the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Blinking through the remnants of slumber, he lifted his phone to see the caller ID. It was his father's residence. Zhuo promptly straightened up. "Hello? Oh, good morning, Dad," he said with a broad smile. Even though his father could not perceive his cheerful demeanor over the phone. "How could I possibly forget? Please, do share your wishes, Father." Zhuo maintained his playful tone. "Ah, Dad, I have an urgent case to attend to and won't be able to leave in the coming days," he quickly added. After Zhuo spoke, he abruptly hung up with a resounding click. The phone emitted a series of beeps, signaling that his father was displeased. It seemed that attending tonight's banquet had become unavoidable. Rubbing the back of his head, Zhuo reluctantly set down his phone and got out of bed. It was not the prospect of dining that concerned him, but rather the realization that the so-called banquet was, in truth, a matchmaking arrangement orchestrated by his father. Uncle Lu's family had been conducting business in the UK and had a daughter who he recalled to be around 25 or 26 years old. His father had been nagging him about this for weeks, insisting that at 28, he ought to find a girlfriend and marry. The incessant chattering had nearly worn his ears raw. Alas, one cannot defy paternal commands. He would need to devise a plan for this evening. Early in the morning, Zhuo arrived at his workplace, eager to commence the day's tasks. Upon entering his office, he was surprised to find that the lights were already on. Who could possibly be here earlier than him? Upon entering, one is greeted by the sight of Shu Ru, who has arrived quite early. Noticing him, Shu Ru quickly greets. "Captain, good morning." "Good morning. What brings you here so early?" the captain inquires. "Captain, I believe I have unearthed a few clues," Shu Ru responds, his enthusiasm palpable. Zhuo eyes gleam with interest. "You have leads?" He hastens to Shu Ru's computer, leaning in closely as they both fixate on the screen. "What have you discovered?" Zhuo asks, barely able to contain his anticipation. "Over the past few days, I have infiltrated the major hospitals in Qingzhou to examine their surgical records," Shu Ru explains. "Ah, clever lad. How could I have overlooked that? Surgical records. If Feng Pingnan's son indeed suffers from a heart condition, then even if the body were to be swapped, it would still necessitate surgery. Otherwise, what purpose would a corpse serve? Thus, investigating the surgical records may yield valuable insights." Shu Ru continues. "I have identified a total of 7 hospitals in Qingzhou, comprising 5 public hospitals, the 1st through 5th hospitals, and 2 private establishments, BOCI Hospital and AI Ren Hospital. I scrutinized the surgical records from 2 days ago and found that between 10:30 p.m. that evening and the following morning, there were a total of 56 heart surgeries. Excluding the elderly, only 3 align with the required age and gender." Zhuo remains intensely focused on him. Shu Ru elaborates. "I meticulously examined each case but found none to be relevant. However, there is a peculiar heart surgery recorded at BOCI Hospital." "What makes it peculiar?" Zhuo interest peaks immediately. The surgical records indicate only a male patient, aged 12, with the reason for surgery being a cardiovascular defect. However, there are no names or any other pertinent information provided. Although various examination forms are present, each one lacks the patient's identity. This implies a complete concealment of the patient's identity. Xu Ru continued to express her thoughts, noting that the surgery occurred from 12 to 2:30 p.m., a time typically reserved for daytime procedures in hospitals. Surgeries at night usually occur only in emergencies. The timing of this child's surgery is indeed peculiar. Could it merely be a coincidence? Layers of fog seem to envelop the situation, and they are gradually peeling them away. Zuolicheng patted Xu Ru on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done, my friend. You truly have a knack for this." Xu Ru smiled shyly, scratching the back of her head, and replied, "I wonder if this information is even useful." Useful? Of course it is. They were engaged in analyzing the case. Li Hu, Lu Zhuang, and Zhuang Yang had all reported for duty. Zuolicheng succinctly briefed the team on the case and promptly assigned tasks. He instructed Li Hu to retrieve the information regarding the previously recorded corpse from the forensic department, while the group made their way to Bo-Ci Hospital, with Zuolicheng leading the way. Upon entering Bo-Ci Hospital, they were all dressed in plain clothes, mindful of the patients within and wishing to avoid causing any disturbance. The door was ajar, and a cleaning lady was tidying up when she was startled by the sudden influx of individuals. "Who are you? What do you want?" she inquired. At that moment, security personnel from the hospital rushed into the director's office, mistakenly believing they were dealing with a group of agitated family members. At this moment, Duanan was resting at home, not one to indulge in slothful slumber. He was already awake, diligently composing a medical paper. Suddenly, he received a phone call, and a sense of confusion washed over him. He pondered what business the police could possibly have with him. Having committed no wrongdoing, he decided to investigate the matter further. The two officers were undeniably handsome. One exuded a gentle demeanor, while the other possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, embodying two distinct styles of attractiveness. Duanan smiled and replied, "Of course, but to be precise, I am not entirely aware of the patient's condition." You performed surgery on them, and yet you are unaware of their condition?" The three officers exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. "Indeed. Allow me to explain," Duanan said, taking a sip of water before recounting his experience. He described how, on that fateful night, as he was preparing to leave work, he was confronted by men in black who brandished a firearm, demanding that he operate on their master. Without hesitation, he rushed to the operating room to save the individual, only to discover that the patient had actually succumbed to a seizure, resembling a state of apparent death. However, he was not entirely lifeless. It became a case of treating a living patient as if he were dead. The surgery itself was quite remarkable. It turned out that the congenital heart patient had misplaced blood vessels, which were simply situated incorrectly. The operation was a success, and after 24 hours in the intensive care unit, once stabilized, the patient mysteriously vanished within half a day. So this patient is no longer at your hospital? Officer Zhuang Yang could not suppress his inquiry. Duanan nodded in affirmation. "Yes, he has indeed left our facility. Though we are uncertain about the exact time of his departure, it is likely that after his condition stabilized and we conducted our rounds, he was gone." This revelation only heightened the suspicion surrounding the patient, arriving without a trace and departing without a sign. Duanan picked up the photographs, examining them one by one. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a particular image. Unconsciously, he lifted it and scrutinized it closely, exclaiming, "This is the child." The three officers were elated. It was indeed Feng Pingnan's son, Feng Yongshui. Left Li Cheng suppressed his excitement and inquired once more, "Are you certain this is the child? May we see the examination records for this child? Primarily, we need to ascertain whether this is the individual we are searching for. Generally, patient information cannot be disclosed due to privacy concerns. However, such protocols could be overlooked in the presence of law enforcement as the investigation took precedence." Chapter 22. Confirming identity. Duanan instructed the staff to retrieve and print the records of the child who underwent surgery that day. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly said, "Captain Zhua, there is one more thing. When I saved that child, those men in black knelt before me, claiming that the Feng family owed me a life. Before leaving, they even left me a note, which I shall show you." With that, He extracted the note from his office drawer, the 8 characters glaringly evident. The Feng family. This indeed confirmed it was the child. Very well, this is promising. The criminal investigation department was particularly busy that day. An hour later, the results were in. The little patient who had undergone surgery at Bo Ci Hospital that evening was none other than Feng Pingnan's son. This was the very body that had been stolen from the first hospital. Although they now knew the child was alive, his whereabouts remained a mystery. The case was shrouded in enigma, leaving them in a quandary. Suddenly, Zhuo interjected. Why did those 4 men in black steal the corpse and then employ the ruse of substituting it? What could their objective possibly be? A profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, why undertake such actions? Surely, they could have simply sent the child to Bo Ci Hospital for treatment, could they not? Unless they were attempting to evade someone? Zhuo Liqing and Xu Rui spoke in unison, exchanging glances. If the intention was to conceal something, revealing the matter now would only jeopardize the child's safety. Furthermore, the child had just emerged from surgery, having narrowly escaped peril and remained in a state of frailty. The only course of action was silence. Once the child was deceased, the deceased would be safe, for no one would contend with the dead. Ultimately, the assembly resolved to keep their insights to themselves. Yet the search for the child would persist. The group dispersed to continue their investigation. Zhuo Liqing noted that it was nearly midday and decided to visit Qizhou University to see his younger sister, Zhuo Lulu. It had been a week since he last saw her, and he had hoped to enlist her help for the evening's dinner. With some free time, he set off. Arriving at the eastern gate of the university's medical school, he made a phone call that connected almost immediately. Big brother, what a surprise to hear from you today. Do you miss me? Zhuo Lulu's melodious voice rang through the line. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding the phone, Zhuo Liqing beamed with affection and replied, Lulu, I'm treating you to a meal at the eastern gate of your school. Indeed, that sounds splendid. However, I have already made arrangements to dine with a new classmate today. Perhaps you might treat us both to a meal? Oh, that would be delightful. Very well. I have no objections. Although Zhuo Liqing harbored some private thoughts to share with his sister, it was quite acceptable that she had a friend present. They could enjoy their meal first, for there would surely be opportunities for conversation later. He alighted from the vehicle and leaned against it, indulging in a cigarette. 3 minutes later, Zhuo Lulu arrived at the school gate, hand in hand with Lu Yunwei, and instantly spotted her tall, handsome brother. Releasing Lu Yunwei's hand, she joyfully dashed over and embraced her elder brother. Zhuo Liqing swiftly caught her to prevent her from stumbling, affectionately ruffling her hair. You've been mischievous again, he chuckled. Zhuo Lulu clung to her brother's arm, her voice sweetly pleading, Big brother, I've been very well behaved. Let me introduce you. This is my classmate and dear friend, Lu Yunwei. You must treat us both to a meal. She gestured towards Lu Yunwei, saying, Come, Yunwei, this is my brother, Zhuo Liqing. Upon stepping out of the school gate, Lu Yunwei realized that Zhuo Liqing had indeed come to collect her sister. Faced with such a dashing gentleman, her cheeks flushed. How could it be that her brother was treating her to a meal, yet she, not knowing him, could join them? With this thought, Lu Yunwei quickly interjected. You two should go and enjoy your meal. I can simply grab something at the cafeteria. The moment Zhuo Liqing laid eyes on Lu Yunwei, he was momentarily taken aback. How could there exist such a refreshingly charming girl? Draped in a simple yet breathtaking white dress, her porcelain-like skin radiated delicacy, reminiscent of a fragile doll. Her petite nose and subtly thin lips, adorned with gentle dimples when she smiled, added to her enchanting allure. Brother, what's the matter? Are you mesmerized by the beauty? Teased Zhuo Lulu playfully. Faced with such an earnest invitation, none could decline. Lu Yunwei softly replied, All right, thank you, Brother Zhuo. The trio soon found themselves in a vehicle, and before long, they arrived at a renowned private dining establishment near the school, the Shengzai Lai restaurant. This esteemed eatery, though not located in the bustling city center, thrived on its reputation, necessitating reservations. It was owned by a brother of Zhuo Liqing, who held shares in the restaurant, thus granting them access to a private room. They proceeded directly to the 5th floor's exclusive dining area. The duty manager promptly approached with 2 attendants, greeting them warmly. Young Master Zhuo, What brings you here for a meal today? We have new dishes. Would you care to taste them shortly? Chapter 23. A first encounter. Whenever Zhuo Liqing visited Qingzhou University to see his sister, he invariably brought her to this restaurant, hence their acquaintance with Zhuo Lulu. However, the other exquisite lady remained unfamiliar to them, yet all understood the unspoken rules of discretion, refraining from excessive inquiries. The manager continued, "Please present the menu to young Master Zhuo." Zhuo Liqing, a man of straightforward demeanor, never hesitated in his actions. He addressed Lu Yuwei, "Miss Lu, please feel free to order first." "Oh no, Brother Zhuo, I wouldn't know what to choose. You all may order as you wish. I am not picky." Lu Yunwei replied, her cheeks flushing once more, perplexed by her own nervousness that day. Excitedly, Luo Lulu exclaimed, "Oh, no need to be polite, Wei Wei. My elder brother is affluent. Why not indulge? I shall choose the delectable dishes." The little girl, always so cheeky, drew a playful swipe at her nose from Zhuo Liqing. "Brother, not again. I'm not a child anymore," she protested, feigning indignation. Laughter erupted from Zhuo Liqing, who bellowed with joy, while Lu Yuwei smiled, thinking to herself how enviable the bond between the siblings was. After placing their orders, they dined and conversed. Zhuo Liqing learned that his sister had successfully applied for a master's program at Qingzhou University this semester, which filled him with delight. He inquired about her desired gift. With a mischievous smile, Luo Lulu replied, "A gift, you say? That is a must. I'll let you know when I decide. For now, it's better to keep you in suspense." "Very well, as you wish," Zhuo Liqing acquiesced. Being one of many siblings, he cherished this soul sister dearly, showering her with affection. Noticing that Lu Yunwei remained somewhat reserved, merely smiling and listening to their banter, he hastily lifted his drink and said, "Miss Lu, please do not feel constrained. We are quite laid back here. My sister and I are very casual." Unable to hold back, Luo Lulu frowned and interjected, "Brother, could you refrain from calling her Miss Lu? It makes things feel so distant. Yunwei is truly wonderful. Just like me, you should call her Yunwei. And you, Wei Wei, can address him as brother just like I do. Is that all right?" Zhuo Liqing gazed at Lu Yunwei, harboring a small hope within. "Of course, Liqing Gu," she responded with a smile. "Excellent, Yunwei. I toast this drink to you. From now on, Lulu will rely on your careful guidance. This girl possesses a simple mind and little cunning. Please remind her often." Upon finishing her drink in one swift motion, which, despite being merely a beverage, conveyed her sincerity, Lu Yunwei promptly rose to her feet, stating, "Li Chenggu, I am unworthy of such attention. I am new here, and it is Lulu who has been assisting me. It is indeed my honor to call her a friend." She too emptied her drink. "Very well, I shall finish mine as well," she added with a laugh. Lulu was the most delighted among them. After a while, as they dined, Lulu tilted her head to gaze at her older brother, inquiring, "Brother, did you call me today for a specific reason? Is it not possible for me to treat you to a meal without any particular matter at hand?" Zhuo Liqing shot her a sidelong glance. Lulu exaggeratedly turned her head to look out the window and exclaimed, "Oh, has the sun risen in the west today? The ever-busy Captain Zhuo has taken time to treat his little sister to a meal. I find that hard to believe." Lu Yunwei stifled a laugh at their charming banter. The bond between these siblings was truly intimate. Zhuo Liqing chuckled helplessly and playfully tapped Lulu's nose, acknowledging her cleverness. Nothing escaped her notice. "Indeed, you are astute. I do have a matter for which I seek your assistance." Lulu tilted her head, her large eyes narrowing in curiosity. "If you require my help, then you owe me a gift in return." "Very well, I shall bestow upon you as many gifts as you desire. Now, what predicament could possibly vex our esteemed police officer?" Zhuo Liqing pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat hesitant to articulate his request. "What? Is this matter so troublesome?" This only piqued Lulu's curiosity further. "Uncle Lu is also coming to our home for dinner." Zhuo Liqing remarked, "Uncle Lu? Which one?" The Zhuo and Lu families have long enjoyed a cordial relationship. In their youth, Lu Xilai often grew up alongside them, but after her father ventured to England for business, she too pursued her studies abroad, leading to their infrequent encounters over the past few years. It had been rumored that both families had intentions of uniting their children in matrimony, and it was likely that tonight's gathering was an arranged meeting. What does elder brother intend? Is he uninterested? Zwalulu inquired. Lu Yue was taken aback by the intimate conversation she had unwittingly joined by coming along for dinner. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she lowered her gaze and refrained from speaking, striving to diminish her presence. Upon hearing his younger sister's astute observations, Zwaliching felt a mix of surprise and admiration. However, he recognized the complexity of the situation. As he listened to the siblings delve into such personal matters, Lu Yunwei felt increasingly awkward, unsure whether to remain or take her leave. She focused on her meal, normally elegant in her dining manners, but now even quieter, attempting to further minimize her presence. Suddenly, Zwalulu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, we could employ a clever strategy." "What do you mean?" Zwaliching asked, intrigued by his sister's ingenuity, often finding himself impressed by her resourcefulness. "What brilliant idea do you have?" Zwaliching felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "If I had a girlfriend, would I be troubled in this manner? What a ridiculous notion." He shook his head in dismay. "Oh, is that even a possibility? Where could I possibly find a girlfriend on such short notice?" Zwaliching furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chapter 24. Sisterly affections. Zwalulu rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment, when her gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Yunwei. A flicker of realization sparked within Yunwei, and she thought, this is not a distant dream, but rather an immediate possibility. "Yunwei, could you lend me a hand? Would you?" Lulu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yunwei's and shaking them earnestly, her voice filled with pleading. "What a peculiar idea Lulu has," Zwaliching mused. His heart stirred unexpectedly, as if something long dormant for 28 years had suddenly awakened, an amalgam of sweetness, anxiety, and a hint of anticipation. He looked at Lu Yunwei with hopeful eyes and hesitantly spoke. Yunwei, would you be willing to help?" I promise I won't make it difficult for you. If you prefer not to, it's entirely fine." Lulu shot her brother an exasperated glance, urgency seeping into her tone. "Yunwei, please do help me out. Just this once. It's not much. Just join us for dinner at my house tonight. Pretend to be my brother's girlfriend, will you?" Lu Yunwei quietly lifted her gaze, casting a quick glance at Zwaliching before lowering her head again. "Well, okay then. But I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do." "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. You're amazing, Yue. You won't need to do anything except show up. I'll coordinate everything with my brother." Lulu beamed, nearly bouncing with delight. Zwaliching exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Observing the sibling dynamic, Lu Yue couldn't help but smile subtly. Zwalulu said, Wei, thank you for agreeing to come to my home this afternoon. I will take you shopping for clothes and to get your hair done. All expenses will be on me. Shall we go?" "Oh no, that's unnecessary. I'm not truly going to be your brother's girlfriend." Lu Yue quickly shook her head. But one must be well prepared for meeting the in-laws. It is essential to make a good impression," Zwalulu insisted, determined to persuade her. Lu Yunwei felt overwhelmed. "Lulu, I have other commitments this afternoon. I need to visit a young patient. I promised him I would be there by 4 o'clock. I will go now and then come over to your place afterward." "As I promised." Lu Yunwei spoke earnestly. "What? You were already attending to patients? I want to come along." Zwalulu exclaimed, her enthusiasm making it hard to refuse. By the time they arrived at Longyan Hotel, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon the earth. The most delighted of them all was Fu Yuza, who, upon seeing Lu Yunwei, dashed towards her like a rocket, leaping into her embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Aunt Yunwei, you are finally here. I missed you so much." Fearing he might fall, Lu Yunwei held him tightly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "I missed you too, little rascal." "I am not a little rascal. I am the invincible handsome boy, Fu Yuza." He quickly corrected her. Laughter erupted among the group. "All right, Yuza, don't be mischievous. We wouldn't want to tire your Aunt Yunwei." Chui Qingyun eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Yunwei, you have arrived. This is Lu Yunwei gently set down Fu Yujie and promptly introduced, "Sister, this is my friend, Zhuo Lulu. Lulu, this is Yujie's mother, Madame Fu, my foster sister." Zhuo Lulu graciously greeted Madam, "How do you do?" Cui Qingyun observed the girl before her. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuding an undeniable charm that instantly endeared her to those around. She quickly responded, "Hello, and welcome. By the way, Lulu, may I propose a suggestion? Next time, could you refrain from calling me Madam? Just like Yunwei, you may call me Sister instead, if that suits you. I shall call you Sister as well." "Sister, greetings." Zhuo was remarkably amiable and at ease, which everyone found quite delightful in her straightforwardness and generosity. Lu Yunwei explained her purpose for the visit, and they understood that she had matters to attend to, needing to provide treatment for Yujie in advance. They were quite pleased, knowing that Yujie always felt elated at the prospect of seeing his Aunt Yunwei sooner. Lu Yunwei first took Fu Yujie's pulse for a while, finding it stable. And reassured by the improvement in his condition, she began the treatment as usual. The young lad was exceptionally cooperative, not uttering a sound throughout the entire acupuncture process. Lu Yunwei continuously encouraged him, saying, "Yujie, you are truly remarkable. Today, we need not worry at all. We all admire your bravery immensely." This praise only served to swell Fu Yujie's pride. Despite being unable to move throughout the procedure, he did not object and earnestly endeavored to comply. The family's servants were astonished, witnessing the usual little tyrant transformed into a docile little kitten. Cui Qingyun observed the interaction between Lu Yunwei and her son, feeling an immense sense of joy and gratitude. This young lady was truly remarkable, exhibiting such patience towards children. Aware of her own son's temperamental nature, she was pleasantly surprised to see him so well behaved in Lu Yunwei's presence, further enhancing her admiration for the girl. Zhuo Lulu, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. Although she was already a graduate student and had previously interned, her studies in Western medicine had not exposed her to traditional Chinese medical practices. Despite having heard of acupuncture, witnessing it firsthand was still a profound shock. Initially, she had been taken aback by Lu Yunwei's achievements at merely 18, but seeing her heal others truly earned her respect. This was the hallmark of a medical prodigy. Despite being 3 years her senior, she felt leagues behind. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Yunwei, you are incredible." Lu Yunwei blushed and smiled modestly. "It's nothing special. I just happen to know how to treat this condition. Perhaps it's fate with Yujie." Fu Yujie, eager to show his support, chimed in, "Exactly. We are destined for each other. Will you marry me in the future? I like you." Cui Qingyun playfully smacked her son's arm, chuckling. "What are you talking about? You silly boy? You don't understand these things." "Why wouldn't I understand? Dad likes you, so he married you. I like Aunt Yunwei, and when I grow up, I'll marry her too. Isn't it the same?" Fu Yujie retorted, unfazed. Laughter erupted among the group. Lu Yunwei resumed her gentle massage on Fu Yujie, carefully reminding him to take his medicine without fail. By the time everything concluded, it was already 2 o'clock. They bid their farewells as they stepped outside. Zhuo was determined to transform Yunwei, who found herself powerless against Lulu's insistence. Merely suggesting a simpler approach would suffice. Chapter 25. The splendor of beauty. They arrived at the most renowned beauty establishment in Qingzhou, the Everything for Beauty Group, a prestigious beauty conglomerate under the Zhuo family. This multinational enterprise encompasses research, production, sales, and service, boasting over 2,000 direct and franchised outlets worldwide. Their destination was the headquarters of the group. Upon entering, Zhuo presented her black card, prompting the department manager to personally attend to them, as the black card signified the utmost privilege, reserved for either high-ranking officials within the group or direct relatives of the Zhuo family, demanding nothing less than the highest respect. Inquiring further revealed that they were in the presence of the family's eldest daughter. Although they were unfamiliar with her personally, her reputation preceded her. The chairman of the group, who also served as the governor of Qishou, had 3 sons. However, the beauty enterprise was managed by the second son. Despite this, the chairman's only daughter was cherished beyond measure. making her someone whom one could never afford to offend. They accorded Zhuolulu treatment befitting royalty. Their hosts were Dr. Beauty, Zhang Ruier and Sun Yinyin, the two most skilled artisans within the group, renowned as world-class beauticians. Typically, securing an appointment with them required a considerable wait. Upon learning that the young lady and her friend desired a full-body makeover tailored to their unique temperaments, the two artisans simply inquired about the nature of the event they were attending. Upon discovering it was a family banquet, they immediately understood the requirements. Fortunately, both individuals possessed exquisite skin, delicate and supple, naturally beautiful without the need for excessive embellishment. Basic care sufficed: massaging, hydration, whitening, and skincare, while two professional beauticians diligently attended to them. From hair to skin to attire, every aspect was meticulously catered to, culminating in a comprehensive beauty session that spanned a full 3 hours. The two were pampered in separate rooms, and when they emerged from their respective makeup chambers, they were both astounded by each other's transformation. Zhuolulu donned a V-neck gown in a soft shade of goose yellow, crafted from lightweight cashmere. Her hair was elegantly styled into a princess bun, accentuating her long, fair neck and graceful figure, which was undeniably captivating. With her brows elegantly arched and a radiant smile gracing her face, she exuded an irresistible charm. Lu Yunwei, adorned in a sky-blue dress, also made of airy cashmere, appeared ethereal and perfectly complemented her complexion. Her natural makeup and matching high heels showcased her inherent beauty, while her slightly bashful demeanor rendered her almost otherworldly. Her hair was lightly gathered, secured with a sky-blue bun atop her head, the rest cascading gracefully. Both women were momentarily taken aback by each other's breathtaking beauty, leaving every onlooker in awe. As they entered, it was evident they were two stunning beauties, and the skilled hands of the beauticians had further accentuated their strengths. Lu Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment at the lavish expenditure for a simple meal. Yet she had never adorned herself in such a manner before. Typically favoring simplicity and elegance, she was pleasantly surprised by her own stunning transformation, secretly reveling in the delight that every girl holds for beauty. Zhuolulu expressed her satisfaction with their exquisite appearances. She made a phone call to her elder brother, urging him not to go to the school gate, but instead to come directly to the All for Beauty Group's beauty salon to pick them up. The two of them settled in the VIP lounge, awaiting the arrival of Zhuolicheng. After sipping some tea, an unexpected clamor erupted outside, leaving them astonished at the audacity of anyone to argue in such a place. Zhuolulu, always restless, promptly rose and peered out, spotting a group of people in the corridor. Among them was a young girl, around 20, who was gripping the arm of one of their staff members, exclaiming, "The skin treatment I received here last week not only proved ineffective, but I have also developed acne on my face and neck. Your products must be of inferior quality. They are undoubtedly counterfeit. I will take legal action against you." The staff member attempted to soothe her, yet the girl was adamant, creating quite a scene. The manager, concerned about the potential impact on business, hastily invited the girl into the VIP lounge, hoping to negotiate a resolution to this predicament. Lu Yue also caught sight of the girl, whose hair was elegantly swept up, dressed in the latest Italian fashion, exuding nobility and grace. Her features were exquisite, and had it not been for her furious almond-shaped eyes, she would have been considered strikingly beautiful. Upon entering, she ignored Zhuolulu and Lu Yunwei, who were already present, and chose a seat, loudly declaring, "I demand that your manager come speak with me. I seek compensation. I am aware that your group is affluent, but you cannot deceive your customers. My brother is a renowned lawyer, and the Lei family is not intimidated by you." The manager was perspiring profusely, continually offering apologies, stating, "All the products we utilize are international brands, devoid of any counterfeit or inferior items. Miss Lei, the brand you used last week is the same one you consistently employ during your beauty treatments, and there are absolutely no quality issues." Upon hearing this, Miss Lei became incensed, retorting, "What do you mean? Just look at the multitude of pimples on my neck and shoulders. Do you expect me to believe I caused this myself? You refuse to acknowledge the problem. I will certainly sue you and expose your entire corporation." I have already informed my brother, and he is on his way. Prepare for a lawsuit. What? A lawsuit? The manager thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. He felt utterly helpless in the face of such a demanding young lady. There was no alternative but to suggest that she consult a dermatologist, speculating it might be an allergic reaction. However, the very mention of an allergy only heightened Miss Lay's fury, as she perceived it as an evasion of responsibility. The argument continued unabated. Half an hour later, Zwoliching arrived at the beauty salon. As he approached the lounge door, he was met with a cacophony of voices, leading him to question if he was in the right place. Stepping into the lounge, he immediately spotted his sister and Lu Yunwei resting on the sofa. His eyes lit up in astonishment. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Having first encountered Lu Yunwei at noon, he had recognized her beauty, but with a touch of makeup. She appeared stunning beyond words, nearly rendering him breathless. He took a moment to regain his composure, chiding himself for his youthful impulsiveness. "Lulu, Yunwei, are you ready? Let us depart," he hastily exclaimed, while the manager, wearing a cheerful smile, said, "Young master, you have arrived." Zwoliching nodded slightly. Upon noticing Zwoliching's entrance, Miss Lay, who had been causing a commotion, abruptly ceased her clamor. She beheld a strikingly handsome gentleman enter, his impeccably tailored suit accentuating his tall and robust physique, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Although her brother, Lei Haoding, was also quite the charmer, he possessed a different allure. Chapter 26. The beauty controversy. Lei Haoding was instantly captivated, to the point of forgetting the quarrel. "Ting, where are you?" Lei Haoding inquired as he searched. He promptly entered the VIP lounge and was met with the sight of Zwoliching and his companions preparing to depart. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Yunwei behind Zwoliching and was taken aback. "Isn't she the lady who saved me?" Lei Haoding pondered, wondering how she came to be here and whether she would recognize him. Lu Yunwei had just stood up and, upon seeing Lei Haoding enter, was momentarily stunned. This was indeed the man she had rescued that day. The mole at the corner of his mouth left a deep impression. However, she maintained her composure and quickly averted her gaze. She linked arms with Zwolulu, ready to exit. Zwoliching and Lei Haoding were acquainted. As police officers and renowned lawyers often crossed paths, albeit without much intimacy. "Captain Zwa, you're here as well?" Lei Haoding greeted, the slight lift of his lips accentuating his mole, adding a touch of charm. Zwoliching extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Lawyer Lei. I have come to fetch my younger sister." "Brother, I assure you, I have not been frivolous. The fault lies with their product. Look at my neck. It is covered in painful blemishes. I implore you to stand up for me and pursue legal action against them," Lei Haoding said, her voice trembling with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. "It truly hurts." With that, she collapsed into Lei Haoding's embrace, who swiftly caught her. Luo Lulu could no longer contain herself, her voice rising in indignation. "Oh, miss, are you insinuating that our beauty group's products are defective? It appears you are unwilling to let this matter rest. Manager, prepare the legal team." The manager furrowed his brow, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh dear. My lady, do you not think this is making a mountain out of a molehill? In this day and age, consumers are regarded as royalty. Matters can often be settled privately. Why pursue litigation? Do you believe that going to court is child's play?" Zwoliching, having gleaned the situation, recognized that the beauty group was not directly his concern, despite it being part of his family's enterprise. He typically refrained from engaging in business affairs. However, given their acquaintance, he felt it prudent to mediate. Thus he interjected, "Lawyer Lei, since it is your sister who has encountered an issue while patronizing our establishment, perhaps you could first advise her to seek medical attention. Should it indeed be the case that our product is at fault, we shall not shirk our responsibility. What do you think?" His demeanor was notably sincere. Lei Haoding replied with a smile, "That sounds perfectly reasonable. There is no cause for alarm. I will take my sister for a consultation. Generally, it should not be serious. If any further issues arise, we shall be in touch. I apologize for the inconvenience my sister has caused you." Lei Haoding protested, "Brother, they are in the wrong. Why are you apologizing?" I am not causing a scene." Lei Haoding lowered her head, her voice growing ever softer. yet filled with profound grievance. Lei Haoding, unable to bear her distress, gently stroked her head, saying, "It's all right. Brother will take you to see a doctor. Now, why do you still act like a child?" Tears welled up in Lei Yuding's eyes. Lu Yunwei had already discerned the girl's ailment upon her entrance, recognizing the pimples on her neck. Initially reluctant to interfere, she reconsidered upon witnessing their exchange, realizing this was part of Zwalulu's family business, and decided to offer her assistance. She spoke softly, "Miss, do the pimples on your neck appear in pairs? Do they cause a sharp, needle-like pain intermittently, followed by a slight itch?" Everyone in the room turned to look at Lu Yunwei, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Could this young woman actually diagnose ailments? Lu Yunwei felt her cheeks flush, unaccustomed to the attention. The most shocked was Lei Yuding, who, not bothering to wipe away her tears, exclaimed, "Yes, that's exactly it. Do you think it's an allergic reaction to their cosmetics? Can you really treat me?" She seemed skeptical, questioning how a girl of similar age could possess such knowledge. Yet the accuracy of her words was undeniable. Lu Yunwei gently replied, "Your condition is not due to a cosmetic allergy. I am a medical student at Qingzhou University, and I can treat your ailment, provided you are willing to trust me." Her gaze met Lei Yuding's, unwavering and resolute. I don't believe you. You're still so young. Please don't deceive me." Lei Yuding spoke, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lei Haoding's eyes. However, he quickly masked it and smiled, saying, "I trust you. Please show my sister." He turned to Lei Yuding, gently coaxing her, embodying the essence of a devoted brother. Zwalicheng cast a surprised glance at Lu Yunwei. Could this young girl truly heal? She appeared significantly younger than his own sister. He then looked again at Lei Haoding, who was notoriously astute. Why would he entrust his sister's treatment to a medical student? What was this hasty decision about? A sense of unease crept into his mind. Since both parties had consented, they could only observe the situation further. The manager promptly ushered everyone into the lounge and arranged for them to take their seats. Lu Yunwei smiled and inquired, "Miss Lei, may I take your pulse?" "Ah, take my pulse? Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Lei Yuding asked, pondering to herself. If she were a TCM doctor, that would be even less reassuring. Aren't TCM practitioners typically older, often referred to as old doctors? How could there be one who is merely 17 or 18? Her skepticism deepened, and her expression grew more indifferent, yet, under her brother's watchful gaze, she reluctantly extended her right hand. Lu Yunwei gently placed 3 fingers upon her wrist, quietly feeling for her pulse in the stillness of the room. The manager had discreetly sent for fresh tea, anxiously observing from the side. After a careful examination of the acne on Lei Yuding's neck, Lu Yunwei reached a diagnosis and spoke. "Miss Lei, you are suffering from shingles, commonly known as snake toxin." "What is snake toxin? Isn't it located on the waist?" she inquired. "No, it is on the neck," he replied. The sensation of the snake bile was intensely irritating, yet she felt little discomfort. Lei Yuding argued, her doubts intensifying. Lu Yunwei, unfazed and composed, responded, "Snake bile predominantly manifests on the waist, which is quite common. Your case, however, is somewhat different. To elucidate, snake bile refers to a type of virus affecting the human nervous system, often contracted when one's immunity is compromised. Strictly speaking, it does not classify as a skin disease." Lu Yunwei continued, "Those afflicted with snake bile on the waist typically experience significant itching. However, the variant on the neck is distinct due to its unique anatomical characteristics, being a densely innervated area. Consequently, the pain is often acute and of a neural nature. Reflect upon whether this aligns with your experience of pain." This description resonated with her. Indeed, it was precisely that kind of pain. Lei Yuding began to find herself swayed by his words. As Lu Yunwei had articulated her condition with remarkable accuracy, Lei Haoding interjected, "So, how is this ailment treated?" Lu Yunwei cast a brief glance at him and replied softly, "Both traditional and Western medicine can address this condition. Should you visit a hospital, you would consult dermatology for shingles, undergoing intravenous treatment for about half a month, followed by medication. It is likely to be cured in approximately a month, primarily focusing on inflammation reduction. Essentially, it aims to suppress the virus and prevent its manifestation. However, the virus remains within the body and may resurface when immune defenses are low. And how does traditional medicine approach treatment? Lei Haoding's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yunwei, eager to glean further insights. When discussing treatment methods, Lu Yunwei spoke with clarity and confidence, shedding any prior hesitance. The gentle and soothing voice instills a sense of comfort. As everyone listens intently to her words, is it truly that simple? Can bathing indeed cure ailments? Zwalulu appears skeptical, gazing at her with curiosity, unable to suppress her inquiry. Lu Yunwei continues, explaining that traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the importance of unblocking the body's channels. When one bathes, the pores open entirely, allowing viruses to be expelled through sweat. She suggests placing a silver bracelet in the bathtub. Over time, it will gradually darken, indicating the presence of toxins in the water. This signifies that toxins have been eliminated. She adds, this method requires little investment and involves no discomfort. You may simply give it a try. Do so today, and you will find your symptoms alleviated by evening, sparing you from severe pain. If not improved, visiting the hospital tomorrow will suffice. Zhuo Liqing observes the healing process with unwavering attention, admiring her composed demeanor and poise, secretly impressed by this remarkable young woman. Meanwhile, Lei Haoding's heart is tumultuous with thoughts. He perceives her as a miraculous healer endowed with exceptional skills. She treated his gunshot wound that fateful night, making her his savior. He has faith in her medical abilities, yet maintains a calm exterior. May I inquire, Miss, what is your surname? Lu Yunwei feels her cheeks flush, glancing up at him as her voice softens further. It is a humble name, Lu Yunwei. Should you doubt my words, you may visit the hospital directly. They will be able to assist. No, it is not that I doubt you. Conversely, I place my trust in you, and I am immensely grateful. I am Lei Haoding, and I shall certainly pay you a visit to express my gratitude in person. With that, he presented his business card with both hands, stating that he would first accompany his sister to procure some medicinal powder. Captain Zhua, I apologize for the inconvenience caused today, until we meet again. Thus, Lei Haoding departed with his sister, Lei Yuding. The manager of the beauty salon finally exhaled in relief. Swiftly approaching, he expressed, Miss Lu, thank you for your timely intervention today. You have rendered us a tremendous service. Although he possessed no medical expertise, he had been present during the treatment, and Lu Yunwei's explanations were so lucid that even he, as an outsider, could comprehend them, earning his genuine admiration. Zhuo Liqing cast a profound glance at Lu Yunwei and remarked with a smile, Yunwei, it appears that our family owes you a significant favor. Let it be duly noted. Lu Yunwei's face flushed suddenly. Brother Liqing, you flatter me. The most delighted among them was Zhuo Lulu, who interjected, Now, you too, let us not engage in unnecessary formalities. Yunwei is truly modest. We shall express our thanks another day. For now, we must prioritize our main affair and hasten to dinner. That was indeed a valid point. For Zhuo Liqing had originally come to escort the two ladies to a banquet, but the incident at the beauty salon had delayed their departure. Consequently, Zhuo Liqing led the two lovely ladies into the car, heading towards the family residence. Throughout the journey, his mood was remarkably buoyant, and he could not quite fathom the source of his inexplicable contentment. The melodies emanating from the car's sound system were enchanting and delightful. The vehicle sped along, with the gentle March breeze wafting through the open window, bringing a sense of comfort and tenderness. Spring has arrived, and various flowers and grasses are poised to bloom, while the air is suffused with the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms, wafting gently and refreshing the senses. The evening glow bathes the western sky in hues of crimson, casting a warm tint upon the city's architecture, as if adorning everything with a splendid veneer of color, exquisite and enchanting. The vehicle swiftly approaches the ancestral home of the Zhuo family, a secluded courtyard situated in the southern part of the city, spanning approximately 10 acres. One can glimpse several modest 3- to 4-story buildings through the towering courtyard walls, along with several individual small courtyards. This is the residence of Zhuo Mingyang, the governor of Qingzhou. Although he holds the esteemed position of governor, he is not the eldest at home. That title belongs to his father, Zhua Haiyang. However, the elder Zhua rarely emerges and seldom entertains guests, residing in the innermost courtyard of the ancestral home. Today's banquet is particularly significant, prompting the elder Zhua to make an appearance. At this moment, he sits regally in the living room, engaged in conversation with Lu Ida and his family, who have just arrived. The vehicle has barely reached the entrance when the infrared scanner detects their approach, and the gate opens automatically, allowing their car to enter. As they draw nearer, Lu Yue feels her heart racing inexplicably, unsure of the source of her anxiety. Her hands involuntarily clench. Lu quietly takes her hand and smiles reassuringly. Don't be nervous. My family is very easy to get along with. I'm here with you, so relax. In an instant, Yunwei's heart eases. Yes, there is nothing to fear. After all, I am merely playing the role of someone's girlfriend, she reassures herself inwardly. Chapter 28. The left family banquet. The carriage came to a halt before the main courtyard, and Zhuo Liqing was the first to alight. He swiftly approached the rear seat and opened the door, prompting Zhuo Lulu to descend promptly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. However, Zhuo Liqing did not close the door. Instead, he lingered, seemingly awaiting someone. Was there another occupant within? Standing beside the door, Zhuo Liqing extended his left hand in a gentlemanly gesture to shield the entrance, while his other hand reached inside the vehicle. Suddenly, a delicate, snow-white hand emerged, resting gently in his grasp. Their fingers brushed lightly, creating a spark akin to a flash of lightning. With a gentle pull, Lu Yunwei gracefully stepped out of the carriage. Wow, elder brother, you are biased. You treat sister-in-law with such courtesy, yet I receive but a hasty farewell. You are truly a man who favors beauty over kin. Zhuo Lulu exclaimed melodramatically, her heart betraying a twinge of jealousy despite the playful tone. Mother, father, I must lodge a complaint. What? Sister-in-law? The revelation struck like a thunderclap, causing everyone inside to rush out in surprise. See, no introductions are necessary. Zhuo Lulu winked at her elder brother, while Lu Yunwei's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. That mischievous Lulu will be the end of me, she thought, as Zhuo Lulu seized her hand and beamed at her. Mother, this is my girlfriend, Lu Yunwei. Yunwei, this is my mother, Zhuo Liqing stated with utmost seriousness, secretly relishing in the moment. Good day, Auntie, Lu Yunwei replied, her shyness palpable. Her heart raced with unease. Upon entering, she immediately sensed that this was no ordinary household, but rather a realm of opulence, far surpassing her own home, a genuine aristocratic family. How could the Zhua family host so many guests? She felt as though she had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. She chastised herself for not clarifying the situation before hastily agreeing. Oh dear, would it still be possible to escape now? Yunwei, please come in. Do not feel constrained. This is your home, a voice beckoned. You need not mind the others. Madame Xia instantly took a liking to her prospective daughter-in-law, pondering how her own son, often as unyielding as a gnarled tree, had managed to attract such a stunning girlfriend. From the very first glance, Yunwei exuded an aura of grace and tranquility, captivating her heart. The more she beheld her, the more fondness blossomed within her. Madame Xia grasped Yunwei's hand, refusing to let go, and this warmth eased Yunwei's apprehension considerably. They all made their way to the living room, which was astonishingly spacious, over 200 square meters, boasting European-style decor and a modern flair, with furnishings that radiated unparalleled luxury. As everyone settled down, Zhuo Liqing cleared his throat and announced, "This is my girlfriend, Lu Yunwei." He then turned to Yunwei with a smile, saying, "Yunwei, this is my grandfather and grandmother." Despite his advanced age, Old Master's hearing remained remarkably sharp. He had caught snippets of the commotion outside and felt a surge of joy. "Yunwei, please feel at ease," he encouraged. Meanwhile, old Madame Zhua took hold of Yunwei's hand, her weathered face breaking into a beaming smile. "Oh, what a wonderful child. Our Liqing finally has a girlfriend. You rascal, why didn't you tell us sooner? You've left your grandmother unprepared." She then presented a bracelet to Yunwei, saying, "Here, this is a gift from your grandmother." As she spoke, she removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and presented it to Lu Yunwei. A wave of delight washed over everyone. This was the treasured family heirloom of the Zhou family. The matriarch had long declared her intention to bestow it upon the eldest grandson's wife, and to offer it on their very first meeting was a clear indication of her satisfaction with Lu Yunwei. Particularly, Old Master's joy was palpable, his smile so broad it seemed almost uncontainable. Lu Yunwei repeatedly insisted, "No, Grandma, this is too precious." "Who says so? It is of no great value at all. Since I have entrusted my beloved grandson to you, would I quibble over this small bracelet?" Grandmother Lu declared earnestly, even assisting Yunwei in putting it on. The old lady was refreshingly forthright and endearing. Lu Yunwei's cheeks flushed, and this time, even her neck turned crimson. Laughter erupted among the gathering. The Zhou family was indeed numerous, and Zhou Liqing introduced them one by one. To be frank, had Lu Yunwei not possessed a good memory, she would have struggled to remember many of them amidst the throng. Inside, her emotions churned tumultuously, yet her exterior remained composed and smiling. She had always been an elegant and poised young woman. Stepping forward, she smiled and said, "Liqing, it has been a long time." With that, she opened her arms, inviting a hug as they had done in their childhood. A pang of hurt pierced Lu Xilai's heart as he realized how impatiently she seemed to distance herself from him. "Yunwei, this is Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and their daughter, Xilai, who is a dear friend of mine. Xilai, this is my girlfriend, Lu Yunwei," Zhou Liqing introduced. Lu Yunwei greeted Lu Xilai with a smile, yet she sensed something disingenuous in Xilai's expression. It was evident that Lu Xilai harbored resentment towards her. Stealthily, Yunwei cast a glance at Zhou Liqing, wondering if he was oblivious to the underlying tension. "Oh, do not entangle yourself in another's love triangle. She merely wishes to focus on her studies, uninterested in the complexities of romantic entanglements." Grandmother Zhou is exceedingly pleased with her, finding her not only beautiful, but also well-educated and courteous. Her gentle demeanor makes her quite endearing, and Grandmother Zhou is immensely satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. Observing Yunwei being bombarded with questions, Zhou Lulu, fearing for her discomfort, leaps into her grandmother's embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Grandma, why is it that as soon as my sister-in-law arrives, you favor her just like Big Brother does? I want to have it. You must like me the most." With a smile, the elderly matriarch hugs her tightly. All right, you are my favorite. I adore both of you." Her kind visage becomes increasingly adorned with wrinkles, and the living room resonates with joyous laughter. Yunwei feels a surge of emotion, having always been a reserved person throughout her life. She finds herself warmed by the Zhou family's enthusiasm. She cannot help but glance at Zhou Liqing, only to find him gazing intently at her, causing her to quickly avert her eyes, her cheeks flushing. To onlookers, it is evident that the couple shares a profound and sweet affection for one another, which pleases the elders even more. Even Zhou Mingyang, the governor of Qingzhou, who was initially discontent with his eldest son, breathes a sigh of relief. Casting a satisfied glance at his son, who is typically a stern leader but now wears a smile, thinking, "Ah, no wonder he has been reluctant to partake in blind dates. It appears he already has a girlfriend. He certainly has good taste. I am quite pleased with this daughter-in-law." Zhou Liqing, sensing his father's gaze, responds with a calm smile, which once again pierces Lu Xilai's heart. Is it truly the case that she has no opportunity? Zhou Lulu smiled and said, "Grandma, since it's my sister-in-law's first visit to our home, please refrain from asking too many questions. It might make her feel awkward and scare her away, and my brother would be quite upset with you. Allow me to take her upstairs to my room for a bit of rest. You can call us for dinner later. How does that sound?" "Very well. I suppose I am being rather verbose," replied the elderly matriarch, casting a fond glance at her granddaughter. Zhou Lulu then took Lu Yunwei by the hand and ascended the stairs. Once upstairs, Zhou Lulu and Lu Yunwei entered her room, and just as the door clicked shut, Lu Yunwei exclaimed urgently, "Lulu, you are going to get me killed. Why didn't you clarify that your family is so large?" I feel like I'm going to slip up. Zwalulu embraced her shoulders, chuckling. What are you talking about? Sister-in-law, you performed splendidly. Lu Yunwei quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with alarm. If you keep calling me that so effortlessly, I might actually believe it. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. But I can't help but worry. Is it really right to deceive them? Just look at your grandparents. They are such kind-hearted people. How can we bear to trick them? Oh dear, this is all your fault. What do we do now? What do we do? If you can't bear to deceive them, then simply become our family's daughter-in-law. My elder brother is truly wonderful. Marrying him wouldn't be a bad idea. Zwalulu had already noticed her brother's interest in Yunwei and was eager to assist in his pursuit. Lu Yunwei's cheeks flushed once more. What are you talking about? Stop saying such nonsense. If you keep it up, I will ignore you. This is Yunwei's first friend at Qingzhou University, and in just a few days, she finds herself perplexed by her own willingness to acquiesce to the absurd requests of the brother and sister duo. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Researching history? Teased Zwalulu. You shouldn't speak so carelessly, replied Lu Yunwei, feeling both flustered and annoyed, playfully tickling her friend until Zwalulu begged for mercy. Zwalulu then recounted the nature of their relationship, revealing that they hailed from an esteemed family and had always maintained a cordial bond. They belonged to the main branch of the Zhou family, which was involved in politics, while the second and third branches engaged in commerce. The Lu family, on the other hand, had been merchants for generations. Although their business was not as expansive as the Zhou families, they were nonetheless prominent figures in Qizhou. From a young age, the children had played together. Lu Xilai and her elder brother were once alumni of Qingzhou University, albeit he was 3 years her senior. Her brother, who had harbored feelings for her since childhood, remained oblivious, treating her merely as a sister. After the Lu family ventured abroad for business a decade ago, interactions between the two families dwindled. Recently, however, the Lu family had redirected their business back to the domestic market. Upon hearing Zwalulu's introduction, Lu Yunwei felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It all made sense. Her earlier suspicions appeared to be corroborated. Lu Xilai indeed harbored affections for Zwalicheng, thus fueling her hostility towards Lu Yunwei. She felt somewhat wronged, having been unwittingly ensnared in this complicated web of relationships. The two friends shared numerous intimate conversations in Zwalulu's bedroom, which resembled that of a princess, adorned in pastel pink. Even the wallpaper was a soft hue of pink. The bed was round and island-like, draped in pink sheets and blankets, evoking the atmosphere of a nursery. Are you implying that I've decorated my room like a baby-esque nursery? Zwalulu chuckled. In my family, I'm the only girl. I have 3 older brothers, and they all dote on me. My grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and brothers all spoil me. They believe I will forever be their little darling. This is why my room appears as it does. Is it not a bit childish? I do not find it childish at all. To be cherished by others is a form of happiness. Lu Yunwei replied with a hint of envy. Zwalulu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled Lu Yunwei along, exclaiming, Come, let me show you a place. Without waiting for a response, she led Lu Yunwei into a room. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious room, oriented to the south, measuring over 50 square meters. The decor was entirely in black and white, exuding simplicity and elegance. A wall of floor-to-ceiling glass on the southern side flooded the room with light, creating an airy ambience. Adjacent to the main area was a small study, where a few detective novels lay scattered across the desk, titles such as FBI Mind Reading and The Best Officer. In the corner, a photo frame displayed an image of Zwalicheng in his police uniform, exuding an air of valiance. At the far end, there was an ensuite bathroom. Ah, this is Zwalicheng's bedroom? Lu Yunwei gasped. How could Lulu allow a young girl to wander into a gentleman's private quarters? Such an intimate space. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Quickly, she stepped back, attempting to exit the room, only to inadvertently collide with a warm embrace, startling her. She quickly regained her composure, stepping forward and turning to discover Zwalicheng standing at the door, intensifying her embarrassment and causing her cheeks to flush. Zwalicheng had never encountered a girl who blushed so readily. With a smile, he inquired, What is the matter? My mother has sent me to summon you all for dinner. I noticed there was no one in Lulu's room, and upon hearing sounds from here, I came to investigate. I apologize if my room appears somewhat untidy. Have I startled you? No, not at all. Oh dear, it's all Lulu's doing. Li Qingge, I was unaware this was your room. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Li Yunwei quickly interjected, as it was her first time entering a gentleman's quarters. Not at all. Feel free to look around. I don't mind, Zhuo Liqing replied. He thought to himself, not only do I not mind, but I also welcome your presence. Ha ha. You are quite amusing, brother, Zhuo Lulu chuckled mischievously. Zhuo Liqing pretended to scold her, playfully seizing her and saying, all right, enough of the antics. Mother has summoned us for dinner. Yue, let us go. He understood that if the playful banter continued, Li Yunwei would only grow more uncomfortable. So he quickly led the way downstairs. Zhuo Lulu and Li Yunwei held hands, hastily descending the stairs. The banquet at the Zhuo residence was extraordinarily lavish, featuring a plethora of exquisite dishes. The meal commenced with 10 cold appetizers, beef salad, marinated beef tendons, a dual texture platter, chicken and watermelon rolls, spicy pickled chicken feet, mustard duck feet, chicken fluff with green fruits, and Guizhou-style white-cut rabbit, among others. The main courses were even more sumptuous, including Luohan vegetarian dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, triple duck, mushu pork, sweet and sour ribs from Kyoto, Westlake vinegar fish, Beijing-style sauce with vegetables, fish head with chopped chili, Peking duck, old braised shrimp, steamed beef with rice flour, and sauteed spinach, to name a few. Additionally, 3 rounds of desserts were served, featuring both Chinese and Western styles. Truly a feast of epic proportions. The elders of the Zhuo family were exceedingly courteous, with everyone toasting one another, making for a lively and delightful dining experience. Their enthusiasm eased the initially reserved Yunwei, revealing that the elders of the Zhuo family were quite amiable, while they maintained strict standards for their own descendants. They treated guests with kindness. Yunwei found herself seated between Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Lulu, a situation that initially heightened her anxiety, as the couple always sat together. Fortunately, with Lulu beside her, who often lightened the mood with her playful banter, some of the tension was alleviated. However, her unease stemmed from Lu Xilai, who sat across from her, occasionally stealing glances at Zhuo Liqing, who seemed oblivious, diligently serving Yunwei with food. He embodied the ideal boyfriend. Much to the delight of Mama Xia, Yunwei felt a mix of shyness and sweetness, struggling to comprehend her own emotions. She averted her gaze from Zhuo Liqing and softly remarked, "That's enough. You should eat too. No need to fuss over me." Yet Zhuo Liqing replied, "How can that be? You just arrived. There's no need to feel constrained. It is my duty to serve you a little. Otherwise, Grandma will scold me." Grandma playfully chided. This rascal has finally come to his senses, taking care of his wife while trying to use me as an excuse. Well done. He will surely be a loving husband in the future. I like it. Laughter erupted as wide smiles adorned their faces. Meanwhile, Lu Xilai fidgeted in her seat, forcing a smile, and suddenly added a piece of rib to Zhuo Liqing's plate, saying, "I remember that you used to enjoy ribs, Liqing. These taste delightful today. Sweet, yet not overwhelming. You should try some." She concluded with a smile directed at Zhuo Liqing. Zhuo Liqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I must decline, Xilai. During my recent medical examination, my blood sugar levels were slightly elevated, and the doctor advised me to limit my intake of sweet foods." He then turned to his younger brother, Zhuo Lisin, on his right, and added, "Please help your elder brother by finishing this for me. Let us not waste Xilai's thoughtful gesture." He handed his plate over to Zhuo Lisin, who had been diligently enjoying his meal. With a resigned tone, Zhuo Lisin replied, "Very well, but I do have a fondness for spare ribs." Inwardly, he lamented, "Why must I suffer collateral damage?" Moreover, he had not been aware of his elder brother's blood sugar issues. However, since Xilai had grown up alongside them and was of similar age, he did not wish to dampen her spirits. He continued to savor the food, exclaiming, "Quite delicious. Thank you, Xilai." Lu Xilai felt as though a bitter gall had been poured into her heart, yet she maintained an impassive facade. Zhuo Lulu could not help but give her brother a thumbs up beneath the table, thinking, impressive. He simultaneously declined Shilai's offer while appeasing Yunwei, truly a masterstroke. Thus, the meal was a blend of joy and sorrow. Afterward, the Lu family expressed their polite farewells and departed early. Although Lu Xilai felt a sense of reluctance, Lu Ida noticed that the Zhou family was quite pleased with their eldest daughter-in-law. He decided that if they were not inclined to pursue a match with his daughter, there was no need to press the matter. He did not wish to impose upon his beloved daughter. At the entrance, the family repeatedly urged Yunwei to promise she would frequently visit for meals in the future. Once they were in the car and had exited the Zhou residence, Yunwei let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Liqing cast her a deep, grateful glance, saying, "Yunwei, I truly appreciate your kindness today. I apologize. I understand the enthusiasm of our elders may have caused you some inconvenience. I am truly sorry." "No, it's nothing," replied Zhou Liqing. "Your family is very warm-hearted, and I quite like them," said Lu Yunwei. Zhou Liqing glanced at her again and asked, "Is that so? You like them? Perhaps I could bring you here again in the future?" Yet, as he finished speaking, his gaze shifted forward, focused intently on the road as he drove. In the future? Aren't we?" Lu Yunwei expressed her confusion. "Oh, my apologies for being presumptuous. In any case, thank you for today." Zhou Liqing did not respond directly, but added, "This bracelet is of little value. You have done me a great service today, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. Moreover, this is a trinket for a girl. It would serve no purpose for me. Please keep it as a token from my grandmother, a small gift to commemorate our meeting. Do not take it to heart." With no other option, Lu Yunwei accepted it, contemplating that she would return it to Lulu another day. She felt a bit awkward not wanting to push the matter further with Zhou Liqing. He inquired about her residence, and she provided an address. The car continued onward in silence, as they were still not very familiar with each other. Zhou Liqing wished to converse, yet he hesitated, fearing it might be intrusive. Upon reaching their destination, he dropped her off at the Lu residence. Seeing the large character Lu above the entrance, he was taken aback and turned to her, saying, "Yunwei, is this the place? May I ask, what is your relation to Lu Xianghao?" On this March night, the temperature remained quite low, with the air crisp and cool. Moonlight scattered across the ground, as if draping the earth in a silvery sheen. Hazy, beautiful, yet somewhat elusive. Yunwei entered the living room, initially believing that her family had retired for the night. However, as she stepped through the door, a figure darted out from the side, nearly knocking her over and startling her. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was her younger sister, Lu Yunxiao. "Xiao, you are being mischievous again," Yunwei chided. Lu Yunxiao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Shoo, don't speak nonsense. We have just arrived in Qingzhou, and we are still young. How could we possibly have boyfriends? I was simply visiting a classmate's house. Let us not disturb everyone." "What classmate? I don't believe you. If you were just visiting a classmate, why the elaborate attire?" Lu Yunxiao pressed on. This daughter had barely been in town for a few days and had already made intriguing acquaintances. Noticing Hua Yiyan, Yunwei quickly said, "Auntie, I'm so sorry for waking you. We will head to bed now." "Good night, Auntie." "Good night," Hua Yiyan replied. As she watched her two daughters disappear at the top of the staircase, she fell into deep contemplation. "Brother, do you truly believe this little girl?" Lei Yuding inquired. "Is it really just about bathing and using that powder?" "There's no harm in trying," Lei Haoding responded, resuming his drive home. "But she is so young. Can we trust her words?" Lei Yuding questioned. "Weren't you convinced when she accurately analyzed your condition just moments ago?" Lei Haoding countered. "How did you know that?" Lei Yuding asked, puzzled. "I'm a lawyer. Your expression gave it away," Lei Haoding replied nonchalantly. "But didn't tea people say that if one has acne, they shouldn't tea bathe? Could her treatment actually do more harm than good?" Lei Yuding hesitated. "It's all right. My brother believes her words. You should give it a try," Lei Haoding said solemnly. Lei Yuding lowered her head. "Very well. I shall heed your advice. Let us attempt it first." She had always held her brother in high regard, obediently following his counsel. Moreover, given that he did not reprimand her for causing a disturbance today, she felt hesitant to voice any further objections. Upon returning home, Lei Yuding swiftly made her way to her room, requesting the servant to fill the bathtub with water. Lei Haoding even assisted her in checking the water temperature, ensuring it was at a perfect 50 degrees. He instructed the servant to continuously add water to maintain the temperature and handed over a special medicinal powder, directing her to apply it after drying off in half an hour, stressing the importance of thoroughness. After delivering his instructions, he exited his sister's chamber and waited downstairs. The servant, Hong Er, smiled and remarked, "Miss, the eldest master is truly kind to you. Indeed, he is my brother. It is only natural for him to treat me well." Lei Yuding replied. Ever since childhood, her brother had showered her with affection, a sentiment known to their entire family. "Ah, Hong Er, do you possess a silver bracelet or any silver jewelry? Please fetch me one. I have a use for it." Lei Yuding recalled the words of Lu Yunwei, still skeptical, yet willing to give it a try. "Huh, miss, what need is there for silverware during a bath?" Hong Er inquired, puzzled. "Do not question it. Just bring it quickly." "Very well. You may bathe first. I shall fetch it at once," Hong Er conceded. Lei Yuding took the bracelet, which glimmered under the illumination, radiating a brilliant silver sheen. She gently placed the bracelet into the bathtub, where it immediately sank to the bottom, resting quietly in the crystal-clear water. She lay quietly in the bathtub, submerging her neck entirely under the water, as a few blemishes marred her chin, which was completely submerged. The water temperature was delightfully soothing. Hong Er attended to her side, occasionally adding a splash of hot water. She was uncertain about what her mistress was doing. Swiftly, Hong Er fetched a large bath towel to wrap her mistress, followed by a smaller towel to gently dry her body. Then, she poured some medicinal powder into her palm. As the powder touched her skin, Lei Yuding couldn't help but let out a gasp. Startled, Hong Er exclaimed, "What is wrong? Does it hurt, miss? Should I continue applying it?" Her hand froze, hesitant to proceed, her heart racing slightly. "It does not hurt at all. It feels quite cool and pleasant." "Please continue," Lei Yuding replied, with a sigh of relief. Hong Er resumed her task with greater care, delicately applying the powder to her mistress's neck and shoulders, meticulously covering every area marked by blemishes. Once the application was complete, Lei Yuding donned a loose, plush dress, instantly feeling as light as a feather. The skin affliction that had plagued her with discomfort seemed to have diminished significantly. Suddenly, she recalled the silver bracelet and hurriedly called for Hong Er to retrieve it from the bathtub. When the bracelet was brought forth, she was taken aback. It was no longer silver but entirely black, devoid of its former luster. "Indeed, the water possesses toxicity," she exclaimed. This meant that the toxins within her body had been expelled through this simple bathing ritual. The efficacy of this treatment filled her with exhilaration. Chapter 32. Identity Confirmation. Lei Yuding grasped the bracelet tightly and hurried down the stairs. Upon spotting her brother, Lei Haoding, seated on the living room sofa, she rushed over and plopped down beside him. At that moment, Lei Haoding was engrossed in reading the newspaper, while their father, Lei Zhenrong, was also present in the living room. Observing his daughter's sudden leap towards his son, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ting, what is the matter?" Ignoring her father's demeanor, Lei Yuding urgently addressed her brother. "Brother, Lu Yunwei was telling the truth. Look at this bracelet." She handed the bracelet to him. Lei Haoding had been waiting in the living room for news, and as he took the bracelet in one hand, he was taken aback by its appearance, a stark black bracelet that had lost its luster. He recalled that Hong Er had just gone to retrieve it and was equally astonished by the transformation. The bracelet before him was void of its former brilliance, now merely an obsidian band. His heart raced with shock. At that moment, their mother, Zheng Xinqi, emerged from the kitchen, intending to call the three of them for dinner. Upon noticing the bracelet, she approached and asked, "What are you two discussing?" "What bracelet? Dinner is almost ready." Lei Yuding quickly sprang up and embraced her mother's neck, exclaiming joyfully, "Mom, my illness can be treated." "Of course it can be treated. I have already contacted Director Hao from the first hospital in Qizhou. We will visit tomorrow, and he will introduce us to the best dermatologist," Zhang Xinqi reassured her daughter. "No need, Mom. Today we have already found a medical student who will treat my illness." Lei Yuding replied anxiously, Ting, how can a medical student treat illnesses?" "Listen, Tomorrow I will take you to see a doctor. Mother, it is true. The more anxious one becomes, the less clearly one can express oneself. The mother and daughter continued to engage in their spirited debate. Lei Zhenrong, perplexed, furrowed his brow as he observed his daughter, his gaze sweeping over his son. Lei Haoding chuckled. Father, mother, please allow me to speak. Come, Ting, show your parents the blemishes on your neck. After all, they were family. Lei Yuding pushed aside the collar of her nightgown, revealing her fair neck. The previously swollen and inflamed blemishes were still present, yet they were now covered with a layer of white powder, appearing far less swollen. The couple leaned in closer to inspect. Indeed, it appeared to have improved significantly. They were well aware that their daughter had been suffering from this skin ailment for several days, enduring both pain and itching, at times brought to tears, which had sent their household into a flurry of chaos. They had tried various ointments and anti-inflammatory medications, yet nothing seemed to alleviate her condition. The couple was understandably anxious. After all, their daughter was the apple of their eye. The progress observed today was a clear indication of improvement. Subsequently, Lei Haoding recounted the events of the day. In this era of advanced Western medicine, although traditional Chinese medicine still holds its ground, it undeniably requires more time to master, resulting in fewer practitioners. Moreover, most renowned practitioners are elderly. How then could a mere medical student exhibit such remarkable proficiency? Were it not for the revelations shared by their own children, the couple would have found it hard to believe. Since it is indeed effective, the family was particularly joyful, happily enjoying their dinner, and they instructed their daughter to express gratitude to the benefactor once she recovers. Lei Yuding readily agreed. With an impassive expression, he gently reminded his sister, Ting, remember to sincerely thank them next time you see them. Do not exhibit the same attitude as today. Lei Yuding, feeling a pang of shame, lowered her head and replied, Understood, brother. Did you cause a scene at the beauty salon? Did you offend someone today? Mother Lei inquired anxiously, recalling how her daughter had been irate at home the previous day, persistently blaming the salon. No, mother, rest assured. Yuding merely inquired about the cosmetics. There was no disturbance, Lei Haoding quickly defended. His mother had always trusted his words, for he had been a well-behaved son since childhood. Conversely, Yuding had been somewhat spoiled by their indulgence. With her son's assurance, they felt at ease. Lei Yuding cast a grateful glance at her brother, who winked and continued his meal. Upon returning to his room, Lei Haoding took a shower. Although he typically preferred quick showers, today he indulged in a bath, submerging himself in the tub, which indeed relaxed his body significantly. Reflecting on Lu Yunwei's words from the afternoon, he touched the scar on his chest. Although the new tissue was tender, it had already begun to heal. Remarkably, within just a week, his wound had healed so swiftly. This was astonishing. When he had entered the house earlier, he distinctly noticed Lu Yunwei's expression of surprise. Perhaps others had failed to perceive it, but he had seen it clearly. He must find a way to uncover the identity of this individual. Such youth, coupled with such remarkable medical skills, cannot be mere coincidence. With this thought in mind, he hastily finished his shower, donned his pajamas, and made his way to the small study in his room. He opened his computer and searched for Qingzhou Road Mansion. Soon, a plethora of information appeared on the screen, all pertaining to the illustrious Lu family of Qingzhou. Recalling the address he had memorized from that day, he entered it into the search bar, only to discover it belonged to the current heir of the Lu family, Lu Xianghao. Various news articles promptly surfaced, and upon seeing Lu Xianghao's photograph, he was struck by the uncanny resemblance to Lu Yunwei. Could it be that Lu Yunwei is the daughter of Lu Xianghao? He immediately searched for Lu Yunwei, but found no information whatsoever. Consequently, he placed a call to his assistant, Lu Yuxing, a man renowned for his exceptional information-gathering skills. He instructed, Yuxing, please gather all available data on the Qizhou tycoon Lu family, and ensure it remains confidential. I need it by tomorrow. All right, no problem, Lu Yuxing replied. Once, during their time in the Northeast, Yin Xiao had been an innocent child. How had she become so inquisitive since arriving in Qizhou? Chapter 33. The enigmatic case left with no alternative. Lu Yunwei removed her makeup and took a shower. The two sisters snuggled together under the covers, and she briefly recounted the events of the evening, mentioning only her new acquaintance, Zwalulu, and the dinner invitation, omitting any details about impersonating someone's girlfriend. She gritted her teeth, refusing to speak of it. After all, it was already behind her. Furthermore, the occurrences of the evening had been peculiar enough. There was no need to stir up further trouble. However, it is evident that Ling Xiao cannot be easily placated. Her attire today is nothing short of extraordinary. How could she possibly attend a classmate's family banquet dressed so grandly? It appears that she is not being forthright and intends to conduct her own investigation, chuckling softly. Despite their contrasting personalities, the two sisters have been inseparable since childhood, never having quarreled. They find joy in sharing secrets while nestled under the same blanket, which brings them considerable happiness. After a restful night, as dawn broke, Lei Houting rose early, had breakfast, and promptly arrived at his law firm, Lei Bao Law Office. This establishment is a joint venture between Lei Houting and his close friend, Bao Yiming. Notably, Lei Houting has never lost a case since his debut in the courtroom. Although only a year has passed, he has already earned the title of a genius lawyer. Before 7 a.m., the office remained eerily quiet. He entered his office, perused the case files, and began to meticulously review the details of yesterday's case. A property located in the 2nd district of Xinghua New Village in the XE area, comprising 3 rooms available for separate rental. 1 male and 2 female tenants occupied individual rooms, but the middle room had been vacated last month, leaving only 2 tenants. 1 male tenant, Xiao Wang, called the police, reporting that his female co-tenant had been missing for a week, and he had no idea of her whereabouts. Simultaneously, the parents of the female tenant, Xiao Li, had not received a call from their daughter, who was working in Qingzhou, for an entire week. Her phone was unreachable, and they had only received a text message from her a week prior. Upon traveling to Qingzhou, they discovered that their daughter's room was unoccupied, and her workplace informed them that she had not been to work for a week. Consequently, Xiao Li's parents decided to report her disappearance to the authorities. Consequently, the police department informed them that 3 days prior, a female corpse had been discovered in the lake of the Western District, unclaimed and bearing a resemblance to their daughter. Upon conducting a DNA analysis, it was confirmed that the body belonged to Xiao Li. Her parents, upon witnessing their deceased daughter, whose remains were already beginning to decompose, fainted on the spot. Upon regaining consciousness, they accused their male tenant, Xiao Wang, of causing their daughter's demise, ultimately leading to his death at their hands. However, the police had previously conducted a thorough investigation and collected evidence, yet lacked conclusive proof to identify Xiao Wang as the murderer. All indications suggested a suicide. This elderly couple asserted that a week prior, their daughter's text messages hinted at Xiao Wang's obsession with her, declaring him the unequivocal culprit. They were determined to seek justice for their daughter, even if it meant sacrificing their entire fortune. Thus, they approached the Lei Bao law firm, imploring Lei Houting to vindicate their daughter by filing a murder lawsuit against Xiao Wang. After listening to the couple recount their story yesterday, Lei Houting found the case peculiar and agreed to take it on. The immediate task was to gather evidence. He had already dispatched his assistants to various locations, while he meticulously reviewed the case files and prepared to investigate personally. The first court hearing was only 3 days away, and time was of the essence. He organized his thoughts and noted several points of suspicion in his notebook. The other staff members had begun their shifts, and upon noticing their boss already in the office, they were not surprised, as he was known to be a workaholic. Checking the time, which read 8:30, Lei Houting decided to step out briefly, organizing his materials as he instructed his assistant, Li Chong, that he would be visiting the forensic department at the police station. In that moment, forensic expert Lu Lingzhong received a call from an old classmate and promptly set aside his current tasks to greet him. As he reached the doorway of his office, he spotted a tall and handsome figure in the corridor. Upon their meeting, the two exchanged a hearty slap on the back. Lu Lingzhong chuckled. "What brings our esteemed lawyer here today?" The two friends linked arms and entered the forensic office together. As soon as Lei Houting took a seat, he inquired, "Lingzhong, I wish to examine the autopsy report of Shun Xiaoli from a few days ago. What is this? Have you taken on that case? I thought it had already been settled. Are you assisting that elderly couple in suing their tenant, Xiao Wang? Lu Lingzhong expressed his astonishment. Indeed. I believe there are numerous uncertainties surrounding the case, Lei Haoding affirmed. Very well, your decision is yours alone, and no one can dissuade you. Let me fetch it for you, Lu Lingzhong replied, promptly sifting through the case files and handing them to him. As Lei Haoding perused the documents, he asked, Lingzhong, was there any indication of sexual assault on the girl? Sexual assault? I hadn't noticed that aspect. The body was discovered by the public, and upon notification, the local police retrieved it for examination. Initially, there were no visible wounds or significant signs of injury, and the body appeared to be in a state of decomposition, suggesting a possible suicide. The autopsy conducted by the local police forensic team was rather cursory, Lu Lingzhong explained. Cursory? Is the body still in your possession? Can we go see it now? Lei Haoding proposed. No? According to regulations, that is not permissible. However, if you feel compelled to see it. It seems you are insisting on me conducting another autopsy. If that is the case, then by all means, let us proceed. Lu Lingzhong sighed in resignation. He was well aware of his old classmates' inclinations. The two of them changed into their designated attire and entered the autopsy room together. A wave of putrid odor assaulted them, causing Lei Haoding to furrow his brow. However, Lu Lingzhong merely chuckled in response. As a distinguished lawyer, it was your decision to come in. Lei Haoding shot him a glare. Enough chatter, let us get to work. Straightening his posture, Lu Lingzhong quickly located the body of Shun Xiaoli. Following Lei Haoding's instructions, he focused on the female anatomy. Despite the body showing signs of decomposition, it was evident that the young woman had sustained injuries to her lower regions, with noticeable lacerations on either side. Perhaps these tears had exacerbated the rate of decay. He donned a pair of specialized gloves and extracted a small sample from within the female anatomy, reaching in as far as he could to obtain a liquid specimen, which he placed into a small vial and handed to his assistant for immediate analysis. At that moment, Lei Haoding also approached the body. He refrained from touching it, but circled around 3 times, scrutinizing the details. Finally, he fixated on Shun Xiaoli's neck and inquired of Lu Lingzhong. Take a look at her neck. What is that beneath her chin? Lu Lingzhong hurried over to inspect, noticing a faint black line beneath the neck, nearly imperceptible at first glance. He retrieved a magnifying glass for a closer examination and discerned it to be a ligature mark, faded from 3 days of immersion in water. Fortunately, it was March, and the cool weather had preserved some trace of the mark. He swiftly captured a photograph and then closely examined the face. Discovering that the deceased's nose appeared slightly crooked, though subtle, the deviation was still discernible upon closer inspection. Upon examination, the nasal bone was fractured, which raises a perplexing question. How could a person who committed suicide have sustained such an injury? This presents a significant dilemma. Lu Lingzhong promptly reported the findings to the head of the forensic department and diligently revised the autopsy report. He felt immense gratitude towards Lei Haoding. Although he was not the one who conducted the initial autopsy, it was crucial to ensure that no details were overlooked, especially in matters concerning human lives. The situation appeared increasingly enigmatic. After receiving the updated autopsy report, Lei Haoding exited the police station. It was now midday, and he hastily consumed a light lunch before heading to the deceased's former residence. The property in District X's Xinghua New Village, Area 2, was rather old. Situated in a dilapidated neighborhood, due to its low rental prices, it attracted a diverse population of tenants. Some landlords, seeking convenience, rented their properties to scalpers, who would then subdivide the apartments into several small rooms to maximize profit. This practice, however, compromised the safety of the tenants, as they often found themselves sharing spaces with strangers. Yet, in their pursuit of savings, many felt compelled to endure such arrangements. The apartment where the incident occurred had been temporarily sealed off by the police. The tenant, Xiao Wang, had found alternative accommodation, although there was no evidence implicating him. He dared not return to the scene. Consequently, the apartment remained vacant. Lei Haoding, with the assistance of the community police, gained entry to inspect the premises, a 3-bedroom unit of approximately 90 square meters, featuring 3 south-facing small rooms, a north-facing living room, a shared bathroom, and a kitchen. The deceased had occupied the room closest to the entrance. Before entering, Lei meticulously examined the door lock, finding no signs of damage. There were no signs of forced entry. Upon entering the room, it remained in the state as it was during the deceased's life, relatively tidy and clean. He donned gloves and felt the quilt, which was slightly sticky, likely due to several days without sunlight. Gently lifting the quilt, he inspected the sheets closely, discovering them to be impeccably clean, almost as if they had been recently changed. It appeared that the girl was quite fastidious about cleanliness. Carefully restoring the quilt to its original position, he picked up the pillow for another inspection, noticing several long strands of hair on its reverse side. He recalled from the autopsy that the girl had long hair. With the assistance of the community police, he meticulously photographed each detail. Next, he proceeded to the central room. According to the landlord, this tenant was also a girl who had vacated the premises a month prior to the incident. Lei Houting requested the landlord for the girl's contact information. Ultimately, he arrived at the room of the tenant Xiao Wang, a single-man space, which was somewhat disordered. Although he had already moved out, remnants of trash remained scattered on the floor, empty beer cans piled in the corner, and an overflowing ashtray filled with cigarette butts had yet to be cleared. The door lock of the entire room showed no signs of damage, leaving little to discern. Stepping outside, he followed the police to Xiao Wang's current residence, a modest 1-bedroom apartment. Given the circumstances, it was likely others were reluctant to share the space with him. Fortunately, Xiao Wang was home that day, and upon Lei Houting presenting his identification at the door, the police accompanied him as Xiao Wang welcomed them into the apartment. The recently rented space was relatively tidy. Xiao Wang graciously welcomed them into the room, inviting them to take a seat and serving them each a glass of warm water. He then produced a pack of cigarettes, offering them to his guests. Officer Xiao Zhang declined the offer, adamantly refusing to smoke. However, Lei Houting accepted a cigarette, lighting it with the flame Xiao Wang provided. Officer Xiao Zhang cast a sideways glance at the young man. It was uncommon for someone so youthful to indulge in smoking, especially in an office setting where most refrained from such habits. Xiao Wang hurried to fetch an ashtray from another room, sitting with Lei Houting as they engaged in conversation while he smoked. Lei Houting inquired about Xiao Wang's hometown and current workplace, finding that he was met with eager responses. Lei Houting perceived no signs of trepidation or inconsistency in Xiao Wang's demeanor. With a court hearing approaching in 3 days, he felt no anxiety or nervousness. As their meeting drew to a close, Lei Houting requested, "Xiao Wang, could you kindly show me your identification?" "Thank you." After bidding farewell to Xiao Wang, Lei Houting swiftly made his way to the forensic department of the police station, delivering the recently acquired cigarette butts and beer cans to Ling Xiao, urging him to assist in cross-referencing the various pieces of information in a timely manner. Lei Houting then convened a meeting with his team, sharing the insights he had gathered throughout the day and analyzing the various points of suspicion collectively. He assigned tasks, instructing his assistant Zhang Hong to promptly reach out to another tenant, ensuring she was aware of the pertinent questions to ask. His legal assistant Li Ming was tasked with organizing reports and other documentation, as well as retrieving the examination reports from the forensic department in preparation for the upcoming court hearing. Gradually, everyone became engrossed in their respective duties. Chapter 35. Complicated Cases 3. At that moment, his assistant, Lu Yuxing, rushed in, exclaiming, "Here you go, boss, the information you requested. It took me quite an effort to gather this. By the way, why do you need the complete dossier on the Lu family?" Panting heavily, he grabbed a disposable cup and downed a glass of water in one go. Lei Houting's eyes brightened as he swiftly took the document back, replying, "I have my reasons. No need for further inquiries. You may return to your duties now. After a long day of work, this is how you treat me? Ungrateful fellow. Don't expect me to assist you next time." Lu Yuxing stormed out, grumbling. Lei Houting paid him no mind and began to peruse the documents. The stack was substantial, detailing everything from the entrepreneurial journey of the late Ling Xiao to the circumstances of his 3 sons, including the family of the eldest son, Ling Xiao, along with information about their twin children. Curiously, the information regarding the 2 daughters was scant, consisting only of data from the past week, as if they had only recently arrived in Qingzhou. The records indicated that Lu Yunwei, aged 18, was a graduate student at the medical school of Qingzhou University, having just enrolled. The photograph attached was an archival image from the university's registration office. Gazing at the smiling face in the photograph, Lei Haoding fell into contemplation once more. To be admitted as a graduate student at Qingzhou University Medical School at such a young age, what an extraordinary achievement. Furthermore, her twin sister had just been recruited as a police officer at the Dongqing branch of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau a week ago. This pair of sisters was indeed intriguing. Lu Xianghao has 2 sons, Lu Weizhen and Lu Weilin, whose information is quite abundant, detailing their various activities and academic pursuits since childhood. It is somewhat peculiar that the records refer to them as the 2nd and 3rd young masters of the Lu family. But what of the eldest? Upon further investigation, it appears that the eldest, Lu Weiding, went missing at the tender age of 3, and there is scant information beyond that. Indeed, it is a rather intricate family saga. Lei Haoding picked up the photograph of Lu Yue once more, scrutinizing it with a peculiar sensation in his eyes. A feeling of déjà vu. Oh, indeed. They were acquainted. It was on that fateful night when Lu Yunwei had come to his rescue. A smile crept across his face as he recalled that this girl had saved his life, and just yesterday, she had attended to his sister Yuding's illness. Such serendipity. It seems he must find an opportunity to express his gratitude properly. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Lei Yuding. Ting ting. How are you feeling today? Upon receiving her brother's call, Lei Yuding was elated. Brother, I was just about to call you. This morning, I took another bath and applied the medicinal powder. I already feel much better. That Lu Yunwei is truly remarkable. She is no mere quack. Inwardly, Lei Haoding scoffed, pondering who had labeled her a quack. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Outwardly, he replied, All right. Ting ting, your improvement indicates that you indeed contracted this virus. Not a cosmetic allergy. You were unreasonable yesterday. You should apologize to the beauty group another day. All right, brother. Lei Yuding conceded. But what shall we do about Lu Yunwei? Should we express our gratitude to her? Lei Haoding replied earnestly, Of course we should. Once you recover, you should invite her out for a meal. She is pursuing her postgraduate studies at Qingzhou University Medical School. Arrange a meeting, and I shall treat you both. I also want to personally thank her. Wait, brother. How do you know she is a graduate student at Qingzhou University? Have you investigated her? Lei Yuding inquired with curiosity. A sense of unease washed over Lei Haoding. He was unsure what he needed to conceal. He cleared his throat and said, Ting ting, have you forgotten what your brother does? She is treating my sister. Should I not find out more about her? I am merely acting with your best interests in mind. Lei Yuding beamed with happiness. Brother, you are wonderful. Moi? I'll give you a kiss. Even through the phone, her sweet voice was unmistakable. You're being irreverent again, Lei Haoding chuckled, relieved. Go to Qingzhou University to find her. Once you've arranged a meeting, let me know, and I will take you both out to dine. All right, brother, she responded, and the siblings ended their call. In the days that followed, Lu Yunwei was exceedingly busy, attending classes in the morning, visiting Longyun Hotel in the afternoon to treat Fu Yuza, and then being driven by Cui Qingyun to the Lu family's old residence, where she would have dinner with her grandmother and assist her with massages. After a week, her grandmother's ailment had largely been cured. She could now relieve herself comfortably and felt revitalized. Lu Xianghao was elated upon hearing this news. Not only was he reassured that his mother's stubborn illness could be treated, but he also felt immense pride in his daughter. On that morning, Lu Yunwei was attending class as usual, seated alongside Zhuo Lulu, listening to their graduate school mentor, Professor Wang Yicheng, deliver a lecture on internal medicine. Professor Wang, a man in his 50s, exhibited a sprightly demeanor despite his graying hair. As a physician, he was in the prime of his life. For the path of medicine is lengthy. One cannot achieve prominence without dedicating a decade or two to their craft. Professor Wang stood as a paragon in his field, possessing an exceptionally profound knowledge of internal medicine. He also practiced at Qingzhou First Hospital, enriching his lectures with extensive practical experience, which endeared him to his students, drawing a considerable audience to his classes. Before concluding, Professor Wang announced, "Next month, I shall take you all for an internship at the First Hospital." As the ancients wisely stated, to truly comprehend a matter, one must engage in practice. For us who study medicine, it is imperative that we prioritize experiential learning over theoretical knowledge found in textbooks, for it is through medical practice that we genuinely acquire wisdom and become competent physicians. Remember this well. The students nodded solemnly, fully agreeing with his words. At noon, Zuolulu and Lu Yunwei dined in the school cafeteria. They settled at a table to enjoy their meal when they suddenly overheard two young women at the adjacent table engaged in conversation. "Hey, have you heard? A new mentor is joining the graduate school tomorrow. He is the director of Bochi Hospital. He will be a visiting professor at our medical college," one of the girls remarked. More students gathered around the table, drawn by the news. Such individuals always piqued their interest, and given his distinguished status, the arrival of such a figure at their medical college was bound to cause a stir. Chapter 36. Classroom Debate 1. I heard from our senior that he not only attends classes at our college, but is also set to establish a course here, Integrative Medicine, which combines traditional Chinese medicine with Western medicine. I have been informed that the dean has already given his approval. He will also select a few students from among us to serve as his apprentices and receive his personal instruction. Oh, is that so? The other students nearby gathered around, their expressions filled with curiosity. Although Luo Lulu did not enroll in this course, she was eager to accompany Yunwei to listen in, especially after witnessing Yunwei treat Xiao Yuza, which sparked her interest in acupuncture. The two arrived early and took seats in the front row, near the left aisle. Yunwei chose this location to ensure she could attentively engage with the lecture while also observing the instructor's demonstrations without drawing too much attention. Before long, students began to file in, and Professor Qian entered the classroom. He was a man in his 50s, of modest height, clad in a gray jacket, and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. While he might not have been striking in appearance, his spirit was vibrant, particularly his rosy complexion and lustrous black hair, which suggested he took good care of himself. Professor Qian entered with a book in hand, glanced around, and noted the considerable number of students present, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to commence his lecture, a figure rushed through the door, exclaiming, "Teacher, I hope I'm not late." Having spoken, he swiftly dashed inside like a gust of wind. As he rushed past Lu Yunwei's desk, the long coat he wore brushed against a book titled Traditional Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture. Lu Yunwei hurriedly reached out to seize the book, but failed to catch it in time. With a resounding thud, the book fell to the floor. In the hushed classroom, the sound was strikingly jarring, drawing the collective gaze of the students. Startled, Lu Yunwei quickly bent down to retrieve the book. Suddenly, she caught the eye of Hong Wei. His skin was fair, his features exquisite, and his brows slightly furrowed. A breathtaking beauty indeed. He was momentarily mesmerized. Noticing his intense gaze upon her, Lu Yunwei felt a twinge of annoyance and, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her head, hastily assuring, "It's nothing." Professor Qian, slightly displeased, interjected, "Hong Wei, what are you staring at? Quickly take your seat." Some classmates stifled their laughter. Luo Lulu squeezed Lu Yunwei's hand reassuringly, to which Lu Yunwei responded with a smile, signaling that she was fine. Clearing his throat, Professor Qian announced, "Let us commence today's lesson." Once seated, Hong Wei's eyes remained fixed on Lu Yunwei. Though he could not see her face from this angle, he could admire her silhouette, long hair cascading over her shoulders. A slender figure. Who was this girl? Was she new? How could there be such a young student in their graduate school? Hong Wei pondered to himself, utterly distracted from the teacher's lecture. At that moment, Professor Qian suddenly declared, "Earlier, I spoke of the need for tranquility while taking a pulse. How to accurately gauge the pulse's rhythm. Now, I would like to invite two students to demonstrate. Who would like to go first?" The classroom fell into a profound silence. as everyone had acquired a modicum of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine and could now take a pulse. However, it was prudent not to act recklessly in the presence of the master. Professor Qian, though seemingly amiable, was exceedingly rigorous regarding academic matters. Should one err, it would be quite embarrassing in front of classmates. Noticing the hushed atmosphere, Professor Qian proclaimed, "I shall randomly select someone. Hong Wei, why don't you give it a try?" "What? Me, teacher?" "I." Hong Wei felt overwhelmed. To be frank, he had enrolled in this course solely to earn credits and had no genuine interest in the subject. Today, he had been particularly inattentive, failing to grasp any instructions from the teacher. Yet, Professor Qian was determined not to let him off the hook. "Hong Wei, come to the front." Reluctantly, Hong Wei scratched his head and made his way to the front of the classroom. Tall and slender, his features were quite decent, and standing before the teacher accentuated his height, earning him the nickname the slender fish among his peers, referring to a long and thin fish. Professor Qian pointed at a male student sitting in the middle of the front row and said, "Hong Wei, take his pulse and prescribe a remedy. Let us see how well you have learned today." The tone was unmistakably authoritative. "Teacher, I may not be accurate," Hong Wei replied, feeling apprehensive. He moved a small stool from the side of the lectern and sat in front of the student, who had already extended his right hand onto the desk. Hong Wei placed his own right hand atop it and began to feel for the pulse meticulously. Professor Qian appeared satisfied with his posture, as it seemed quite professional. After approximately 5 minutes, Hong Wei declared, "Teacher, this student appears to be suffering from a sore throat, with internal heat present. Thus, he concocted a prescription, 5 grams of Platycodon grandiflorus and 10 grams of Coix lacrymojobi, to be placed in a pot with water and simmered for 30 minutes before consumption." He handed the prescription he had written to Professor Qian, feeling a pang of anxiety within. Professor Qian, after taking the pulse of the student before him, remained noncommittal, pondering to himself, "This lad is indeed clever, yet he lacks diligence." He casually gestured, saying, "Let that girl by the corridor give it a try." Lu Yunwei was taken aback, not expecting to be called upon by the teacher. However, since her name had been mentioned, she felt emboldened, as she had her own uncertainties that she wished to address. Rising gracefully, she captured the attention of all present. Previously, they had only seen her from the side and found her beautiful, but now, as she stood before them and made direct eye contact, they beheld her in full splendor, a peerless beauty. Her snow-white complexion and exquisite features were particularly accentuated by her captivating eyes, which sparkled like clear autumn waters. Her long, flowing hair added an ethereal quality to her presence. She appeared so youthful. Everyone was mesmerized by her beauty, especially the boys, who held their breath, captivated by her allure. Hong Wei was equally astonished, wondering how it was again this enchanting girl. He quickly stood up to offer his seat. Professor Qian remarked, "This student, you may also take his pulse." Lu Yunwei responded, "Certainly, teacher. I shall give it a try." Left Lulu cast her an encouraging glance, saying, "Yunwei, go for it." She then approached the boy seated at the front row and took her place opposite him, offering a faint smile. "Senior, allow me to give it a try," she said. Her smile dazzled the onlookers. The boy, initially taken aback, quickly extended his right hand in response to the beautiful classmate's address, saying, "Junior, thank you." Lu Yunwei lightly placed 3 fingers upon the pulse of the boy's right hand, quietly assessing his condition, her face betraying no emotion. After 5 minutes, she remarked, "This senior has a deficiency of the spleen and stomach, along with a sore throat. There is an excess of cold and dampness within." She then turned and prescribed a remedy. Crush 5 grams of spring sand seed and combine it with 10 grams of platycodon root and 20 grams of coix seed. Boil them in water for 40 minutes and consume the brew. Yunwei handed the prescription to Professor Qian. Whispers began circulating among the students. One girl, unable to contain herself, stood up and exclaimed, "Professor, both students have provided prescriptions. Why not display them on the projector so we can compare and learn together? Otherwise, how will we determine whose remedy is superior?" Her voice held a sharp edge. Everyone turned to look. They recognized her as Chao Shanshan, the belle of their graduate school. a strikingly beautiful girl often pursued by many boys. It appeared that today's newcomer had stolen her limelight, and Shan Shan was not pleased. The girls beside her quickly chimed in. Exactly, Professor. Let us see it on the projector. Let both of them explain their medical reasoning so we can broaden our horizons. Although they spoke of gaining knowledge, their hearts were filled with discontent. Where did this young student come from, having only studied for a few days yet claiming to diagnose? They surely cannot be taken seriously. Just moments ago, Hong Wei clearly stated that there was heat within the body. Yet this young lady asserts it is cold dampness. She evidently lacks the ability to practice medicine. Today, I must ensure she makes a fool of herself before everyone. Professor Qian glanced at the crowd and nodded in agreement. He first presented the initial prescription and then invited Hong Wei to provide an explanation. Hong Wei stated, I just examined this student's pulse and discovered an internal heat, which has led to a sore throat. Has your throat been painful for some time? The student whose pulse was taken nodded repeatedly. This further convinced the onlooking girls of Hong Wei's credibility. He continued, thus, my prescription consists of 5 grams of platycodon root and 10 grams of koik seed to be boiled in water for 30 minutes and then consumed. Platycodon facilitates the flow of qi and clears the throat, while koik seed strengthens the spleen, effectively remedying the throat issue. After finishing, he glanced at Professor Qian, who remained non-committal. Once he concluded, Professor Qian replaced the projection with Lu Yunwei's prescription, signaling that she could now speak. Lu Yunwei surveyed the audience. It was her first time discussing a medical case in front of such a multitude. Although traditional Chinese medicine indeed emphasizes collaborative discussion among physicians to determine the most accurate diagnosis, the sheer number of observers made her somewhat anxious, particularly as the girls' gazes seemed less than friendly. Left Lulu waved her fist encouragingly. Yunwei, you can do it. The smile of her good friend provided her with encouragement. However, a true healer must not fear, especially in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, where one must confront challenges to secure a place in this field. Furthermore, in light of the patient's suffering, we must strive for perfection, leaving no room for even the slightest error. She cast a glance at Professor Qian, who returned her gaze with a look of trust. Her heart steadied, and after clearing her throat, she began eloquently. Does this student typically enjoy consuming spicy foods? The young man nodded eagerly. Lu Yunwei continued. He also tends to stay up late, leading to irregular eating habits. His symptoms indicate a deficiency of spleen and stomach qi. Thus, my prescription is as follows. Crush 5 grams of spring sand seed. Combine it with 10 grams of platycodon and 20 grams of koik seed, and simmer them in water for 40 minutes before consumption. The spring sand seed strengthens the spleen, regulates qi, and enhances the digestive functions of the spleen and stomach. Platycodon promotes the movement of qi and clears the throat. Koik seed awakens the spleen and dispels dampness. The excessive consumption of spicy foods, along with prolonged late nights and irregular dietary habits, can lead to a deficiency in spleen and stomach qi, resulting in food stagnation and fire, causing pharyngitis. By utilizing spring sand seed to bolster the spleen, soothe the throat, eliminate dampness, and reduce stomach fire, we can effectively treat this type of pharyngitis. The young man nodded repeatedly, affirming, you are absolutely right. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Hong Wei immediately stood up again, now genuinely convinced. I understand, teacher. I shall strive to improve. Professor Qian continued. As for the second student, she has palpated with great precision, and her diagnosis is entirely correct. A deficiency of spleen and stomach qi. This is indeed the pathology. It is remarkable that such medical skill is present at such a young age. I had not anticipated encountering such talent among this year's students. Turning to Lu Yunwei, with a benevolent smile gracing his face, Professor Qian remarked, you are new here. Please introduce yourself. Lu Yunwei quickly stood up again, her voice tinged with nervousness. Teacher, my name is Lu Yunwei, and I just transferred here. Professor Qian's face lit up with delight. You are Lu Yunwei? You bear the surname Lu? His inquiry was somewhat disjointed. After all, was it not obvious that she was indeed surnamed Lu? This left Lu Yunwei feeling perplexed, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? This is Lu Yunwei, the youngest graduate student in the graduate school? She just arrived a little over 10 days ago. Chapter 38. Seeking guidance in the arts, the male students gazed at her with not only admiration but also burgeoning affection. This little junior sister was truly remarkable. They felt compelled to find a way to befriend her. Xiao Shanshan, observing the boy's rapt attention on Lu Yunwei, felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she cast a fierce glare at Lu Yunwei, wishing she could extinguish the gentle breeze surrounding her. This revelation struck like thunder, reverberating through the classroom. Everyone was aware that Professor Qian Weihai of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Qizhou University was the most esteemed scholar in his field. However, he was known to be a cantankerous old man who rarely accepted disciples, no matter how illustrious their lineage. Now, in front of everyone, he was requesting Lu Yunwei's mentorship, and his tone was surprisingly courteous, as if he feared she might refuse. It was nothing short of miraculous. Such a demeanor had never been witnessed before, leaving the room in a state of astonishment. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Lu Yunwei felt a mixture of confusion and intrigue. However, Luo Lulu, who understood the significance, quickly grasped Lu Yunwei's hand and squeezed it tightly. Yunwei, this is an incredible opportunity. You must accept it. Lu Yunwei remained remarkably composed. She glanced at Professor Qian, straightened her posture, deeply bowed, and said, "Student Lu Yunwei pays respects to my esteemed teacher." "Ah, no need for such formalities, Yunwei." "Ha." Professor Qian Weihai chuckled heartily, his smile wide as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. This old bear indeed excelled in this matter. He had acquired a fine student, a commendable apprentice for me. I must treat him to drinks, he remarked with a grin. Everyone was aware that this old bear referred to their medical college's dean, Xiong Jingyu, a distinguished authority in Western urology. It was common knowledge that these two old men were close friends, yet had never yielded to one another, perpetually embroiled in spirited debates. Now, when Professor Qian spoke of gratitude, it was likely a jest meant to provoke him. Indeed, he was quite the playful old rascal. "Today's class concludes here," he announced. Yunwei emerged alongside Zhuolulu, only to be swiftly approached by several young individuals. They greeted her with laughter. "Little junior sister, we are classmates from now on. Do take care of us." "Lu Yunwei, I am also from the graduate school. I am your senior, Wang Sheng. Pleased to meet you." One introduced himself eagerly. The flurry of self-introductions startled Yunwei, prompting her to shyly retreat behind Lulu. Observing this, Zhuolulu chuckled. "Hey, you lot. Do not frighten our little junior sister. Step aside. Come on, Lulu, don't be like that. Introduce us to the little junior sister, and I'll treat you all to dinner. How does that sound?" One boy proposed. "Absolutely not. We have other commitments," Zhuolulu firmly declined. Xiao Shanshan, witnessing the scene from behind, felt an increasing discomfort and turned to leave. The two quickly exited the school, allowing Lu Yunwei to finally exhale in relief. She had never encountered such a situation before. Enthusiasm could indeed be a burdensome obligation. It was likely that her decision to seek guidance from Qian Weihai in class today would cause quite a stir within the school, something she wished to avoid. She preferred to immerse herself in her studies, shunning the limelight. Yet given the current circumstances, maintaining a low profile seemed nearly impossible. Regardless, she resolved to take things one step at a time. "Lulu, I owe you a debt of gratitude today." "Thank you," Lu Yunwei expressed appreciatively. "We are good friends, so don't be so formal with me, or I shall be displeased." Zhuolulu feigned annoyance. "Very well." As the two reached the school gate and were about to part ways, a voice suddenly called out, "Lu Yunwei, hello. I've finally been waiting for you." "Huh? Why? Is someone blocking me at the gate as well?" Yunwei quivered slightly. Upon turning to look, they discovered it was Lei Yuding. What brought her here? Hadn't they quarreled just the other day? Zhuolulu promptly pulled Lu Yunwei behind her and sternly inquired, "Miss Lei, what brings you here today? What do you want?" The memory of their previous altercation lingered in their minds. Lei Yuding stepped forward, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Zhuolulu, I misunderstood your beauty salon the other day. I apologize. It was my fault." "Lu Yunwei, thank you for helping me with my ailment. I am feeling much better now. Your treatment was remarkably effective." and I am here to express my gratitude. Oh, as long as you're not here to cause trouble, that's a relief. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Zwalulu relaxed, adding, "It's wonderful that your condition has improved. Yunwei's medical skills are truly exceptional." Lei Yuding smiled. "To show my appreciation, may I invite you both to dinner? You may choose the time and place at your convenience." Yunwei declined gracefully, stating, "There is no need. It has not been much trouble. We both appreciate your kind intentions, but there is no need for a meal. Please, do not feel obliged." "But we must express our gratitude," Lei Yuding insisted eagerly. Li Yunwei cast a glance at her. Was it her brother who requested this? The very person she once saved? Could it be that he has already recognized her? Observing her earnest demeanor, Zwalulu chuckled and said, "All right, Yunwei, since they are so sincere, let us not refuse. It is better to comply than to decline. How about Sunday? Are you available?" The two gazed at Lu Yunwei with hopeful eyes, and feeling somewhat bashful, she acquiesced. Very well. Lei Yuding was elated and quickly requested to add both of them on WeChat, promising to discuss the specifics of time and location later. Before bidding a cheerful farewell, Lu Yunwei returned to her routine of tending to Xiao Yuza's ailments. Once back in the car, Lei Yuding immediately called her brother to report the progress. Hearing that the agreement was made, Lei Haoding was thrilled, eagerly anticipating the dinner on Sunday. He felt a renewed vigor in his work. The next day marked the court hearing, and he needed to organize the materials once more. Although he felt confident, the stakes were high with a case concerning human lives, and he had heard that reporters would be present for the public trial, necessitating utmost caution. At dawn the following day, Lei Haoding rose early. After a refreshing shower, he felt invigorated. Once dressed in a black suit, a white shirt, a deep blue striped tie, and a silver tie clip, he appeared both dignified and solemn, more serious than usual. He descended the stairs and arrived at the dining hall, only to find his father and mother already present. He promptly exclaimed, "Good morning, Dad and Mom." Lei Zhenrong cast a glance at his son, feeling quite pleased. This son never caused him worry, being both diligent and capable. "Haoding, get up. Come and have breakfast," Zheng Xinqi called out. "Are you heading to court again today?" Dressed so formally. "Yes, Mom. It's for the public hearing of that missing woman's body case from last time," Lei Haoding succinctly informed his mother. Zheng Mama observed the dark circles under her son's eyes and remarked, "Have you been staying up late again these past few days? You're still young. Don't push yourself so hard. The legal profession is exceedingly demanding." She felt reluctant to see her son overburdened. Chapter 39. The courtroom presence won its nothing, Mom. I'm not struggling. This is the profession I adore. Besides, don't you enjoy seeing your son uphold justice in the courtroom? You've said I look quite handsome doing it, Lei Haoding retorted playfully. Handsome indeed. My son is handsome no matter what, Zheng Mama replied with a smile. Who are you all calling handsome? Lei Yuding inquired as she swooped down like a swallow, glancing at her elder brother and realizing, "Oh, so you were speaking of brother. Of course, he is the most handsome." The family joyfully finished their breakfast and dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Lei Haoding drove straight to the Qingzhou court, while his assistants made their way separately. Upon arrival at the entrance, he noticed a throng of journalists, since it was a public hearing. In addition to the plaintiffs' and defendants' relatives, ordinary citizens could attend as well, provided they made prior reservations and passed the qualification review with a limit of 80 attendees. Thus, the court entrance was particularly crowded. Today, the Ninth Court is hearing this case, a courtroom spacious enough to accommodate over 200 individuals. Given that this case involves migrant workers, it has garnered the attention of the government. Zhuo Mingyang, the governor of Qingzhou, even made a special call to the Qingzhou court, urging them to conduct a thorough examination of the matter, thus adding to its prominence. The journalists, with their keen instincts, have been stationed here since early morning. The prosecutor for today's proceedings is the renowned attorney Lei Haoding, often referred to as a genius lawyer, which further amplifies the case's significance. As soon as Lei Haoding alighted from his vehicle, he was besieged by reporters. Mr. Lei, do you believe the tenant Xiao Wang is the murderer? Do you feel confident about winning the case today? With only 3 days left, are you prepared to secure a victory in this trial? He strode into the courtroom, And at that moment, Shun Xiaoli's mother rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes, pleading, "Mr. Lei, please seek justice for my daughter." Lei Haoding grasped her arm and solemnly replied, "I will do my utmost." He then proceeded to his position at the prosecution's table. At 8:45, the plaintiff took their place. The defendant was ready, jurors and spectators filled the seats, and the press section was bustling with journalists poised with cameras, ready to capture the proceedings. Even before the formal session commenced, murmurs filled the air. At exactly 9 o'clock, the presiding judge entered with an air of composure. He is the esteemed Judge Liu Pingyang, the head of the criminal division at Qizhou Court, in his 40s, tall and robust, with a dark complexion and a square face. Known for his stern demeanor, he donned a traditional black judicial robe. As he entered, an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. From a psychological perspective, black symbolizes gravity, rationality, and somberness, standing in stark contrast to the exuberance, warmth, and impulsivity associated with red. Judgments are predominantly anchored in reason rather than passion. The black robe serves to cultivate the judge's rational disposition, fostering a mindset grounded in reason. A judge must remain ever vigilant against the encroachment of passion upon reason, as well as the erosion of fairness and justice by bias and prejudice. He must approach matters with equanimity, ensuring that his reasoning aligns with both legal standards and logical principles. It is a unified legal and logical thought process founded upon evidence, demanding rigorous reasoning and careful verification. As Bacon aptly remarked, a judge should possess knowledge exceeding mere wit, dignity surpassing common delight, and caution outweighing confidence. Thus, the sight of a judge clad in a black robe instantly imbues the courtroom with a sense of solemnity. Judge Liu Pingyang surveyed the room with authority, striking the gavel with a resounding thud, which silenced the murmurs that filled the air. The court is now in session for case number 30569 of Qingzhou Court, wherein Mr. and Mrs. Shun are suing their tenant, Wang Jiaxing. Judge Liu proclaimed emphatically, "I now invite the plaintiffs to present their case." His gaze shifted towards Mr. and Mrs. Shun. Mr. Shun, standing at the defendant's bench, appeared to be in his 40s, yet he looked considerably aged. His attire was somewhat proper, yet his spirit was flagging. The devastating loss of his beloved daughter had nearly shattered this father. Upon finishing his statement, tears streamed down his face like rain. In the audience, whispers and chatter erupted. "That girl was so unfortunate. The perpetrator is truly despicable. They must be severely punished. But is there evidence? Isn't evidence essential for a verdict?" Everyone spoke their minds. And then, with a decisive clap, silence enveloped the courtroom. The atmosphere became solemn as Judge Liu, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Plaintiff, please take your seat. The defendant will now present the case." Wang Jiaxing, the defendant, rose from his seat, bowed respectfully, and declared, "Esteemed judge, I did not commit murder. I shared an apartment with Shun Xiaoli. To be precise, there were 3 of us, each renting a separate room. Prior to this, we were strangers. I possess a legitimate occupation and have never engaged in wrongdoing. In fact, I was the one who reported Shun Xiaoli's disappearance. If I had killed her, why would I have alerted the authorities myself? That would be foolish, would it not? I am innocent of this charge." With those words, he composedly took his seat once more. Judge Liu Pingyang then turned to Lei Haoding, plaintiff's attorney. "You may now present your statement." Lei Haoding stood, his demeanor grave, and addressed the court. "Very well, esteemed judge and distinguished jurors. As Mr. Shin Daming has articulated, the initial case handled by the Public Security Bureau concerned the disappearance of Shun Xiaoli, prompted by her parents' report. Prior to their notification, the defendant, Wang Jiaxing, had also reported a missing roommate. However, following our subsequent investigations, the circumstances of the case have evolved." Lei Haoding then turned to the judge. "Your Honor, may I first inquire of the plaintiff?" "Agreed," the judge responded. Lei Haoding faced Shin Daming. "Mr. Shun, you assert that your daughter would never resort to suicide. What evidence do you possess to support this belief? Why do you hold such a conviction?" Shin Daming, with tears welling in his eyes, gazed at the crowd and spoke. "My daughter was a wonderful child. After graduating from university, she came to work in Qizhou. and she has been diligently employed for 4 years. She informed us that she had been saving money with the intention of purchasing a modest 2-bedroom apartment of 60 square meters, so that she could bring us to Chizhou. She has always been a filial daughter. Just days before her untimely demise, she was still sharing her plans with us. How could such a girl contemplate suicide? At that moment, Shun's mother could no longer contain her sorrow and broke down in tears. The audience was filled with sympathy, lamenting the tragic loss of such a promising young woman. Lei Haoding then addressed Shin Daming. "Could you share the text message you received from your daughter with everyone?" "Of course," he replied. Shin Daming's phone was projected onto the courtroom screen, revealing the message, "Mom and Dad, I can't stay here anymore. One of our tenants frequently harasses me, and I am terrified. I want to move, but finding a new place is quite troublesome. Is that all right?" Lei Haoding continued, "Your Honor, how could such a devoted daughter, who cherished life, take her own life?" This message points to the tenant, Wang Jiaxing, as a person of significant suspicion. Objection. Your Honor, I oppose the plaintiff's lawyer's conjecture. This court relies on evidence. Subjective speculation has no place here, countered the defendant's lawyer, Lu Chong, loudly. Originally, the defendant, Xiao Wang, had not engaged a lawyer. However, this case has garnered significant public attention, prompting the court to assign him a pro bono attorney. Nevertheless, the attorney remained diligent. For a victory against Lei Haoding could undoubtedly lead to considerable acclaim. Judge Lu Pingyang stated, "Objection sustained. Counsel for the plaintiff, please be mindful of your language." "Very well, Your Honor. May I pose a few questions to the defendant?" Lei Haoding inquired. "Proceed," the judge permitted. Facing Wang Jialing, Lei Haoding asked, "Defendant, do you know Shin Xiaoli? What is the nature of your relationship with her?" "Your Honor, this question pertains to whether tenant Wang Jialing harassed the deceased, which is closely related to this case." The plaintiff's attorney interjected. Wang Jialing calmly replied, "Our relationship is rather ordinary. We were not acquainted prior to my renting the property. I did have an affection for Shin Xiaoli and pursued her, but she declined my advances, and I subsequently ceased my pursuit. We did not continue any further." He candidly acknowledged his pursuit of Shin Xiaoli. Mother Shin could no longer contain herself. "You were speaking nonsense. You have persistently harassed her." Silence. The judge cast a glance at the couple, while Mother Shin stifled her grief. Lei Haoding continued his questioning. "So, did you ever ascertain whether Shin Xiaoli had a boyfriend?" "It seems she did not," Wang Jialing replied. "How do you know she was without a boyfriend? Furthermore, have you ever harassed Shin Xiaoli?" Lei Haoding pressed, fixing his gaze intently on Wang Jialing. With a serene smile, Wang Jialing responded, "I have never harassed her." "Not once?" Lei Haoding inquired. "Your apartment was originally rented by 3 individuals. Where's the third person? Have you ever harassed Lu Qianqian?" Suddenly, he posed the question. I object. I object to the plaintiff's lawyer's inquiry regarding matters unrelated to this case." The defendant's lawyer interjected. "No, Your Honor, this question is crucial. It is central to the case," Lei Haoding asserted emphatically. The defendant's lawyer, Lu Chong, resignedly took his seat, feeling that what was once a straightforward case was slipping beyond his control. Lei Haoding was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Wang Jiaxing, having regained his composure following the lawyer's interruption, declared, "I did not harass Lu Qianqian." Lei Haoding then turned to the judge, stating, "Your Honor, esteemed jurors, I would like to call forth the first witness." A ripple of anticipation spread through the room. There is a witness? Wasn't he previously stated there were none, which led to this case being initially deemed a suicide? Where did this witness come from? Silence. A staff member announced, "Summon the plaintiff's witness." The door of courtroom 9 swung open, and a young woman entered. In her 20s. She donned a pair of jeans, a white shirt, and a trench coat. Her beauty was evident, yet her countenance appeared worn. She stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time. Lei Haoding's gaze fixed intently on Wang Jiaxing, who, upon seeing the girl, visibly paled, casting a frantic glance at his lawyer Lu Chong, who was equally taken aback, uncertain of the identity of the girl who had just entered. Click, click. The reporter's flashbulbs incessantly captured the moment. A reporter swiftly selected the recently captured photograph, freezing it on the flustered expression of Wang Jiajin, and sent it to Lei Haoting's assistant. The young woman approached the witness stand. Lei Haoting, with a smile, addressed her. Miss, may I inquire your name, age, and your relationship with the parties involved in this case, Xin Xiaoli and Wang Jiajin? The girl gazed at the judge and replied, Your Honor, my name is Lu Qianqian. I am 25 years old, and I am a tenant of the same apartment as Xin Xiaoli and Wang Jiajin. Lei Haoting continued, Lu Qianqian, do you recognize the individual seated in the defendant's chair? Lu Qianqian turned her gaze towards Wang Jiajin, whose malevolent eyes startled her. She then turned back to Lei Haoting and declared, I recognize him. He is Wang Jiajin, that beast. I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. A murmur of speculation rippled through the audience. What hidden truths lie beneath? Why such animosity towards Wang Jiajin? The room buzzed with chatter. Silence, commanded Judge Lu. Lei Haoting pressed on with his inquiry. What fuels this hatred? What has he done? That beast attempted to rape me. Lu Qianqian exclaimed, her teeth clenched. Gasps of shock echoed from the audience, as if struck by thunder. Silence. Judge Lu Pingyang recognized the complexities of today's proceedings. You lie. I did not assault her. She attempted to seduce me and now bears a grudge. Wang Jiajin protested loudly. Lei Haoting cast a glance at Wang Jiajin, realizing that he was truly impervious to the gravity of the situation. Lu Qianqian, you claim he attempted to rape you. Do you possess any evidence? Lei Haoting inquired. Indeed, I possess evidence. One night, while recording for a video project required by my workplace, I was experimenting with creating content for Douyin. As I struggled to navigate the process, I inadvertently left my door unlocked, as I had not yet retired for the night. Suddenly, he burst in, startling me so much that my phone slipped into the crevice of my pillow, leaving the recording still active. Upon entering, he unleashed a torrent of vile language and attempted to accost me. I resisted fiercely, shouting for help, prompting Xiaoli to rush over, believing I was in distress. Only then did he cease his assault, but not before failing in his intentions. Lu Qianqian's assertions were entirely accurate. At that moment, Wang Jiajin stood in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his attempt at assault had been captured on film. Panic washed over him as he glanced at his attorney, Lu Chong, who, unbeknownst to him, had grown to despise him, regretting his involvement in defending such a beast. Lei Haoting then addressed the court, stating, Your Honor, esteemed jurors, please observe the first piece of physical evidence, the photograph taken the instant Lu Qianqian entered. With that, his assistant swiftly connected to the computer, projecting the image onto the screen. The moment Lu Qianqian entered, Wang Jiajin's shock was unmistakable, swiftly followed by a menacing glare. The clarity of the two photographs was striking. Lei Haoting fixed his gaze upon Wang Jiajin, inquiring, What accounts for your evident panic and ferocity? Is it because you once harbored intentions to assault Lu Qianqian, and now, upon her arrival, you contemplate silencing her? Yes or no? Objection, Your Honor. The plaintiff's attorney is leading the suspect, Lu Chong interjected. However, within the hearts of the onlookers, there was an undeniable consensus that Wang Jiajin had indeed contemplated murder to eliminate a witness. Very well, Your Honor. May I now present the second piece of evidence? Lei Haoting calmly stated, revealing that this was merely a prelude. The court staff promptly displayed a report, the autopsy report of Xin Xiaoli, conducted by the renowned forensic expert, Ling Xiao. Lei Haoting solemnly remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, please observe that the report clearly indicates the victim was sexually assaulted on the day of her demise. A girl without a boyfriend fell victim to such a crime. There are lacerations on both sides of her lower body, and bodily fluids have been extracted, matching the DNA from this cigarette, but the owner of this cigarette is none other than Wang Jiajin. I collected it from his current residence 3 days ago, and the local police can testify to this. Furthermore, let us examine another report. The victim bore marks of strangulation around her neck, and her nasal bone was fractured. How could a girl who committed suicide sustain such an injury? In the victim's room, I discovered numerous strands of long hair on the reverse side of her pillow. It is understandable to find long hair on the pillow itself, as shedding is common, but why were there strands on the reverse side as well? He inhaled deeply before continuing, Wang Jiaxing, on that fateful night, Xiaoli's door was left unlocked, allowing you to intrude. You intended to assault her. When she resisted, you overpowered her, fearing her cries would awaken the neighbors. You smothered her with her pillow, ultimately leading to her death. Is this true or not? Speak. I struck her in self-defense, breaking my own nose in the process. I only intended to use the pillow to subdue her. That wretched woman was screaming, and I merely covered her mouth and nose. I never meant for her to suffocate. Wang Jiaxing was utterly shattered. Had she acquiesced to my desires, this calamity would not have befallen her. I never intended to take her life, truly. At this moment, his psychological defenses crumbled entirely. His words became indiscriminate. And his defense attorney, Lu Chong, sat in resignation, powerless to argue any further. There was no need for defense whatsoever. This case was concluded, casting a shadow over his own future. Lei Haoding's voice was sharp and authoritative. You discovered Xiaoli's lifeless body and still proceeded to violate her. Is it true or not? At that time, I merely thought she had fainted. I was unaware she had perished. Wang Jiaxing collapsed under the weight of his own guilt. Xiaoli's father could no longer contain his anguish. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "You beast! You vile creature! How could you commit such an atrocity?" My Xiaoli's mother, overwhelmed with grief, could utter not a single word, only to cough up blood before losing consciousness, necessitating immediate assistance from the staff. The audience erupted in outrage. How could this monster display such brutality? The perpetrator must face the harshest of penalties. Silence, Judge Lu Pingyang commanded. At this juncture, the truth had been laid bare. The criminal had confessed without hesitation. Wang Jiaxing had attempted to rape Lu Qianqian. After Lu Qianqian's departure, he harassed Xiaoli, who resisted him. On a day when the door was left unlocked, he returned to torment her once more. In the ensuing struggle, Wang Jiaxing took Xiaoli's life, then violated her corpse in a fit of madness, discarding her body in the river before feigning a missing person report. In this legal society, such actions are horrifying. The evidence in the Wang Jiaxing murder case is irrefutable, and the nature of the crime is heinously severe, resulting in an immediate death sentence. The public reaction was one of uproar. This case, due to its public nature, had a significant impact. After the trial concluded, Xiaoli's father approached Lei Haoding and suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Lawyer Lei, thank you for vindicating Xiaoli. Thank you." His forehead touched the floor. Although the case was won, Lei Haoding felt a heavy heart, mourning the loss of a young life. Upon exiting the courthouse, a throng of reporters surrounded him. They had remained, eager to interview him the moment he emerged. Chapter 42. The celebrity effect outside. The sun shone brilliantly in a clear blue sky, casting its unfiltered rays upon the earth. The air was exceptionally fresh, as if it had banished the previous days of dreary rain. Reporters pointed their microphones at Lei Haoding, all vying for the opportunity to capture first-hand news. "Lawyer Lei, you have triumphed in court once again today. Do you have any thoughts to share with us?" "Lawyer Lei, in just 3 days, you have secured another victory, continuing your undefeated legend. Please share your reflections with us." Excitement buzzed among the reporters, their eyes brimming with admiration. Lei Haoding, with a grave expression and an imposing demeanor, responded, "Let us not speak of an undefeated legend. We live in a society governed by law, and together, let us uphold justice in the world." His words were succinct and unembellished, lacking grandiose rhetoric, yet they resonated deeply with the crowd. Thunderous applause erupted around him. This moment crystallized. Lei Haoding's poise in the courtroom was once again celebrated, establishing him as a role model for the younger generation. The public perceives him solely as a polished figure in the courtroom, unaware of the diligence and tireless preparation he invests outside its walls. Each case demands his utmost readiness before he steps into the arena of justice. Opportunities are bestowed upon those who are prepared. Success is never achieved by mere chance. The members of the law firm were elated, their admiration for their leader deepening. The following day, the Qingzhou News extensively covered the case, with a photograph of Lei Haoding gracing the front pages of major newspapers. The concept of justice resonated on trending networks. and the firm's official Weibo account experienced a surge in popularity. This case captured the attention of society at large, prompting the Qingzhou government to intervene and initiate a crackdown on illegal rental practices. In the living room of the Liu family, after dinner, they gathered to converse and share laughter, the television broadcasting the day's news. As the report on yesterday's case unfolded, Lei Haoting's handsome visage appeared on screen, leaving Liu Yunwei astonished. He is indeed an extraordinary lawyer, worthy of admiration. She reflected on her fortunate decision to save him that day, thinking how society now has another champion of justice. Saving a good man filled her heart with sweetness, and a smile unconsciously graced her face. The family continued to discuss Lei Haoting, with Liu Xianghao commenting appreciatively, "This young lawyer is truly impressive." The next day, Liu Yunwei arrived at school early, only to find Qingzhou University bustling with activity from the break of dawn. The air was thick with the essence of spring, as the pink peach blossoms and pristine white pear flowers vied for attention in full bloom, with people bustling about in every direction. Amidst the throngs of people, Liu Yunwei arrived at the grand auditorium of the school. She had arranged to meet with Zhuo Lulu, and they planned to enter together, so she decided to wait for her at the entrance. Noticing that Lulu had yet to arrive, Yunwei took a moment to stand by the roadside. Pulling out her phone, she lowered her head, intending to send a text inquiring about Lulu's whereabouts. Suddenly, she was jolted by a forceful collision, catching her completely off guard. She instinctively stepped back, only to realize that she was precariously positioned at the edge of the road. There was a slight raised border on the asphalt, merely 2 or 3 centimeters high. Yet it proved to be her downfall. Tripping over it, she fell backward. Panic surged through her as she quickly extended her hand for support, which found its way into a nearby holly tree. A sharp pain pierced through her as she grasped at the branches. Fortunately, she avoided a complete fall, but her knee landed among the foliage, inflicting further agony, and she could feel her skin being pricked by the twigs. A figure rushed towards her, looming over as they approached. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I bump into you? It's so crowded, my apologies." As Yunwei slowly rose to her feet, she recognized the individual as the same classmate who had provoked her in class the previous day. She recalled Zhuo Lulu mentioning her name, Chao Shanshan. Clad in an opulent outfit and possessing striking beauty, she spoke her words of regret with a smug smile that belied any genuine remorse. Yunwei furrowed her brows, pondering how she had not offended her upon her arrival. Yet, it was abundantly clear that this stumble had been a deliberate act on Chao Shanshan's part. Her temperament has always been reserved, disinclined to engage in conflict with others. However, she is not oblivious to the fact that Chao Shanshan appears to harbor jealousy towards her. Yunwei remained silent. To her surprise, 2 others accompanied Chao Shanshan, both of whom had joined in yesterday's classroom banter. One of them raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Shanshan, why should you apologize to her? This path does not belong to her. It's her own fault for obstructing our way. If she falls, she has only herself to blame." Such words were rather harsh, and to Yunwei's astonishment, Chao Shanshan did not intervene, instead smiling mockingly at her, the derision evident in her gaze. Unwilling to engage further, Yunwei decided to turn away, thinking it best to avoid the confrontation, as it was not a significant matter. Just then, a tall figure rushed forward, colliding directly with Chao Shanshan, a broad shoulder crashing against her chest. Taken by surprise, she was unable to evade, resulting in her falling to the ground. The figure, however, remained unscathed. Many students passing by halted to witness the scene, and Chao Shanshan's face flushed with embarrassment. Her 2 companions were startled and quickly rushed to assist her. It was only then that Chao Shanshan realized that her assailant was none other than her classmate, Hong Wei, the very same boy who had competed with Yunwei in pulse diagnosis the previous day. Instantly, she sprang to her feet, clutching her aching chest, indignantly exclaiming, "Ouch! What were you thinking? Are you blind?" Hong Wei, his face brimming with a smile, promptly offered his apologies, saying, "I'm so sorry, Chao Shanshan. I didn't mean to bump into you. Did I hurt you? Where did I hit you? Let me see. Did I strike your chest? Did you also fall on your backside just now?" After speaking, He fixed his gaze on Chao Shanshan's chest and even turned to inspect her backside, seemingly checking for any injuries. Two companions quickly intervened to block Hong Wei. Chapter 43. The Celebrity Effect. Chao Shanshan, filled with anger and resentment, scolded. "What are you staring at? Hong Wei, did you deliberately bump into me? How dare you treat me this way?" No, it was unintentional. I was just in a rush to avoid being late and didn't see you standing in the middle of the path. I truly apologize. Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup, Hong Wei replied earnestly. By this time, a crowd of classmates had gathered. Isn't that the campus beauty? Chao Shanshan. What did Hong Wei do to provoke her? She is not someone to be trifled with. Did you not see? Chao Shanshan bumped into that student first, causing them to fall. Oh, Hong Wei is a hero saving the fair maiden, huh? Laughter and chatter filled the air. Chao Shanshan was seething with fury, but with so many eyes upon her, she felt compelled to leave before the situation became even more embarrassing. She shot Hong Wei a glare and declared, "We'll see about this," before hastily departing with her companions. At that moment, Hong Wei turned back, smiling warmly at Lu Yunwei, saying, "Lu Yunwei, did you hurt yourself? Are you all right?" His expression was one of genuine concern. Yunwei smiled back and replied sincerely, "Thank you, senior, I'm fine. But will you face trouble for offending Chao Shanshan?" Hong Wei replied with a serious demeanor, "I haven't offended her at all. It was truly an accident that I bumped into her." He winked at Yunwei, and they both shared a laugh. "Thank you." Yunwei spoke softly. Hong Wei, with concern, said, "I just saw you fall. Your hand is injured. Let me see." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Yunwei's hand. Lu Yunwei instinctively recoiled, hastily replying, "It's nothing, truly." Hong Wei then realized his own impulsiveness. Lu Yunwei retrieved a napkin from her bag, gently dabbed her injured right hand, and showed it to him, saying, "See, it's really fine." From a distance, Zwalulu had also witnessed the recent scene, regretting her distance that prevented her from assisting Yunwei. Now, she rushed over and grasped her arm, scrutinizing Yunwei's hand. Upon confirming it was unharmed, she sighed in relief. "It's all right, Lulu, I'm fine. Let us head inside." Lu Yunwei quickly diverted the conversation. Zwalulu smiled at Hong Wei, saying, "Hey, big guy, thank you for today." Hong Wei, feeling bashful, scratched his head in response. The trio then entered the grand auditorium, which was already filled with numerous attendees. Many had taken their seats in the central area, and they chose a spot towards the left in the third row. Yunwei sat on the left, Lulu in the center, and Hong Wei on the right. He had intended to sit next to Yunwei, but Zwalulu had claimed that position first. Adopting a protective demeanor, Hong Wei felt somewhat helpless. The student council officers were busily preparing, while the stage featured a solitary podium adorned with a magnificent bouquet of flowers, vibrant and splendid. A row of flowers lined the edge of the stage, resplendent and fragrant. Despite being a welcoming ceremony, it exuded a sense of grandeur. Journalists from Qingzhou Television had arrived early, cameras in tow, ready to capture the event. Today's grand event is being broadcast live across television and online platforms, a spectacle of unprecedented scale. Qingdao University has always embraced an open philosophy, particularly in the academic realm, advocating for a flourishing diversity of thought and demonstrating a broad-minded approach that welcomes all. Each year, it attracts a multitude of top-tier students vying for admission. The influence of renowned personalities in this era is truly remarkable. At 9:30, the welcoming ceremony officially commenced. The director of the medical school, Ma Yichuan, took to the stage to announce the beginning of this event. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause as a spirited welcoming tune filled the air. He appeared as a delicate scholar, handsome and graceful. Duan smiled as he accepted his certificate and began his speech. "Dear students, I am delighted to be here at the medical school of Qingdao University. This institution has long been a beacon of my admiration. I hail from a distant land, the Huaxia Kingdom, and my journey to Qingdao is motivated by the recognition that the medical school of Qingdao University stands as a pinnacle of higher education in the field of medicine today. Here, we gather an abundance of talent. I extend my gratitude to Dean Xiong for granting me this opportunity to become a part of Qingdao University. to research and progress alongside all of you. In the coming years, let us forge ahead together and create brilliance. Let us remain steadfast in our mission to save lives and alleviate suffering, striving for the well-being of humanity. Thunderous applause resonated throughout the venue. Lu Yunwei was also swept away by the fervor, clapping her hands vigorously until they turned red. Her cheeks flushed, and admiration shone in her eyes. Hong Wei stole a glance at her, noticing that the typically composed girl also possessed a passionate side. They had been friends in a group chat for 5 years, yet had never met in person. They all used their own nicknames, and whenever they had academic inquiries, they would consult and answer each other as questions. Yunwei, rather shy, adopted the nickname Wei Wei within this group, refraining from revealing her true name. She had received considerable assistance here, particularly in Western medicine, acquiring a wealth of knowledge from this community. Chapter 44, The Celebrity Effect 3. Today, Yunwei was exceptionally joyful. Her face adorned with a sweet smile that was a rarity for her. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, adding to her beauty. Even Zwalulu noticed this and teased. What is this? Has the little girl found her romantic inclinations? Smiling so charmingly, Lu Yunwei pinched Zwalulu's arm, whispering in mock annoyance, "Stop your nonsense. Stop it." All right, I yield." Zwalulu chuckled. "I surrender, huh?" The 2 girls were caught up in playful banter, their eyes lowered, lost in thought. However, these 4 positions were to be obtained through competition, consisting of both written and oral examinations. Those interested could register with the heads of their respective departments, with public selections taking place a month later. When Director Ma made the announcement, excitement erupted among the crowd. Such enticing opportunities had the medical students eager to participate. Students of traditional Chinese medicine also aspired to gain knowledge in Western medicine, particularly in the field of surgery, which was a stronghold of Western medicine, complemented by various instruments that traditional Chinese medicine could not rival. Now, with a person who excelled in both traditional and Western medicine, the prospect of learning directly from him promised immense benefits. As Zwalulu and Lu Yunwei exited the auditorium, they reached the entrance where Hong Wei smiled and said, "Ladies, may I treat you to dinner? What do you say?" Zwalulu cast a glance at him, realizing his burgeoning affection for Yunwei. She promptly remarked, "We have matters to attend to. Let us speak another time. Farewell." With that, she grasped Yunwei's hand and hurried away, unwilling to let anyone snatch Yunwei from her, for she harbored hopes of having her as a sister-in-law. Observing their retreating figures, Hong Wei's expression darkened. After dining together, Zwalulu and Lu Yunwei parted ways. Soon, everyone came across the online news and promptly learned that the senior brother had arrived at Qingzhou University. The chatter erupted as they buzzed with excitement. Yunwei posted a photograph but refrained from further comment, secretly reveling in pride for her senior brother. However, her information remained scant. They knew only that she was in the Northeast, with no knowledge of her name or even a glimpse of her photograph. Now that it was revealed she was at the medical school of Qingzhou University, they were determined to cling to this newfound knowledge. Yunwei silently lamented, "Alas, this is entirely my fault." She realized the truth could no longer be concealed. Continuing to do so would risk hurting her friend's feelings. Thus, she candidly confessed, "I arrived in Qingzhou just over 10 days ago to pursue my studies at Qingzhou University." At that moment, Duanan was dining with Director Xiong when he suddenly noticed messages on WeChat, becoming so engrossed that he forgot to eat. Director Xiong called out several times before he responded. With a chuckle, Director Xiong inquired, "What is this? A message from your girlfriend?" "Even I, an old man, am disregarded now." "Ha." The others joined in laughter, raising their glasses for a hearty toast. "Oh, little junior sister? It seems my old instincts were correct. She is indeed your girlfriend," Director Xiong teased, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Pray tell, is she also from our university? Who might she be? Should we invite her to join us?" A countenance reminiscent of a matchmaker, adorned with a mischievous grin. Duanan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled, "Director Xiong, please refrain from teasing me. I am yet to learn the name of my junior sister. I was just about to inquire if there have been any new students admitted recently, particularly from Northeast China, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine." Xiong Jingyu's expression shifted, growing serious as he retorted, "What? Are you attempting to poach my student? You rascal! Is that so? Then I must have indeed stumbled upon a remarkable talent. However, I shan't divulge her name just yet." Xiong laughed heartily, indulging in his drink with the exuberance of a spirited youth. Chapter 45. A grateful bow to the mentor Duanin, feeling anxious, continued to toast and greet. To his astonishment, Xiong, behaving like a mischievous old child, refused to share and instead proposed, "Don't you have her WeChat? Why not summon her here directly? Wouldn't it be better to meet her face to face? Truth be told, I admitted her because she excelled through our rigorous graduate school selection process. She is an exceptional transfer student whom I have yet to meet. Come on. Call her over and let her know it's from me." Duanin promptly sent a message in the group chat. "Wei Wei, I am dining with Director Xiong. Can you join us? I'm eager to meet you." His tone was sincere and earnest. "No, let us save it for another time," senior brother, Yunwei thought, realizing this situation had escalated. How could Director Xiong also be aware? There was always a hint of trepidation when it came to authority figures. The group began to gossip once more. "Wei Wei, why are you avoiding him? You are in Qingzhou. It would be nice to meet senior brother. I'll fly over. Let us gather together." The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter, as Lu Yunwei made her entrance. Duanin felt a surge of joy within him and promptly sent her a location pin, indicating a restaurant right at the school gate. "Director Xiong," Duanin declared as he rose, "my junior sister has agreed to come. I shall go to the entrance to greet her." "Hold on, why the rush?" Xiong, the elder, replied with a hint of admonition. "She is already within the school. She will arrive shortly. We shall wait here. Young people must learn to remain composed." He cast a knowing glance at Duanin, embodying the wisdom of experience. "Please, come in," Xiong said with utmost seriousness, though his heart brimmed with anticipation. The door creaked open gently, and Lu Yunwei appeared at the threshold. The collective gaze of the onlookers shifted in unison, as though commanded by an unseen force. A youthful girl stood before them, clad in a pristine white turtleneck sweater paired with a deep green skirt, and topped with a long trench coat. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin fair, lips a soft pink, and long hair cascading down her shoulders. Such purity and beauty, who could she be? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had entered the wrong private room. Lu Yunwei offered a gentle smile and greeted, "Elder brother, hello." Duanin was momentarily entranced upon first seeing Lu Yunwei. What? He thought, astonished that his junior sister appeared so youthful. How could she be this young? It dawned on him that not only was she exceptionally talented, but also breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, his heart swelled with sweet delight, tinged with a sense of secret pride. His decision to join the Faculty of Medicine at Qingzhou University had proven fortuitous, yielding such a remarkable discovery. He quickly stood and called out, "Junior sister, come here, join your elder brother." Yunwei promptly rose, extending her hand shyly. "Elder brother, I apologize. I am Lu Yunwei. It was not intentional earlier." "Ha ha ha. Very well, very well." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The hands of the two swiftly parted. Old Bear, displeased, cast a sidelong glance at Yunwei and remarked, "Girl, do you not possess any humility?" Yunwei, having just seated herself, quickly rose once more and said, "Greetings, Director Bear. I have long admired your medical expertise. Even in the Northeast, I have heard of your esteemed name." "Oh, is that so? You know of me in the Northeast?" Old Bear chuckled heartily, clearly pleased. "Ah, my dear girl, you are truly a promising talent. Do study diligently." His demeanor was entirely that of a venerable elder doting on a cherished grandchild. Countless errors could be overlooked, but flattery was not among them. See, even Old Bear relished such praise. Laughter erupted once more. The crowd inquired about Yunwei's studies and her living arrangements, eager to know every detail. Yunwei replied simply, stating that she resided in the school dormitory, attending classes and rarely venturing out. After all, she had applied for a dormitory, though she had not yet officially moved in. She refrained from disclosing her family circumstances, deeming them irrelevant to her studies. Suddenly, Ma Yichuan, The director of the medical college's office spoke up. Yunwei, I heard that Professor Qian Weihai from your department has taken on a new disciple. Do you know who it is? Yunwei's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Director Ma, wondering if he was deliberately mentioning this in front of the dean. He appeared innocently oblivious, not intentionally provoking. With a smile, she replied, It is I. I became Professor Qian's disciple yesterday. Her words struck like a thunderclap. What? That old Qian snatched my student? Old Bear's expression changed dramatically, and he abruptly stood up. Yunwei was taken aback, wondering why her request for mentorship elicited such a reaction. Had she erred in some way? Her countenance changed, resembling that of a startled little bird. Dean Xiong, regaining his composure, glanced at Lu Yunwei and reassured her, Child, I harbor no resentment towards you. Do not be frightened. My ire is directed solely at that old man Qian, who has audaciously taken away my student. When I first sought you out, I was captivated by your innate talent and believed that your studies in Western medicine would lead to remarkable achievements. I intended to take you under my wing. I've been rather occupied these past few days, and did not anticipate that Qian would beat me to it. It infuriates me to no end. That old fool seems oblivious to his own arrogance. With a sudden thought, he turned to the elder Xiong and said, Dean Xiong, Professor Qian is a distinguished figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Your expertise lies in Western medicine, and there is no inherent conflict. Is it not possible for my little junior sister to have multiple esteemed mentors? What? Multiple mentors? Dean Xiong exclaimed, his expression illuminating with newfound understanding. His face breaking into a broad smile. The wrinkles on his face became more pronounced, yet his demeanor softened with a benevolent charm. Child, would you be willing to be my disciple? Lu Yunwei cast a discreet glance at her senior brother, pondering, given your awareness of the rivalry between the two teachers, would allowing me to study under both not create complications? After all, both are esteemed figures I have long admired. While learning from them would be splendid. Are they not fundamentally incompatible? Is this arrangement feasible? Lu Yunwei hesitated, her gaze still fixed on her senior brother, causing Dean Xiong's heart to skip a beat. What is this? Does the girl refuse? A sense of unease crept into her heart, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Duan remained silent, merely smiling and nodding at Yunwei. Relieved, Lu Yunwei promptly stood up, took a fresh cup, poured a glass of wine, and approached the old bear, lifting the cup with both hands. With utmost respect, she addressed Xiong Jingyu, saying, Disciple Lu Yunwei pays her respects to the esteemed master. Please, master, partake of this wine. With that, she sincerely presented the offering. Very well, I shall drink. Xiong Jingyu burst into hearty laughter, accepting the cup. He tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp. What a delightful day. My dear girl, your master is truly pleased. His laughter was infectious, and Lu Yunwei couldn't help but smile, recognizing that her master was a man of genuine character and a lovable old soul. The gathering was filled with joy as they all shared a meal, a true celebration of camaraderie. Duan mused to himself, considering that both of them resided in the same city, and now that he knew his junior sister was studying at Qingzhou University, future encounters would be convenient, and thus, there was no need to rush. This month was destined to be extraordinary. Professor Qian Weihai had invited Xiong Jingyu for a meal, originally intending to impress him. To his surprise, he learned that Yunwei had also become Xiong's disciple. Initially, this left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but he quickly reconciled with the thought. He was not a petty individual, and both were simply nurturing talent. The arrangement of having two masters for Yunwei was indeed fitting. As the two old men shared drinks together, their playful banter continued, yet their spirits remained high. Time flew by swiftly. On Sunday morning, as Lu Yunwei had just risen from her slumber, a call from Lei Yuding came through, once again extending a heartfelt invitation for Lu Yunwei to join her for lunch, providing all the necessary details regarding time and location. Lu Yunwei acquiesced, for it seemed rather pretentious to decline such sincere hospitality, and moreover, having recently arrived in Qingzhou, it would be beneficial to cultivate another friendship in this unfamiliar locale. Early in the day, a call from Zhualulu also rang in, her exuberance palpable as she insisted on driving Lu Yunwei. Though Lu Yunwei initially contemplated declining, Zwalulu's enthusiasm was irresistible. Thus, they arranged for her to pick up Lu Yunwei at the Lu residence at 9 a.m., and together they would proceed to the luncheon. Dressed in a delicate moon-white dress complemented by a long, dark green coat, Lu Yunwei's petite and exquisite features required little embellishment. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, and her subtle makeup accentuated her natural beauty, rendering her enchanting. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she found only her parents present. Her two brothers and sister were conspicuously absent, likely still in slumber on this Sunday morning. She greeted her parents as per usual. Lu Xianghao cast a benevolent glance at his eldest daughter, reflecting on her remarkable demeanor. She was so well behaved that he found little to worry about, even on a Sunday, while his two mischievous sons were off gallivanting. And the effervescent Yun Xiao was bustling about outside. This daughter maintained a diligently structured life, attending school, assisting her grandmother with her ailments. It was a level of diligence that tugged at his heartstrings. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Xianghao remarked, "Wei, today is Sunday. Do you have any plans? If not, perhaps you could take a stroll or spend time with friends." Hua Yin promptly suggested, "Yunwei, would you like me to accompany you to purchase some clothes or shoes? When are you free? I can join you." Yunwei smiled and replied, "Thank you, Auntie, but perhaps another day. Today, I have plans to dine out with a classmate who will pick me up shortly. Is that all right?" "Of course, dear child. That sounds wonderful. Your parents hope you can venture out more often," Hua Yin remarked. Lu Xianghao nodded in agreement with a smile. "Do you still have some money left? Should I give you a bit more?" he asked indulgently. Yunwei quickly shook her head. "No need, Dad. I still have the money you gave me, and I haven't spent any of it." She smiled shyly. The three of them enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. Afterward, Yunwei spent some time in the living room watching television with her parents. Lu Xianghao was genuinely pleased. As the family engaged in casual conversation, he inquired about his daughter's academic experience. He was astounded to learn that, within just half a month, she had already secured mentorship from two esteemed physicians at the Qingzhou University Medical School. "Yunwei, you are quite popular. Make sure to focus on your studies. Our Lu family owns a pharmaceutical group, and you could join me at the company in the future," Lu Xianghao expressed with pride. Hua Yin shot him a glance, her heart sinking slightly. It was only her daughter's second week, yet she was already receiving such attention from Lu Xianghao. Although she had not yet gained any real power within the family, his words hinted at his intentions. A sense of urgency filled her thoughts. What about her two sons? What would become of them? Yunwei cast a discreet glance at Hua Yin. Her heart stirred as she spoke. "Father, I am still young. In the future, I aspire to be a carefree doctor, lest I disappoint you." She gently declined her father's goodwill. "Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. You are still young. Focus on your studies," replied Lu Xianghao, unfazed. Hua Yin let out a slight sigh of relief. After a while, a servant came to report that Miss Wu had arrived at the door. Yue, knowing Lulu was there, joyfully stood up and said, "Father, my friend has come. I shall step out for a moment." Chapter 47. A sincere invitation. Hua Yin remarked, Wei, it is still early. Why not invite your friend in to sit for a while?" Lu Xianghao nodded in agreement. "Very well." Just then, Zwalulu had parked her car and entered directly. Before she even appeared, her voice echoed, "Yunwei, I have come to take you out." Upon entering the living room, she immediately spotted the two elders. Yunwei promptly rose, walked to the entrance, and with a smile, took her hand, saying, "Lulu, this is my father and aunt." Turning to them, she added cheerfully, "Father, aunt, this is my dear friend Zwalulu." Lulu was taken aback to find Yunwei's parents present. Her introduction felt somewhat unusual, as she did not refer to them as dad and mom. However, she quickly composed herself, deciding it best not to delve into their private affairs. With a smile, she greeted, "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Lulu, a classmate of Yunwei's. We are quite close, good friends." After finishing her introduction, she bowed gracefully. Observing the girl's demeanor, Lu Xianghao found her comportment quite agreeable and nodded appreciatively. Hua Yin promptly stepped forward, smiling as she said, "Ah, it's Lulu. I often hear Wei speak of you." Our Wei is usually quite reserved, Thank you for looking out for her at school. Zualulu quickly replied, Auntie, Weiwei is truly remarkable. Both of the prominent figures at our school are her mentors. From now on, I shall rely on her protection. Luyan playfully tapped her, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? Auntie, do not listen to her wild claims. We must be on our way now. Very well, take care on the road. Lulu, do come over to play often, Hua Yin called after them. All right, goodbye Uncle and Aunt. The two girls climbed into the car, with Zualulu taking the wheel. Her vehicle was a sleek white Mercedes, a birthday gift from her parents last year. While driving, she gossiped, Weiwei, was that your aunt? Indeed. She is my aunt, and also my stepmother. My mother passed away during childbirth with my sister and me, Lu Yun replied with a serene expression. I'm sorry, Weiwei. Zualulu quickly apologized. It's nothing. It's all in the past, Lu Yun smiled. So, where shall we dine today? With that, Lu Yun skillfully diverted the conversation. Zualulu informed her that Lei Yuding had sent her a location for a private dining restaurant, which was reputedly quite famous. They chatted and laughed all the way until they reached their destination. The restaurant is located on Tingong Street in the DC district of Chizhou, a bustling culinary avenue lined with eateries and taverns. However, the establishment they arrived at was situated in the southeastern corner, a more secluded spot that exuded an air of exclusivity. It was evident that this was a high-end private dining venue, eschewing the boisterous atmosphere of the more common establishments. Such private dining houses thrive in popularity, with contemporary restaurants increasingly following this trend. Reservations are essential for dining, as private rooms are seldom available without prior booking. Upon reaching the entrance, a server was already there to assist Zualulu with parking. Lei Yuding, waiting at the door, spotted the two and exclaimed, Zualulu, Lu Yunwei. You've arrived. Come quickly. She rushed over, clasping their hands warmly and leading them up to the third floor. Arriving at the entrance of room 302, Lei Yuding pushed the door open, prompting Lei Houting to rise with a welcoming smile. Welcome, beautiful ladies. I hope you don't mind if I join you for dinner, he said, his cheerful demeanor making it hard to refuse. How could we possibly object, esteemed lawyer? We are at your service, Zualulu replied with a bright laugh. Lu Yunwei merely offered a gentle smile, typically preferring to remain silent in such moments. As the trio entered, they discovered a spacious private room containing a round table, accommodating around 10 diners. Yet today, it was just the 4 of them, providing ample space. The table was already set with exquisite dishware, and the server helped the two ladies remove their outer coats, hanging them on a nearby rack. Both women, having dressed elegantly, showcased their graceful figures and looked even more enchanting than usual. After exchanging polite pleasantries, they all took their seats, dressed in a light gray casual suit. Contrasting sharply with his usual dark attire, Lei Houting exuded youthful charm, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a pink tie. As the guests arrived, the culinary experience commenced. Featuring a particularly exquisite dish, honey-glazed roasted duck, reputedly imported from the far reaches of Huaxia, making it a rare delicacy. The duck, meticulously cleaned, was not prepared in an electric oven but rather on a traditional stove reminiscent of rural kitchens from centuries past, fueled by vibrant, crackling firewood. The interior of the duck was generously filled with an array of spices, enveloped first in a large lotus leaf, then encased in a specially crafted clay. A long handle was inserted into the duck's abdomen, while the other end was held by the chef, who expertly roasted it over the flames, continuously turning the duck until it reached perfection. Once the outer layers of clay and lotus leaf were removed, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The preparation of this dish was an open spectacle, with a row of 10 such stoves and chefs diligently at work, all visible through a glass partition that allowed guests to observe the entire roasting process, both fresh and entertaining. This unique experience drew many curious patrons, who could select their preferred roasted duck for purchase. Among the first-timers, Yunwei was particularly intrigued, having grown up in northeast China, and she watched the chef with rapt attention, her cheeks flushed with delight. The sight of her charming smile brought a joyful grin to Lei Houting's face as well. Another chef entered, specifically designated for the meticulous task of carving the duck. This process, too, is steeped in intricacy. The chef grasped the duck's hindquarters with his left hand while wielding an elongated, glistening knife in his right, its blade exuding a sharpness so keen it could reflect the image of a person. With a swift motion, the chef severed the duck's head, followed by the slicing of half the duck, methodically separating the body and legs. He then lifted a single leg, raised the knife, and with a delicate flick, produced a slice of duck meat so thin it resembled a cicada's wing. In less than 2 minutes, a neat stack of translucent duck slices adorned the plate, each piece layered meticulously without a hint of disorder, forming 3 concentric circles with additional slices placed at the center, resembling a blooming peony. The onlookers were mesmerized. Such impeccable knife skills were nothing short of artistry. Many pulled out their phones to capture the exquisite floral arrangement. Moments later, the chef had expertly carved the entire duck, presenting it in a multitude of small dishes, each arranged in the likeness of various flowers, peonies, and hibiscuses, an aesthetic feast for the senses. The craftsmanship was both ingenious and breathtakingly beautiful. It was evident that indulging in a roast duck entailed such refined artistry. No wonder culinary delights are often regarded as a form of art. Lu Yunwei was utterly captivated, her large eyes fixed in astonishment, her face radiating joy. Lei Haoding, observing her bright smile, felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, the cuisine today was exceptional. He busily handed over the condiments brought by the waiter, 4 small plates filled with sauces crafted from a medley of ingredients, and smiled at Yunwei, saying, "Ladies, take a slice of duck, dip it in this sauce, and give it a try." He placed a small dish in front of each person, his gaze filled with encouragement as he looked at Lu Yunwei. Unable to resist, Lu quickly picked up her chopsticks, took a thin slice of duck, dipped it in the sauce, and brought it to her mouth. After tasting it, she couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. This is really good." Yue also cautiously picked up a piece of duck, mimicking Lulu's actions, dipped it in the sauce, and tasted it. It was indeed delightful, crispy and tender, slightly fatty yet not greasy, fragrant, and utterly exquisite. Her eyes squinted in delight. Usually, Yunwei did not eat duck, as she found it somewhat gamey. The flavor was peculiar, and there wasn't much meat on a duck, with the skeleton being quite large and unremarkable, which made her reluctant to indulge. However, today's sauced roasted duck was exceptionally delectable. Suddenly, she looked up to find Lei Haoding gazing at her. Feeling a bit shy, she smiled and said, "You all should eat too. Why are you just watching us?" Thus, everyone began to savor the culinary delights, and they all praised the private restaurant profusely. Amidst the feasting and chatting, Lu Yunwei inquired about Lei Yuding's health. Lei Yuding responded that she was completely well, even lifting her collar to show her, and indeed, she appeared fully recovered. Yunwei checked her pulse once more, confirming that she was indeed fine, which eased her mind. Lei Yuding stood up, raised her glass, and said, "Yunwei, thank you for helping me heal. I toast to you." Yunwei swiftly rose to her feet and gently clinked her cup with Lei Yuding's, saying, "There's no need for formality. You weren't gravely ill. It was merely a trivial effort." They both took generous sips from their drinks and exchanged a smile. Lei Haoding, with a serious demeanor, leaned in and expressed, "I must also extend my gratitude to Miss Lu for treating my younger sister, particularly for curbing her mischief." With that, he lightly tapped his cup against Yunwei's, deliberately lowering his cup a notch. Yunwei promptly reciprocated by lowering her cup even further, softly replying, "Lawyer Lei, you flatter me." The siblings, Lei Haoding and Lei Yuding, also offered a toast to Zwalulu, apologizing for the ruckus Lei Yuding had caused at the beauty salon that day. Presently, Lei Yuding felt quite embarrassed. Everyone agreed that the meal was exceedingly enjoyable. During the meal, Zwalulu excused herself to visit the restroom. Although there was a male attendant in the private room, she felt uncomfortable and opted to go outside, with Lei Yuding accompanying her. Only the two of them remained in the room. Lu Yunwei felt somewhat uneasy. Lei Haoding once again stood up, raising his cup, this time devoid of a smile, and solemnly declared, "Yunwei, your life-saving grace shall forever be etched in my heart." He then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Yunwei was taken aback for a moment, then felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was indeed him, and Lei Haoting was aware that she had saved him. Quickly getting to her feet, she said, "Brother Haoting, you overstate the matter. It was nothing. Your injury is all right now, isn't it?" Gratitude coursed through her heart, mingled with a hint of exhilaration. Lei Haoting's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He gazed at Yunwei and said, "Yunwei, I apologize, but may I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Yunwei inquired. "It concerns my injury. I would prefer it remain confidential for the time being, if that is all right." Lei Haoting's hopeful gaze was fixed on Lu Yunwei as he continued. "This matter is tied to a case that is still unresolved, and I cannot allow outsiders to be informed just yet. Moreover, I do not wish to cause my family any worry. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. I had no intention of disclosing it anyway. After all, we only met at the beauty salon that day," Lu Yunwei replied playfully, her expressive eyes twinkling. Lei Haoting, who had felt a twinge of concern and guilt moments before, found all his worries dissipated at her words. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. You are my savior, and I will never forget this. I owe you my life. So if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to let me know, all right?" Lu Yunwei chuckled in response. "Haoting, it's not that serious. However, if I do require assistance, I will certainly reach out to you. Though, ideally, I hope to avoid being a bother. I have no desire to entangle myself in legal issues. Well, anything other than a lawsuit, feel free to ask me for help. I'm at your service without hesitation." "All right, I shall remember that," Lu Yunwei replied with a cheerful demeanor. The two exchanged WeChat contacts and had already become good friends. Then, with a smile, she asked, "What are you discussing? You both seem so happy. Do share with me," Lu Yunwei remarked. "We were reminiscing about that day when Haoting dazzled in court with his eloquent defense." "Oh, indeed, you have become the emblem of justice for us in Qingzhou, Haoting." Zhuo chimed in, her admiration for Lei Haoting palpable. "You have created an undefeated legend in the legal realm. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Lei Haoting replied modestly, "I merely strive to advocate for others. In court, anything can happen. No one is invincible. As long as I have done my utmost, I can hold my head high." As the conversation shifted to the profession of law, Lei Haoting became increasingly animated. Chapter 49. The incident of the car accident during a delightful meal. The atmosphere brimmed with a sense of camaraderie, as if they had known each other for ages. Although Lu Yunwei was not particularly talkative, she felt a surge of happiness. It brought her joy to realize that the person she had privately rescued that day was none other than Haoting. She could not quite grasp why, but dining with him felt remarkably relaxed and pleasant. After the meal, as they prepared to part ways, Lei Haoting offered to see them off. However, she harbored a small ulterior motive: to help her older brother ward off a potential rival, even if her somewhat oblivious brother had yet to make a move. Yunwei turned back to wave goodbye before getting into the car with Lulu. Lei Haoting chuckled and playfully patted her brother's shoulder. "What's the matter, brother? Have you stumbled upon some romantic fortune? Yunwei seems like a fine person. Would you like me to assist you?" "Don't be absurd. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lei Haoting shot a glance at his sister, but it lacked any real authority or irritation. "All right, fine. Consider it my fanciful musings," she conceded with a grin. "In that enchanting place where peach blossoms bloom, there resides my infatuated brother." Lei Haoting playfully sang her own rendition of a song, laughing uncontrollably. Lei Haoting feigned to strike at her, yet she remained unafraid. "What is this? You just mentioned giving a ride to Yunwei and the others. But now when it comes to taking your little sister, you claim there's no time. You are indeed a person who prioritizes romantic interests over familial bonds. From now on, pursue Yunwei. Do not come seeking my help." "Humph." With a huff, Lei Haoting stormed off. Lei Haoting gazed at her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. He genuinely had matters to attend to at the law firm, as the investigation into the previous case was still ongoing. He had endured a bullet wound in pursuit of the truth and needed to clarify the situation. Zhuo vehicle sped along the highway, filled with laughter and banter. She intended to take Yunwei to the renowned commercial street, Shimmy Street, in Qizhou for some shopping, as girls often delight in such activities. Suddenly, at an intersection, Zwalulu's car was traveling straight when a gray truck came barreling in from the right. Realizing the imminent danger, Zwalulu swiftly turned the steering wheel to the left in an attempt to evade the oncoming truck. Unbeknownst to her, the truck, like a wild stallion breaking free, charged towards her vehicle at breakneck speed. Lu Yunwei had never witnessed such a scene before, her heart dropping in alarm as she exclaimed, "Be careful, Lulu." Ah! But before she could finish her warning, the two vehicles collided. The impact caused Lulu's car to overturn. Lulu, are you all right?" Lu Yunwei cried out, her voice trembling with anxiety. Zwalulu lay unconscious, her chest having struck the steering wheel. Fortunately, Lulu's vehicle is quite luxurious. This Mercedes may appear small, yet it boasts an impressive array of features. Her older brother, Zwaliching, had also modified it, primarily enhancing the suspension and airbags. Now, the airbags for both the driver and passenger seats have deployed, and Lu Yunwei feels assured that her chest remains unscathed. Her injuries are concentrated on her head. The vehicles in front and behind have come to a halt, and a crowd quickly gathers around them, while passers-by rush over to assist. Upon seeing a young woman injured yet conscious, they promptly shatter the window to extricate her. As they help Lu Yunwei out of the car, she urgently cries out, "Quick! Quick, save Lulu! I implore you, please save Lulu." The front of the car is severely deformed, with one of Lulu's legs trapped beneath it, rendering her unable to escape. And she remains unconscious, her situation perilous. The front end of another vehicle has also sustained significant damage, yet it has not overturned, thanks to its higher build. It is a gray truck, a small delivery vehicle, with vegetables strewn across the ground. Fortunately, the driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, has emerged unscathed and hastens to join the rescue efforts. The bystanders have already contacted the authorities, but the police have yet to arrive. Blood begins to seep from Lulu's pant leg. She is injured, and gravely so. Yunwei is on the verge of tears. From a distance, Zwaliching, who is driving on the opposite side, notices the accident at the intersection and sees that the road ahead is blocked. He pulls over, exits his vehicle, and rushes a few steps forward to assess whether his assistance is required. Despite being a detective, his instinct as a police officer compels him to respond swiftly. Upon arriving at the scene of the accident, I was taken aback. "Yunwei, is that you?" At that moment, Lu Yunwei saw Zwaliching and felt as though she had encountered a savior. Tears streamed down her face as she urgently implored, "Quickly, Liching, save Lulu." "What? Lulu is in the car?" Zwaliching recognized the overturned vehicle as belonging to his sister and hurriedly rushed to its side. Upon seeing his sister unconscious, her leg trapped within the wreckage, he was consumed by anxiety, realizing the severity of the accident. He called upon the bystanders for assistance, assigning tasks as they worked together to lift the car. As the vehicle was raised, he bent down and pried open the mangled front, extracting Lulu and laying her on the ground beside them. Lu Yunwei rushed forward, calling out loudly, "Lulu, Lulu, wake up." However, Lulu remained silent. Growing frantic, Yunwei reached out to check for breath and found it still present. Upon feeling for a pulse, she noted it was steady, yet a considerable bump adorned her head. The airbag seemed to have cushioned her chest, revealing no visible wounds. However, upon inspecting Lulu's leg, she surmised it was undoubtedly broken. In a desperate attempt to rouse her, Yunwei pinched Lulu's philtrum, but still, she remained unresponsive. Fearing further injury, she hesitated to move any other part of Lulu's body, knowing that any careless action could exacerbate her condition. Meanwhile, the traffic police arrived promptly at the scene. Zwaliching displayed his identification, prompting a salute from a young officer, who respectfully greeted, "Good day, sir." Zwaliching commanded, "The injured is my sister. You shall remain here to manage the situation. I must take her for treatment immediately. The road was clear when you arrived, so please lend me one of your police cars. Saving lives is of utmost importance, and you can handle the aftermath here." That vehicle was involved in the incident as well. "Clear the road first." "Understood," the traffic officer responded promptly. Waiting for an ambulance would take too long. Rescuing the injured is paramount. Zhuo Liqing once again lifted Lu Lu into his arms and dashed towards the police car, while Lu Yunwei swiftly joined him. The police vehicle sped towards the hospital. "Hurry, head to the nearest hospital," Zhuo Liqing urged, his sister still unconscious, anxiety consuming him. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the swelling on Lu Yunwei's face had worsened, blood seeping profusely from her injuries. He anxiously inquired, "Yunwei, how are you holding up?" Lu Yunwei felt no awareness of her own wounds and replied, I'm fine." Her pallor was ghostly, tears streaming uncontrollably. She was terrified. The closest hospital was Bo Ci Hospital, and the police car drove directly through its entrance. Before the vehicle even reached the hospital, the emergency room had already been alerted about the serious car accident, and the medical staff was preparing for the arrival. As the car arrived at the emergency room entrance, a gurney awaited, and upon seeing the police vehicle, the staff rushed to assist. The moment the door opened, Zhuo Liqing swiftly lifted Lulu and placed her onto the stretcher, while the personnel promptly wheeled her into the emergency room. Lu Yunwei swiftly arrived at the entrance of the emergency room, where Zhuo Liqing noticed the swelling on her face had worsened, blood seeping through. He urgently grasped the arm of another doctor, exclaiming, "Doctor, quickly! There's another injured person here." With that, he ushered Yunwei into the emergency room. The nurses promptly took over, pushing Zhuo Liqing out of the room. Outside, he paced anxiously, his heart in turmoil. With his sister's fate uncertain and Yunwei injured, he felt an intense grip of worry. He quickly dialed his father's number, careful not to convey the severity, merely stating that his sister had been in an accident. He also wished to inform Yunwei's parents, having already learned that she was the daughter of Lu Xianghao, yet lacked any contact details. Hence, he called his assistant, Shu Ru, urging her to find the Lu family's phone number without delay. Meanwhile, Lu Yue insisted, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Please save Lulu." The doctor attending to her assessed the situation and replied, "Miss, the girl who just came in is already receiving treatment. I will attend to your wounds, and you must undergo a full examination." He then turned and began to prepare various forms. Frustrated by their lack of heed to her words, she spotted their identification badges bearing the name Bo Ci Hospital, and a spark of hope ignited within her. Wasn't this her senior brother's hospital? At that moment, Duanan was in his office when the phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's my junior sister." Overjoyed, he quickly answered, "Junior sister, what is it?" With tears streaming down her face, Yunwei cried out, "Senior brother, please, come quickly to save them." Duan's heart tightened instantly as he hurriedly asked, "YNWI, do not cry. Where are you?" "I am in the emergency room of your hospital," she replied. "All right, I will come immediately." He hung up the phone and rushed out of his office, sprinting toward the emergency room. At that moment, he felt the elevator was agonizingly slow, akin to a snail. It needed improvement. All the while, he was dashing. The medical staff he encountered were taken aback. Their usually composed and aloof director was now in a state of frantic urgency, ignoring greetings as he charged straight for the emergency room. Duanan hastily approached. "What is happening?" He immediately inquired of Drive W. Ing in the emergency room. Upon hearing the patient refer to their director as Master Brother, Drive W. Ing realized this was an important individual and promptly replied, "It's a car accident. We just performed a full-body CT scan. Preliminary results indicate a head impact with superficial abrasions that are not serious, but there is a mild concussion, and the left forearm is injured with a muscle strain and bruising. Fortunately, the bone is intact. We will need to wait for the report in half an hour for more specifics, but we will first attend to the external injuries." He was still detailing YNWI's condition when she interrupted, "My injuries are not severe, Master Brother. Please, go attend to my friend. She is in critical condition. I implore you to save her," she cried. Listening to Drive W. Ang's assessment, Duanan understood that YNWI's injuries were manageable and not grave. He breathed a sigh of relief, for he had been on the brink of panic moments before. Duanan steadied Yunwei's shoulder, offering her comfort. "Please listen to the doctor first. We will conduct an MRI shortly to examine you thoroughly. Rest assured, I will visit your friend right away." He then turned to Dr. Wang and inquired, Where is the other injured individual? Dr. Wang gestured towards the second emergency room. Duanan swiftly made his way there, pushing open the door. As he entered, the gathered staff looked up in surprise, realizing the hospital director had arrived. Generally, the director seldom visited the emergency room. What could have prompted this? Ignoring their bewilderment, Duanan approached, and immediately, someone made way for him to observe the scene. There lay Lu Lulu, her eyes tightly shut, still unconscious. Dr. Lu Yuba, busy with reports, addressed the director. We have just completed CT and MRI scans. The patient has suffered a severe concussion, rendering her comatose. Her right hand is dislocated but not fractured, while her left leg was trapped and has sustained a hairline fracture. Fortunately, her internal organs remain unscathed. He continued, however. The fracture in her left leg is particularly concerning, located near the ankle. Surgery is required immediately, as there may be a dislocation, and small bone fragments have already impinged upon the nerves, posing potential complications. Duanan carefully examined the scans and glanced at the ECG monitor. Noting that all vital signs were stable, he declared, I will perform the surgery. Prepare at once and summon Director Zhang Quan from orthopedics. Quickly, everyone was taken aback. Who was this patient that warranted the orthopedist's involvement, let alone the director's personal intervention? They were aware of the director's multifaceted expertise in various surgeries. Yet orthopedic procedures were a rarity for him. Though her mind was a tumult of thoughts, she dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Preparations commenced swiftly and systematically. The emergency room staff, accustomed to the rigors of high intensity and efficiency, executed their tasks with remarkable speed and proficiency. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her senior brother enter the resuscitation room, Yunwei felt a modicum of relief. As her tension eased, she succumbed to dizziness and fainted, prompting the surrounding individuals to initiate immediate resuscitation efforts, resulting in a flurry of chaos. Chapter 51. The car accident incident 3. Outside the door, the couple, Zhuo Mingyang and his wife, had arrived. Although clad in casual attire, the moment his visage appeared, the emergency room staff recognized him instantly. He was the governor of Qizhou. What brought him to the hospital? Who in his family was in need of medical attention? They stood anxiously at the entrance of the emergency room. Mama Sha, upon seeing her son, inquired urgently, Liqing, how is your sister? The typically poised and graceful Mama Sha now bore an expression of distress. It was a car accident, and we are still unaware of the specifics. Yunwei was also in the vehicle. She has sustained injuries, replied Zhuo Liqing. What? Both Lulu and Yunwei are injured? Oh dear, who is the wretched soul that was driving? They have harmed our daughter and daughter-in-law. Mama Sha lamented, her anxiety palpable. Just then, the door to the emergency room swung open, and Dr. Wang emerged, holding a clipboard. He called out, who is the family member of Zhuo Lulu? Zhuo Liqing and his parents promptly stepped forward, declaring in unison, I am. Dr. Wang glanced at them, momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure. Zhuo Lulu has sustained serious injuries, including a concussion. Fortunately, her internal organs are intact, but she has a fracture in her left leg at the ankle, necessitating immediate surgery. Please have the family sign here. He handed the list to Zhuo Mingyang, who took it without a glance, swiftly inscribing his name. He then looked up earnestly and said, Doctor, I entrust my daughter to your care. With that, he turned and hurried into the emergency room. Dingling, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Xu Ru. He quickly answered, Have you found the number? Of course, but who is it that is making the inquiry? Spare me the small talk and just tell me. All right, I can see you are quite anxious. Xu Ru provided the phone number for Lu Fu. Zhuo Liqing took a deep breath and dialed the number, feeling an inexplicable sense of nervousness and gravity. After a brief moment, the call connected, and a gentle female voice greeted him. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Hello. Is this the home of Lu Yunwei? Zhuo Liqing inquired, his heart racing, though he could not quite understand the source of his unease. Oh, yes, Yunwei is our daughter. What has happened to her? Came the response from Hua Yan, who was on the line. Aunt, hello, I am a friend of Yunwei. She has been in a car accident. Liqing spoke while carefully considering his words. Hua Yin gasped, her voice trembling. What? A car accident? How is Yunwei? Liqing quickly reassured her. Aunt, please do not panic. Yunwei has sustained minor injuries. I have already taken her to Bosei Hospital, and she is currently in the emergency room. All right, I understand. We will come immediately. Thank you. Having concluded the conversation, Hua Yin hastily hung up the phone and dashed upstairs. Today, Lu Xianghao was resting at home. As she rushed into the study, without knocking, she urgently exclaimed, Xianghao, it's terrible. Yunwei has been in a car accident and is being rescued at Bosei Hospital. What? A car accident? Let's go? Lu Xianghao's demeanor shifted, his mind jolted. We must head to the hospital immediately. The two hastened out, urging their driver, Old Wu, to accelerate. Old Wu had never witnessed the master and mistress in such a state of panic before. With the accelerator pressed firmly, they arrived at the hospital's emergency room half an hour later. Rushing to the service desk, Lu Xianghao inquired, How is my daughter? Nurse, how is Luo Yunwei? Who just arrived? He couldn't help but express gratitude. Thank you, Officer Zhua. Huh, that's not right. He had just mentioned that Zhualulu was his sister? The Zhualulu they had encountered that morning at their home? The nearby couple, Zhua Mingyang and his wife, recognized Lu Xianghao, as they were both prominent figures in Qingzhou. Zhua Mingyang promptly approached him, saying, President Lu, you've arrived too. Lu Xianghao was taken aback to see the governor here. However, he quickly stepped forward, shaking hands with him. Governor Zhua, what brings you here? Both Lu Xianghao and Hua Yin were stunned, completely bewildered. Yet, Lulu was the girl they had met that morning, who had come to their home to fetch Yunwei. That child was poised and graceful, and it turned out she was the daughter of the governor. In-laws? What in-laws? Hua Yin couldn't help but ask. Oh, in-laws. You are not aware yet. This is my son, Zhua Liqing. He and Yunwei are in a relationship. As Mama Sha spoke of her son and daughter-in-law, her worries began to ease slightly. Zhua Liqing stood nearby, feeling both anxious and awkward. Beads of sweat forming as the lies he told that day threatened to unravel. He hurriedly interjected, Mom, let's not discuss that now. Let's first check on Lulu and Yunwei's injuries. Truly, he felt overwhelmed. Hua Yin observed Zhua Liqing. The young man was striking and poised, a fine specimen indeed. After exchanging pleasantries among the five of them, they settled down, awaiting news in silence. Zhua Liqing bowed his head, lost in thought. An hour later, the emergency room door swung open once more, prompting everyone to rush forward. A hospital bed was wheeled out, revealing Lu Yunwei, who had already regained consciousness. Her head was bandaged, her left arm also treated, and she was receiving in-4 drip, with a heart monitor beeping beside her. Hua Yin grasped Yunwei's shoulder gently, asking in a soft voice, Wei, how are you? Are you in pain? Her concern was palpable. Yunwei squinted, recognizing her aunt, and then her father. I'm fine. Chapter 52, The Accident, Part 4. At that moment, Yunwei's voice was faint. Her earlier desperate cries for help had been born out of urgency, and now she felt utterly defeated. Having never experienced such a traumatic event, she was terrified, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. On the opposite side of the bed, Mama Sha took hold of her uninjured right hand, offering soothing words. Yunwei, you must have been frightened. It's all right now, we're all here. You're a good child. Suddenly, Yunwei was taken aback, as Zhua's parents had arrived. What? What would happen now? The 4 elderly individuals gazed at her with deep concern, causing Yunwei's cheeks to flush and her heart to race with anxiety. What should she do now? Her eyes landed on Zhua Liqing at the foot of the bed, where she noticed his anxious and worried expression, warming her heart. Liqing, how is Lulu? She hurriedly inquired. Oh, that's good. With the master brother performing the surgery personally, there should be no issues, Yunwei replied casually. Who is the master brother? The others asked. Oh dear, I misspoke, she lamented. What to do? My brain must be scrambled today. I'm feeling dizzy, Yunwei said, furrowing her brow. Doctor, my daughter-in-law is dizzy, please come and take a look. Sha Mama exclaimed, her impatience evident. This only added to the confusion, and Yunwei found herself at a loss for how to explain to the four elders, choosing instead to succumb to the dizziness. Just before she fainted, she caught a glimpse of Zhuo Liqing's apologetic and worried gaze. In the ensuing chaos, the doctor determined that Yunwei was fine. Her fainting was merely a result of a concussion, and she needed some rest. They promptly transferred her to a VIP room, which was well equipped, resembling a luxurious suite complete with a small kitchen and bathroom and a nearby cozy lounge. As they observed Yunwei sleeping soundly, with the medical equipment's readings stable, they felt a slight sense of relief. Initially, Yunwei had feigned unconsciousness, but before long, she truly succumbed to sleep. Her head heavy and her senses dulled. Noticing her tightly furrowed brow, Zhuo Liqing's heart tightened with pain. Huai Yin gently stroked Yunwei's forehead, relieved to find no fever. Meanwhile, Sha Mama adjusted the blanket around Yunwei and quietly stepped out. In the ward, only the couple, Lu Xianghao, remained momentarily. The Zhuo family, consisting of 3 members, had arrived at the entrance of the emergency operating room, anxiously awaiting the emergence of Lulu. A nurse stepped out to retrieve a blood bag, tightening the tension in their hearts, suggesting excessive blood loss. Zhuo Mingyang was the first to break the silence, inquiring, "How is Lulu?" His voice trembled slightly, yet he maintained his composure and authoritative demeanor. Duanan, upon catching sight of Zhuo Mingyang, was taken aback. The figure he had only ever encountered in the news now stood before him. Could it be that Lulu was the daughter of Zhuo Mingyang? With a smile, Duanan remarked, "So, she is the daughter of Governor Zhuo." The surgery was a success, with no threat to life. With Director Zhang at the helm, there were naturally no lingering effects. Lulu was now in the intensive care unit, merely being monitored for post-operative responses. After 6 hours, if no significant issues arose, she could be transferred to a general ward. A collective sigh of relief resonated among them, and expressions of gratitude flowed forth. With the affirmation from the esteemed specialists, their worry subsided. Zhuo Mingyang shook hands with each of them, conveying his appreciation. "Thank you. I must go see my junior sister." At that moment, Zhuo Liqing was perplexed as to why he had uttered such words. He was utterly astonished. Upon reflection, he thought, "My junior sister has only been in Qingzhou for half a month. Where could she have found a boyfriend?" There was an unmistakable hostility emanating from the young man. They briefly shook hands before parting ways. The address had shifted from junior sister to Weiwei, yet he showed no signs of retreat. After speaking, he nodded to the others and proceeded directly towards Ward 502 in the inpatient department. Zhuo Liqing watched his retreating figure, pondering, were these 2 distinguished physicians summoned by Yunwei? There was more to Yunwei than met the eye. Accompanied by his parents, he arrived at the intensive care unit. As he peered in at Lulu, he observed her eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, pallid from excessive blood loss, surrounded by an array of medical apparatus. Yet, her condition appeared stable, alleviating their concerns. Her life was not in jeopardy, and her leg was saved, which was a relief. Chapter 53. The incident of the car accident. Duanan changed into a fresh outfit and made his way to room 502. Gently, he pushed open the door, revealing Yunwei lying on the hospital bed, her head bandaged and in 4 drips suspended beside her. 2 elderly individuals sat on either side. Upon seeing a doctor enter, they assumed he was there to examine their daughter and promptly rose to their feet. Lu Xianghao pondered, what esteemed senior brother? This is her senior brother? When did she become acquainted with such a figure? His mind was rife with questions, yet his face bore a broad smile. "Doctor, greetings. You are the one who saved our daughter. We are immensely grateful. Lulu is out of danger. The surgery was remarkably successful, with no lingering effects. She will soon be transferred to a general ward, so rest assured." Duanan reassured them as he settled into a chair, meticulously scrutinizing the data from the surrounding machines, which all indicated stability, thus easing his own anxiety. He then inquired about the details of the accident, and the group felt a shared unease. When the topic of Zhuo Liqing arose, Lu Xianghao hesitantly asked, "Father just heard that he is your boyfriend. Is that truly the case?" Yunwei blushed, an immediate flush coloring her cheeks. "Father, let us discuss this later." "Oh dear, I feel dizzy. This time." Even Liu Xianghao discerned that his daughter was feigning nonchalance, clearly sidestepping the topic. Duan An's heart sank. Was her blush a sign of shyness? Did she truly have a boyfriend? Upon witnessing the scene, Hua Yin quickly cast a sharp glance at Liu Xianghao, remarking, Wei Wei is slightly injured. Why are you inquiring about her relationship? The doctor has advised her to refrain from straining her mind due to the concussion. Wei Wei, you should rest now. Duan An chimed in. Indeed, dear junior sister, it is imperative that you get ample sleep. Focus on recuperating. I shall attend to my matters first and return to see you shortly. Once he departed, Yun Wei felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, ultimately succumbing to slumber once more. This nap extended for quite a while. The traffic accident was being handled by Officer Zhang Shengwu from the traffic police. He reported to Zhuo Liqing, stating that Zhuo Lulu's vehicle was traveling north-south in a normal manner when a truck from the east-west turning lane suddenly surged forward, colliding with Zhuo Lulu's small Mercedes. Fortunately, the Mercedes managed to evade the worst of the impact, and despite the vehicle being totaled, the occupants were not in grave danger. The truck driver bore full responsibility. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that his brakes were faulty. He had intended to stop at the turning lane but was unable to do so, resulting in the collision. The driver's demeanor was quite agreeable, readily admitting fault. Nonetheless, this truck driver, named Wang Kaoyang, faced financial difficulties. He had a decade of driving experience and was considered an experienced driver. His work ethic was rather lackadaisical, and he struggled to find stable employment, currently working as a delivery man for a supermarket. The surveillance footage from the intersection was intact and clear, providing an uncomplicated account of the incident. The vehicle damage would have to be addressed by the insurance company. This was the general situation that Zhuo Liqing had come to understand. He always felt that this car accident was not as straightforward as it seemed. As an experienced driver, how could a vehicle suddenly surge out in the waiting area? He remained deep in thought when Shuru noticed and remarked, Captain, if you have doubts, I can check the footage from that intersection at the time. Not only could they examine the intersection, but they could also scrutinize the circumstances of the vehicle along its route. Zhuo Liqing smacked his thigh in realization. Indeed, why hadn't I thought of that? It was indeed a peculiar phenomenon. Logically, the closer one approached the waiting area, the slower the speed should be. The vehicle had been moving slowly, yet it suddenly accelerated upon reaching the waiting area. Zhuo Liqing recognized the anomaly and focused intently on the footage. Shuru rewound the tape and located the video of the truck before it arrived at the intersection. In the middle of the road, the vehicle came to a halt, parked at the side for approximately 10 minutes, with the driver remaining inside, motionless, holding a mobile phone. Suddenly, upon receiving a call, he promptly started the engine and sped forward. As he approached the intersection, he noticeably slowed down, evidently applying the brakes, before gradually moving forward again. Just before entering the waiting area, he accelerated violently. This phenomenon was exceedingly strange. Zhuo Liqing immediately ordered Li Hu quickly investigate this driver, Wang Kaoyang, to see if there are any issues. Xiao Wang, you are to head to Qingzhou University to check if my sister, Zhuo Lulu, has been involved in any incidents this month or in recent days, particularly if she has had any disputes with anyone. Please be thorough. Oh, and also look into another individual, Liu Yunwei, who is also a victim of the accident. Investigate him as well. The two promptly set off to carry out their inquiries. Zhuo Liqing was not idle himself. He promptly accompanied Officer Zhang Shengwu from the Traffic Police Department to inspect the vehicle involved in the accident. This truck was currently in the custody of the Traffic Police. Chapter 54. The Incident of the Accident 6. Particular attention was drawn to the truck's braking system, and he enlisted the expertise of a professional from a local dealership, his friend Wang Shi, to meticulously examine the vehicle for any potential issues. Wang Shi possessed considerable knowledge in this area, specializing in truck repairs. Upon thorough inspection, he identified a significant flaw. Although the truck's braking system was relatively new, having been replaced less than a year ago, the brakes on both the front and rear wheels were evidently malfunctioning. They appeared pristine, yet were indeed inoperative, as if deliberately sabotaged. This posed a serious concern. If the brakes had been intentionally damaged, An experienced driver would still be able to navigate the vehicle adequately. However, in the event of an accident, the malfunction would become apparent. Zhuo Liqing's heart tightened. Who would wish harm upon his sister? Or was it aimed at Yunwei? Upon reviewing the bank statements, he found no incoming funds. Yet debts had been settled, evidently through the assistance of another. Li Hu, through his connections, discovered that Wang Kaoyang's debt of 250,000 had been cleared by Gu Yushui. There were no other pressing matters, merely these observations, which did not seem particularly grave. Zhuo Liqing meticulously organized this information and instructed Li Hu to further investigate Chao Shanshan, particularly to ascertain any connections she might have with Gu Yushui or Wang Kaoyang. Zhuo Liqing first visited the intensive care unit to check on Lulu, finding her condition stable. Although she had not yet regained consciousness, the doctors assured him that all vital signs were normal and that she would soon awaken without significant issues. He then arrived at VIP room 502 and gently knocked on the door. A voice from within invited him to enter, and he quietly pushed the door open. Upon entering the room, he found Yunwei awake, reclining on the hospital bed with an 4 drip, while Hua Yin was assisting her with some water. Upon seeing him, Hua Yin smiled and said, "Li Cheng has arrived. Please take a seat. This child is truly endearing." Zhuo Liqing placed the flowers and fruits down. Hua Yin remarked, "Why did you buy so many things?" She promptly vacated her seat next to Yunwei, adding, "Li Cheng, you came at the right time. I need to go buy some items. Please take care of Wei Wei for me." "Of course, Annie, no problem at all," Zhuo Liqing responded eagerly. Feeling a surge of happiness within, Hua Yin turned to adjust the blanket for Yunwei and said, "I'll step out to get a few things. Wei Wei, take care of yourself. I will return shortly." She even winked at Yunwei, conveying a message with her eyes. Yunwei's face flushed suddenly, thinking to herself, "What is this? Auntie has misunderstood. This is truly." Once Hua Yin left, Yunwei felt even more awkward. Meanwhile, Zhuo Liqing seemed at ease as he casually inquired, "Yunwei, how do you feel? Is your head still dizzy?" "A bit better, just slightly," Yunwei replied softly after glancing at him. Zhuo Liqing asked, "Would you like some fruit? I can peel it for you." "No, thank you," Yunwei declined. The two of them remained silent for several minutes. Yunwei contemplated discussing the misunderstanding between their families, wondering if brother Liqing might bring it up first. However, to her surprise, Zhuo Liqing did not mention the matter at all, leaving Yunwei at a loss for words. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Zhuo Liqing broke the silence and inquired, "Yunwei, may I ask what the circumstances were when you experienced the car accident?" Of course, Yunwei recounted the incident. "We were driving straight ahead, maintaining a moderate speed, when suddenly a truck came barreling towards us from the side. Lulu immediately swerved the steering wheel to avoid it, but that vehicle seemed to be chasing us, unable to stop at all. Then the car flipped over, and we were trapped inside." At this point, Yunwei still felt a lingering fear. "What discovery? What do you mean?" Liqing queried, sensing her unease. "Do you not think this was an ordinary accident?" Yunwei detected a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Well, there are some peculiarities, but I cannot draw any conclusions just yet. Rest assured, I will investigate further." Zhuo Liqing offered reassurance. "Yunwei, have you noticed anything unusual at school?" "At school? Not really. I've only been here for half a month," Yunwei replied, unaware that her mere presence at Qingzhou University had already stirred quite a commotion and evoked envy among many. She had not pondered such complexities. She was, after all, a straightforward person. Noticing Zhuo Liqing's silence, Yunwei could not help but ask, "Liqing, what about us?" "We?" Liqing hesitated, scratching the back of his head, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Just then, the door swung open, and a person strode in with a smile, asking, "Sister, what are you two discussing?" "I'm fine, really," Yunwei smiled in response. Ling Xiao inquired about her sister's health, then turned to Zhuo Liqing, saying, "Oh, who is this? What were you two just talking about?" She cast a skeptical glance at her sister. Upon witnessing Yunwei's face flush quickly, Yunwei found herself even more perplexed and stole another glance at Zhuo Liqing. Zhuo Liqing promptly introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am Zhuo Liqing, a friend of Yunwei." "Ah, you are Zhuo Liqing," the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division in Qingzhou? Lu Yunxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in excitement as she gazed at Zhuo Liqing. His expression was startled by such enthusiasm. It was reminiscent of a starstruck admirer. Indeed, that is I, Zhuo Liqing replied. Lu Yunxiao quickly straightened her posture and saluted, declaring, I am Lu Yunxiao from the East City Branch's Criminal Investigation Division, honored to meet the captain. Zhuo Liqing immediately stood up and responded, Oh, hello. I see that Yunwei's sister is a police officer and quite young at that. Yes, Yunwei is not very old either, and this is my younger sister, Yunwei replied, feeling increasingly awkward. However, the two sisters bore a striking resemblance, both exceptionally beautiful yet possessing completely distinct temperaments. At that moment, Lu Yunxiao began to sense something amiss. The captain seemed to share a special connection with her sister. With a teasing smile, she asked, Sister, is this my brother-in-law? Yunwei, flustered, interjected, Xiao Xiao. Don't say such nonsense. Liqing, please disregard her. Xiao Xiao can be quite mischievous. This is my sister, Lu Yunxiao. We are twins. Her embarrassment grew more pronounced. Zhuo Liqing chuckled lightly, refraining from correcting her, and absent-mindedly touched his nose. At this point, Lu Yunxiao had grasped the underlying sentiment. The captain harbored feelings for her sister. How delightful it was to realize that her sister had already attracted someone's interest within merely half a month of arriving in Qingzhou. What a joyful revelation. What were they discussing? The door swung open, and Hua Yin entered alongside Mama Sha. Hua Yin had procured a portion of the renowned kanji from Tangji shop, famous for its exquisite flavors. Given that Yunwei was still recovering from a concussion and unsuitable for greasy foods, the kanji was the ideal choice. As they walked, Mama Sha enthusiastically praised Yunwei. It was only then that Hua Yin learned that just a few days prior, Yunwei had indeed visited the Zhuo residence. She was truly Zhuo Liqing's girlfriend, and the Zhuo family was exceedingly pleased with her. Unbeknownst to them, Yunwei was the young lady of the Lu family, and upon discovering this, their delight only intensified. Mama Sha, in particular, found this prospective daughter-in-law to be quite admirable, noting her lack of any airs associated with wealth, which resonated well with her sentiments. The two chatted joyfully as they entered, their spirits high. Lulu had yet to awaken, so Mama Sha took the opportunity to check on her daughter-in-law. Upon entering, she approached Yunwei, gently touching her forehead, and affectionately inquired, Yunwei, is your head still spinning? Much better, thank you, Auntie, Yunwei replied, feeling both grateful and somewhat guilty for the deception they had perpetuated. She now found herself in a situation that was increasingly difficult to navigate. Lu Yunxiao also greeted Mama Sha, who then learned that Yunwei had a twin sister, and she was equally fond of the vivacious Lu Yunxiao. They exchanged cheerful remarks until a nurse entered to change the drip, announcing that Lulu had awakened and could be transferred to a regular ward. It was then that Zhuo Liqing and Mama Sha took their leave, albeit temporarily. As soon as they departed, Lu Yun smiled and eagerly grasped her sister's hand, unabashedly revealing her curiosity. Sister, is that Zhuo Liqing truly my brother-in-law? He is quite the remarkable hero. Yunwei's face flushed once more as she playfully swatted her sister's hand. Stop being silly. It's not like that. There are some complexities involved, and I shall explain it to you later. However, Hua Yin interjected with a grin. Wei, when I entered with Liqing's mother, she conveyed to me that their family is exceedingly pleased with you as their daughter-in-law. I believe Liqing is quite admirable as well. Ha ha ha. Right, sister? You aren't being completely honest. Look, even Annie likes him. A mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law, Lu Yun teased. Embarrassed and indignant, Yunwei retorted, Shishao. No more of that. Oh, very well, very well. The patient comes first. I won't bother you. I'll yield to you, Lu Yun playfully conceded. Zhuo Liqing and Mama Sha arrived at the intensive care unit to find Lulu awake, with all her vital signs appearing normal. Consequently, she was swiftly transferred to a hospital room, and they arranged for her to be placed in the adjacent VIP room 503, facilitating easier care for both women. Upon awakening, Lulu immediately inquired, Brother, how is Yunwei? Zhuo Liqing reassured her, Yunwei is fine. She has only sustained a mild concussion and is in the room next to yours. With that, Lulu felt relieved. Knowing her condition was significantly more serious than Yunwei's. Exhausted from her injuries, she soon drifted back into slumber after they had settled her in comfortably. Before long, the brothers Lu Weijin and Lu Weilin learned of the situation and came to the hospital to visit their sister. Despite the significant shock she had endured, they felt fortunate that she had escaped unharmed, and the family shared a moment of laughter together. At that moment, the phone rang, and they discovered it was Lu Yunwei's call. Ling Xiao quickly handed the phone to her sister. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yunwei realized it was a call from Cui Qingyun, and she remembered that she was supposed to perform acupuncture on Xiao Yuza around 4 o'clock p.m. However, due to the car accident, she was delayed. She promptly answered the call and said, "Sister Qingyun, I am so sorry. Have you been waiting for me? I have something to attend to today, so I want to be able to make it. I will come back in a few days to give Yuza his acupuncture, if that's all right." Unbeknownst to her, Cui Qingyun had been prompted repeatedly by Fu Yuza to call, as he had been anxiously waiting for Yunwei's arrival. With no other option, she decided to reach out to Yunwei. As Fu Yuza saw his mother on the phone, he grew impatient and snatched it from her, exclaiming, "Aunt Yunwei, I miss you. Why aren't you coming today?" Just then, a nurse entered to change the 4-drip and noticed Yunwei on the phone. She quickly advised, "You still need to receive another bag of fluids. Patients with concussions should avoid phone calls and rest as much as possible." Hearing this, Fu Yuza exclaimed on the other end, "Aunt Yunwei, are you sick? Are you receiving fluids? I want to come see you. Which hospital are you in?" Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Yunwei smiled and reassured him, "And is fine. Yuza, just take good care of yourself." But he insisted, "No, I must come see you. Mom, I want to visit Aunt Yunwei. She is unwell." Fu Yuza acted with a touch of petulance. Upon hearing that Yunwei was in the hospital, Cui Qingyun felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, "Which hospital are you in? We must come to see you. You cannot refuse. We simply must be there." With no other choice, Yunwei could only explain that she had been in a car accident, but reassured them that she was fine and currently at Bo CI Hospital. The mother and child swiftly inquired about the ward, and, once they hung up, hurriedly made their way over. In the ward, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Yunwei, as if silently questioning who had just called her. Lu Yunwei smiled gently and replied, "They are patients I met a fortnight ago, a child whom I assist with acupuncture daily. I did not attend today, hence the call." Chapter 56. The car accident incident 8. The crowd suddenly understood, and Hua Yiyin remarked, "Our Weiwei is truly remarkable." Even Lu Weijin, who was typically reserved and aloof, stated, "My sister's medical skills are truly exceptional." The siblings took pride in her accomplishments. Before long, Cui Qingyun and her child arrived at the hospital and were searching for the ward. Unable to contain his excitement, Fu Yuza began to jog down the corridor. Cui Qingyun, trailing behind, called out anxiously, "Yuza, slow down. We will see Aunt Yunwei soon." Zhuo Liqing, upon noticing his sister asleep in room 503, contemplated visiting Yunwei in the adjacent room. Just as he stepped out, he heard the name Yunwei and turned around. Unexpectedly, a child dashed toward him, prompting Cui Qingyun, who was behind, to shout in alarm, "Watch out, Yuza!" As Zhuo Liqing noticed the impending collision, he swiftly embraced the child who had dashed into his arms, taking a few steps back to regain his balance. Thankfully, he did not fall. He gently set the child down. "Are you also going to see Yunwei?" Zhuo Liqing inquired. "Yes," Cui Qingyun replied hastily. "We are going to see Yunwei. Do you know her as well?" "Oh, I am also on my way to see her. Please follow me," Zhuo Liqing said, guiding the mother and child to room 502. Upon entering the ward, Fu Yuza immediately spotted Lu Yunwei lying on the bed, still receiving intravenous fluids. He rushed to her side, grasping her hand with concern. "Aunt Yunwei, what happened? Did you injure your head? Does it hurt?" His genuine worry was palpable. As Cui Qingyun entered and noticed the crowd, she realized they were all Yunwei's relatives and promptly exchanged nods and smiles with them. Yunwei introduced everyone one by one. After inquiring about her condition and learning that it was not severe, Cui Qingyun felt relieved. At that moment, Fu Yuza exclaimed, "Who was so careless as to collide with Aunt Yunwei? I shall avenge you." Laughter erupted among the group as they explained that the accident was unintentional. Fu Yuza huffed through his nose. Zhuo Liqing reassured him, "Little friend, rest assured, I will investigate the circumstances surrounding Aunt Yunwei's accident thoroughly." Fu Yuza glanced at him and said, "So you are a police officer. You must take the case seriously and ensure that the person who harmed Aunt Yunwei is brought to justice." His earnest demeanor in instructing the officer amused everyone. Lu Yun laughed, unable to contain herself, and reached out to pat his head. "Little friend, what is your name?" "Haha, this is my sister. You may call her Aunt Yin Xiao." Lu Yun smiled warmly. Lu Yin Xiao turned to Zhuo Liqing and inquired, "Brother-in-law, are there indeed any doubts surrounding this case?" Upon hearing Lu Yin Xiao address Zhuo Liqing as brother-in-law, Fu Yuza immediately felt displeased and exclaimed, "Aunt Yunwei, who is this person? Why does Aunt Yin Xiao refer to him as brother-in-law?" Lu Yunwei felt a pang of awkwardness. Noticing the child's amusing demeanor, Yin Xiao teased, "He is my brother-in-law. Your Aunt Yunwei's boyfriend. Do you understand?" Unexpectedly, Fu Yuza became incensed. "No way. Aunt Yunwei is going to be my wife. You cannot take her away." He glared fiercely at Zhuo Liqing. Cui Qingyun felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly restrained her son, addressing the group. "I apologize. This child is rather mischievous. Aunt Yunwei saved his life, and he has taken quite a liking to her, thus speaking nonsense. Please do not take offense." Laughter erupted among the crowd, as they all recognized the child's jest. However, Zhuo Liqing remarked, "Kid, how old are you to be vying for my girlfriend?" He was deliberately provoking him. Fu Yuza gritted his teeth and retorted, "When I grow up, I will compete with you." Lu Yunwei's cheeks flushed as she interjected, "Liqing, please don't bother Yuza." "Oh, all right. I won't trouble the little one. I shall heed your wishes," Zhuo Liqing chuckled. Observing the tender affection Zhuo Liqing held for Yunwei, everyone felt happy for her. Though Yunwei found herself increasingly embarrassed, thinking, how did it escalate like this? Next door, Mama Sha had left someone to keep watch, and Zhuo Liqing also requested to remain, allowing the two hospital rooms to keep an eye on one another. Their group, understanding his busy schedule, disagreed, as the two families' rooms were interconnected and could provide mutual support. Upon observing that her condition was stable and without notable issues, Zhuo Liqing decided to leave the hospital. Just as he exited the inpatient department, he inadvertently collided with someone. Pondering the abundance of careless individuals today, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, the two managed to regain their balance and exchanged glances. At which points Zhuo Liqing recognized the person he had bumped into was Lei Haoding. Lei Haoding, upon recognizing him, hastily inquired, "Captain Zhuo, I heard that Yunwei and Lulu were involved in a car accident. What is their condition?" He appeared quite flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A jolt coursed through Zhuo Liqing at the news, and he asked, "How did you find out?" "I heard it on the news. They mentioned the license plate number of the Mercedes that was struck, which belongs to Lulu. We had just finished lunch together," Lei Haoding replied. Zhuo Liqing inquired further, "You all had lunch together today?" His mind raced with questions about their relationship, alarm bells ringing within him. "Yes, Yunwei treated my sister's illness. So I invited both Yunwei and Lulu for a meal. They must have just parted ways when the accident occurred. How are they? Are they all right?" Lei Haoding asked anxiously, his expression filled with concern. Zhuo Liqing succinctly relayed the details of their injuries, which seemed to alleviate Lei Haoding's worry. He expressed a desire to visit them, and Zhuo Liqing accompanied him. They first checked on Lulu and, finding her peacefully asleep, decided against entering her room, merely observing from the doorway. They then proceeded to room 502, where they discovered Yunwei was awake, prompting them to knock and enter. As Yunwei observed Lei Haoding and Zhuo Liqing entering together, she was momentarily taken aback, quickly donning a sweet smile as she greeted, "Haoding, you have arrived." Chapter 57. The incident of the car accident 9. Initially, Lei Haoding had been informed that Yunwei's injuries were not severe. However, upon witnessing her current state, with her head bandaged, he felt an inexplicable surge of concern. "Yunwei, you must have been frightened," he remarked. Turning to Hua Yiyan, he added, "Auntie, greetings. I am Yunwei's friend, Lei Haoding." Hua Yiyan responded with a smile. "Oh, hello. Thank you for visiting Yunwei. upon noticing the arrival of another handsome young man. She thought to herself how strikingly charming he appeared, exuding an air of refinement and elegance in his impeccably tailored suit. It was remarkable that Yunwei, having only recently arrived in Qizhou, had already forged such numerous friendships. After they parted ways, the individuals in the hospital room prepared to rest and secured the door. Hua Yin intended to assist Yunwei in taking a bath, mindful that due to her head injury, washing her hair was not an option. She had Lanner fill half the bathtub with water and personally tested the temperature. With great care, she selected a comfortable set of pajamas for Yunwei, ready to help her to the bathroom. "Auntie, it's all right. I can walk by myself," Yunwei insisted. Hua Yin, feigning anger with rare fervor, replied, "You are the patient. Your head is still spinning. What is wrong with me assisting you? Must you be so stubborn with me?" Her face bore an expression of sorrow. Left with no further recourse, Yunwei acquiesced and allowed her aunt to support her. Upon reaching the bathroom, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the VIP ward's bathroom was remarkably spacious and luxurious, equipped with both a shower and a soaking tub. Hua Yin gently advised, Wei, you must avoid letting your head and left hand come into contact with water. How about letting Annie help you bathe? I have never assisted you in such a manner before." The sincerity in her tone made Yunwei reluctant to decline. Although she had long since grown accustomed to bathing independently, even shunning the help of servants, today, overwhelmed by dizziness, she found it difficult to refuse Annie's humble request. With a hint of shyness, she replied, "Then I would appreciate Auntie's assistance." A wave of sweetness washed over Hua Yin's heart. She delicately helped Yunwei remove her garments, only to discover her skin, luminous and pale as jade, strikingly flawless. Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "My dear Wei is truly beautiful. Your complexion is a perfect inheritance from your mother, who was equally fair and tender." After speaking, she felt a twinge of regret and discreetly glanced at Yunwei, relieved to find no signs of discomfort. Though Yunwei's physique was slender and delicate, her proportions were exquisite, with the right curves in all the appropriate places. Showcasing her innate beauty, Hua Yin took a towel, gently wrapping it around Yunwei's head, and also bandaged her injured hand with a piece of cloth before assisting her into the bathtub. Once submerged, Yunwei felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Hua Yin tenderly used a towel to clean her, her movements meticulous and gentle, as if fearing to cause her any pain. Yunwei could sense the affection Auntie held for her. It was not that she intended to distance herself. Rather, their lack of shared moments in childhood had led to a diluted bond. However, Auntie's nurturing actions in that moment brought her solace, fostering a sense of closeness between them. 20 minutes later, Yunwei had finished her bath. Hua Yin assisted her out of the tub, gently wrapping her in a large bath towel, meticulously drying her body piece by piece, and helped her into her nightgown. The entire process was carried out without any assistance from Lanner or any effort on Yunwei's part, as they were concerned about her injury. She was treated almost like a delicate doll. After getting dressed, as Hua Yin was placing the towel aside, she turned and saw Yunwei attempting to leave the bathroom. Just a few steps into her walk, Yunwei suddenly swayed, alarming Hua Yin, who rushed over and caught her, exclaiming, "Be careful, Wei. You mustn't fall." In her haste, Hua Yin accidentally collided hard against the towel rack, causing her expression to change dramatically. Yet, she held back her discomfort, prioritizing Yunwei's safety and ensuring she did not tumble. The two embraced, and Yunwei felt a jolt of emotion. Startled by her near fall, she noticed Hua Yin had bumped herself and quickly asked, "Annie, are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Let me help you to the bed," Hua Yin replied. Lanner joined in to assist, and together they guided Yunwei to the hospital bed, where she sat up. However, Yunwei refused to lie down, insisting on checking her aunt's back. Despite Hua Yin's repeated assurances that she was all right, Yunwei remained persistent. Reluctantly, Hua Yin allowed Lanner to lift her shirt. Upon seeing her aunt's back, Yunwei noticed a long, swollen red mark on the left side, evidently from the earlier impact. She knew it must be painful. Yunwei urged Lanner to accompany her aunt to see the doctor, but Hua Yin continually reassured them, saying, "It's nothing, really. under the persistent insistence of Yunwei. A visit to the doctor's office became necessary. Upon examination, it was determined that no tendons or bones were injured. However, the skin had suffered severe abrasions. Iodine was applied, along with a spray of Yunnan Baiyao, which proved effective in alleviating the pain considerably. Strangely enough, despite a lingering ache in her back, Hua Yin felt a surge of joy, as though she and Yunwei had grown significantly closer. The three of them settled down for a restful sleep. During the investigation, it was revealed that Gu Yushui was an employee of a transportation company under the Chao Group. This individual was a ne'er-do-well, engaging in petty criminal activities. 2 days prior, Chao Shanshan had met with him at a CAF. Thus, the list of potential suspects became clearer, as the ordinary vehicular accidents seemed too coincidental to be mere misfortunes. Zhuo Liqing was infuriated. That damned Chao Shanshan had the audacity to resort to hiring a hitman over trivial matters. It was reckless beyond measure. Fortunately, Lulu had reacted swiftly, and the car's performance was commendable. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Had the incident been dismissed as an accident, with the culpable driver showing a cooperative demeanor, he would have served a few years and then emerged, easily bribed with a sum of money. Wang Kaiyang was clearly such a character. Chapter 58. The accident incident 10. Reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. He would not allow them to escape justice. Regarding his sister's accident, he must maintain a distance, yet he needed to take control of this case and initiate a public prosecution, for the Chao family would undoubtedly seek to destroy evidence. The situation would not unfold easily. He needed to devise a strategy. Whom could he enlist to handle this case? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind: Lei Haoding. A few days ago, a case was reported that he had also seen in the news. Indeed, it was a remarkable individual. If entrusted to him, one would feel at ease, yet, upon analyzing the case, he deemed Lei Haoding to be more suitable. Lei excelled in criminal cases, and it was evident that he cared deeply for Lulu and Yunwei. Thus, Zhuo Liqing picked up the phone and swiftly dialed Lei Haoding's number. It was already 11 o'clock, and Lei was preparing for bed. Startled by Zhuo's call, he instinctively thought something had happened to Yunwei and quickly answered, "Captain Zhuo, what happened to Yunwei?" Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. How could this young man be so concerned about Yunwei? He straightened his posture and replied, "Lawyer Lei, Yunwei is fine. I would like to entrust you as the prosecutor's attorney." Lei couldn't help but exhale in relief. "Oh? So there's a case that requires my defense. What kind of urgent matter necessitates a call at such an hour? Could it not wait until morning?" Nevertheless, he maintained a warm demeanor. "Sure, Captain Zhuo. Just say the word. What is the case?" "It's regarding the car accident involving Lulu and Yunwei today." Before Zhuo could finish, Lei became anxious. "What? The car accident involving Lulu and Yunwei? Is it not just an ordinary traffic incident? Was it intentional?" His voice rose an octave. "This matter was significant. Let us not discuss this over the phone. I will come to see you immediately. It is imperative that we speak in person. Should we not deliberate on this tomorrow?" Zhuo inquired. "Do not wait until tomorrow. I wish to know the situation today. Let us meet at once." Lei Haoding could hardly bear to wait until the next day. Zhuo Liqing sensed Lei Haoding's urgency and promptly sent him an address. In a short while, Lei Haoding arrived at Zhuo Liqing's apartment. The residence, a spacious 140 square meter 3-bedroom unit, was situated in the upscale community of Yaolin Liju, and it was kept impeccably clean, as Zhuo Liqing lived there alone. Once seated, the two men dispensed with pleasantries, and Zhuo Liqing proceeded to relay the details of the case to Lei Haoding, including all the information he had gathered thus far. They meticulously analyzed each piece of information and devised a plan, with Lei Haoding offering his suggestions for their separate courses of action. When their preliminary discussions concluded, they were surprised to find that it was already 3 in the morning. Although it was late March, the midnight breeze was still quite chilly, seeping through the open car window and making the interior feel cold and unwelcoming, instilling a sense of unease in them. The coldness sharpened Lei Haoding's mind further. Zhuo Liqing, having only rested for a few hours, awoke early the next morning. The dawn brought a gentle breeze, and the air was infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers. In a hurry, Zweliching made his way to Tangji Puzai, where he purchased the kanji and assorted pastries he had reserved the previous evening. Before heading to Bosei Hospital, he first arrived at room 503, where he found his sister still asleep, while their mother was already awake. Upon seeing her son so early, Ma Sha felt a sense of relief. Noticing the numerous bags of breakfast he carried, she was taken aback and quietly inquired, "Why did you buy so much breakfast?" A moment later, she realized, "Oh, quickly, take some to Yunwei." Mother Sha was filled with delight, realizing her son had developed a genuine affection for Yunwei. It was rare to see him exhibit such thoughtfulness, as he was typically a rather carefree child. Hence, she promptly encouraged him, "I am here. You should take it next door and see if Yunwei has awakened." Zwelicheng felt slightly bashful, but after a moment, he regained his composure and replied, "All right, Mom, I will go check next door." Upon reaching the door of room 502, he gently knocked and, hearing the invitation to enter, pushed the door open. Yunwei was already awake, seated upright with a somewhat pale complexion, yet she appeared relatively well, dressed neatly, as if she had already freshened up. Surprised to see Zwelicheng so early in the morning, she exclaimed, "Licheng, why are you here so early?" Zwelicheng entered with a smile, saying, "I brought some kanji. Let me know what you would like." Just then, he noticed Hua Yiyin emerging from the bathroom. "Good morning, Aunt." Hua Yiyin smiled upon seeing Zwelicheng. "Ah, Licheng is here. You are such a considerate young man. I was just about to ask Lon Air to fetch some kanji, but you've already taken care of it. Thank you. Did you go early this morning?" She was aware that the kanji from Tangji shop was not easily obtainable without a lengthy wait, indicating that this young man must have risen quite early. "Not too early. I made a reservation last night through a friend who is acquainted with the place," Zwelicheng replied. Having made a reservation the previous night reflected his thoughtfulness, which endeared him even more to Hua Yiyin. This young man was truly commendable. She accepted the kanji with a smile. He busily invited him to sit down. Upon opening the breakfast spread, he discovered a delightful assortment of kanji, various pastries, steamed shrimp dumplings, wontons, and soup dumplings, all of which were exceedingly abundant. Hua Yin remarked, "Why did you buy so much? You child." "Oh, I also bought some for Lulu and have already delivered them," replied Zwelicheng. Yunwei discreetly glanced at him, noting his impressive stature, though his demeanor was quite gentle. She smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Licheng Ge." Zwelicheng, enchanted by her charming expression, couldn't resist ruffling her hair playfully. Suddenly, he became aware that her aunt was present, and this display of affection felt overly intimate. He quickly assisted in retrieving the horizontal support frame for dining from the bed. Yunwei's face flushed instantly. However, Hua Yin appeared quite pleased by the exchange. The group began to enjoy their breakfast, with Zwelicheng having brought enough for everyone. After the meal, Loner took on the task of tidying up. When Duanan saw him, he was momentarily taken aback. Had he arrived before him? Yunwei noticed him and promptly greeted, "Master brother, good morning. What brings you here so early?" She felt slightly embarrassed after speaking. "Good morning, Yunwei, and to your mother as well," he replied with warmth. "Captain Zhua, you've arrived quite early indeed." He cheerfully greeted everyone, adding, "I came to deliver breakfast, but it seems I have arrived late." Chapter 59. The incident of the car accident. Upon seeing that Yunwei and the others were already eating breakfast, which was also from Tangji's shop, Duanan understood everything in a heartbeat. Zwelicheng had beaten him to it. Maintaining his composure, he smiled and walked in, placing the breakfast aside. Upon observing Yunwei's complexion, the elder brother inquired gently, "Little junior sister, you appear to be much improved. Is your head still spinning?" His demeanor was akin to that of a caring older brother, gracious and refined, instilling a deep sense of comfort. Seeing Yunwei in good spirits reassured Duanan, who then remarked, "I shall go next door to check on Zwelulu." Eagerly, Yunwei interjected, "Elder brother, may I accompany you to see her? I have yet to lay my eyes upon Lulu." Her urgency was palpable. She had wished to visit yesterday, but her own dizziness had prevented her from moving. As her family had insisted, she remained still. Today, upon seeing her elder brother, she swiftly sought his assistance. Duanan smiled, and his tranquil countenance radiated confidence. Of course, you may walk, but you must have someone to support you, as it is easy to stumble when feeling faint. He turned to Aunt Huaiyan. May I take little junior sister next door to see Lulu? Certainly, she replied promptly, assisting Yunwei to her feet and helping her into her slippers. Feeling a bit bashful, Yunwei protested, Auntie, I can manage on my own. What are you saying, dear? Aunt Huaiyan responded with warmth. As Yunwei blushed and clung tightly to her arm, as if fearing her aunt might slip away, Zuolicheng felt a stirring in his heart. Aunt Huaiyan smiled. Yunwei's affectionate gesture brought her immense joy, marking the first time the girl had embraced her so willingly, albeit in a teasing manner. Zuolicheng hastened to open the door for them, and the group made their way to room 503. Upon arrival, they discovered that Lulu had already awakened. Although still lying down, her eyes sparkled with brightness. Upon seeing the person following her brother, she exclaimed excitedly, Yunwei, are you all right? You frightened me to death. She attempted to sit up, only to realize she lacked any strength and collapsed back down. This startled Mama Sha, who hurried to support her. Yunwei, feeling anxious, urged Lulu, don't move. I'm fine, really. Duan stepped forward, reassuring them. Please, remain calm. Allow me to assess the situation. He scrutinized the various instruments nearby, noting that all displayed normal readings. Relieved, he declared, there are no issues. Everything appears to be quite well. The surgery was successful, and Lulu, you will not suffer any aftereffects from your foot injury, so rest assured. At last, everyone exhaled in relief. What? He is your senior brother? Lulu exclaimed, her astonishment palpable as the realization dawned on her. Well, Yunwei, why didn't you mention that in the hall that day? You certainly kept it well hidden. Observing her return to her usual witty self, the others felt their worries dissipate. Mama Sha quickly vacated a seat next to her daughter, taking Yunwei's hand and saying, Come. Yunwei, sit here. You've been injured too. Do not overexert yourself. With both daughters hospitalized, their mothers were by their sides, each caring for the other, particularly Mama Sha, who was equally devoted to her daughter and her future daughter-in-law, happily attending to both. Later that morning, after undergoing several more examinations that revealed no additional injuries, the group felt reassured. Indeed, Officer Zhang Shengwu from the traffic police arrived to take a statement, and both individuals recounted the events as they had unfolded. Officer Zhang did not elaborate on the matter, confident that these individuals would exert their utmost efforts. Furthermore, with Captain Zhuo's involvement, the pursuit of justice became even more imperative. Upon conducting a thorough investigation into Gu Yushui, it was revealed that this young man was, in fact, a minor leader of a gang in District XC. Originally hailing from Lizhou, he had fled and subsequently befriended Chao Xuan, the son of Chao Quanhong, thus aligning himself with the Chao family's interests. Based on the intelligence provided by Zuolicheng, Lei Haoding had uncovered a plethora of new evidence. Zuolicheng, not one to relax his efforts, tasked Xu Ru with delving into the events surrounding the meeting between Chao Shanshan and Gu Yushui at the CAF that day. It was discovered that Chao Shanshan had handed several photographs to Gu Yushui, and upon closer inspection, one of those images prominently featured Lulu and Yunwei, alongside multiple angles of a sleek Mercedes. The act of providing such materials to Gu Yushui clearly indicated ulterior motives. In a strategic maneuver, Lei Haoding and Zuolicheng devised a plan. Wang Kaoyong, known for his gambling tendencies, had recently shown no signs of restraint. They orchestrated a situation wherein he accrued substantial debts at the casino. Driven by desperation, Wang Kaoyong sought out Gu Yushui, leading to a heated confrontation that escalated into a physical altercation. Unfazed by Wang Kaoyong, Gu Yushui retaliated, unaware that the police had suddenly encircled them, apprehending all involved, as engaging in a brawl was undoubtedly a criminal offense. In a moment of panic, Gu Yushui attempted to contact Chao Xuan, but found his phone confiscated by the authorities, leaving him in a state of alarm. Several officers separated the group for intensive questioning, and under duress, Wang Kaoyong, unable to withstand the pressure, divulged all he knew. Chapter 60. The Union of Twin Swords. In the beginning, Gu Yushui contemplated denying his involvement. However, when presented with the undeniable evidence of photographs depicting his clandestine meeting with Chao Shanshan at the CAF, he was utterly taken aback and confessed. A mere thug by nature, he had no intention of committing murder. He fancied himself clever for orchestrating a vehicular mishap, believing he could deceive everyone. Little did he know, within just 2 days, his scheme had unraveled. The police discreetly apprehended him without a whisper of suspicion. On that very afternoon, as the officers arrived at the Chao residence armed with an arrest warrant, the family remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. Chao Quanhong, bewildered, inquired, "Have you made a mistake? We are law-abiding citizens." One officer presented the warrant before him, which clearly stated, "Chao Shanshan is suspected of hiring a hitman and is hereby arrested." Chao Chuanhong's eyes widened in shock as he turned to his daughter, who, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out for help. "Father, I did not kill anyone. Please save me," she pleaded, bursting into tears and clinging to him, refusing to budge. The officers remained unperturbed by her distress, resolutely escorting her away. Mrs. Chao rushed after them, but what could she possibly do to intervene? She could only watch helplessly as her daughter was taken by the police. Shortly thereafter, the Chao family received a summons from the Qingzhou court, notifying them of a hearing scheduled for the following week. Having navigated the complexities of life for many years, Chao Quanhong quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. He had connections within the Public Security Bureau and wasted no time in reaching out to friends to uncover the truth behind his daughter's predicament. Upon hearing the news, he was utterly stunned. His daughter, Chao Shanshan, had audaciously hired someone to orchestrate a car accident. And the victim was none other than the daughter of the governor of Qingzhou. Was she courting death? At that moment, a chilling dread enveloped him, and his heart plummeted to an abyss. His daughter called upon him for salvation, yet how could he possibly rescue her? Nevertheless, she was his own flesh and blood. He could not abandon her. The Chao family was thrown into disarray, and Madame Chao was overwhelmed with shock and fear. She wept as she implored Chao Quanhong to devise a plan to save their daughter. Enraged, Chao Quanhong struck her across the face, exclaiming, "You have spoiled her, and now you dare to weep? You are the one who continually brings trouble upon us." Seething, he stormed out. Chao Quanhong hurried to Bozi Hospital, intent on visiting the 2 girls injured in the accident, unaware of their true identities. Upon discovering that the incident was no mere accident, he immediately recognized its grave implications. The bodyguards from the Zhuo and Lu families had cordoned off the area with utmost vigilance. Without permission, no one could approach. Despite his efforts to seek assistance, no one was willing to intercede on his behalf, for they were dealing with the governor of Qishou and the wealthiest man in the province. Zhuo Mingyang was equally incensed. His ire was not solely due to the fact that the victims were his daughter and her companion, but as a governor, maintaining public order was paramount. How could such an occurrence transpire in a society governed by law? This was utterly intolerable. Even the matriarch of the Lu family was alarmed, rushing to the hospital to see her beloved granddaughter. Upon seeing her injured, her heart ached with compassion. She chastised Lu Xianghao vehemently, declaring, "You are incapable of caring for your daughter. Once Yunwei is discharged, I shall have her and her sister stay at the ancestral home, and I will tend to them." Although Lu Xianghao felt quite innocent, he dared not argue with his elderly mother. Hua Yan, too, refrained from speaking, fully aware that the old lady implied their couple had failed to care for their daughters, resulting in Yunwei's injury. At that moment, Grandmother Lu seemed utterly unreasonable, incessantly caressing Yunwei as if she were a newborn babe. Yunwei felt touched yet somewhat amused. Observing her aunt's awkward demeanor, she playfully said, "Grandma, you're making my head spin." Her words instantly silenced the old lady, who gently replied, "Oh, Wei Wei, I apologize for disturbing you. You're feeling dizzy? I shall call the doctor immediately." Yunwei quickly grasped her grandmother's hand, saying, "No need for a doctor, Grandma. Just your visit will alleviate my dizziness. This accident was entirely unforeseen. It is not my father or aunt's fault. Please do not worry. I know you care for me deeply, but there is no need for such concern. I assure you, I am all right. After all, I am a doctor myself, am I not? You can trust me." Holding her grandmother's hand and shaking it gently, she continued, "Last night, my aunt stayed with me, and while helping me bathe, she accidentally hurt her back. Please do not blame them any longer, all right? I know you love me most." How could Grandmother Lu withstand her granddaughter's earnest pleas? Realizing that her earlier distress had inadvertently affected others, she smiled and said, "Very well, I shall heed your words. I will not blame them anymore." Hua Yin finally exhaled in relief, feeling increasingly that Yue was truly understanding. This child was so well behaved that it tugged at one's heartstrings. When she entered the room and beheld Grandma Lu, both elderly women recognized each other, having been prominent figures in the high society of Qingzhou years ago, and their friendship had flourished over time. The two elders clasped hands, engaging in a warm exchange of pleasantries. Then, Grandma Zhou grasped Yunwei's other hand and inquired with genuine concern, "Yunwei, how are you? Does it hurt? Which fool dared to collide with my granddaughter-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? My granddaughter is your granddaughter-in-law?" "Indeed," Grandma Zhou replied with pride, revealing that she had only just learned of her granddaughter-in-law's impressive lineage, discovering she was the daughter of the Lu family. This child was so unassuming, which only deepened her affection for her. Yun Wei's face flushed crimson. Alas, she found herself unable to clarify the matter, as it was all the result of some ill-conceived notions that had now ensnared her. The situation grew increasingly intricate, stirring even the ancestral figures on both sides. What to do now? She withdrew her hands and draped the quilt over her head, completely covering her face. Observing her demeanor, everyone assumed she was merely bashful. Grandma Zhou gently pulled the quilt back a bit, expressing her concern. "Child, don't suffocate yourself. It's all right. There's no need to feel shy. We all cherish you." Yunwei's face resembled a ripe shrimp, flushed with deep embarrassment. Chapter 61. The perfect combination of twin swords. Li Qing could only chuckle, feeling a mix of helplessness and a hint of secret delight, not wishing to contest the matter. Turning to him, Grandma Zhou said, "Li Qing, your wife and sister have been involved in an incident. You must investigate this thoroughly. Do you understand?" "Grandma, rest assured. We have already apprehended the suspect." A week later, the court session would commence. Zhuali spoke earnestly, declaring that only after the departure of the two esteemed elders would the hospital room regain its tranquility. Ling Xiao also arrived at the hospital room, addressing Hua Yin, "Aunt, let me stay with my sister tonight. You should take some rest." Hua Yin replied, "No need. I shall stay." Upon returning home, Lu Xianghao took Hua Yin's hand and led her into the bedroom on the second floor. As soon as they entered, he closed the door behind them, startling Hua Yin, who was uncertain of his intentions. However, Lu Xianghao tenderly remarked, "I wish to examine the wound on your back and apply some medicine." Hua Yin was taken aback, though they were husband and wife and had shared intimate moments. Lu Xianghao had always maintained a polite distance, never gazing at her with such concern. A flutter of hope stirred within her heart as she thought, "Could he truly care for me?" She replied, "It's nothing serious, merely a bump. I've already applied some ointment, and it doesn't hurt much anymore." Lu Xianghao insisted on seeing it, and she reluctantly allowed him to lift her shirt. A strikingly red mark marred her otherwise fair back, slightly swollen and alarming in appearance. A jolt of distress coursed through Lu Xianghao, his heart inexplicably aching as he said, "This looks serious. Should we take an X-ray to check the bones? We ought to visit the hospital again." Lu Xianghao turned to take her to the hospital, but Hua Yin hurriedly grasped his arm, saying, "Xianghao, it's really nothing. I had an X-ray last night. It's truly fine. Please, just help me apply some medicine." Lu Xianghao responded, "Very well." Thus, Hua Yin lay upon the bed as Lu Xianghao gently lifted her garments, unfastening the clasp of her undergarments with tender care. He meticulously disinfected her wounds and evenly sprayed a soothing mist, his touch both delicate and considerate. Although pain lingered on her back, her heart brimmed with sweetness. For the first time in many years, Lu Xianghao demonstrated such tender affection towards her. Once he had attended to her injuries, Hua Yin donned her clothing anew and sat at the edge of the bed. Lu Xianghao gazed upon his wife, still youthful and beautiful, as time had been kind to her. He reflected on his own indifference over the years, while she had devoted herself to nurturing their 2 sons. Ever cautious not to provoke him, he understood her love for him, a love marked by humility. The births of their sons had once filled Ling Xiao with resentment towards her, mistaking her for a scheming woman, and for years he had harbored disdain. Yet she remained steadfast and uncomplaining. Perhaps he had indeed erred. His prior wife, Yun, had long since passed, and he had lived encumbered by guilt, while neglecting the one before him. Emotions swelled within Ling Xiao, his face reflecting a hint of excitement as he earnestly spoke. Yan, you have endured so much over these years. Let us, as a family, cherish our days together from now on. You, me, our 2 sons, and 2 daughters, shall we? Hua Yin was taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from Ling Xiao. Her heart felt as though it had been filled with honey, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. Yes, yes, of course. Ling Xiao too was moved, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, tenderly whispering, I am sorry for the hardships you have faced these years. It is all my fault. Hua Yin suddenly fell into her husband's embrace, choking back tears as she said, No, you are not at fault. The 2 held each other tightly, their hearts closely intertwined. It was only when Hua Yin let out a soft gasp that they parted, revealing that Ling Xiao had inadvertently hurt the wound on her back. He quickly apologized, and although Hua Yin felt pain, a sweet smile graced her lips as she reassured him, It's all right, it doesn't matter. This only deepened Ling Xiao's affection for her, as he expressed, Yin, thank you for taking such good care of our 2 daughters. I will have them call you mother. Hua Yin hastily replied, No need to rush. Even if they call me aunt, it is perfectly fine. They are my sister's children, thus they are my own. There's no hurry. Let's take our time and ensure the children are not burdened. Ling Xiao repeatedly affirmed her words, feeling increasingly grateful for his wife, truly a virtuous partner. In the hospital, once everyone had departed, Ling Xiao began to interrogate her sister, insisting that she reveal when she had started dating Zhuo Liqing. Lu Yunwei repeatedly clarified that Zhuo Liqing was not her boyfriend, yet Yun Xiao remained unconvinced. She could clearly see the affection in Zhuo Liqing's gaze directed at her sister. Who would believe that there was no admiration involved? Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, both her sister and Zhuo Liqing had not denied it, and both families had acknowledged it. Surely there was something amiss. Left with no other option, Lu Yunwei asked Lanner to keep watch at the door and quietly recounted how she had pretended to be Zhuo Liqing's girlfriend to attend a banquet at the Zhuo family's home. Yun Xiao was taken aback. How could her sister engage in such a ridiculous charade? Yunwei grasped her sister's hand and said, I thought that after one meal, this matter would be settled. Little did I know that a car accident occurred, and now both families are aware, becoming entangled in this situation. Even if I had 100 mouths, I couldn't clarify it. What should I do now? Yun Xiao suddenly realized that she had perceived the looks exchanged between her sister and Zhuo Liqing. They were merely confused by their own emotions, whereas she saw through the situation with clarity. She smiled and replied, What is there to question? You truly should become the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family. Wouldn't that be splendid? Both families would be pleased. Yunwei, irritated, retorted, Xiao Xiao, stop your nonsense. As she reached out to strike her, she inadvertently aggravated the wound on her left hand, causing her to wince in pain. Noticing this, Yun Xiao hurriedly said, Sister, did I hurt you? Please, don't move. She quickly supported her sister to lie down. Chapter 62. The perfect match. Yun Xiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, addressed her sister, Sister, I am not speaking frivolously. It is evident that Liqing truly harbors feelings for you. Just this morning, he brought breakfast, and he visits you daily, both morning and evening. Such attentiveness can only stem from affection. Moreover, his eyes have long betrayed his intentions. Sister, do not forget that I am also a criminal police officer, specializing in criminal psychology. I discerned his thoughts at first glance. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I believe this is quite favorable. You two are a perfect match. With mutual affection, why not simply enter into a romantic relationship? Lu Yun feigned an intent to strike her, but Yun Xiao swiftly diverted, grasping her hand and assuring, "I speak the truth, dear sister. Li Chengge is truly wonderful, handsome, and capable. I wholeheartedly endorse him as my brother-in-law." She paused, then added, "Sister, deep down, you are fond of him too. You merely shy away from admitting it." Yunwei, both embarrassed and vexed, raised her voice. "The more you speak, the more absurd you become. If you continue, I shall ignore you. We are not like that at all." Noticing her sister's genuine irritation, Lu Yun ceased her teasing, lest she reopen old wounds. The sisters exchanged laughter and playful banter until they realized it was time for Yunwei to bathe. Initially, Yunwei resisted, prompting Lu Yun to feign indignation. "Just yesterday, you had Auntie assist you with your bath. Why refuse my help now? What is there to hide? We are sisters. My gaze upon you is akin to gazing upon myself." Yunwei could not help but chuckle at her sister's illogical reasoning. Although Lu Yun often appeared carefree and tomboyish, she was meticulous in her duties. She carefully assisted her sister in bathing before guiding her to bed, then promptly took her own bath. One sister rested in the hospital bed while the other settled in the lounge chair. The following morning, the gentle rain had ceased, and soft sunlight enveloped the earth, casting a golden shimmer across the landscape. The air was refreshingly crisp, filled with the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers. Both Lu and Yunwei's injuries were not severe, allowing for a swift recovery. Particularly for Yunwei, she could have been discharged within 3 days. However, the parents from both families insisted on her remaining a few additional days to ensure a complete recovery. In recent days, Zweliching has been delivering breakfast every morning, bringing joy to everyone. Lu Yun's laughter rings out as she affectionately calls him brother-in-law, completely unfazed by her sister's disapproving glares, which she chooses to ignore. Lu Yunwei feels a sense of embarrassment but struggles to find an opportunity to discuss the misunderstanding with either Lulu or Zweliching privately. Both mothers are eager to attend to their children, unwilling to let them suffer even a little, leaving the two girls speechless. On a day when both mothers went out shopping, Yunwei seized the chance to visit Lulu's hospital room. She instructed Lanner to keep watch at the door and eagerly grasped her friend's hand, exclaiming, "Lulu, what should we do?" Lulu looked surprised, asking, "Yunwei, what's wrong? What happened? What do we need to do?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yunwei furrowed her brow and said, "Both families are misunderstanding my relationship with your brother. What should we do now? It's all your fault. You need to help me resolve this issue." "Oh, so that's what you're referring to. What's so difficult about it?" "Yunwei, haven't you realized? My brother genuinely has feelings for you. He's a wonderful person, and I'm not exaggerating. Since childhood, he's excelled academically and has always been at the top of his class. Although our father wanted him to take over the family business, he refused and chose to attend the police academy. Look at him now. He's doing exceptionally well as a police officer, completely relying on his own efforts without any family connections. Having you as my sister-in-law would be fantastic. Our whole family adores you." Yunwei felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "What are you talking about, Lulu? How can you say such things? What's the matter? Don't you think my brother is good enough for you?" Lulu inquired. "It is not that your elder brother is at fault. I am still young. How can one be so casual about marriage?" Yunwei exclaimed anxiously, her words becoming increasingly incoherent. After a moment of contemplation, Zwelulu also felt that this was inappropriate. Initially, Yunwei had only intended to assist her elder brother, and it was she who had inadvertently suggested this ill-fated idea. Even if her brother genuinely harbored feelings for her, he should pursue her properly, rather than establishing a vague relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. This was unjust to Yunwei. Realizing this, Lulu displayed an expression of contrition and said, "Yunwei, it is indeed my oversight. Here's what we shall do. Once we are discharged from the hospital, I will have a talk with my brother, and then the two of us will clarify everything with our parents, all right? If my brother truly likes you, let him pursue you on his own. It would not be fair to you, would it?" Yunwei felt a bit awkward. It's not about whether he pursues me or not. It's about being clear. "Very well, sister-in-law," Lulu teased playfully. Yunwei pretended to lightly swat her. "Stop saying such nonsense." The two girls erupted into laughter. After a week of hospitalization, they were both ready for discharge. Lulu, unable to walk on her injured foot, had to sit in a wheelchair, while Lu Yunwei had almost fully recovered and was in good condition. On that day, the sun shone brightly, its golden rays streaming through the glass, warming the room and dispelling the winter chill. Spring had arrived, bringing with it a vibrant atmosphere. Yunwei smiled as she expressed her gratitude. Lulu, with an expression of admiration, held a bouquet of flowers gifted by her idol, insisting on carrying it herself without the assistance of a servant. The blossoms nearly obscured half her face, creating a beautiful scene of a person laughing among flowers. Zhuo Licheng also arrived, pushing Lulu's wheelchair while turning to say, "Yunwei, please be careful. If you feel unwell, do speak up." "All right. Thank you, Brother Licheng. We shall take our leave now. Goodbye." Yunwei's father and two brothers had come to fetch her, arriving in two vehicles, creating quite a formidable procession. "Humph. Clearly wishing to follow after us," Lulu muttered. The day following her discharge from the hospital marked the court hearing for the car accident case. Given the involvement of the Zhuo and Lu family's daughters, discretion was exercised to minimize publicity, with few outside the court privy to the details. The proceedings were not broadcast to the public and were held in the third courtroom of Qingzhou Court. To safeguard the two girls' privacy, only their photographs and hospitalization records were submitted to the court. Zhuo Lulu and Lu Yunwei were not required to testify. Present at the hearing were Judge Lu Pingyang and two jurors, alongside the plaintiff, defendant, and their respective attorneys. The audience comprised family members from both sides. The session commenced at 9:30 a.m., with Judge Lu Pingyang announcing the opening of the court. The prosecution was represented once again by Lei Haoting. Seated at the plaintiff's table were Chao Shanshan, Gu Yushui, and Wang Kailiang. Chao Shanshan, having spent the week in detention, appeared drastically changed. Once vivacious and flamboyantly attired, she now seemed dejected and lackluster, although she had made an effort to tidy her attire before the hearing. Her spirits were so low that the thought of dressing up felt futile. Catching sight of her parents in the audience, tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Daddy, save me." The on-duty officer reprimanded her, prompting her to sob quietly while gazing at her parents. Mrs. Chao felt as though her heart were being rent asunder. Yet she dared not speak lightly. Chao Quanhong remained silent, acutely aware that he had contemplated numerous strategies over the past week to no avail in his attempts to see his daughter. He understood that she had embroiled herself in a grave predicament. In desperation, he had engaged a lawyer, however, the local attorneys in Qizhou. Upon learning that the prosecuting attorney was Lei Haoting, declined to take the case, convinced that they stood no chance against such a brilliant adversary. Consequently, he sought legal counsel in Lizhou, offering a substantial fee before anyone would agree to defend his daughter. As soon as Lei Haoting took the floor, he called forth the first witness, Officer Zhang Shengwu from the traffic police, who had arrived at the scene. Officer Zhang meticulously recounted the time he received the call and detailed what he observed upon arrival, presenting video footage of the incident. Wang Kailiang's vehicle had barreled directly into Lu Lulu's sleek Mercedes, which, despite its swift maneuvering to evade the collision, was ultimately overturned. It was abundantly clear that Wang Kailiang had intentionally caused the crash. When Lei Haoting interrogated him in court, he openly admitted to his actions, revealing that he had been solicited by Gu Yushui. He helped to settle a gambling debt of 250,000 yuan. They had other vehicles trailing Zhou Lulu's small Mercedes. Aware of a particular intersection she was bound to pass, Wang Kailiang was instructed to park a truck on a nearby street by the intersection. Having deliberately tampered with the brakes beforehand, he awaited a phone call, at which point he would dash across the intersection, orchestrating a traffic accident due to brake failure. His vehicle was a truck, which typically ensured his safety. Should he fatally collide with another, he could readily accept guilt and simply compensate, thus avoiding legal repercussions, with Gu Yushui bearing the financial responsibility. Upon successful execution of the plan, Wang Kailiang would also receive a share of the proceeds. Thus, he acquiesced. Everything unfolded smoothly, and had the Mercedes not evaded swiftly, events would have transpired precisely as they envisioned. Despite having uncovered this information beforehand, Zhuo Licheng, seated in the spectator area, felt a deep-seated resentment gnawing at him. Once Wang Kailiang recounted the events, he hastily added, "I harbor no enmity towards Zhou Lulu or Miss Lu Yunwei. It was Gu Yushui who compelled me." At this moment, Gu Yushui scoffed. "I did not instruct him. Your Honor, he slanders me," he exclaimed. "Order." Judge Liu rapped the gavel. Lei Haoding then questioned the second defendant, Gu Yushui, who vehemently denied any wrongdoing. He believed that if he could implicate Chao Shanshan, his troubles would be resolved, still clinging to the hope that the Chao family might devise a plan to rescue him. Lei Haoding, observing his unwillingness to confess and his reluctance to inquire further, presented the first piece of evidence, a video showing Gu Yushui repaying the 250,000 yuan for Wang Kailiang. Gu Yushui was taken aback. In an effort to evade future scrutiny, he had opted to pay in cash rather than through a bank transfer. Little did he know that the loan sharks at the casino were equipped with covert cameras, capturing the entire scene on tape. He could not fathom how the police had obtained such footage, which even included a clear audio recording of their conversation, where he explicitly stated he was repaying the 250,000 yuan on Wang Kailiang's behalf. Gu Yushui was left in utter disbelief. It was only then that he awoke from his stupor, hastily declaring, "It was not my intention. It was Miss Chao Shanshan who instructed me to do so. I was merely carrying out tasks for the Chao family." All eyes turned towards Chao Shanshan, who was now utterly flustered. In panic, she glanced at her attorney, and her defense lawyer, Mr. Wang, was equally aware of the case's complexity. However, Lei Haoding remained unfazed by Chao Shanshan's distress and calmly inquired of Gu Yushui, "Do you now acknowledge that you repaid the 250,000 yuan gambling debt for Wang Kailiang? Yes or no?" With a heavy heart, Gu Yushui conceded, "Yes." Seizing the moment, Lei Haoding pressed on, "Why did you repay him?" "Because I was ordered to have Wang Kailiang orchestrate a car accident, targeting the vehicle of Miss Lu Yunwei, regardless of whether it resulted in injury or death." At this point, he found himself unable to deny the truth any longer. Lei Haoding continued his interrogation. "Who issued such an order?" The defendant's attorney, Mr. Wang, interjected in a panic, "I object." I oppose the plaintiff's line of questioning. Lei Haoding smiled and addressed him, "Lawyer Wang, it appears that you represent Miss Chao Shanshan rather than Mr. Gu Yushui. Why, then, do you oppose? I have yet to begin questioning your client." Lawyer Wang was rendered speechless and slumped into his seat. Gu Yushui interjected, "It is because Miss Chao Shanshan has requested my assistance in eliminating Miss Lu Yunwei, claiming that Miss Lu has caused her to lose face. The funds for this are entirely provided by her." At this point, Lawyer Wang could no longer contain himself and rose once more, exclaiming, "Objection! The suspect is defaming my client." Lei Haoding cast a glance his way and replied nonchalantly, "I will provide you with evidence. The proof is irrefutable." Gu Yushui, at this moment, did not shy away from his confession. Yet he repeatedly emphasized that it was Chao Shanshan who had instigated him to act in such a manner. Lawyer Wang had made ample preparations prior and believed that Chao Shanshan had left no incriminating evidence for Gu Yushui, which is why he accepted the case. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of the opposition. He had visited the CAF to review the surveillance footage, only to discover that the establishment lacked any recording devices. He felt that mere words held no weight. As long as he could firmly establish that this case had no connection to Chao Shanshan, he would face no issues. He remained convinced that there was a significant possibility of winning the case. Chapter 64. The perfect combination of two swords at that moment. Zhuo Liqing was immensely impressed by Lei Haoding's insight and his capacity for analysis. He had quickly grasped the crux of the matter and struck true. Up until now, Lei Haoding had yet to interrogate the principal perpetrator, Chao Shanshan, yet the truth of the case had already become apparent. At this juncture, Chao Shanshan stood frozen, as if turned to stone. She had always lived a life of ease and abundance, wanting for nothing. Her parents showered her with affection, and at school, she was the belle of the ball, surrounded by countless admirers. She felt like a princess, so what was the harm in eliminating a newcomer? Besides, even if there were repercussions, her father would undoubtedly smooth things over for her. While communicating with her contacts, She had been cautious. Yet she never anticipated that in such a brief span, the entire case would be laid bare before the public eye. Your Honor, esteemed members of the jury, may I inquire about the plaintiff, Chao Shanshan? Lei Haoding addressed the court. Judge Liu Pingyong nodded in consent. Proceed. Lei Haoding approached Chao Shanshan with composure and stated, Miss Chao Shanshan, did you pay Gu Yushui to orchestrate a car accident, intending to murder Miss Lulu and Miss Lu Yunwei? Yes or no? He bypassed all other inquiries, ignoring motives and circumstances, and went straight for the crux of the matter. Chao Shanshan, momentarily dazed, finally replied, Yes, I wanted them dead. Why do you wish to harm Miss Lulu and Miss Lu Yunwei? Lei Haoding's voice rose, fueled by an overwhelming fury. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure in court, a wild ferocity glinted in Chao Shanshan's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Who allowed that wretched girl to humiliate me in front of everyone? What is she, anyway? She wins everyone over in just a few days. And even that detestable Hong Wei is helping her, making me look foolish at the entrance of the auditorium. I want her dead. Cough, cough. Attorney Wong incessantly coughed, attempting to halt Chao Shanshan's tirade. But by then, she had completely lost her grip on reality, oblivious to any hints of restraint. She had been utterly defeated and recognized the futility of her situation, leaving no room for reservations. The court adjourned for 10 minutes while the panel deliberated the case's outcome. Judge Liu announced the recess, bringing closure to the matter. The staff escorted the defendant away, and Mrs. Chao in the audience could not contain her grief, weeping loudly, Shanshan. My dear Shanshan. Chao Shanshan, too, cried and resisted leaving, yet the staff pulled her away. Chao Quanhong understood that his daughter was finished and could not recover, a surge of anger causing pain in his chest. Chao Shanshan's brother, Chao Shui, glared at Lei Haoding with a menacing gaze. As Lei Haoding gathered his belongings to depart, Zuolicheng approached, extending his right hand. The two exchanged a firm handshake, sharing a knowing smile. Zuolicheng sincerely expressed, Haoding, thank you. You truly are a brilliant lawyer. It was your team that excelled, with irrefutable evidence. The law's net is vast and impenetrable, Lei Haoding replied. Together, they had forged a formidable alliance, achieving a stunning victory. How audacious of those blind to the truth to so openly bully Lulu and Yunwei. They deserved condemnation. Family members from the Zhua and Lu clans also approached Lei Haoding to express their gratitude. Lei Haoding replied with a smile, Lulu and Yunwei are dear friends of mine. It is my inescapable duty to stand by them. After the court proceedings, Zuolicheng invited Lei Haoding to dinner, and he readily accepted, their camaraderie blossoming into a true friendship. Later, the administration of Qingzhou University learned of Chao Shanshan's predicament and decided to impose disciplinary action regarding her enrollment. The students became aware of the situation, and public opinion erupted, bewildered by such a narrow-minded individual. Despite her outward beauty and allure, her heart harbored such malice. Amidst the collective murmurs of astonishment, particularly from the male students who had once vied for the affection of the campus belle, there lingered a palpable sense of dread. Fortunately, the perpetrator has now fallen into the clutches of justice. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire. This matter was deftly handled by Zuolicheng, who refrained from disclosing the true identities of Zuolulu and Lu Yunwei. The school was merely aware that Chao Shanshan intended to harm these two classmates. Given the extraordinary backgrounds of Lulu and Yunwei, it was prudent to maintain their confidentiality as they would be studying here for several years, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Zuolulu and Lu Yunwei only took a brief leave of absence, with Lulu claiming to have suffered a fall that resulted in a broken bone, necessitating a month of rest. Upon her discharge, Yunwei insisted on returning to school, despite her family's objections, urging her to take more time to recuperate. She steadfastly maintained that she was a doctor of her own body and had fully recovered, insisting on her return to classes. Her family found themselves at a loss in the face of her determination. Huayin insisted on accompanying her to school, arranging for a family driver to ensure her safe passage, forbidding her from traveling alone. Her two elder brothers, who were also students at Qingzhou University, offered to take responsibility for her transportation. However, Yunwei felt it an imposition, considering the ongoing nature of this arrangement. Uncle Kuei, the doorman, was also capable of driving and thus took on the responsibility of escorting Yunwei, to which she reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 65. The pursuit intensifies. Yunwei was aware that her recent actions had alarmed her family, who were genuinely concerned for her well-being, and she did not wish to disregard their kindness. Consequently, she resumed her regular school routine, continuing to assist Xiao Yuzo with acupuncture after classes. Having already delayed for a week, Xiao Yuzo would need to remain in Qingzhou for an additional week, a prospect he embraced with enthusiasm. Zhuo Liqing cleared his throat, glanced at his parents, hesitated to speak, and then looked over at Lulu. Zhuo Mingyang discerned his son's intentions. It was evident that he had something to convey. With a rare warmth in his demeanor, he addressed his son, saying, "Liqing, if there is something on your mind, please express it directly." Why the hesitation? Recently, he had found his son more agreeable, having arranged a match for him, which pleased him greatly. The swift resolution of the current case, marked by decisive evidence, reminded him of his own vigor in earlier days, leading him to harbor greater expectations for his eldest son. Sally Li also perceived her son's reluctance to speak and promptly encouraged him. "We are family. There is nothing you cannot share. Please, tell us what troubles you." Zhuo Liqing steeled himself and confessed, "Mom, Dad, I have done something wrong. I apologize." Zhuo Mingyang's heart sank, and he responded sternly, "What misdeed have you committed?" The gravity of a governor's expression soon surfaced. I am involved with Yunwei," Zhuo Liqing disclosed. Observing his son's faltering words, Sally Li grew anxious, asking, "What is your relationship with Yunwei? Have you mistreated her? Is there an issue with her injury?" Fearing his parents would misunderstand, Zhuo Liqing rushed to clarify, "No, her health is fine. Mom, Dad, the truth is, Yunwei and I are not in a romantic relationship," he declared, gritting his teeth. "What? Have you broken up with her?" Sally Li exclaimed, agitated. Zhuo Liqing swallowed hard and replied, "I have known Yunwei for only a short time. We are not a couple. During the dinner with Uncle Lu's family, I asked Yunwei to pretend to be my girlfriend. I am truly sorry, Mom and Dad. I should not have deceived you." Before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Mingyang slapped him fiercely. Everyone was caught off guard. Of course, Zhuo Liqing could have evaded the blow, but he chose not to. Thus, Zhuo Mingyang's hand landed squarely on his son's face, leaving 5 distinct finger marks, causing his cheek to redden swiftly. You little rascal, dare to deceive us. Are you not aware that this could tarnish Yunwei's reputation? You are utterly outrageous." Zhuo Mingyang was seething with rage. He raised his hand again to strike his son, but Mother Sha quickly intervened. "Mingyang, speak your mind calmly. Why resort to violence? Your son is grown now. How can you still hit him?" Mother Sha gazed at her son's rapidly swelling face, her heart aching for him. Zhuo Mingyang turned to glare at her. "It's all your indulgence. A doting mother spoils her child. Look at the mess we've got now." Zhuo Mingyang had never scolded his wife in such a manner before. Though he always maintained a serious demeanor in public due to his position, at home, the couple shared a deep affection and had never quarreled. Today, however, he was consumed by anger. Mother Sha's eyes reddened instantly. "Fine, it's all my fault. After all, it's our fault, both mother and daughter." Seeing her parents on the verge of conflict, Zhuo Lulu hurriedly wheeled herself to her father's side, grasping his arm and imploring, "Daddy, please don't blame Mommy, nor hit my brother. This whole affair is actually my doing." She shook her father's arm playfully, adding, "If you must strike someone, strike me instead." Zhuo Mingyang's fury began to dissipate, and he replied, "How could I blame you? I know you have always been well-behaved, unlike those troublesome boys." In the Zhuo family, having numerous sons is commonplace, especially for a prominent household where the heirs are expected to inherit the family business, and thus must be strictly disciplined. Daughters, however, are a different matter altogether. Notably, in the Zhuo family's third branch, each household's youngest child is a daughter, and these daughters are particularly endearing. This is especially true for the first branch, where Zhuo Mingyang, after having 3 sons, finally welcomed a precious little girl, whom he cherishes immensely. In the presence of his daughter, Zhuo Mingyang transforms into a doting father, softening even the most stoic of men. Upon observing his daughter's demeanor, Zhuo Mingyang's attitude noticeably softens. She continues, noting that Yunwei was also present at that time, and she earnestly requested Yunwei's assistance. Being a good-hearted person, Yunwei reluctantly agreed, which led to the unfolding of these events. By this juncture, Zhuo Mingyang and his wife could hardly be oblivious to the situation. Their son, in an attempt to evade the pressures of arranged marriage, concocted a ruse involving a fictitious girlfriend. Mother Xia furrowed her brow and remarked, "Then why didn't you clarify things while at the hospital? Instead, you allowed the misunderstanding to escalate." She recalled how often the term daughter-in-law had been uttered during their hospital stay, which must have put Yunwei in an awkward position. It must have been quite humiliating for such a fine young lady. The more she pondered, the guiltier she felt, further appreciating Yunwei's thoughtfulness and grace. She couldn't help but murmur, "What a wonderful girl Yunwei is. It's truly a pity she isn't my daughter-in-law." Zhuo Lulu's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Mother, can't you see? Although Yunwei's role as a daughter-in-law is currently fictitious, my brother has indeed developed feelings. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have clarified things in the hospital?" Shalili's eyes widened immediately as she turned to her son. "Liqing, is this true?" Zhuo Liqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Mom, don't listen to Lulu's nonsense. Besides, with someone as wonderful as Yunwei, how could she possibly be interested in me?" Upon hearing this, Shama understood perfectly. Her son indeed had feelings for that girl. She chuckled and said, "My son is quite remarkable too, young and accomplished. So handsome and charming. Our family background is nothing to scoff at either. What could possibly be lacking?" Chapter 66. The pursuit intensifies too. Zhuo Lulu, listening to her mother praise her brother, couldn't help but chuckle. Shama feigned annoyance. "What are you laughing at? Have I said something incorrect?" Zhuo Lulu hurriedly flattered. "You are absolutely right, Mom. Your son is both handsome and capable, truly the best. He suits Yunwei perfectly. Mom, I have an idea. With your clever ideas, do share." Shama encouraged. Zhuo Lulu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled. "Since Yunwei doesn't have a boyfriend, and my brother likes her, why not have him pursue her? If he wins her over, she would be the perfect daughter-in-law for our family." Zhuo Liqing's heart skipped a beat, profoundly stirred by her suggestion. Shama's eyes suddenly lit up as she clapped her hands. "Indeed, that is a brilliant idea." Turning to her son, she declared, "Liqing, since you have already allowed Yunwei to assume the role of our daughter-in-law, we shall only acknowledge her as such. You must make the effort to pursue her, and we will support you wholeheartedly. Everything else is irrelevant. It's up to you how to proceed." "What? Mom, this isn't fair. How can this be?" Zhuo Liqing exclaimed in alarm. "Why not? You are unmarried. She is unwed. Your affections are evident, and I can see she reciprocates them. Otherwise, she would not have consented to your outrageous proposal. I believe there is potential here." The more Mama Xia pondered, the more she felt her daughter's idea was brilliant. Showering praises upon Lulu, Zhuo Lulu basked in her delight. Zhuo Mingyang observed his wife enthusiastically encouraging their son to pursue his romantic interest, and he couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. "Mother, this is all in jest. Please do not take it seriously," Zhuo Liqing pleaded. "Who is jesting with you? This is an order." Zhuo Mingyang suddenly interjected, rising to his feet, glaring at his son before turning away. Mama Xia glanced at her husband, astonished that her usually upright spouse would ally with her, even going so far as to issue a command to their son. Amused, she looked at her son, who wore a dazed expression, and chuckled triumphantly. She pushed her daughter's wheelchair to the foot of the stairs and assisted Lulu in ascending, leaving her son in the living room, stupefied. Zhuo Liqing scratched his head, smiling in resignation. What should he do? Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to clarify matters with Yunwei. It would be unjust to leave the young lady in confusion, potentially causing her distress. However, Lulu's suggestion was indeed appealing. Perhaps he should try courting her? As this thought crossed his mind, it surged forth like a torrent, unrestrained and boundless. The following morning, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Peach blossoms flourished, and pear blossoms gleamed white. The essence of spring was palpably vibrant. Upon seeing her, classmates approached to offer their greetings. Unaware of the recent events, but only knowing that Yunwei had been ill and on leave for a week. Those closest to her stepped forward to express their concerns. Hongwei also squeezed to the front and asked, Li Yunwei, why did you take a week off? I heard you were unwell. How are you now? Lu Yunwei smiled and replied, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, senior. After a morning of classes, Lu Yunwei prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. As she stepped out of the classroom and reached the hallway, she suddenly noticed that her classmates had come to a halt, all gazing in one direction. Curiosity piqued. She turned to look as well and found herself locking eyes with Zhuo Liqing, who had just arrived. Zhuo Liqing, upon spotting Lu Yunwei, quickly approached her with a warm smile, saying, Li Yun, hello. Instantly, the attention of all the surrounding students converged upon them. It turned out this handsome young man was there to see Lu Yunwei. What could their relationship be? The innate curiosity of gossip stirred within everyone present. Lu Yunwei felt a bit flustered, yet found herself at a loss for words. Today, Zhuo Liqing was not in uniform. He donned a well-tailored gray suit, a crisp white shirt, and a deep red striped tie, complemented by a gleaming gold tie clip. His hair was impeccably styled, adding to his vibrant demeanor. Towering in height and possessing a robust physique, he exuded an air of charisma that was further enhanced by his meticulous attire, which undoubtedly captivated the attention of many classmates just moments before. Zhuo Liqing approached and said, Li Yun, I came to assist Lulu with her leave request and have a small favor to ask of you. It's mealtime now. Would you do me the honor of joining me for lunch? His demeanor was affable and inviting. Of course, Liqing. You're too kind. I was just about to head for a meal as well, so let me treat you, Li Yunwei replied with a smile. Through their recent interactions, she had come to perceive Zhuo Liqing as a genuinely upright individual, akin to an older brother, instilling a sense of security in her. With thoughts racing, she mused, there are so many classmates at the entrance. I should leave quickly. Left with a sense of joy upon Yunwei's prompt agreement, Zhuo Liqing exclaimed, Excellent. My car is waiting at the door. Let us depart. Yunwei and Zhuo Liqing made their way to the school gate, where Zhuo Liqing, ever considerate, opened the car door for her. They soon arrived at the private dining establishment, Shengzai Lai, a place they had visited previously. They proceeded directly to the private room Zhuo Liqing had reserved. Upon noticing Zhuo Liqing's arrival, the manager immediately approached with warmth, addressing him as young Master Zhuo and presenting the menu. He quickly discerned that the young lady accompanying him seemed familiar, having visited not long ago. Zhuo Liqing handed the menu to Yunwei, saying, Yunwei, why don't you order? Brother Liqing, I wouldn't know what to choose. Anything is fine, Yunwei replied, hastily declining the responsibility. Zhuo Liqing, unfazed, promptly selected several signature dishes, settling on 4 courses and a soup. Once the manager departed, Zhuo Liqing waved for the servers to leave, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. An air of tension settled over them. Yunwei felt somewhat uneasy, as she had never spent time alone with a boy before. Zhuo Liqing stood to pour a cup of tea for Yunwei, then filled his own cup as well. With a smile, he inquired, Yunwei, how is your injury? Oh, my injury is just fine now. Thank you for your concern, Brother Liqing, she replied quickly. Yet, she found it puzzling that he would ask today, considering her recent discharge from the hospital, which everyone was aware of. How is Lulu doing? Yunwei inquired, genuinely concerned for her dear friend. Lulu is fine. Her foot has improved significantly. I just assisted her in requesting a month's leave from your school's academic affairs office, Zhuo Liqing said. Oh, that is good. The 2 engaged in a casual conversation. At that moment, the dishes were served, and they began to eat. Chapter 67. The pursuit intensifies 3 as they dined. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. Zhuo Liqing raised his drink, saying, Yunwei, I propose a toast to you. Yunwei was taken aback and hurriedly stood up. Liqing, why do you say that? Zhuo Liqing urged her to sit down, assuring her, do not be alarmed. I am toasting you in gratitude for your help the other day when you came to our home for dinner. Oh, I see. Yunwei exhaled in relief. Though a sense of melancholy and an indescribable feeling began to creep into her heart. Leeching, there's no need for formalities. It's all in the past. However, Zhuo Liqing replied, Yunwei, the reason I sought you out today is that I have something important to discuss. He was carefully organizing his thoughts, contemplating how to convey his message without alarming Yunwei. Lu Yunwei smiled at him, asking, what is it? Zhuo Liqing hesitated briefly before stating, Yunwei, I apologize for having you pose as my girlfriend last time. It was quite disrespectful and caused you considerable trouble at the hospital, particularly the misunderstandings it created with my family. I am truly sorry. Liqing, I've told you. It's nothing to worry about. Yunwei forced a smile, realizing that Zhuo Liqing was here to clarify their relationship. For reasons she could not comprehend, an emptiness settled in her heart, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. However, she had always been a proud person, her expression remaining composed. As Zhuo Liqing gazed at Yunwei, he suddenly questioned whether he had misspoken. A wave of irritation and urgency washed over him, prompting him to say, Yunwei, there are a few heartfelt words I wish to share with you. An unexpected shyness enveloped him. Yunwei, on the other hand, smiled. Liqing, please, go ahead. I am all ears. Zhuo Liqing took a sip of his drink, akin to imbibing a fortifying spirit, gathering courage before he confessed. Through these recent encounters, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for you, Yunwei. May I pursue you? Upon finishing his declaration, he fixated intently on Yunwei, anxious not to miss any flicker of emotion in her gaze. His heart racing with a daring resolve akin to facing death. He reassured himself, Zhuo Liqing, you are quite the bold one. It is merely the pursuit of a girl. Why the trepidation? Yunwei's face flushed suddenly, two rosy hues blooming on her fair cheeks, imparting an enchanting allure to her countenance. With bright eyes, she stared unwaveringly at him. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Yunwei became bashful, lowering her head slightly, and softly murmured, Liqing, I am not as remarkable as you suggest. Her lashes fluttered down, veiling her inner joy. Yet the blush on her face seemed to betray her true feelings. Zhuo Liqing, sensing urgency, pressed on. Will you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? Yunwei's head bowed even lower as she replied, her voice barely a whisper. Zhuo Liqing rejoiced, grasping Yunwei's hand. Yunwei, thank you. Rest assured, I will cherish you. As their hands clasped together, a spark of electricity surged through, igniting a warmth within the heart. Yunwei was taken aback. Zhuo Liqing, realizing his own impulsiveness, hastily released his grip and said, Yunwei, I apologize. I did not intend to offend you. I was merely overwhelmed with joy. Yunwei lowered her head further, murmuring, No, it's fine. Please, eat. Don't hold back. Zhuo Liqing thought to himself that he had never encountered a girl so easily flustered and pondered whether he might be a bit presumptuous given her youth. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged his genuine affection for her, deciding not to dwell on trivialities. With this newfound clarity, he felt a sense of relaxation, as his joy was unmistakable. Yunwei lifted her gaze, observing his goofy smile directed at her, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart stirred, as if plucked by an unseen string, compelling her to smile in return. Zhuo Liqing was momentarily entranced. Yunwei's smile seemed to dazzle him. They enjoyed their meal together, savoring tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation until it was time for Yunwei to attend school. Zhuo Liqing escorted her there, astonished that she had agreed to spend time with him. It was utterly unexpected. Perhaps Lulu was right. Maybe she harbored feelings for him. This realization brought a sense of quiet pride. Upon his arrival at the Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, he entered with a buoyant spirit, greeting his colleagues with a smile. They were taken aback, accustomed as they were to their captain's typically stern demeanor. Today, however, he donned a suit and appeared meticulously groomed, radiating an unusual cheerfulness. A sense of unease rippled through the team as they wondered if their captain had succumbed to some enchantment. While they found his demeanor peculiar, they hesitated to inquire further. Li Hu entered the captain's office with the progress report on the recent corpse theft case, feeling a sense of trepidation. After such a long time without any advancement, He wondered how harshly he would be reprimanded by his captain. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. He had to muster the courage to present his findings. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in," called Zhuo. Pushing the door open, Lihu stepped inside and handed over the report, stating, "Captain, regarding the corpse theft case. We have investigated the transportation hubs such as bus stations and airports following their departure from the hospital, particularly focusing on routes from Qingzhou to Lizhou. We scrutinized all major thoroughfares, yet we have found no trace. It is as if the child has vanished entirely." After delivering his report, he raised his head to meet Zhuo gaze, bracing himself for a scolding. To his surprise, Zhuo remained silent and said, "Please, take a seat while I review the report." Lihu did not anticipate such courtesy from the captain, which left him somewhat flabbergasted. However, he dared not overstep and remained standing. Zhuo diligently read through the report, then stood up, walked over to the sofa, and gestured for Lihu to sit down so they could discuss the case together. The two settled onto the sofa, spreading the report before them, and examined it closely once more. Given the lack of progress over such a lengthy period, it is possible that our investigative direction is flawed, Zhuo remarked. We have presumed they intended to leave Qingzhou, but could it be that they never departed at all and are still within Qingzhou? The notion of being blind to what lies beneath our very noses is quite real. Furthermore, the individual in question is the son of the commander of the LZHU garrison. If he truly intends to leave, it is not necessarily imperative for him to utilize an aircraft or a high-speed train. He could very well depart by private vehicle, should he choose to use a car. Our routine checkpoints along the highways would present no significant obstacle for him to evade. Thus, how should we recalibrate our approach? Lihu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo replied, "In any case, no party's interests have been compromised. This case differs considerably from our other matters, so there is no need for haste. However, we must make some adjustments. We should issue a notice to all public security bureaus and their subordinate police stations requesting vigilance for any similar individuals. If any are spotted, they should report it promptly so that we may verify. If they remain in Qingzhou for an extended period, the local police stations will inevitably take notice. As for other districts, I will consult with the director. We can issue a notice under the auspices of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau, asking surrounding cities to assist in our search. Since they are not criminals, we cannot issue a wanted notice. We can only request cooperation from the public security bureaus of other cities." Zhuo continued, "You should convene a meeting with your team members to relay my thoughts, while I will report to the director." "Understood, Captain," Lihu responded eagerly. He had not anticipated that the captain would not only refrain from reprimanding him, but would also swiftly initiate a plan, allowing him to relax. The afternoon's work was both busy and fulfilling, and Zhuo felt that the efficiency of their office was remarkably high today. After completing his tasks for the day, he glanced at the time, realizing it was already 4 o'clock. Thinking that Yunwei should be finishing her class soon, he hurriedly sent her a WeChat message, "I'll come pick you up after school." At that moment, Yunwei was already at the Longyan Hotel, having arrived there at 4 o'clock. Uncle Kuei had picked her up directly from school to the hotel. She had resumed her acupuncture and massage sessions for Xiao Yuza, and fortunately, his medicinal treatment had not ceased. Yunwei checked Xiao Yuza's pulse and smiled at Cui Qingyun, saying, "Sister, the stagnant blood in Yuza has improved significantly. He is recovering quite well." Upon hearing this, Cui Qingyun was overjoyed, replying, "Indeed, Yunwei, since you began treating him last time, Yuza hasn't had any episodes, and his sleep at night has been very good. He is eating well too. I feel he has gained a little weight. I am truly grateful to you. Sister, you flatter me. Yuza calls me Annie, doesn't he?" Yunwei replied. His swift recovery is primarily due to Yuza being very obedient, taking his medicine diligently every day. Right, Yuza? Upon hearing Yunwei praise him, Fu Yuza shyly smiled and said, "I always listen to Annie Yunwei and take my medicine every day, even though it really tastes awful." He pouted at the thought of the unpleasant taste of the medicine, looking somewhat aggrieved. Yunwei gently patted Xiao Yuza's head and said, "Yes, Yuza is truly obedient." Everyone was filled with happiness. After sending the message, She felt a twinge of unease, wondering if her refusal might lead him to have certain thoughts. Yunwei's eyes stared blankly at her phone. Noticing that Yunwei wasn't looking at him, Fu Yuza asked, "Anna Yunwei, who sent you a message?" Upon receiving a WeChat message from Yunwei, Zuoli Chung was enlightened to the fact that she had gone to assist the young boy in his medical treatment, all while grappling with her own illness and the demands of her studies. He felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for her arduous circumstances. Without delay, he drove to the Longyan Hotel. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hotel, the staff promptly approached to assist with parking. Zuoli Chung immediately spotted Uncle Kuei, one of the drivers who had come to the hospital to pick up Yunwei on the day of her discharge. He hurried over and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Kuei." Uncle Kuei was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a distinguished young man would approach him. He quickly replied, "Oh, hello? And you are?" Uncle Kuei was not easily fooled. Although he noticed the young man's appealing appearance, he could not simply heed the words of a stranger without confirmation from their young lady. Sensing the skepticism in Uncle Kuei's demeanor, Zuoli Chung promptly reassured him, "Uncle Kuei, I am Zuoli Chung. Allow me to show you my work identification. I am Yunwei's boyfriend, so you need not worry. Alternatively, you may contact your young lady to verify. Or I can show you my messages with her wherein I informed her of my arrival to pick her up." With that, Zuoli Chung indeed displayed his WeChat messages to Uncle Kuei, although he had not witnessed it firsthand. Uncle Kuei felt a sense of joy for his young lady upon seeing the impressive Zuoli Chung. As Zuoli Chung glanced at the clock, noting it was only 4:30, he deemed the hour still early. He made his way to the lobby, selecting a seat near the entrance, and ordered a cup of coffee, patiently awaiting Yunwei. He opted not to intrude on her treatment, believing that as long as he could see the entrance, he would undoubtedly be able to wait for her. In the presidential suite above, Yunwei had finally concluded her treatment for the day. Cui Qingyun, noticing the fine sheen of perspiration on her forehead, promptly offered her a towel, saying, "Yunwei, you have truly worked hard. You have yet to fully recover yourself. And here you are assisting Yuze with his treatment. We feel quite guilty. Dear sister, you are being too courteous again." "I am perfectly fine. I am not truly unwell," Yunwei replied. Fu Yuza hurried over, exclaiming, "Aunt Yunwei, allow me to give you a massage. You should take a moment to rest." With that, Fu Yuza earnestly began to knead Yunwei's arms, his movements attentive and meticulous. Despite her initial reluctance, he was insistent on helping her. Everyone witnessed the usual little rascal displaying such consideration, and they could not help but smile with satisfaction. After a brief respite, Yunwei took her leave. Fu Yuza insisted on escorting her, and thus, the group descended from the upper floor in a grand procession. Just as they exited the elevator, Zuoli Chung spotted them and promptly rose to greet them, asking, "Yunwei, has today's treatment concluded? Brother Liqing, you have arrived." She replied with a bright smile. Fu Yuza also recognized Zuoli Chung, instantly recalling the man he had collided with at the hospital. Most frustratingly, this man claimed to be Yunwei's boyfriend, a fact that irked him greatly. As Fu Yuza immediately assumed a state of heightened vigilance, the young lad abruptly unleashed his full presence, hands on his hips, and exclaimed, "Hey, tall guy, what are you up to?" Fu Yuza, incensed, retorted, "Who is your girlfriend? Aunt Yunwei is certainly not your girlfriend." Zuoli Chung, regaining his composure, chuckled, "All right. I am here to pick up Yunwei." Lu Yunwei gently caressed Yuza's head, soothingly saying, "Yuza, be good, rest well. Aunt will come to see you again tomorrow, all right?" Reluctantly, Fu Yuza replied, "Fine then." He added, "Aunt Yunwei, could you lower your head a little? I have a secret to share." Everyone burst into laughter. This cheeky boy and his secrets. Without a hint of suspicion, Yunwei promptly bent down to his level. In a swift motion, Fu Yuza wrapped his arms around her neck and planted a kiss on her cheek, declaring, "Aunt Yunwei, I like you." Releasing Yunwei, he turned to Zuoli Chung with a provocative gaze, as if to say, "Look, I just kissed Aunt Yunwei." He held his head high, like a victorious rooster. Zuoli Chung found himself both amused and exasperated. Cui Qingyun quickly intervened, saying, "You're being mischievous again." "I apologize, Yunwei, Captain Zua. This rascal is always causing you trouble." Not at all, sister, Yunwei hurriedly reassured them, conceding that she had no way to discipline Yuza. Yet, the boy was undeniably endearing, radiating genuine affection. As the car began to move forward, Lu Yunwei inquired, Liqing, what brings you here? Did I not mention that Uncle Kuei would be picking me up? Zhuo Liqing glanced at her and replied, Do I really have time today? Isn't it perfectly normal to pick up my girlfriend? Besides, if I wish to pursue my girlfriend, I must put in a little extra effort. Yunwei's face suddenly flushed, taken aback by the unexpected eloquence of this person, who usually appeared so serious and composed. She could only cough a few times to mask her surprise. Left Li Cheng was in high spirits, and Yunwei's silence could be interpreted as agreement, couldn't it? Indeed, that must be the case, bringing joy to his heart. He turned to her and asked, Yunwei, shall we go somewhere to eat first? Well, in that case, there's no need to make a call. I will also visit Grandma. How about we go together? She always welcomes us. All right, let's head to the old residence first, Yunwei replied. Thus, she provided an address, and left Li Cheng's car sped away. The gentle breeze caressed them, while the fragrance of flowers filled the air, invigorating their senses. The evening sky blazed with crimson hues, casting a golden sheen upon everything, making the scene extraordinarily radiant and beautiful. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the old residence of the Lu family. As the car came to a halt in the entrance hall, Yunwei rolled down the window, surprised to find Uncle Lu, the butler, already waiting for them. He had driven a small car in anticipation of their arrival and had been waiting at the entrance for a while. Hello, Uncle Lu, Yunwei greeted with a smile. This is my friend. Shall we proceed inside? Left Li Cheng quickly added, Hello, Uncle Lu, I will drive in now. Very well, please do. Follow my lead. Uncle Lu replied, turning to get back into his car, guiding them into the courtyard. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Grandma Lu appeared at the doorway, a smile gracing her face. Has Wei Wei arrived? She called out. Zhuo Liqing and Lu Yunwei alighted from the vehicle simultaneously. Yunwei rushed forward, enveloping her grandmother in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Grandma, I have arrived. What brings you outside? The wind is quite strong. Let us retreat indoors. Zhuo Liqing hastily stepped forward to greet. Hello, Grandma. Grandma Lu embraced Yunwei and replied, Oh, my precious Wei Wei has come, and Liqing too. How delightful. Now, let us all go inside. As they entered, she called out, Old man, your granddaughter and grandson-in-law have come to visit us. Lu Zhenyo was in the living room, engrossed in studying a chess manual. Upon hearing his wife's voice, he promptly set down the newspaper and looked up. His granddaughter gracefully entered, supporting her elderly grandmother. Behind her stood a young man, tall and robust, with striking features, impeccably dressed and exuding charm. Indeed, quite impressive. However, who was Lu Zhenyo? A prominent figure in the business realm, his mere stamp of a foot could send ripples through Qingzhou's economy, and his emotions were seldom betrayed upon his countenance. Yet, he felt a wave of joy upon seeing Yunwei. Yunwei spotted her grandfather and eagerly said, Grandpa, I have come to see you, and this is Liqing Ge. She hurriedly introduced him. Zhuo Liqing stepped forward, adjusted his attire, and with utmost respect, bowed slightly, saying, Hello, Grandpa. I am Zhuo Liqing. Lu Zhenyo appraised him with a glance, thinking to himself, Well, he possesses commendable manners. Thus, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Grandma Lu was not pleased with the young man's seemingly pretentious demeanor. Sit down, Liqing, she instructed. Do not worry. Our family has no strict customs. Old man, do not frighten the child. This is your granddaughter's husband. Yunwei gently tugged at her grandmother's hand and said, Grandma, it's still early. Her face flushed with warmth. Zhuo Liqing chuckled, Grandma, it's nothing. He noticed that Grandpa Lu had a chessboard in front of him, with a game of remnants on it. And he was holding a chess manual, evidently fond of the game and lost in thought. He stepped forward eagerly. Grandpa, I also enjoy chess. May I seek your guidance? Very well, let us play a game. Grandpa Lu, an ardent chess enthusiast, was delighted at the prospect of a match with Zhuo Liqing. This young man possesses keen insight. Zhuo Liqing smiled at Yunwei, saying, Yunwei, I shall be playing chess with Grandpa now. Grandma Lu watched with increasing fondness. He truly is a well-behaved child. Such matters ought to be shared with his girlfriend. Moreover, he is willing to engage in a game with an elderly gentleman, demonstrating his perceptive nature, a commendable youth indeed. The connections between individuals are remarkably peculiar. The distinctions between affection and indifference often hinge upon a mere thought. Yunwei let out a sigh of relief, realizing that her grandfather, who appeared somewhat austere and intimidating, was now engaged in a game with Liqing. It seemed Liqing possessed the ability to win favor. She was curious about their respective skills. Meanwhile, Grandpa Lu and Zhuo Liqing moved to a small sofa nearby, with a petite redwood tea table between them, perfectly suited for their game. Zhuo Liqing had already laid out the chess manual and arranged the pieces, and the two began their match. Yunwei assisted her grandmother in taking a seat on the sofa, and after a moment, she checked her grandmother's pulse. A while later, Yunwei beamed with a sweet smile. "Grandma, you are completely well. Your health is splendid. Living to 100 years is certainly not a problem." Grandma Lu chuckled and said, "Oh, you sweet-talking girl, if I truly reach 100, wouldn't I turn into an old hag? Who says that? If Grandma Lu reaches 100, she will still be a beauty." Their laughter resonated. A delightful symphony of mirth shared between the grandmother and granddaughter. Yunwei attentively massaged Grandma Lu, bringing her both physical and mental ease. Meanwhile, the grandfather and grandson were engrossed in an intense game of chess. Grandpa Lu's skills were exceptional, and he rarely encountered worthy opponents. Today, however, he discovered that Zhuo Liqing was quite the formidable player, and he found himself unable to defeat him in a timely manner. He couldn't help but glance at Zhuo Liqing, thinking, "This young man is impressive." Grandma Lu rose and instructed the kitchen to prepare additional dishes, saying, "Yunwei, Liqing is here for dinner as well. I'll ask them to cook some special dishes." "No need, Grandma. Let us not trouble them. We can eat out later," Yunwei replied, concerned that Zhuo Liqing might feel awkward. To her surprise, Grandma Lu shot her a stern look and remarked, "What trouble? Not at all. You two must dine with your grandparents. There's no reason to feel any disdain." With a cheerful laugh, Grandma Lu turned and entered the kitchen to give her orders. Yunwei exchanged a glance with Zhuo Liqing, who winked at her. She then approached her grandfather, who immediately offered her a small stool beside him. As Yunwei glanced over the chessboard, she realized she too was skilled in the game, a master in her own right. Though she had never played in front of others before, she observed her grandfather and Zhuo Liqing engrossed in a game of chess. After a brief moment, she marveled at Zhuo Liqing's evident superiority over her grandfather, yet noticed that he struggled on the board, being relentlessly pressured by her grandfather. Despite this, he did not falter, and the two found themselves ensnared in a stalemate, their pace slow. It seemed her grandfather was relishing the challenge of facing such a formidable opponent, displaying no urgency in his demeanor. Zhuo Liqing inadvertently cast a glance at Yunwei, his eyes conveying a profound meaning. She understood that he was deliberately yielding to her grandfather while masking his intentions, a feat that required considerable effort. Yunwei felt a stir of admiration. How thoughtful of him to empathize with the sentiments of the elderly. Suddenly, Zhuo Liqing appeared to make an unintentional blunder, falling into her grandfather's cleverly laid trap, resulting in the loss of several pieces and rendering him quite passive. Resigned, he spread his hands and declared, "Grandfather, I concede this round. Your chess skills are truly remarkable." The moment Yunwei arrived, I lost my focus and promptly succumbed. Yunwei shot him a look. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, glaring at him in playful reproach. This man truly knew how to take advantage and feign innocence. "Ha ha ha. You are quite impressive as well, young man," her grandfather exclaimed, clearly delighted. Come, it's still early for dinner. Let us play another match." "Certainly, no problem," Zhuo Liqing replied. A mischievous glint sparked in Yunwei's eyes as she smiled slyly. "Grandfather, will you teach me? Let us strategize together and overwhelm him completely." Excellent. Such ambition." Her grandfather responded with evident joy. Thus, they reset the chessboard, this time with Yunwei pitted against Zhuo Liqing, while her grandfather stood by to guide her. Remarkably, he was filled with excitement, like a spirited youth. Zhuo Liqing pressed his lips together, contemplating the predicament. This has become increasingly challenging. Will Yunwei truly make her move? I must triumph over her. Her unhappiness is essential. Yunwei had just mentioned seeking her grandfather's guidance, giving the impression that she might not be adept at the game. If I fail to best her, wouldn't my earlier concession to grandfather become evident? Alas, I find myself in a quandary, gazing at Yunwei's radiant smile. My heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, it struck me. Yunwei is being playful. She knows how to play chess. How mischievous. Very well. I must yield to my future wife. How else could it be? Initially, Yunwei inquired, "Grandfather, could you please explain the rules of chess? I am still quite unfamiliar." Grandfather Lu patiently outlined the basics, and Yunwei listened intently, appearing to grasp it, her focus endearing. Liqing found it simultaneously amusing and exasperating. As they began their game, Yunwei consistently asked her grandfather, "Where should I move next?" He diligently guided her, and she largely adhered to his suggestions. However, as the game progressed, she began to exhibit her playful side. At one point, when her grandfather instructed her to move the knight, she replied, "Grandfather, this is rather tedious. Please take a sip of tea. I'll make some random moves, and perhaps I can even defeat Brother Liqing." "Very well, make your moves at will. If it doesn't go well, your grandfather is here," he responded, fully embodying the doting grandfather. He turned to sip his tea while keeping an eye on the chessboard. Observing Yunwei as she placed her pieces with increasing confidence, he felt reassured. She made no notable errors. He mused, "My granddaughter is indeed remarkable, having just been taught. She has already grasped the game." Watching the two of them earnestly engaged in chess brought great satisfaction to the old man. Chapter 71. The Pursuit of Aggression 7. It is perplexing. Just moments ago, this young man exhibited remarkable prowess in the game, yet now finds himself utterly defeated. On one side, the grandfather is filled with confusion, while on the other, Liqing realizes that he has truly encountered a formidable opponent. Yunwei's chess skills are extraordinary. Seemingly innocuous moves are calculated with great foresight. Initially, he overlooked her strategy, but by the time Liqing recognized the trap, he had already fallen prey to her cunning. Realizing his predicament, he resigned himself, stating, "I have lost. Yunwei is truly impressive, an absolute genius in chess. Having just begun to learn, she has already achieved such excellence." Surprisingly, this realization brought him a sense of joy. At that moment, Yunwei shyly smiled and replied, "Not at all. I am not that skilled. It is all thanks to Brother Liqing." She then turned to embrace her grandfather's arm, adding, "And of course, it is because my grandfather is an excellent teacher." Just then, Grandma Lu emerged from the dining room, overhearing their conversation. She approached with a smile, remarking, "Oh, our Wei Wei is so talented. I find it hard to believe. Liqing must have let you win." "That's not true, Grandma. Yunwei truly won on her own," Liqing quickly asserted. His declaration was sincere, as he had not held back in this game. Yunwei's abilities were indeed impressive and hidden beneath the surface. Though he had lost, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yunwei twirled around her grandmother, laughing joyfully. "Grandma, I really won. Ha." Her laughter resonated with childlike glee. All right. You're making Grandma dizzy. You must have employed some form of charm to distract Liqing, which is why you won." "Grandma, there was no charm involved." Yunwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Grandma Lu harbored no belief that her granddaughter, who had only recently learned to play chess, could triumph over Liqing. She had just witnessed the intense match between Liqing and her husband, which was anything but simple. His skill was remarkable. Grandfather Lu, however, discerned everything. He playfully tapped Liqing on the head and remarked, "Ah, so you were merely concealing your prowess. You possess considerable skill," teasing the old man. Liqing thought to himself, "Oh dear, in my eagerness to rescue my pieces, I completely forgot about grandfather's presence and inadvertently revealed my hand." He quickly replied, "No, how could I dare? Grandfather, I genuinely lack the skill." He gestured toward Yunwei. "Look, I cannot even best her." Grandfather Lu snorted. "Indeed, you cannot surpass Yunwei. Had she not avenged me, I might have remained oblivious to your true capabilities." "You clever boy, I bear you no grudge. Let us dine, and then continue our game." Turning to Yunwei, he added, "My dear, your skill is commendable as well." Yunwei was taken aback. Her earlier pride had betrayed her as well. She quickly grasped her grandfather's arm, nuzzling against it with a playful demeanor. "What skill do I possess? It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, grandfather." "Very well, I shall not hold it against you," Grandfather Lu replied, feeling particularly joyous that day. Faced with his mischievous granddaughter, he could only concede. Both of them were considerate and dutiful children. Once Yunwei noticed that her grandfather was not truly upset, she breathed a sigh of relief and cast a furtive glance at Li Cheng, who was also looking at her. She playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Li Cheng could not help but chuckle. He had always regarded Yunwei as graceful and composed, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover her playful charm, deepening his fondness for her. A few individuals temporarily ceased hostilities and relocated to the dining room to commence their evening repast. As the other family members typically refrained from dining with their grandparents, the atmosphere was intimate, allowing them to gather around a small round table, facilitating ease of dining and proximity. Grandfather occupied the seat of honor, while grandmother sat at the eastern head of the table, with Yunwei and Zuolicheng positioned on the western side. The servants promptly began serving an array of dishes. Today's offerings were particularly sumptuous. Aware of Yunwei's anticipated visit, grandmother had instructed the kitchen to procure an abundance of ingredients, especially fresh river delicacies. Having noted Yunwei's fondness for seafood during her last visit, she had specifically requested the kitchen to acquire large lobsters and abalones among other oceanic delights, making for a lavish feast. "Yunwei, Licheng, please do not stand on ceremony," grandmother urged. "When you are here with your grandparents, feel free to indulge in whatever your heart desires." "Very well, I shall not hold back. If I were to be polite, I would not have intentionally come here to enjoy a meal," Zuolicheng replied. "Indeed, that is precisely how it should be," grandmother agreed, feeling quite pleased with her grandson-in-law. "Yunwei, here is the lobster you adore. Would you like me to assist you with peeling it?" she inquired, presenting a bowl of lobsters before Yunwei. "Oh no, grandmother, I can manage it myself," Yunwei quickly responded. "Nonsense, allow me to take care of it," Zuolicheng interjected, drawing the bowl of lobsters toward himself. With a few deft movements, he skillfully peeled the lobster and placed the succulent morsels onto a small dish in front of Yunwei. Such gestures were a natural display of affection, and grandmother observed with delight, her heart swelling with pride. "This child is truly wonderful," she mused. Thus, Zuolicheng graciously assisted Yunwei in peeling the lobster, filling a small bowl until Yunwei repeatedly insisted that it was enough, at which point he ceased. He then proceeded to serve the dishes, displaying no semblance of a guest, but rather embodying the role of a host, ensuring that Yunwei was thoroughly attended to throughout the meal. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu were immensely pleased with him. Naturally, he also tended to the elderly couple with great care, helping them with their dishes and demonstrating keen observation skills. In no time, he discerned their preferences and selected dishes that delighted them, earning their affection. Yunwei regarded him with newfound respect. Initially, she had thought him handsome and formidable as a police officer who had solved her car accident case in just a few days. Truly remarkable. Now, however, he revealed a remarkable patience, treating the elderly couple with such attentiveness and consideration for her, seemingly unconcerned with his own image. He was entirely a thoughtful and warm-hearted man, quite unlike his rugged appearance. Today's dinner at the old residence offered her a fresh perspective on him. In summary, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Even the usually stern Grandpa Lu was quite satisfied with his granddaughter's partner, sporting a rare smile that radiated warmth. Yunwei breathed a sigh of relief, observing that both Grandpa and Grandma seemed to adore Licheng. Chapter 72, Pursuit of Affectionate. To her surprise, she felt a sense of joy within her. After dinner, Zuolicheng accompanied Grandpa Lu for a game of chess. This time, both played earnestly, revealing their true skills, resulting in a fiercely contested match. Ultimately, Zuolicheng emerged victorious. Yet Grandpa Lu was not displeased. On the contrary, he appeared quite delighted. At long last, I have encountered an opponent with whom I can engage in a game of chess. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Young one, do visit often and come play chess with me. Otherwise, you might find it challenging to win the heart of our Weiwei." "What? Grandfather? How does your chess game involve me?" I protested, unwilling to accept this notion, as Yunwei playfully pouted. Zhuo Liqing, filled with joy, replied eagerly, "Of course, grandfather. I shall certainly come by to accompany you for chess in the future. I also wish to marry Yunwei sooner rather than later." The flush of embarrassment crept onto Yunwei's cheeks, a mix of bashfulness and annoyance as she shot Zhuo Liqing a glare. "What are you saying? I refuse to engage with you two any longer," she declared, turning away to converse with her grandmother. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhuo Liqing's gaze fell upon Yunwei, who sat in the front passenger seat, his admiration growing. "Yunwei, you are truly remarkable. Your chess skills are surprisingly adept," she shyly replied. "Oh, it's nothing. You were merely being lenient with me. Besides, I didn't reveal my skill at first, which allowed you to lower your guard. When I was younger, I studied traditional medicine with my grandfather, who taught me that to be a physician requires composure. Playing chess also cultivates patience, hence my modest knowledge of the game." Suddenly, Zhuo Liqing reached out to gently pat Yunwei's head, exclaiming, "What a clever young lady you are." "What do you mean by young?" Yunwei mumbled, her heart brimming with delight. The car soon arrived at the Liu residence, halting at the entrance. Zhuo Liqing quickly exited the vehicle and approached the passenger side. As Yunwei unfastened her seatbelt, she was taken aback when Zhuo Liqing opened the door for her, shielding her from the car's roof like a true gentleman to prevent her from bumping her head. Startled, Yunwei hurriedly exited the car. Zhuo Liqing inquired, "Is this how we enter?" "Oh, what more does he desire?" Yunwei pondered in confusion. Suddenly, Zhuo Liqing stepped forward, approaching Yunwei, his hands swiftly resting on her shoulders. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, as if cherishing a precious treasure. Delicately, as if fearing to desecrate her. After the kiss, he immediately withdrew. Zhuo Liqing rasped, "Yunwei, good night." "Good night, Liqing Gu," Yunwei replied, her voice barely audible. She turned and dashed into the house, unable to glance back. Zhuo Liqing chuckled as the car sped away. Upon entering the living room, Yunwei was taken aback. The entire family was present, father, aunt, brother, and sister, almost as if holding a family gathering. She shot a glare at her sister. "What are you talking about? What brother-in-law? Don't speak nonsense." "Ah, still trying to deny it? Your face is all flushed," Ling Xiao whispered conspiratorially in Yunwei's ear, a tone only they could hear. "I saw him kiss you." "Don't say that, don't say that," Yunwei exclaimed, flustered. "Ha ha." The sisters were caught in a playful ruckus. Hua Yiyan hurried forward, saying, "Xiao Xiao, stop teasing. Your sister has just recovered. Don't hurt her." Realizing her antics, Ling Xiao quickly released her sister and guided her to the sofa. Yunwei greeted everyone one by one. Lu Weilin grinned mischievously. "Yunwei, is that tall fellow truly my brother-in-law?" "What tall fellow? Speak properly," Hua Yiyan reprimanded. Yunwei's face turned crimson. "Brother, don't say such things. It's not as you think." "What is it then?" "An explanation is merely a disguise," Lu Weilin teased, reveling in the moment. Lu Weijin lightly tapped his brother's head, exclaiming, "This is what you get for bullying your sister." Lu Weilin winced in pain, hastily covering his head and dramatically lamenting, "Brother, why do you always pick on me? Mom, look at him, he constantly hits me." "That's what you deserve." Both Lu Xianghao and Hua Yiyan chimed in simultaneously. After their words, they exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Lu Weilin pretended to pound his chest and stomp his feet, feigning tears as he exclaimed, "Alas, I can no longer bear this." The crowd erupted in laughter. He truly was a source of joy. Yunwei felt elated, a warmth enveloping her as she realized that the home she had never known for 18 years was now so inviting. Prior to arriving in Qingzhou, she had been filled with anxiety and trepidation, yet she now recognized that her concerns were entirely unfounded. They were a harmonious family. Her father, mother, and brother showered her and her sister with such affection, devoid of any feelings of exclusion. Perhaps this was the essence of familial warmth. Having been in Qingzhou for nearly a month, her grandfather had been worried, and it was time to share all of this with him, to ease his concerns for the two sisters. As Yunwei pondered these thoughts, Lu Xianghao suddenly inquired, "Wei Wei, your father has something to ask you." Startled, Yunwei replied, "Father, what is it? Are you and Li Cheng truly in a relationship?" Lu Xianghao asked with genuine concern. The realization that his 18-year-old daughter had already caught the attention of a young man filled him with both joy and a tinge of reluctance. His feelings were undeniably conflicted. He had long wished to inquire about this while in the hospital, but refrained from bothering her while she was injured, now that she seemed to be recovering. He could no longer contain his curiosity. Upon hearing Lu Xianghao's question, Hua Yiyin was taken aback, fearing her husband might reproach Yunwei. She quickly interjected, "Xianghao, such questions might frighten the child. Furthermore, what's wrong with dating? Our Wei Wei is so beautiful. It is entirely natural for the young man from the Zhua family to pursue her. There is no need for alarm. I am not suggesting it is abnormal. I merely wish to inquire when our daughter began seeing a boyfriend," Lu Xianghao replied. Yunwei felt a pang of anxiety and said, "Father, it's a long story." She gently recounted the incident of pretending to be Zhua Liqing's girlfriend, leaving everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. What? How could such a gentle and composed Yunwei engage in such behavior? Lu Xianghao reacted with displeasure, his expression stern. What? That scoundrel from the Zhua family dares to mistreat our Yunwei, forcing my daughter to impersonate his girlfriend? I must confront Governor Zhua about this. Others may fear the governor, but we of the Lu family do not. With that, he rose to fetch the phone from the coffee table, intending to call Governor Zhua Mingyang. Upon realizing her father's misunderstanding, Yunwei hurriedly said, "Father, it's not like that. They did not bully me. I agreed to it at the time. That is unacceptable. You are a young lady. How can you allow yourself to be treated in such a manner? Do we not have anyone in the Lu family?" Lu Weizhen, who usually remained silent, interjected angrily. Yunwei, feeling desperate, waved her hands repeatedly and insisted, "Father, brother. Liqing specifically reached out to me about this today. Truly, it is all fine now." In a moment of indignation, the crowd rallied in defense of Yunwei, yet Ling Xiao, perplexed, interjected, "Wait a moment, sister. If you are not in a romantic relationship, then why did Zhua Liqing just kiss you?" The revelation struck like a thunderclap in the living room. Yunwei's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated such an audacious remark from Xiao Xiao, leaving her utterly mortified. She felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground, unable to fathom how to address the situation. Initially, the audience had been incensed by what they perceived as a farce, but Xiao Xiao's comment had unveiled an underlying issue. From Yunwei's tone earlier, it seemed as if they had shared dinner at the Lu family's ancestral home, indicating that their relationship was anything but ordinary. There was clearly something amiss. Particularly, Huayan observed Yunwei's face, which resembled a ripe apple, and it was evident to her. Moreover, Zhua's gaze towards Yunwei was unmistakably infused with affection. It became apparent that while Yunwei may have initially posed as his girlfriend merely to assist, genuine feelings had begun to blossom between them, marking the true inception of their romance. At that moment, Lu Xianghao also grasped the situation entirely. Although chastised by his wife, he felt a sense of relief. He thought to himself, "This young man from the Zhua family dares to bully my daughter? I cherish her too much to allow such a thing. He will not have the opportunity to mistreat her." He resolved to ensure that Zhua would face some trials in pursuit of Yunwei, unaware that he was already obstructed by his future father-in-law, rendering his quest for love far more arduous than he could imagine. Meanwhile, Yunwei cast a grateful glance at her aunt, smiling appreciatively, relieved that her aunt had come to her aid. Lu Weilin said resentfully, "Zhua Liqing still intends to pursue my sister. He better be prepared to face numerous trials and tribulations. If he doesn't experience some hardship, I refuse to be called Lu Weilin." Hua Yin playfully struck his head, "You rascal, always stirring up trouble. No nonsense allowed. Don't create trouble for your sister." "I think Liqing is quite admirable," Lu Weilin retorted. "Mother, you're behaving like a mother-in-law, growing increasingly fond of your prospective son-in-law. Why must you always hit your son for the sake of your son-in-law?" As he rubbed his sore head, The conversation shifted. A notification pinged on her WeChat. She quickly retrieved her phone to discover a message from Zhuo Liqing. Yunwei, I am home now, and I am feeling very happy. After sending the message, he reconsidered, realizing how direct it was for a young lady to express her feelings so openly. Meanwhile, Zhuo Liqing, upon receiving the message, was elated. He liked Yunwei, and it seemed she harbored feelings for him as well, giving him hope in his pursuit. Yunwei, upon reading his message, was momentarily stunned. Was he really that straightforward? She felt a bit shy responding. Nonetheless, her heart was filled with sweetness. Lanner prepared bathwater for her, and Yunwei enjoyed a relaxing bath, only to find that Zhuo Liqing had sent her several more messages, as if reporting on his day, sharing that he had bathed, was happy, and was waiting for her. As he meticulously recounted these trivial matters, Yunwei felt no irritation. Rather, she was filled with joy. Typically an introverted individual, she seldom engaged in such exchanges with others. However, encountering the loquacious Zhuo Liqing left her in disbelief. He usually appeared serious and reticent, yet now he overflowed with words. Listening to his musings, she found no annoyance. Instead, it felt refreshingly down-to-earth and heartwarming. Though separated by a phone, Yunwei could vividly imagine Zhuo Liqing's anxious demeanor, which sweetened her heart. It was endearing to realize he was so nervous for her sake. She hurriedly reassured him, "It's all right. My parents and aunt are wonderful people. They want to make things difficult for you." Yet, she soon felt a twinge of unease at her bias towards him. Quickly, she added, however, "My brother might not be so accommodating. He mentioned you must pass through 5 gates and slay 6 generals, huh?" She concluded with a laughing emoji, reveling in her playful mischief. On the other end of the line, Zhuo Liqing imagined Yunwei's mischievous expression and smiled contentedly. The two exchanged messages on WeChat until late into the night, eventually bidding each other good night. Chapter 74. The Lecture After a Restful Night. The following morning greeted them with a gentle, persistent drizzle, weaving through the air like smoke or mist, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally refreshing. Dewdrops clung to the petals, glistening like pearls in the soft light. The peach and pear blossoms appeared more vibrant, while the forsythia fully unveiled its golden splendor. The towering trees lining the roadside exhibited leaves of an even deeper green, radiating with brilliance. After completing the room checks early, he took another inspection round before promptly driving to the College of Medicine at Qingzhou University. Having recovered from her injuries, Yunwei was attending her senior brother's class for the first time, arriving well in advance. She chose a seat in the left corner of the 5th row, a position that allowed her to hear the lecture clearly without drawing attention to herself. Lulu was still unable to attend school, and she preferred to remain unnoticed. At 9 o'clock, Duan's class commenced punctually, with the day's topic being the compassionate heart, primarily focusing on the origins and treatments of cardiac defects. Duan surveyed the crowded room, a smile gracing his lips. The enthusiasm for learning among the students was heartening for any teacher. Addressing the microphone, he spoke eloquently. "Dear students, the heart functions as a pump within our bodies. Each of our hearts is merely the size of a fist. Yet this diminutive organ is immensely vital to our bodily functions. With each beat, it supplies fresh blood throughout our bodies. There are numerous heart-related ailments, among which congenital heart defects are particularly prevalent, especially in children. Often, these defects go unnoticed in newborns, but the inherent flaws manifest as they grow older, typically becoming apparent during their developmental stages. So what are the underlying causes of such conditions?" The students began to murmur softly, sharing their thoughts in hushed tones. Duan continued, "Would anyone care to share their insights with the class? No worries. It's perfectly acceptable to share your conjectures. Scientific inquiry begins with hypothesis, which is subsequently substantiated." As soon as this was articulated, a student raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I would like to express my perspective." Everyone turned to look at him and noticed it was a tall young man, which made his presence even more pronounced. With his prominent brows and expressive eyes, he confidently stated, "There are numerous reasons. Heart disease is often attributable to heredity and genetic factors. This matter is rather intricate. However, contemporary genetics has advanced significantly, allowing for the selective avoidance of many heart-related ailments during procreation. That is all I wish to convey. With that, he resumed his seat. Another female student also stood up and inquired, "Why do heart-related diseases manifest more frequently in children?" Duanan listened attentively to their remarks, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, my dear students, your reflections are astute. Many heart conditions stem from congenital inheritance. Our human body comprises 23 pairs of chromosomes, totaling 46. If any one of these chromosomes harbors a defect, it can potentially impact our health, some of which may indeed affect the heart." The previous student articulated this well. As medical practitioners, we not only treat illnesses, but also endeavor to help individuals avert such afflictions. The capabilities of genetic testing have reached remarkable maturity today, enabling us to selectively steer clear of genes carrying mutations. This advancement allows many patients with a familial history of heart disease to escape their plight and secure a healthier heart. Yunwei attentively absorbed the senior brother's discourse, genuinely admiring him. While she excelled in traditional Chinese medicine, her understanding of Western medical theories was less profound. The senior brother's lecture was enlightening, articulating recondite medical concepts with remarkable clarity and accessibility, which was no small feat. It was no wonder he had so many admirers. Yunwei gained copious insights from the lecture. Emerging from the lecture hall, Yunwei noted the time. It was approaching lunchtime. She decided to head directly to the school cafeteria. "No, senior brother," Yunwei demurred softly. "This is the school premises. I wouldn't want to cause any inconvenience." Her expression was imploring. Seeing his junior sister's entreating gaze, he relented, unable to refuse her. They proceeded to the cafeteria, one following the other. Chapter 75. Dining hall meal. However, upon observing Lu Yunwei's exquisite countenance, their curiosity waned. Beauty, after all, is always captivating. And even distinguished professors are not immune to human allure. Noticing the half-meter distance maintained between the two as they walked, they were somewhat relieved. Deducing that their relationship was not particularly intimate, perhaps Lu Yunwei was merely assisting with directions. The Qing University cafeteria was quite commendable, offering a variety of dishes that appeared both visually appealing and palatable. Duanan was not fastidious, selecting a few dishes at random. Yunwei ordered tea-infused shrimp, spicy tofu, greens, and a yam and bone soup. Her palate leaned towards lighter fare, and she ate sparingly, thus ordering less. Yunwei arrived at a secluded corner with her meal and had just settled down when another individual took a seat across from her. Upon raising her gaze, she discovered that it was her esteemed senior brother sitting directly opposite. "Excuse me, is this seat taken? May I dine here?" he inquired, his countenance radiating warmth and amiability. With a resigned smile, Yunwei acquiesced. "Senior brother, please have a seat." After all, he was someone she had always held in high regard. There was no reason to feel discomfort about others knowing of their association. Duanan, a bit flustered, responded cheerfully, "Of course, this seat is not exclusively mine." Internally, he felt a pang of helplessness, as he had hoped for a private meal with his junior sister, a chance to converse freely. Being a figure of some renown was indeed burdensome. The youthful minds of today seemed to perplex him. Observing the troubled expression on her senior brother's face, Yunwei chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as she focused on her meal. Meanwhile, the two nearby goddesses were ablaze with curiosity, though they dared not speak too freely. Duanan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yunwei, who had previously shied away from connecting them in front of their classmates, would openly acknowledge their sibling bond. A joy blossomed within him. She was willing to present their relationship to the world, no longer concealing it in shadows. "I am quite well. Thank you for your concern, senior brother," she added. The two girls beside them were left astonished. What? They share a brother-sister relationship? They realized they needed to clarify the identity of this girl. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This meal proved to be quite fruitful for them, and they reveled in their secret delight. Du and N and Y and W, I exited the cafeteria together. As they stepped outside, Y and W, I let out a soft laugh. I find it amusing that the esteemed senior brother encounters the troubles of adoring fans at Qingzhou University. This must be quite a predicament for you, dear gentleman, she teased, her smile radiant. Feigning seriousness, Du En replied. Will you lend your assistance to the senior brother then? How can I help? Y&W, I inquired, curiosity lighting her eyes. I find this quite intriguing. I have no classes this afternoon. I would love to accompany you, she responded with enthusiasm. It is noteworthy that for a master of traditional Chinese medicine, the allure of various herbal remedies can be as intoxicating as the herbs themselves. The process of brewing these medicines often results in considerable waste, as the remnants are carelessly discarded, despite containing valuable properties capable of treating minor ailments. Some of these residues are toxic, and their disposal as refuse poses environmental hazards. When transformed into proprietary Chinese medicines, their efficacy often falls short of expectations. This conundrum has long plagued practitioners of traditional medicine. Y&W, I had previously delved into research aimed at enhancing the potency of herbal remedies, yet she had struggled to find effective solutions. Thus, upon hearing that her senior brother was engaged in related research, her eyes widened with excitement. Du En, noticing the spark in her gaze, said, If you are willing, I would like you to join me in this endeavor. Your participation would greatly enhance the productivity of my research institute. We are currently in the planning stages, including the acquisition of equipment and recruitment of personnel. Shall we go and take a look together? Faced with the olive branch extended by her senior brother, Y&W, I could hardly refuse. She nodded eagerly. Senior brother, this is wonderful. I share your intentions. I am elated to learn alongside you. Very well. Let us take a look this afternoon. At this moment, Yunwei is utterly ecstatic, akin to a child who has just received a long-desired toy. Duanan cannot help but smile. It is only when discussing traditional Chinese medicine that Yunwei exhibits such fervent enthusiasm. Just after sending a message, a WeChat notification suddenly pops up. Upon inspection, it is from Zhuo Liqing. This fellow had inquired about him this morning, and despite his busy schedule, he asked her what she was having for lunch at noon, and now he is messaging her again with such frequency. Yunwei discreetly tilts her phone, opens WeChat, and reads, Yunwei, I will pick you up after school today, as usual at the school gate. What would you like to eat in the evening? Chapter 76, A Reunion. Isn't Liqing quite busy? How does he find the time to come and pick her up? And dinner too? He must be carving out time for a date with her. Yunwei feels a sweetness in her heart. After sending her reply, she reflects that it may be inappropriate. So she adds another message. Thank you. Men can read each other with utmost clarity. This young man's eyes betray him. He likes Yunwei. What to do? A sense of urgency arises. Meanwhile, upon receiving her message, Zhuo Liqing's face breaks into a broad smile. Li Hu, please retrieve that case file we discussed earlier. We shall convene a meeting to deliberate on it shortly. Notify everyone. He turns and commences his diligent work. Understood. The entire criminal investigation unit senses their captain's unusually buoyant mood these past few days. Every inquiry is met with agreeable discussion. However, he demands an acceleration in efficiency. Anyone who dares to lag will surely face reprimand. This is an independent building located at the northwestern corner of the hospital, connected to the inpatient department by a single passageway. The two individuals donned their white lab coats in the preparation room and proceeded directly to the office. Duanan guided Yunwei through the building, which comprised 3 floors. The laboratories were spacious, aligning perfectly with Yunwei's preferences. Although the necessary instruments had yet to be installed, plans were already underway for their acquisition. The offices for various disciplines were also quite roomy, and the repository for medicinal herbs was particularly impressive, an expansive circular room measuring over 300 square meters. The design was circular, featuring concentric circles subdivided into numerous compartments, extending from floor to ceiling, each meticulously labeled. Such a layout maximizes space efficiency remarkably. The retrieval of herbs was facilitated by intelligent robots, capable of adjusting their height according to the varying levels of the compartments, thereby simplifying the process. These robots were equipped with built-in scales. In fact, Their hands functioned as scales. For instance, if one required 50 grams of angelica, the robot could effortlessly grasp the herb and immediately provide an accurate weight reading. If the amount exceeded the requirement, it could easily be adjusted downwards, or conversely, increased if insufficient. This innovation significantly expedited the traditional process of herbal dispensing, which typically took 1 to 2 hours, now rendered swift and with a 100 accuracy rate, an essential factor in pharmacology, where even the slightest error is unacceptable. Duan accompanied Yunwei on a tour, providing detailed explanations. Although the facility was not yet fully operational, the potential for fruitful outcomes was evident. Yunwei, captivated by the prospect, agreed to collaborate with her senior brother on this research endeavor. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, with Yunwei appreciating the wealth of knowledge she was gaining from her senior brother. Their conversations predominantly revolved around medical topics, fostering a delightful rapport. Thus, they entered the dean's office together. Is someone in the dean's office? Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the individual quickly turned their head, and the three exchanged surprised glances. Duan swiftly approached. Hao Ting, what brings you here? Unexpectedly, Lei Hao Ting averted his gaze, ignoring the question, and immediately stood up, smiling at Lu Yunwei. Yunwei, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? A look of concern was etched on his face. However, Yunwei quickly responded with a sweet smile. Hao Ting-gu, what are you doing here? As soon as she finished speaking, all three chuckled, realizing they had spoken the same words. How amusing. We knew each other long before any legal disputes. Our bond is quite strong, Lei Hao Ting remarked. Oh, how do you two know each other? You haven't been in Qingzhou for long, Yunwei inquired. My senior brother has only recently gotten acquainted with her, came the slightly sour undertone in his words. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Lei Hao Ting and Yunwei replied almost in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Their remarkable synchronicity was delightful. Lei Hao Ting laughed heartily while Yunwei's lips curved in a gentle smile. Duan felt a pang of surprise. How was it that Yunwei seemed to know so many people? This little junior sister was indeed full of surprises. He turned and hastily invited both to sit in his lounge, furnished with a comfortable sofa. He then said, Yunwei, the reason I asked you here today is that I have something to discuss with you, related to Hao Ting. What does it have to do with me? Lei Hao Ting asked, puzzled. Duan replied, why don't you first tell me what brought you here today? There is nothing of great significance. I initially intended to request your assistance with a physical examination concerning the injury I sustained to my chest during the previous incident, Lei Hao Ting remarked. Chapter 77. The Gathering of Rivals in Love. What's the matter, Hao Ting? Are you unwell? Yunwei inquired in surprise, her concern evident. Upon witnessing Yunwei's worry for him, Lei Hao Ting felt an inexplicable joy swell within him, and he quickly reassured her, I am not unwell. It is merely a routine checkup. Duan, adopting a serious demeanor, interjected, a while ago, Hao Ting was injured by a bullet. Someone rescued him, extracted the bullet, and applied this medicated plaster. Remarkably, he exhibited no fever and has recovered at an astonishing pace. I believe the efficacy of this plaster is the reason. However, after some examination and even analyzing a portion of it, I am unable to discern its constituents. Aside from the usual ingredients, there are numerous components I cannot identify. Yunwei, I would like to ask you to examine the composition of this plaster. Yunwei exchanged glances with Lei Hao Ting and smiled softly, pressing her lips together. Duan, perplexed, furrowed his brow as he observed their interaction. Unable to conceal her secret, Yunwei promptly declared, Senior brother, it was I who saved Hao Ting that day. With a smile and a nod, Yunwei felt a sweetness in her heart at this moment. Lei Hao Ting shot her a sidelong glance, thinking it was unnecessary to elaborate. Why was the focus not on his injury, but rather on his visit to Yunwei's room? A faint blush crept onto Yunwei's cheeks. Why must you bring this up, senior brother? Lei Hao Ting remarked, noticing Yunwei's embarrassment. He quickly added, I was unconscious that day. Who could possibly comprehend where I was? Please refrain from making baseless claims. Thus, the three of them arrived at the examination room. Lei Haoding removed his suit jacket and shirt, revealing a lean physique. Although he appeared to be a frail scholar, in truth, his body was exceptional, honed by years of consistent exercise, with well-defined pectorals and abdominal muscles that were not immediately apparent. Upon seeing his body again, Yunwei felt her cheeks flush slightly. However, with the compassion inherent in a healer, she reminded herself to maintain her composure. When she looked at Lei Haoding once more, her demeanor became more natural. Together, they examined his wound, which had completely scabbed over, and the stitches were impressively neat, rendering them nearly invisible. Yunwei felt a sense of relief wash over her. The perilous events of that day replayed vividly in her mind. In her haste to save him, she had disregarded her own safety, and now, reflecting on it, brought a hint of trepidation. Seeing Haoding fully recovered filled her heart with joy. Duan instructed Lei Haoding to undergo an X-ray, and upon discovering that everything was perfectly fine, he felt reassured. Today, he learned that it was Yunwei who had saved his friend, and his heart brimmed not only with gratitude, but also with newfound respect for her. This little junior sister of his possessed remarkable medical skills. Duan's assistant brought forth 3 cups of coffee. He recognized this must be a treasured family recipe passed down from Yunwei's maternal grandfather. Though directly inquiring about it might seem somewhat impolite, his curiosity outweighed his sense of decorum, prompting him to ask. Observing her senior brother's inquisitive expression, Yunwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. She understood that, as a healer, encountering unfamiliar medications or cases often ignited an insatiable desire to learn, which had almost become a professional affliction. She empathized with her senior brother's enthusiasm. His inquiry was not an intrusion into another's secrets, but rather a manifestation of his fervent thirst for knowledge. Yunwei spoke eloquently, revealing her knowledge without reservation. When the subject of traditional Chinese medicine arose, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, her spirit radiating vitality, leaving even the bystander Lei Haoding in awe. Although he was an outsider and unable to grasp the intricate details of their discourse on medical principles, he understood the significance of secret formulas, which had been passed down through generations for centuries, if not millennia, often with strict familial rules that favored male heirs. Yet, here was Yunwei, articulating these secrets openly, without a hint of hesitation or concealment. What immense generosity must one possess to do so? His admiration for her was both profound and multifaceted, blending respect with a burgeoning affection. How could one not be captivated by such an intelligent, spirited young woman, endowed with a gentle demeanor? A feeling blossomed within him, saturating his heart and coursing through his veins. Duan listened intently, diligently taking notes like a devoted student eager to learn from a master. As a fellow practitioner, he fully recognized the significance of her words. Ancestral formulas were no ordinary treasures, and Yunwei had entrusted him with such knowledge, reflecting a deep trust. His heart stirred, as if a dormant string within him had been plucked. What a remarkable girl she was, an exceptional healer, dedicated to saving lives. Her youthful age belied by her noble medical ethics and open-heartedness. Truly, she was extraordinary. Duan found himself reassessing his young apprentice with newfound respect. Having lived for 30 years, he seldom felt such genuine admiration for an 18-year-old. As the 3 of them sipped coffee and discussed traditional Chinese medicine, time slipped away effortlessly. Originally, Lei Haoding intended to proceed to work after his examination, as he was typically quite busy. However, today he found himself captivated by the discourse of the 2 esteemed doctors, and the time passed pleasantly. Chapter 78. A gathering of rivals. The afternoon slipped away in this manner. Lei Haoding felt a sense of delight. How fortunate it was to attend a consultation and partake in a meal as well. Yunwei, feeling anxious, quickly interjected, "Master brother, I'm afraid I must decline the invitation to dinner. I have matters to attend to." The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances at Yunwei's stammering demeanor, questioning what could possibly be so urgent as to forego a meal. They turned their attention towards her. Suddenly, Yunwei's face flushed with color. Just then, a notification chimed from her WeChat, signaling a message on her phone. She hastily retrieved it from her purse, pondering who might come to her aid. To her surprise, it was Li Qing's message. I am waiting for you at the west entrance of Bo Ci Hospital, beneath the outpatient building. Yun Wei's heart raced. Li Qing had arrived so early? Oh dear, she was bound to encounter him. Feeling guilty, she cast a furtive glance at the two men before exclaiming, Master brother, Howding, I must leave now. Noticing the genuine urgency in Yun Wei's expression, Lei Howding refrained from pressing her further, teasingly remarking, Very well then. It seems my dream of dining with a beautiful lady has been dashed. Shall I escort you? Where do you need to go? No, thank you, Howding. You two should go ahead and enjoy your meal. My friend is downstairs. I truly appreciate it. Her cheeks flushed deeper, two rosy clouds adorning her fair visage, enhancing her beauty. Ah, very well then. I, too, shall take my leave. Duan on Dao. I too have finished work. Let us depart together. Thus, the three descended the stairs. Yun Wei pondered. How will they react upon seeing Li Qing? She hastily shook her head. No, thank you, senior brother. Perhaps another time. Observing Yun Wei's persistent refusals, the two exchanged glances. Something feels amiss. Why is Yun Wei so anxious? Who awaits her downstairs? Clearly, Duan's vehicle was parked in the garage. Yet he chose not to proceed there, but rather to the outpatient building. At the base of the outpatient building, Zhuo Li Qing had already alighted from his car, clad in casual attire, a gray leisure suit, exuding an air of elegance and striking handsomeness, captivating the passers-by, especially the young ladies, whose eyes sparkled with delight, seemingly bursting with pink bubbles of admiration. Leaning casually against the vehicle, he held a mobile phone, his gaze intently fixed on the corridor of the outpatient building. Suddenly, he noticed Yun Wei and the other two approaching. He stepped beside Yun Wei, effortlessly taking her hand back. Yun Wei felt quite uncomfortable. She was taken aback by Li Qing's unexpected display of warmth, particularly in front of her senior brother and Hao Ting, making her feel rather embarrassed. Duan and Lei Hao Ting were taken aback upon seeing Li Qing. So this was the fellow come to escort Yun Wei? The familiarity of his address was astonishing. Observing the blush on Yun Wei's cheeks, the two swiftly grasped the reality. Li Qing was indeed Yun Wei's boyfriend. Li Qing smiled and said, We shall take our leave first. He then opened the door of the front passenger seat for Yun Wei, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. As he entered the vehicle, he suddenly turned towards Yun Wei, approaching her closely. The two individuals were in such close proximity that their faces nearly brushed against one another. The warm breath exhaled by Yun Wei almost reached his face, startling her. What was Li Qing up to? Her heart raced, the rhythmic thumping echoing in her ears. Duan and Lei Howding were equally taken aback. What was this fellow attempting to do before their very eyes? Was he about to kiss her? A myriad of emotions swirled within them. Li Qing, unfazed, calmly retrieved the seatbelt from the passenger's side and fastened it for Yun Wei. It turned out he was merely assisting her with the seatbelt. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she discreetly glanced at Li Qing, noticing the slight upward curve of his lips, adorned with a devilish smile. Who would have thought that the usually upright Li Qing harbored a mischievous side? He had done that on purpose. Duan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This childish fool was merely asserting his claim. Wasn't it just a case of misinterpretation? If Yun Wei were indeed his girlfriend, why would he go to such lengths to display it before them? This rascal. Lei Howding furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden closeness between the two. It had only been a few days since he last saw Yun Wei. She didn't seem to protest, appearing rather pleased with the situation. Were they truly in a romantic relationship? According to his investigations, Yun Wei had only recently arrived in Qingzhou, and his assistant Lu Yuxing had found no evidence of her having a boyfriend. Could this all have begun after the recent car accident? This fellow had beaten him to the punch. A sense of unease settled in Lei Howding's heart, akin to the feeling of having one's cherished possession snatched away. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he said, Yun Wei, let us plan another dinner soon. Li Qing's heart tightened at the underlying implication of those words. What was going on? This fellow actually dared to flirt with his girlfriend right in front of him. How outrageous. Duan and Lei Howding quickly stepped back, waving away the ominous mist. What an audacious display. The two exchanged a knowing smile and shook their heads. The vehicle sped away from Boci Hospital, its rapid rotation startling Yun Wei, who instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhuo Liqing noticed Yun Wei's small gesture and inwardly chastised himself for being careless. He had been so focused on intimidating those two that he had inadvertently frightened Yun Wei. He gently eased the brakes, allowing the car to slow down and proceed steadily. Turning his head, he smiled and asked, Wei, should we pay a visit to Yuze today? If so, let's head to Longyun Hotel first, and then we can have dinner afterwards. Yes, that sounds good. I want to check on Yuze. The car swiftly made its way toward Longyun Hotel. By the way, why is Lei Haoding here today? Zhuo Liqing inquired while keeping his eyes on the road. Is he unwell? He seems perfectly fine. He's not sick. He's here for a checkup. Well, it's a long story, Yun Wei replied. Chapter 79. The rescue. Yun Wei continued. There was a time when I saved Brother Haoding, providing him with some treatment. Master doesn't know about this. In fact, I didn't know Brother Haoding at first. Master is unaware that it was I who helped him. He only inquired about the ingredients of the ointment I applied. Little did I realize that we had already known each other. Yun Wei recounted her tale, unsure why she felt compelled to elaborate so thoroughly. Zhuo Liqing paused, taken aback. You two have known each other for quite some time, and you saved him? Indeed, that was my first day in Qingzhou. Yun Wei wanted to continue speaking, but found it somewhat awkward to voice her thoughts, especially in the evening and within the confines of her own room. Now, Zhuo Liqing was her boyfriend. She had consented to explore a relationship with him. Concealing this felt improper, yet discussing it seemed to carry an air of ambiguity. She hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Yun Wei's faltering demeanor stirred a sense of urgency within Zhuo Liqing, who observed her struggle to express herself. This only piqued his curiosity further, causing his brow to furrow. Noticing his reaction, Yun Wei felt a sudden jolt of realization. If she remained silent, it would only worsen matters. She quickly said, On the evening of my first day in Qingzhou, Haoding Gus sought refuge in my room after being injured. With Lanner's assistance, I extracted the bullet and bandaged him. I fell asleep by the table, and when I awoke, he had already departed. I did not know him until I recognized him at the salon last time. As they approached a red light, Zhuo Liqing turned to her, listening intently as Yun Wei recounted her experience, occasionally casting furtive glances in his direction. A wave of concern washed over him, and he scolded himself silently for treating her as if she were under interrogation. This was the girl he cherished, deserving of his care and affection, not relentless questioning that left her visibly anxious. Resolving to amend his approach, he extended his right hand and gently clasped Yun Wei's, saying, Wei, there's no need for explanations. My Wei has always been an extraordinary doctor. Saving lives is already your noble duty. As his hand enveloped hers, a warm current surged through her palm, reaching the very depths of her heart. However, being held by someone like this is somewhat embarrassing. The green light has illuminated, yet the vehicle's behind. Noticing that Zhuo Liqing's car remained stationary, honked impatiently. Yun Wei hastily withdrew her hand, saying, Liqing, let us move, or the cars behind will become irritated. She couldn't help but steal another glance at Zhuo Liqing, surprised by his audacity. At that moment, Zhuo Liqing felt a surge of joy within him. He lifted his hand to wipe his nose, subtly inhaling the fragrance. How delightful it was. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture was quite juvenile. The car proceeded directly towards the Longyun Hotel. The two engaged in casual conversation, their earlier awkwardness dissipating. Upon arriving at the Longyun Hotel, they parked the car and took the elevator to the upper floors. The Fu family was already awaiting their arrival, ushering them into the presidential suite. Seeing Yun Wei, Fu Yuze joyfully rushed towards her, leaping straight into her embrace. Zhuo Liqing swiftly intervened, and little Yuze landed in his arms instead. Oh dear, why such enthusiasm upon seeing me? Are you throwing yourself into my embrace? Zhuo Liqing teased. Fu Yuze struggled to escape his hold, glaring at him. Who threw themselves at you? Clearly, you are the sly one, intercepting. Zhuo Liqing couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily. Yunwei smiled sweetly, pulling Fu Yuza into her embrace with delight. Don't mind him. Yuza, you're becoming more adorable by the day. Cui Qingyun observed her son's behavior and couldn't help but chuckle, realizing how spoiled he had become, fearless in his words. She warmly invited the two to sit down as the servants brought in tea. Fu Yuza turned his head, his brows furrowed, and his gaze unfriendly. Hey, tall guy. Why are you always following Aunt Yunwei? Don't you have a job? This person was truly annoying, constantly monopolizing his Aunt Yunwei. Zhuo Liqing feigned a serious demeanor. What? I'm accompanying my girlfriend and assisting you in treatment. Shouldn't you be grateful? After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yuza, leaving the young boy momentarily stunned. Huh. Was he actually expected to express gratitude for Zhuo Liqing bringing Aunt Yunwei? Witnessing the flustered expression of young Yuza, Cui Qingyun chuckled softly, amused that her fearless son found himself outmaneuvered by Zhuo Liqing, caught in his clever words. She began to regard this young man with newfound respect. He appeared quite remarkable, intelligent, witty, and strikingly handsome. She genuinely felt happy for Yunwei. Yunwei began to take young Yuza's pulse. The room enveloped in silence as everyone watched. Zhuo Liqing sat beside her, observing as she gently placed her delicate hand on the child's pulse, calmly checking it, her gentle smile illuminating her face. With her other hand, she occasionally stroked young Yuza's head, the child now docile and no longer exhibiting the earlier arrogance. He was entranced. His Yunwei was so tender and sweet, radiating a maternal glow that enhanced her beauty. Truly, Yuza's ailment was completely cured? Cui Qingyun's voice trembled with disbelief. Her son had suffered from a rare form of epilepsy since childhood, enduring years of futile medical consultations, both Western and traditional, consuming countless medications without any improvement. This time, their visit to Qingzhou was merely a hopeful trial. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered Yunwei, this miraculous healer, who managed to cure him in less than a month. How could one not feel exhilarated? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Yunwei's hand tightly. Dear sister, you have not only saved Yuze, but you have also rescued me. Such a profound kindness shall not go unacknowledged. I shall forever remember it. Dear sister, you overstate the matter. Yuze himself has been obedient and cooperative, which has led to such swift results. She turned to Yuze with a smile, adding, from now on, you must continue to be well-behaved. Fu Yuze nodded solemnly. Cui Qingyun's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes brimming with emotion. This girl is truly remarkable. She has not only cured her son's ailment, but also tamed his temper. Whenever Yuze sees Yunwei, he is remarkably compliant. Although he still exhibits a bit of mischief in front of others, he has improved significantly. Yunwei possesses an innate charm that draws both adults and children alike. Zhuo Liqing observed this scene with a smile, filled with pride. It would be difficult not to adore such a girl, and he resolved to cherish her deeply. Chapter 80. Candlelight dinner. Cui Qingyun was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately called her husband, Fu Mingyang, to share the news. As Yunwei had school the next day, she was unable to stay for their departure, thus bidding them farewell that very day. She insisted on an additional condition. They were to engage in regular WeChat conversations with her, and they must not ignore her. Only after Yunwei had agreed did she restore her radiant smile. Zhuo Liqing watched the young boy cling to Yunwei, feeling a surge of discomfort. He wished he could send the boy away. Yet, seeing the warmth between Yunwei and him, he hesitated to intrude. After what felt like an eternity, they finally said their goodbyes and stepped into the corridor. Zhuo Liqing swiftly grasped Yunwei's hand, leading her out of the suite and directly towards the elevator. Yunwei was puzzled by his intentions. As he grasped her hand, a mixture of tension and embarrassment enveloped them, leaving them uncertain of their next move. The two stepped into the elevator, and Zhuo Liqing did not release her hand. Yunwei discreetly attempted to pull away, yet she found herself unable to do so. Stealing a glance, she noticed Zhuo Liqing appeared rather agitated, prompting her to remain still. Only when they approached the car did he finally let go of her hand, opening the door to the passenger seat for her. Once she settled in, he silently took his place in the driver's seat, bending down to fasten her seatbelt. Even in his anger, he did not neglect her care. They sat closely, and Yun Wei felt an acute sense of nervousness. It was only after Zhuo Liqing adjusted himself and started the engine that she exhaled softly in relief. They arrived at a charming Western restaurant and chose a table by the window, which overlooked the street. Zhuo Liqing sat with his back to the window, while Yun Wei had a clear view of the scenery outside. The ambience of the restaurant was exquisitely refined, filled with the soothing strains of piano music, and the flickering candlelight cast a dim, ethereal glow that created a tranquil atmosphere. They ordered steak, borscht, vegetable salad, and dessert. Yun Wei furtively glanced at Zhuo Liqing and softly inquired, "Brother Liqing, are you upset? What's wrong?" Even now, she could not comprehend the cause of his anger. Observing Yun Wei's cautious demeanor tightened Zhuo Liqing's heart, and he quickly responded, "I apologize, Yun Wei. Did I frighten you? My frustration is not directed at you. I simply dislike seeing other men close to you, even if it's Xiao Yuze. Wait, are you jealous?" Yun Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Surely not. Jealous of Xiao Yuze? She thought, and voiced her disbelief. Xiao Yuze is not a man. He is just a child. The boy is, after all, a man. Well, there's no reasoning with a jealous man. Reason is futile. Yun Wei lowered her head to eat, a subtle sweetness blossoming in her heart. Left Liqing, sensing the harshness in his earlier tone, noticed Yun Wei's downcast gaze, and, fearing he had upset her, quickly said, "My attitude was poor just now. Please don't be angry." Yun Wei looked up at him, a flush of crimson tinting her cheeks, and replied, "I'm not angry." They dined happily, engaging in light conversation and laughter, primarily with Left Liqing speaking while Yun Wei remained somewhat reserved. Inadvertently glancing up, she spotted Yun Wei seated by the restaurant window. "Aunt, what is my sister doing dining in a Western restaurant? And with whom?" It appeared to be a man. She promptly signaled the taxi to halt, paid the fare, and entered the restaurant. Approaching their table, she seated herself directly beside Yun Wei without ceremony, and upon recognizing Left Liqing, she exclaimed with a playful grin, "Sis, brother-in-law, your candlelight dinner looks incredibly romantic." Yun Xiao's sudden appearance startled Yun Wei, her face instantly flushing crimson. She glared at her younger sister. "Xiao Xiao, don't speak nonsense." Left Liqing, however, was delighted, the appellation brother-in-law filling him with contentment. "Oh, Yun Xiao has arrived. Join us for dinner." He promptly beckoned the waiter to order a Western meal for Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao accepted without hesitation, as it was already supper time and her stomach was rumbling. She devoured the food ravenously, remarking, "This steak is excellent." Yun Wei watched her eat, aware of her hunger, and refrained from scolding her, instead considerately handing her the soup and gently blowing on it to cool it down. "Tell her to eat more slowly." Zhuo Liqing observed the two sisters across the table, feeling quite moved. Their facial features were nearly identical. Yun Wei, with her long hair, exuded a serene and gentle aura. Yun Xiao, sporting a chic bob, radiated a spirited and lively charm. They were, astonishingly, twins. He couldn't help but envy his future father-in-law for being blessed with such a pair of beautiful and delightful daughters. Perhaps, in the future, his own daughter with Yun Wei would be just as charming. Suddenly, lost in thought, he realized he had drifted away mentally. He quickly inquired, "Yun Xiao, would you like to order anything else? Feel free, don't hold back." Yun Xiao flashed a mischievous smile. "I want to be polite to my future brother-in-law. If you want to keep up with my sister, you'll need to flatter every member of our family quite well." "Come now, what are you saying?" Yun Wei interjected, attempting to put a stop to her sister's teasing. But Yun Xiao was undeterred, casting a sideways glance at her. "Sister, are you already helping him out? If so, you may end up regretting it. In love, one must endure trials. I'm fine, but just look at our two brothers. Do you think they would let him off easily?" She then turned her attention back to Zhuo Liqing, saying, "Zhuo, my sister is the treasure of our family. My family now knows about the incident where you invited her to your home to pretend to be your girlfriend. My father and brothers are quite upset. Your path to winning her heart is fraught with challenges." Zhuo Liqing's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "Oh, your parents know? Did they blame your sister? Did they scold her?" With a chuckle, Yun Xiao couldn't contain her laughter. "Sister, I believe our brother-in-law is a good one. He is the first to consider your predicament. Haha. Yun Wei glanced at Zhuo Liqing, noticing his concerned gaze directed at her, which warmed her heart. However, she quickly retorted, Xiao, stop fooling around. Besides, I might get angry. All right. I won't say anything more. Yun Xiao promptly surrendered, though she appeared mischievous. She had always harbored a slight fear of her sister, refraining from provoking her too much, limiting herself to light-hearted jokes. The three of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. Chapter 81. The first visit. Having uncovered her sister's romantic involvement with her idol, she felt quite fulfilled. This time, the two sisters settled into the back seat. Lu Yunxiao leaned closer to Yun Wei's ear and whispered in a tone only they could hear, Sister, didn't you say you two weren't truly dating? How come you're starting to date now? Yun Xiao leaned against her sister, playfully insistent, and they both burst into laughter, observing their childlike antics. Zhuo Liqing felt a surge of joy. Before long, they arrived at the Lu residence, with the car stopping at the entrance. Zhuo Liqing exited and opened the car doors for the two sisters. Just as Yun Wei intended to bid him farewell, Yun Xiao suddenly interjected, Brother-in-law, why don't you come in for a bit? Zhuo Liqing cast a glance at Yun Wei, who remained silent. He himself was unprepared, so he replied, No, maybe next time. Even the esteemed captains will feel shy, Yun Xiao teased. A bride must eventually meet her in-laws. Besides, you're quite handsome, not at all unattractive. Just then, the living room door swung open, leaving Zhuo Liqing with no escape. He hurriedly greeted, Hello, Aunt Lu. A few individuals entered the living room. There, Lu Xianghao sat upon the sofa, engrossed in the news. Having just heard a sound at the door, he observed his wife stepping out. To his surprise, in addition to his daughter, a young man accompanied her. Oh, it was that lad from the Zhuo family. The mere thought of the mischief this young man had engaged in ignited a fury within him. His daughter, whom he cherished dearly, had been coerced by this boy to masquerade as his girlfriend. To say he felt uncomfortable would be an understatement. His demeanor betrayed his displeasure. His countenance hardened, shrouded in a somber gloom that rendered him somewhat intimidating, making the atmosphere in the room noticeably chillier. Zhuo Liqing hurriedly approached to greet him. Uncle, how do you do? Lu Xianghao merely nodded, his eyelids remaining unmoved. Yun Wei felt a jolt of surprise. What did her father mean? Why was he so cold? Humph. Is it even right for you to call her Wei Wei? Unable to contain himself, Lu Xianghao retorted, his tone frigid and conveying an unmistakable barrier against strangers. Zhuo Liqing, taken aback, sensed the disapproval of his future father-in-law. His expression stiffened, anxiety gnawing at him. He bowed again and continued, However, I truly have feelings for Yun Wei. I hope you will grant me the opportunity to cherish her properly. I assure you, I would never allow her to suffer. What do you have to assure me with? You have already caused her distress, haven't you? I wouldn't even dream of allowing that. The ire within Lu Xianghao intensified, his voice rising in pitch. Yun Wei gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson, torn between happiness and concern. She felt elated that her father was so protective of her, genuinely caring. Even though he was chastising Liqing, in truth, he was advocating for her well-being. However, she was apprehensive, wondering what to do about her father's palpable dislike for Liqing. Wait a minute, she mused. Why was she already fretting over Liqing? Could it be that she had, in her heart, already accepted him as her boyfriend? A maelstrom of emotions churned within Yun Wei, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Yun Wei hastened to her father's side, gently grasping his arm, and softly pleaded, Dad, please don't be angry with Liqing. He hasn't mistreated me. Lu Xianghao gazed at his eldest daughter, who was still speaking up for Zhuo Liqing, and felt a pang of both heartache and disappointment. A daughter is like water spilled, he thought ruefully. He hadn't even started to give that rascal a hard time, and his daughter was already coming to his defense. Alas, girls are drawn outwards. Lu Xianghao shook his head, affectionately patting his daughter's head, and said, You're already helping him now. You'll have hardships to endure in the future. Don't be easily fooled by any man. You're still young, and your father doesn't want you to leave me. Okay, Dad, I won't leave you. I'll always be by your side, Yun Wei said. embracing her father's arm and feigning childishness. "Humph, saying always. I don't believe it," Lu Xianghao retorted, though his face was already adorned with a smile. Unable to maintain a stern countenance when looking at his daughter, Hua Yin quickly interjected with a smile. "All right, you two, stop bantering like that. Li Qing, please sit down and don't feel constrained. Would you like tea or coffee?" Hua Yin inquired amiably. "Oh, auntie, plain water will suffice," Zhuo Liqing replied, settling somewhat awkwardly onto the sofa. A servant brought over a glass of lemonade. Lu Yunxiao playfully winked at Zhuo Liqing, saying, "Captain Zhuo, let me tell you, the road to courtship is arduous and fraught with challenges. May fortune favor you." Hua Yin feigned anger and chided, "Xiao Xiao, don't cause trouble. Busy serving fruits." She invited Zhuo Liqing to partake. Secretly, she winked at Xiao Xiao, signaling her to refrain from creating a disturbance. Yun Xiao covered her mouth, chuckling for a moment, pretentiously nibbling on the fruit, appearing as if she were watching a captivating drama. Hua Yin, with a smile, engaged Zhuo Liqing in conversation, meticulously inquiring about his work. She discovered that at a tender age, he had already risen to the position of chief of the Criminal Investigation Division in Qingzhou Public Security Bureau, gaining considerable notoriety. He was the one who resolved the car accident case involving Yun Wei and Lulu. Her impression of Zhuo Liqing improved significantly. Zhuo Liqing was already aware that the woman before him was Yun Wei's aunt. Although not her mother, Lady Lu held a prominent status within the Lu family, being an essential figure. She appeared amiable and approachable, which eased his heart somewhat. However, the sight of Lu Xianghao left him with a headache. During his last visit to the ancestral home with Yun Wei, he found Grandpa Lu easy to get along with. Winning at chess had earned him the old man's favor. Yet, this future father-in-law seemed rather formidable. He knew he had to put in considerable effort. Observing Yun Wei sitting beside her father, her face etched with worry and anxiety, warmed his heart. Their eyes met, and a sweet sensation filled his chest. Chapter 82. The Examination Turmoil. 1. What was he truly afraid of? As long as Yun Wei cherished him, he would accept any challenges posed by her father. He was prepared to face any trial, determined to protect and cherish Yun Wei. With this thought, his heart completely relaxed, and he became naturally gracious. When Lu Xianghao inquired about his work, hobbies, and the situation of the Zhuo family, he responded with ease, shedding all previous tension, speaking confidently and eloquently. Lu Xianghao regarded him with newfound respect. Although this young man was the scion of a well-to-do family, he exhibited none of the vulgarity typically associated with such backgrounds. Instead, he had carved out achievements through sheer effort, embodying the rare quality of a true talent. His lineage was impressive, and while he was of average appearance, he paled in comparison to his own daughter. Now, upon observing Zhuo Liqing, he seemed considerably more agreeable. However, it was still too early to secure his promise. Yun Wei watched her father's demeanor and listened to their conversation, her initial unease gradually dissipating. Zhuo Liqing spent approximately an hour at the Lu residence before rising to take his leave. Hua Yin remarked, "Liqing, do come visit often. There's no need to be polite." Yun Wei stood up. Hua Yin continued, "Wei Wei, please see Liqing off." Grateful, Yun Wei glanced at her aunt, nodded, and followed Zhuo Liqing out the door. They arrived at the car, and Yun Wei offered an awkward smile, saying, "Liqing, I truly apologize for today. My father." She looked at Zhuo Liqing, her eyes reflecting both sorrow and reluctance. Zhuo Liqing felt a pang in his heart, unwilling to see Yun Wei worry for him. He earnestly replied, "Yun Wei, it is only natural for your father to be upset. I did indeed put you in a difficult position earlier. His testing of me is warranted, especially if I am to become a son-in-law of the Lu family. Rest assured, I am mentally prepared and will strive to meet the challenge." With a smile, Zhuo Liqing climbed into his car and sped away. Hua Yin, sensing Yun Wei's discomfort, hurriedly intervened. "Enough, smile a little, do not tease your sister. Don't be troublesome." Lu Yin laughed, raising an eyebrow. "Aunt, why do you always defend my sister? You're biased." "Father, I want to allow this. Am I not your favorite?" After speaking, she leaned against Lu Xianghao's arm and swayed gently. Lu Xianghao laughed, and said, "All right, Daddy loves you the most, but you must not bully your sister." "What? You both are biased." Laughter erupted as the family shared a joyful moment together. Lu Xianghao gazed at his two obedient and lovely daughters, filled with happiness. Time slipped away quietly. The next morning, a gentle April breeze caressed the earth, infusing the air with a pleasant warmth. Flowers of various kinds were in full bloom, and their fragrance wafted through the surroundings. Yunwei arrived early at the medical college. As today marked the examination day for the integrated Chinese and Western medicine program, the college office had already drafted the regulations and posted them on the school's official account. A total of 100 students would be admitted to this program, allowing both Chinese and Western medicine students to apply. If accepted, they would not have to abandon their original disciplines, as this would be a form of dual study, fostering mutual integration and cross-learning between Chinese and Western medicine, complementing each other's strengths. Typically, university teaching methods are conducted in large classes, where a single subject may have hundreds of students gathered in an auditorium or lecture hall. In contrast, this program adopts a smaller class structure, with 30 students per class, managed by a dedicated instructor overseeing their credits, elective choices, attendance, and examination performance. This examination attracted over 1,000 applicants, creating an unprecedented scene of bustling activity. The first round of assessments would focus on a written examination, with no specific syllabus or scope outlined. The evaluation would assess a student's medical theories and their handling of medical cases, employing either traditional Chinese or Western methods. The adage holds true: whether a cat is black or white, it is a good cat if it catches mice. This has all been elucidated in the official account. There are a total of 22 examination rooms, each accommodating 50 candidates. Yunwei is situated in the 7th examination room. She arrived at the school early, first inspecting the examination venue. Armed with her admission ticket and stationery pouch, she waited in the holding area. The examination is set to commence at 9 o'clock and will persist for 3 continuous hours. It is presently only 8:15, still early, yet the waiting room is already populated with a considerable number of individuals. Yunwei chose a tranquil corner to sit, calmly observing the ebb and flow of people around her. Some gathered anxiously in clusters, discussing the impending examination. Others clutched review materials, desperately cramming at the last moment. While some paced restlessly, their excitement palpable. Lulu is also scheduled to take the exam today, and they agreed to meet in the holding area. Although her leg has mostly healed and she can walk without difficulty, her family remains apprehensive about potential aftereffects, insisting that she must be escorted to the holding area. After sitting for a while, Yunwei approached the entrance of the holding room to glance outside, just in time to see a car pull up. All eyes turned towards it, for it is uncommon for someone to be dropped off directly at the holding area. Usually, cars only deliver candidates to the school gate. The identity of the young master or miss remained a mystery to all present. However, Yunwei recognized him and hurried over. Zhuo Liqing stepped out of the vehicle first, and the collective gaze of the crowd converged on him. He is indeed a handsome young man. Tall, robust, and strikingly attractive, he drew a wave of admiration. Yunwei smiled at him. "Liqing, you've brought Lulu here." "Indeed." "Yunwei, you arrived early?" Zhuo Liqing replied as he approached her. "Hey, brother. Don't just chat away. Help your little sister down." Zhuo Lulu expressed her dissatisfaction. The young lady had some objections. "Oh, very well." Zhuo Liqing hurriedly opened the car door, while Yunwei supported Lulu, smiling. "Miss, please alight. I am here to assist you." "Haha. Yunwei, you two have adopted this manner? Where did you learn it?" Zhuo Lulu exclaimed joyfully, having missed her dear friend dearly over the past few days. Upon exiting the vehicle, she enveloped Yunwei in a hearty embrace, catching her off guard, prompting Yunwei to quickly steady her to prevent a fall. "It's all right. My foot is perfectly fine now. It's just that my parents forbade me from moving about too much." Zhuo Lulu laughed. "In truth, I ought to exercise more to recover swiftly. As medical students, we certainly understand this, don't we? Still, do exercise with caution. While it is necessary, one must not engage in reckless movements," Yunwei advised. "Why does your tone resemble that of my brother?" When did you two align in opinion? Lulu scrutinized her friend, sensing something unusual. What nonsense. Let us hurry inside. Yunwei quickly redirected the conversation. How come you are so accommodating today? You're usually swamped and hardly make time for anyone. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Lulu glanced at her brother and her friend. Oh, we shall discuss this later. You both can go ahead and take your exams. Having said that, Liqing drove away. Watching her brother depart, Lulu tilted her head, inspecting her friend. Did I miss out on something wonderful? Nothing at all. Stop with the wild conjectures. We must enter the examination hall, Yunwei urged promptly. Thus, the two individuals proceeded towards the examination hall. Suddenly, two individuals surged forward from behind, squeezing themselves between Lulu and Yunwei. Lulu stumbled a few steps, and Yunwei, taken aback, hurriedly grasped her. Fortunately, they did not fall, though both were left in a state of distress. Lulu, are your feet all right? Yunwei inquired anxiously. I'm fine. And you? I'm fine too. Only then did they both breathe a sigh of relief. Which clumsy fool was that? A boy interjected, hurriedly offering his apologies. I'm so sorry. I rushed a bit too much. Did I hurt you? Are you all right? He was a tall, slender boy, a stranger, followed by a girl. Both of them repeatedly expressed their regrets. Lulu felt an urge to be angry, yet found no outlet for her frustration. Neither she nor Yunwei had fallen, and the pair had already apologized, leaving her little recourse. It would be unreasonable to hold a grudge. Yunwei glanced at the two. She did not recognize them, though the girl seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered her somewhere before. Perhaps she was a classmate. After all, she had yet to become acquainted with many individuals. Let it go, Lulu, Yunwei advised. They likely didn't mean any harm. They found their seats, with Yunwei situated in the middle aisle of the second row and Lulu directly behind her. The boy and girl who had bumped into them turned to find their own seats, and an ominous glint flickered in the girl's eyes as Yunwei happened to look up and caught a glimpse, causing her heart to skip a beat. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the start of the examination rang, and the invigilator entered the hall. Instantly, an air of silence enveloped the room. The invigilator was a woman in her 40s, teacher Wang Xinghua from the Western Medicine Department, reputed to be quite strict and unsmiling. The students dutifully placed their belongings on a table at the front of the classroom. The mobile phones were turned off. Teacher Wang Xinghua distributed the examination papers, and the students began to tackle the questions. The examination hall was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of pens fervently scratching across paper. Outside the examination room, invigilators patrolled, with school administrators surveying each floor, attentively monitoring the students' examination conditions. Among them, a group of invigilators was divided into 3 pairs, each equipped with a machine on their backs and a small monitor in hand. They entered the examination hall, approached the podium, and stood in silence for 2 minutes while the machine automatically scanned every corner of the classroom. Any electronic devices that were switched on, such as mobile phones or electronic pads, would cause the monitor to silently flicker repeatedly, displaying the coordinates and clearly identifying a student suspected of cheating. This high-tech monitoring device for modern examinations instilled a sense of caution in the students, deterring any dishonest behavior. The machine operated without producing any noise, ensuring that the students' concentration remained undisturbed while swiftly detecting potential cheating, truly a dual advantage. Just as they were halfway through their surveillance, this group of invigilators arrived at their examination room. One of the monitoring teachers, named Feng Shini, and the other, Xiao Yilao, nodded at teacher Wang Xinghua before commencing their work. In no time, the monitor detected an anomaly. A particular point was flashing incessantly. The 3 of them quickly gathered, tense and focused, seeking to identify the student responsible for the disturbance. Upon closer inspection, they exclaimed in surprise. Occupying an aisle seat in the second row was a young woman, clad in a white hooded jacket over a delicate pink sweater and black slacks, diligently engrossed in her examination. The trio exchanged glances, noting the girl's composed demeanor as she tackled the paper, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Professor Wang Xinghua recognized her as Lu Yunwei, a prominent figure in the medical school and a protege of Professor Qian Weihai. Unbeknownst to many, Yunwei was also under the tutelage of Dean Xiong Jingyu. Involving other students, such an incident would have immediately halted the examination pending an investigation into the alleged cheating device. However, the young woman's unique status warranted a more cautious approach. After a hushed discussion, the three decided to keep Fengshini in place and activate the machine's recording function, initiating a full-scale broadcast of the examination hall. Qiu Yilua promptly reported the matter to Director Ma Yichuan of the school office. Upon learning of Lu Yunwei's involvement, Director Ma, hesitant to make a unilateral decision, immediately relayed the information to a meeting. The news elicited astonishment. Qian Weihai vehemently objected, rising swiftly to exclaim, "Impossible! My student would never cheat. This is preposterous." His face flushed with indignation. Her medical acumen surpasses that of many students. Professor Qian continued, "Why would she need to cheat? What kind of faulty equipment are you using to conduct these tests?" He was in a towering rage, his usual affability giving way to a fierce protectiveness. Yunwei was his prized student, and he, as her mentor, was unwilling to stand idly by in the face of such an accusation. Indeed, without any investigation, he had already categorized his own apprentice as wrongfully accused. Professor Qian turned to Xiong Jingyu and said, "Old Xiong, our apprentices are being bullied. Will you not take action? If you choose an action, I shall intervene myself." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yilua was taken aback. Who was this young lady with such formidable connections? Fortunately, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Sweat quickly soaked through his back. Xiong Jingyu, well acquainted with Lu Yunwei, recognized that although her time as an apprentice was brief, the few occasions she sought his guidance revealed her profound foundation in knowledge. Despite being newly admitted to the graduate program, she surpassed even those on the verge of graduation. This raised a perplexing question. Why did the monitoring equipment trigger an alarm? Who was slandering her? Qian Weihai fumed with indignation. Xiong Jingyu remained remarkably composed, displaying the poise befitting his position as dean. Clearly, he too was protective of his students. Xiong Jingyu then turned to Qiu Yilua and inquired, "You mentioned that one person remained on site to record the events?" "Indeed, Dean," Qiu Yilua promptly reported. "Excellent. Please switch the recorded video to our conference room immediately. Let us examine it together." "Of course, I will do so at once." As a member of the Information Science Department at Qingzhou University, Qiu Yilua possessed exceptional computer skills. He swiftly activated the conference room equipment, connected to the hotspot, entered the password, and within moments, the scene from Exam Room 7 appeared on the screen. The students were deeply engrossed in their examinations, oblivious to the peculiar happenings around them. Unbeknownst to them, the incessantly flashing indicator pointed directly to the location of Yunwei. All eyes in the room were fixated on her, while she continued to write fervently, entirely unaware of the scrutiny. Her actions appeared utterly normal to those around her. With half of the examination still remaining, a dilemma arose. Should the examination be halted or allowed to proceed? At this moment, Vice Dean Xiao Quanlang of the medical school interjected, suggesting, "Director Xiong, given the circumstances, it seems we must temporarily suspend this candidate's examination and initiate an investigation. Otherwise, we risk accusations of unfairness." His words hung lightly in the air. The assembly turned their attention towards him, and he shrugged nonchalantly, asserting, "I merely speak the truth." Director Xiong Jingyu surveyed the room, contemplating, "If we interrupt now, it may adversely affect the other students' examinations. Let us monitor Yunwei's performance through this video feed, considering her score from this question onward, while temporarily disregarding her previous responses. We shall address the matter further once the investigation is complete." The room fell silent, leaving no room for rebuttal. Thus, for the next hour and 20 minutes, everyone fixated on the large screen, observing Yu Wei as she completed her examination. The revelation was striking. Many recognized the remarkable talent of this young woman, their eyes widening in astonishment. Each time she read a question, she immediately began to answer, scarcely pausing for thought. They watched her inscribe each word with clarity, fully aware of her responses. The latter half of the examination primarily consisted of case analyses and complex questions, specifically designed to challenge even the most adept candidates. The experts present were all astonished, their mouths agape at Yunwei's responses. They had not anticipated such profound medical knowledge from her, a level of understanding that transcends merely 4 years of undergraduate study. As they scrutinized her answers, a sense of enlightenment washed over them, reminiscent of their own learning experiences when a teacher meticulously elucidated medical principles before them, offering a revelatory clarity. Moreover, her unique approaches to several questions left even them astounded. This young woman was truly remarkable, possessing genuine expertise. The thought of her cheating was utterly implausible to them. Chao Quanlang, also a medical expert, felt a pang of realization as he observed Lu Yunwei's answers. He had been duped. His own misjudgment could cost him dearly. Rather than ensnaring this young lady, he had inadvertently propelled her into the spotlight. Numerous medical school leaders were now witnesses to her exceptional skills. They examined her written responses, which were undeniably impressive. The most foolish aspect was that he had just contradicted the dean, prematurely revealing his intentions. He had expected to catch her cheating and thought it reasonable to dismiss the student. Yet, the unfolding events had veered off course. What could he do now? He felt he was being led to ruin by his own nephew, Chao Shuimin. However, there was no recourse at this stage. He could only hope that the forthcoming evidence would secure their downfall. The crowd was filled with various thoughts, while Duan looked at his junior sister, diligently focused on her exam, feeling an immense pride for her. She was indeed a woman of extraordinary talent, with an unparalleled gift for medicine. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of indignation. Who was so blind as to conspire against Yunwei? Their intention was to eliminate her from the competition, perhaps even tarnish her reputation. If Yunwei were to visit her hospital, he would wholeheartedly welcome her. Yet, there was no need for such underhanded tactics. She could have come at any time. The perpetrator of this scheme seemed utterly oblivious to the relationship between Yunwei and himself. His gaze remained fixed on the screen displaying Yunwei, greedily admiring her with unreserved appreciation and affection. Unbeknownst to Yunwei, who was diligently answering questions, her every move was under the scrutiny of the audience. Initially, the spectators may have harbored doubts, but as they witnessed her skillful responses, they became profoundly convinced of her innocence. At that moment, the collective thought among them was, who would dare to slander this exceptionally talented girl? Surely, it must be envy directed at this genius. Chapter 85. The Exam Turmoil 4. Truly nefarious intentions. How despicable. Qian Weihai and Xiong Jingyu were particularly incensed. This was a slap in the face to both of their mentors. Who would be so audacious? In the 7th examination room, the proctor, teacher Wang Xinghua, and the machine monitoring teacher Feng Xinyu appeared outwardly composed, yet the unexpected presence of an additional teacher raised eyebrows, particularly as the students began to notice the peculiarities of the examination when the papers were nearing completion. Meanwhile, Yunwei remained focused, diligently reviewing her paper. Although her answers were more detailed than others, incorporating extensive medical principles, she was not slow. After finishing, she began to meticulously check her work. It seemed as though everything around her was unrelated, as she was entirely immersed in the realm of medicine. The bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the 3-hour examination, and a collective sigh of relief emanated from the crowd. Although the exam spanned 3 hours, the substantial number of questions rendered the time rather tight, leaving many students unable to complete their answers. What had transpired? Yunwei lifted her gaze and spotted her 2 mentors, along with her senior brother, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. In an instant, however, she found it peculiar that so many school officials had gathered in the examination room. Director Ma Yichuan promptly addressed the students, urging them to tidy their belongings and leave their papers on the desks before exiting. At that moment, Feng Xini and Xiao Law were moving the machines to the classroom entrance, ensuring that each student passing through would be scanned. By this point, the candidates had realized that something was amiss within the examination hall, yet they were unaware of the specific source of the disturbance. Everyone rose from their seats and approached the podium to retrieve their belongings before leaving the classroom. Teacher Wang Xinghua continued to collect the papers as usual. Duan glanced at his junior sister and said, "Yunwei, please accompany me when we leave." After speaking, he subtly gestured. What did the senior brother mean by signaling her not to exit? She had done nothing wrong, which left Yunwei somewhat puzzled. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed and smiled. All right. Luo Lulu stood right behind Yunwei, having also sensed the underlying issue long ago. Why did it seem that everyone was fixated on Yunwei? She chose not to exit either. My foot is not well. I will leave later. I am good friends with Yunwei, so we will depart together. One by one, the other candidates exited the examination room. As they stepped out of the classroom, they were promptly escorted away from the venue. At that moment, only 2 students remained in the examination hall, Yunwei and Lulu. Yunwei, with a smile, greeted, "Greetings, esteemed masters and senior brother." Lulu could not help but inquire, "Teachers, what has happened? Masters, what is the matter?" Yunwei asked, perplexed. At that instant, Feng Shini's device approached Yunwei, emitting a series of beeping alarms that startled her. "There is something on you," Feng Shini stated. "What is it?" Yunwei replied, bewildered. "Something resembling an electronic device. Please check." At that moment, Yunwei finally comprehended that the issue within the examination hall was somehow related to her. Duan stepped forward, saying, "Junior sister, we all believe in your innocence. It's all right, don't worry." Xiong Jingyu also looked at his disciple with kind eyes and nodded reassuringly. All of Yunwei's belongings were on the desk. She opened her stationery bag and allowed the teachers to inspect its contents. Today, she wore trousers without pockets, and only her white jacket had pockets. She turned her bag inside out, revealing nothing. Lulu, feeling indignant, abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Teachers, are you suspecting Yunwei of cheating? Present your evidence." She glared fiercely at everyone, asserting, "Don't think you can bully us. I don't care who you are. Bullying Yunwei is unacceptable." Yunwei hurriedly grasped Lulu's hand, soothingly saying, "Lulu, don't worry. It's all right. My master and senior brother are both present." Xiong Jingyu cast a glance at his disciple, who exuded an endearing charm with his calm and collected demeanor, a testament to his resilient psychological fortitude. At that moment, a vehicle arrived outside. It was Zhuo Liqing, come to escort Yunwei and Lulu. He halted the car and was about to enter the examination hall when he was intercepted by a staff member. "Excuse me. My sister is taking her exam in room 7. She has injured her leg and is unable to move. I must go in to fetch her." However, there is no one inside now. Your sister may have already left." "That cannot be. I encountered no one on my way here." Zhuo Liqing pondered, though he realized that being a few minutes late could indeed mean she had departed. He promptly retrieved his phone and attempted to call Lulu. To his surprise, the call did not go through. Where could they possibly be? Suddenly, Zhuo Liqing noticed that there were still individuals inside the examination hall. Determined to investigate, he insisted on entering, but the staff member refused him entry. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Lulu, Yunwei, are you inside?" Within the hall, Lulu recognized her brother's voice and quickly replied, "Brother, we are here. Someone is bullying Yunwei." A surge of alarm struck Zhuo Liqing upon hearing this. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed past the obstructing staff member and dashed into the examination hall. "Hey, you can't just barge in like that," the staff member exclaimed, rushing after him, intent on preventing Zhuo Liqing from entering and exposing his failure to supervise. But who was Zhuo Liqing after all? The arrival of the head of the Criminal Investigation Brigade was an unstoppable force for a mere staff member. Left Liqing hastened to Yunwei's side, his voice filled with concern. "Yunwei, are you all right? Who has been mistreating you?" A warmth enveloped Yunwei's heart, swelling within her chest, and a sweet smile graced her face. "I'm fine, Liqing-ji. No one has mistreated me. The school is conducting an investigation." The crowd was taken aback, surprised by the sudden appearance of the young man. He seemed to have arrived with less than amicable intentions. Duan, too, noticed Left Liqing and felt a pang of unease. Why had he arrived so swiftly? Was he here for Lulu or Yunwei? His evident concern for Yunwei was undeniable. A mixture of emotions stirred within him. Why was this man always present? Duan offered a smile. Captain left. Welcome. There's been a slight issue with my junior sister here, but I'm here, ensuring no one takes advantage of her. Duan's implication was clear. She is my junior sister, and I will naturally protect her. What role do you play here? He hastily stepped forward to greet him. Apologies, Ling Xiao. My girlfriend is taking an exam here. Has something occurred? What? Yunwei is his girlfriend? The crowd was once again astonished. This girl had brought them a series of surprises and shocks. Her identity was far from ordinary. It was fortunate that they hadn't acted rashly. Everyone inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Yunwei, blushing, gently tugged at left Li Qing's suit sleeve and whispered, Li Qingji, it's all right. Xiong Jingyu was also acquainted with Zhuo Liqing, knowing him to be the eldest son of the governor of Qingzhou. To his surprise, he discovered that this young man was actually the boyfriend of his own disciple. Observing the anxiety etched on Zhuo Liqing's face for Yunwei, he felt a swell of happiness for her. This young fellow is quite commendable. Humph. It seems this lad has a rival. A sense of secret delight bubbled within him. Xiong Jingyu addressed Zhuo Liqing, saying, Liqing, do not be alarmed. Yunwei is perfectly fine. We were all present while she answered the questions, and she encountered no issues. However, the monitoring device has registered an anomaly right at her seat, and we must investigate to determine who is behind this mischief. Ah, that is a relief. Thank you. Director Xiong, replied Zhuo Liqing. At that moment, Luo Lulu snorted through her nose. Then why don't you present the evidence? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Yunwei's belongings lay on the table, entirely unremarkable, and they could not fathom why the machine indicated an anomaly. Zhuo Liqing, having grasped the situation completely, noticed the trust the school's leaders had in Yunwei, causing his earlier anger to dissipate. Thus, the captain of the criminal investigation team promptly engaged. He examined the monitoring device and quickly suggested, since nothing appears amiss on the table, Yunwei, please take a few steps to the side and see if there are any changes. Following his instructions, Yunwei moved beside Luo Lulu, and to everyone's astonishment, the indicated point on the machine shifted accordingly. They were all stunned. Did this imply that some electronic device was somehow attached to Yunwei? All eyes turned toward her, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she asked, What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me? This scrutiny made her feel a chill run down her spine. Is there something wrong with yourself? At that moment, Chao Quanlang made a cryptic remark. It seems that the cheating device is indeed with this Miss Lu Yunwei. He chuckled. You might as well produce it yourself. Otherwise, it may not be necessary for others to search you, and that would be quite unseemly. What? Search me? How dare you? Zhuo Liqing exclaimed in fury, his piercing gaze directed at Chao Quanlang, his anger unmistakable. Qian Weihai was equally confrontational. Chao Quanlang, what do you mean by that? What nonsense are you spouting? If looks could kill, Chao Quanlang would have been slain by the collective ire of the crowd. He was taken aback, completely unprepared for the wrath he had incited. Seeing that everyone rallied behind Lu Yunwei, the disciple of the dean, was truly alarming. Having already assumed the role of the villain today, he decided to see it through to the end. He scoffed derisively and said, I am merely addressing the issue at hand. Such an incident must be investigated. Is it possible that this device is just malfunctioning? Are the school rules merely for show? He felt no fear of them, for the one who was caught cheating was Lu Yunwei. She was left with no room for rebuttal. What was there for him to fear? Lu Yunwei, however, remained composed. Since there were indeed suspicious items on her person, it was only reasonable for a thorough investigation to take place. Yet, as she felt the weight of so many gazes upon her, an involuntary tension gripped her heart. Despite her inner tranquility, being scrutinized in such a manner was undeniably uncomfortable. Their stares seemed to pierce through her like X-rays. She glanced at Zhuo Liqing, who was looking back at her with an expression full of encouragement, and suddenly, her heart found solace. Zhuo Liqing stepped forward, grasped her hand briefly, and Lu Yunwei smiled. That smile was remarkably sweet and effortlessly light. Yunwei walked from beside Lulu to the edge of the podium, and all eyes were fixed upon her, as well as the monitoring screen. Suddenly, an odd phenomenon caught their attention. The flickering light seemed to move in synchrony with Yunwei's movements. What could this imply? Was there electronic apparatus involved with Yunwei? Once again, the crowd's gaze converged on her. Yet, how could she possibly cheat? By all that is just. She was bewildered herself. Raising her eyes to Li Qing, she exclaimed, "Li Qing, I assure you, I did not cheat." The look of grievance in her eyes struck Li Qing profoundly. He quickly approached her, taking her hand in reassurance. "Do not fear. I am here." At that moment, Duan furrowed his brow. The expression on his junior sister's face conveyed her apparent ignorance of the situation. He believed in her, yet the current circumstances seemed decidedly unfavorable. It felt as though they were ensnared in a deadlock. The monitoring equipment pointed directly at Yunwei, but her belongings had been thoroughly examined, revealing nothing. It was out of the question to conduct a body search. That was simply unacceptable. No one could dare to bully his junior sister. Lulu could no longer contain herself. "Yunwei, check if there is anything amiss with your coat. After all, you're wearing a shirt underneath. Take off your coat and show them. There is no way to hide anything else." Lulu was exceedingly agitated. If they failed to uncover anything, they would not rest until justice was served for Yunwei. Upon reflection, Yunwei agreed and reached for her coat, which was a pure white cashmere sweater, devoid of any patterns, complete with a hood. She relinquished her coat to the senior disciple, tacitly inviting their scrutiny. Clad only in a blouse, Yunwei appeared even more delicate. Her slender physique, characteristic of her 18 years, lacked mature curves, yet her proportions were exquisitely balanced, enhancing her allure. Upon divesting herself of the coat, the shimmering particles that had previously adorned her vicinity vanished. The garment was indeed suspect. Zuolicheng removed his suit jacket and draped it over Yunwei's shoulders. Chapter 87. Examination Turmoil 6. Yunwei attempted to decline, but Zuolicheng's unwavering gaze silenced her protest. He carefully arranged the jacket around her, enveloping her petite frame within its folds, a sight that pleased him immensely. Lulu accompanied Yunwei to a seat nearby, where a group had congregated to examine the white sweater. They had adjoined several desks to create a makeshift table, upon which they spread the garment. Xiong Jingyu meticulously inspected every inch, his fingers probing each corner. Suddenly, as he explored the hood, his hand paused, encountering a small, rigid object. "What's this?" he mused, his heart skipping a beat. There was something concealed within the hood. Observing the change in his demeanor, the others grew apprehensive. Could the garment truly harbor some clandestine element? All eyes converged on Xiong Jingyu's hand. He extracted a small, black disc from the hood, handing it to Feng Shini, who, with a gloved hand, gingerly received the item. After a careful examination, he too was taken aback. He spoke eloquently. "Esteemed leaders, this is an electronic handheld device. Merely a 2-centimeter long and 1-centimeter wide object, black in color, surprisingly equipped with a small screen and keyboard." He continued, "The so-called electronic handheld device is a high-tech mobile storage unit. Despite its diminutive size, it boasts an impressive storage capacity of at least 2 terabytes and comes with built-in network functionality. The keyboard on the side allows users to input search keywords, prompting the search engine to spring into action, yielding results in mere seconds. This is the latest tool for cheating. While many may not have seen it, they have certainly heard of it. The alarm was triggered because of this device. Everyone witnessed Yunwei's competence during the recent examination and knows she did not cheat. However, now that such an object has been extracted from her clothing, an investigation must ensue. Where did this come from? Who placed this electronic device in Yunwei's hat? At that moment, Chao Quanlang chuckled. "This is irrefutable evidence. Miss Lu Yunwei is found in possession of an electronic device, caught red-handed." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zuolicheng could not contain his profanity. "Humph. It is as it is. This is against school regulations. Do you intend to wield your privilege?" Chao Quanlang was unperturbed, instead speaking with conviction. Xiong Zhengyu furrowed his brow and sternly declared, "We shall certainly adhere to school regulations, but the emergence of this device from Yunwei's hat does not necessarily implicate her ownership. We will investigate whose property this is, and we will not show leniency until we uncover the truth." His face was shrouded in shadows, and his eyes glinted with coldness, as if threatening to freeze the surroundings. Chao Quanling shrank back, falling silent. Xiong Jingyu gazed gently at Yun Wei and softly inquired, "Child, is this yours? Do not be afraid. Speak the truth." Zhuo Liqing composed himself and turned his attention to Yun Wei as well. She shook her head, fully realizing at that moment that someone had falsely accused her. She pondered when and how this item had found its way into her hat, utterly oblivious to the scheme. The malice of her accuser was clear. She believed she had not offended anyone. He understood that this object must have been placed in her hat after she arrived at school. Reflecting on her interactions, Yunwei thought she had not engaged with anyone in particular. At that moment, Lulu spoke up. "This morning, at the classroom door, two individuals bumped into us. I initially thought they were simply in a hurry, but now I wonder if those two are suspicious." She recalled that they had apologized very politely. "Do you remember who bumped into you?" Zhuo Liqing asked. "We do not know them," they replied in unison, yet acknowledged that they were fellow students from the same examination room. Qiu Yilua quickly interjected, "Students from this examination room can be easily located. I will extract the footage from earlier. You both can identify who it was." The group gathered around as Qiu Yilua promptly displayed the images of all candidates from the 7th examination room. Lulu and Yun Wei stepped forward, searching through the faces until suddenly they both pointed at two individuals. Lulu indicated a tall, slender boy, while Yun Wei pointed to a girl. They exchanged glances and smiled. "It is these two," Lulu remarked, gesturing towards a spot about 4 or 5 meters from the classroom door. The group proceeded to that location to survey the surroundings. Qiu Yilua and Feng Xinyi exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they spoke. "Dean, there are no surveillance cameras in this area. Typically, such devices are only installed in crucial locations within schools, such as laboratories and archives. This is merely a corridor of ordinary classrooms, hence the absence of cameras." Chao Quanlang smirked ominously, while Zhuo Liqing furrowed his brow, seemingly ensnared in a quandary. What means could possibly prove Yun Wei's innocence? Qin Weihai, however, was undeterred by such concerns. He asserted emphatically, "We just witnessed Yun Wei's answering process in the conference room. She is innocent. Old Xiong, call the police and let them investigate who has slandered the girl. We must uncover the truth and show no mercy." Turning to the girl, he added, "Let us be on our way." Xiong Jingyu nodded and then turned to Zhuo Liqing, saying, "Liqing, I will report this directly to you. Please send someone to investigate." Chao Quanlang, upon hearing this, became displeased. As the boyfriend of the young lady, he should remain impartial. How could he be the one to investigate? Although they were school leaders, they too should exercise caution to ensure a fair resolution. All eyes turned to him, sensing his deliberate provocation. But why? What had these two young ladies done to incur his wrath? Such aggression was indeed rare. Xiong Jingyu perceived the situation with clarity. The recently expelled Chao Shanshan was his niece, and today's incident was undeniably linked to him. At that moment, Xiong Jingyu felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. The cheating apparatus was merely a tool wielded by a nefarious individual to frame his disciple, and that individual had ties to Chao Quanlang. He remained resolute, his demeanor composed, and stated, "Professor Chao, rest assured, this matter will be handled justly. I merely instructed captains what to dispatch someone to handle the situation. It is not necessary for him to intervene personally. We shall present evidence when the time comes." Chapter 88. The Examination Turmoil 7. He harbored confidence in Zhuo Liqing's capabilities. This brigade leader was certainly not one to possess an empty reputation. Xiong Jingyu surveyed the crowd and, with an air of authority, declared, "The events of today will be managed by the police. Until the truth is unveiled, I trust that none of you will disseminate information. After all, the honor of our institution is a matter of great significance. I will not tolerate any actions that may tarnish the school's reputation otherwise." Do not say I did not warn you. Everyone acknowledged his words, as none wished to wade into murky waters and invite trouble upon themselves. Chao Quanlang departed in disappointment, and the others soon followed suit. While they conducted their inquiries, Zhuo Liqing had already notified Xu Ru, as it was prudent to rely on his expertise for the technical aspects. Shortly thereafter, Li Hu and a few others arrived at the scene. Zhuo Liqing succinctly recounted the recent occurrences and the individuals under suspicion, while also conveying the challenges at hand, particularly the absence of surveillance in the corridor. To maintain his own impartiality, he turned to Yun Wei and Lulu, saying, "Let us depart. I shall take you both out for a meal." After all, it was nearly 1 o'clock, and everyone was undoubtedly famished. Yun Wei, feeling both hungry and fatigued, nodded in agreement, dismissing any pretensions. She yearned for nourishment and respite. So she bid farewell to her mentors and senior brother before joining Lulu in Zhuo Liqing's vehicle, which sped away. Duan watched as the car gradually faded from view. His heart a tumult of emotions. Based on the clues they had just provided, Shuru identified the suspects as a man and a woman, Wang Huming and Bai Qishui. Bai Qishui is a close friend of Chao Shanshan, while Wang Huming is a suitor of Chao Shanshan. The three of them share a good rapport. At this point, the case is not particularly complicated. However, if there is no evidence to prove that they have framed Yun Wei, and with the discovery of a cheating device in Yun Wei's hat, it becomes impossible to exonerate her. Xu Ru, accompanied by Feng Shini and Xiao Yilao, arrived at their office, where they first reviewed the classroom footage and made a copy. They then checked the surveillance cameras nearest to that classroom. Although there were none in the corridor, there might be some further away. Li Hu led a team to investigate Wang Huming and Bai Qishui, looking into the people they had interacted with over the past few days. Zhuo Liqing also reminded them to pay close attention to Chao Quanlang, who had recently been agitated, and to consider his connection to the previous car accident involving the Chao family. Soon, Li Hu provided an update. Chao Quanlang is the maternal uncle of Chao Shanshan. However, no contact between him and the two suspects was uncovered. Zhuo Liqing brought Yun Wei and Lulu to the Sheng Zilai private restaurant, heading directly to his private room to dine. Yun Wei returned the suit jacket to brother Liqing, who hung it on the coat rack inside the room. Lulu noticed her brother's attentive care towards Yun Wei and felt genuinely happy for him. While eating, Lulu teased, "When did you two become so close? Come on, confess." Yun Wei's face flushed suddenly, her ears turning crimson. "Lulu, stop talking nonsense," she quickly admonished. "What? Am I not allowed to hide anything from you?" "Brother, what do you say?" Lulu teased. Zhuo Liqing glanced at her as she embarrassed Yun Wei and shot a warning look at his sister. "Lulu, I am pursuing Yun Wei. Please do not frighten her." "Oh, I see. You are such a fellow who prioritizes romance over family. However, I am genuinely pleased. Yun Wei, welcome to be my sister-in-law." Lulu was known for her outspoken nature. "What are you talking about? It is still too early for that. Please, stop." Yun Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tugged at Lulu's hand, her gaze lowered, long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, veiling the joy within. "Haraha." Lulu laughed heartily, her delight evident. Zhuo Liqing found himself helpless against his sister's antics, yet he too felt a sense of happiness. Yun Wei glanced at Zhuo Liqing and smiled. "All right, let us go together. I miss Grandma as well. She is quite the amusing old lady." Upon hearing that Yun Wei was willing to go, the siblings beamed with joy. Throughout their journey, Lulu held Yun Wei's hand, chattering incessantly, with most of the conversation being led by Lulu while Yun Wei listened. Outside, a gentle breeze wafted through, and sunlight sprinkled golden rays, adorning the surrounding buildings with a lustrous glow, creating a picturesque scene. In April, spring had fully unfolded its floral splendor, filling the air with the fragrance of blossoms. Towering sycamore trees lined the road, their lush branches creating a canopy through which golden light filtered, forming a beautiful, elegant tapestry. Listening to the laughter of the two women, Zhuo Liqing felt a profound sense of joy. The gloom that had shrouded Yun Wei after being wronged at school seemed to dissipate with the gentle breeze. The trio soon arrived at the old residence of the Luo family. At the entrance, the infrared scanner swiftly recognized the vehicle, allowing Zhuo Liqing's car to proceed directly to the residence of the Lu family. Zhuo Liqing exited the car first, approached the rear door, and opened it. He extended his hand, prompting Yun Wei to place her hand in his as she stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as she steadied herself, she quickly withdrew her hand and then reached out to support Lulu, who had also alighted from the car. The housekeeper, Uncle Lu's wife. Aunt Lu, who managed the household staff, happened to emerge and joyfully called out, "Madam, young master, young Miss Yunwei has arrived." Shalili was in the living room. And today was a rare occasion as Grandma Swa had also come to the front parlor to converse with her daughter-in-law. Suddenly, upon hearing Aunt Lu's exclamation, Shama quickly rose, saying, "Mother, I will go have a look." She hurried to the entrance of the living room just in time to see the three of them entering. Yunwei was assisting Lulu as they approached, while her eldest son stood by, beaming with joy, his affection unmistakable in his gaze. She grasped Yunwei's hand and exclaimed, "We have missed you so much, Weiwei. Your grandmother was just speaking of you. Come in, dear child." Chapter 89. Return to the old residence. Grandma Zwa had long since heard their conversation and smiled, saying, "Weiwei has come. Oh, come here to Grandma." The elderly lady waved her hand and rose to her feet. Yunwei quickly made her way to Grandma Zwa's side, smiling as she took her grandmother's arm and assisted her to sit on the sofa, saying, "Grandma, I have come to see you." Grandmother Zwa embraced Yunwei, resembling a joyful old rascal, her smile deepening the creases of her face, yet her spirit was exceptionally vibrant. With delight, she exclaimed, "Oh, Weiwei, why have you taken so long to visit me? Is that rascal too busy with work to bring you along?" She playfully scolded him. Yunwei felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. What a wonderful grandmother she had, her affection unabashed and straightforward. Her eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears. Yet she held them back and quickly assured, "Grandmother, I promise to visit you more often." This declaration brought immense joy to Grandmother Zwa. As she listened to Grandmother Zwa's rambling, Yunwei felt no impatience whatsoever. Observing this scene, Zwa Licheng found himself increasingly fond of Yunwei. What a splendid girl she was. Typically, Grandmother Zwa would take a nap in the afternoon, but upon Yunwei's arrival, she refused to sleep, insisting on staying up to converse. Yunwei then suggested, "Grandmother, let me help you to bed for a while. I won't leave. I'll stay for dinner. And when you awaken, I will still be here, all right?" Only then was Grandmother Zwa satisfied. Together with Zwa Licheng, Yunwei assisted her to the back courtyard, leading her to the grandmother's room. The chamber was spacious, adorned with antique rosewood furniture, exuding an aura of antiquity. The elderly often find it challenging to embrace modern furnishings. Thus, while the main house boasted European decor, opulent and grand, the back courtyard retained its traditional style, a costly choice indeed. Once they had helped Grandmother Zwa lie down, Yunwei did not leave immediately. Instead, she gently massaged her head's pressure points. In a short while, Grandmother Zwa fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. The maid, Sister Lan, attended to her within the room, while the two quietly slipped out. Zwa Licheng glanced at Yunwei, expressing his admiration. "Yunwei, you are truly remarkable. My grandmother often struggles with sleep, taking an unusually long time to drift off. She is unlike other elderly individuals, and the reasons remain a mystery. We have consulted doctors, yet to no avail. However, after you massaged her today, she fell asleep surprisingly quickly. It's truly magical." His genuine admiration was palpable, and he felt particularly joyous, as she was his girlfriend, and his pride in her was unmistakable. With great enthusiasm, Zwa Licheng exclaimed, "That is certainly wonderful. The medicine you prescribed, my grandmother will surely be willing to take. Once she awakens, we shall inform her." He grasped Yunwei's hand with eagerness, saying, "Come. Allow me to show you around our home." Without hesitation, he led Yunwei on a tour. The Zwa family residence was indeed expansive. The backyard, where his grandparents resided, was remarkably tranquil and elegant, adorned with lush greenery and a sparse population, making it an ideal haven for the elderly. A long corridor connected the backyard to the main house, featuring a wooden framework with seating on either side and a glass roof, which was beautifully entwined with wisteria, providing both shelter from rain and sunlight, while also adding aesthetic charm. Typically, Zwa's grandparents would arrive at the front house in wheelchairs, pushed by servants, though on cheerful days, they would stroll on their own. To the left of the corridor stood an artificial hill, with winding paths that led into serene nooks, varying in elevation. Nestled among the rocks was a quaint pavilion, exuding an air of rustic elegance. To the right, a gentle slope was blanketed with azaleas, while at its base lay a small grove of bamboo. The surroundings were breathtaking, and Yunwei found great delight in such scenery. Zhuo Liqing introduced her to each feature. Although the occupants of the house were few, they typically engaged in business outside, residing in their own homes, gathering only during family reunions. The Zhuo family is numerous and prosperous, with a long-standing tradition that the eldest son must reside in the family home. The other branches of the family have their own quarters within the main residence, albeit modest in size. Upon reaching adulthood, it is customary for these branches to seek independent living arrangements. With so many relatives, Yunwei found it challenging to remember them all, and Zhuo Liqing merely provided a brief overview. Concerned for Yunwei's well-being, he acknowledged the considerable pressure that comes with being a daughter-in-law in such a prominent family, with intricate relationships among numerous aunts and cousins. However, rest assured, he reassured her, I will not inherit the Zhuo family business. I plan to entrust that responsibility to my younger brother. After our marriage, we can reside independently, and I will discuss this with my parents, ensuring that you feel unconfined. Why, Brother Liqiang, it's still quite early for such talk, Yunwei replied. Her cheeks flushed as she withdrew her hand and hurried to the living room of the main house. What a strange person, she thought, the more he speaks, the further he strays from reality. When did I ever mention marriage? Aunt Xiao was busy preparing an array of seasonal fruits, including juicy peaches, blueberries, mangoes, lychees, and hawthorns. Thanks to modern transportation, fruits from all corners of the country are available year-round, and the Zhuo family's selection is particularly lavish. Aunt Xiao warmly invited Yunwei to sample the fruits and pastries while engaging in delightful conversation. Yunwei spoke softly, embodying the essence of a gentle girl, and the family grew increasingly fond of her. When she mentioned her grandmother's illness, everyone was taken aback, inquiring about its severity. Aunt Xiao furrowed her brow, having been deeply concerned about the situation. With a smile, Yunwei reassured them, it's nothing serious, merely a case of neurosis. I'll prescribe a remedy for her. If she follows it for half a month, her condition will improve. Yunwei is currently studying medicine and is a classmate of her daughter, a fact they are aware of. However, it has taken them by surprise that she is already capable of healing others. Lu Lulu immediately informed her mother about Yunwei treating Xiao Yuzhe and Lei Yuting, recounting the events in a vivid and almost miraculous manner. Xia Mama was overjoyed. It was the first time she had learned about her prospective daughter-in-law's remarkable medical skills. After Yunwei completed her work, Lu Liqiang inquired if she needed a break. Yunwei decided to go to Lulu's room. Chapter 90. A return to the ancestral home. Lu Liqiang feigned a mock glare at her, stating that resting in his room would be just as acceptable. No, that wouldn't be appropriate. It would be unseemly if others found out. I think I should go to Lulu's room, she replied. What makes it inappropriate? You are my girlfriend. It is entirely normal for you to be in my room, Lu Liqiang asserted with a sense of possessiveness. But I'm still young. And what if others talk about it? Yunwei's head lowered, her entire face hidden away. Her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper. Lu Liqiang finally comprehended her misunderstanding, gently ruffling her hair. What are you thinking, silly girl? Do you really believe I am such an immoral person? He then leaned closer to her ear and added, I will wait for you to grow up. Although I admit I am a bit impatient, you need not worry. Yunwei's ears flushed a deep crimson. How outrageous. What nonsense is he uttering? That was not her intention. She swatted his hand away, attempting to escape. Yet, Lu Liqiang embraced her tightly, repeatedly assuring her, all right, I'm not teasing you anymore. You can rest in my room while I head to the study downstairs. That is where I conduct my work, and I need to inquire about the case we just discussed. I shall come to fetch you when it is time for dinner. Yunwei found herself enveloped in his embrace, soft and delicate, causing Zhuo Liqiang to blush and his heart to race. It was her first experience of such intimate proximity with any man, leaving her both bashful and astonished. Aware of her youth, Zhuo Liqiang restrained his eagerness, fearing he might startle her, and gently released her. He took her hand and led her into his bedroom. As before, it was adorned in a black and white theme, minimalistic, pristine, and inviting. He tenderly kissed her forehead and said, "You should rest. I will step outside." After closing the doors softly behind him, he descended the stairs. When Shama saw him alone, she inquired about Yunwei's whereabouts. Zhuo Liqing replied, "She spent the entire morning taking exams and is quite tired. I suggested she rest in my room for a while, and I'll call her for dinner." Shama nodded, silently commending her son for his character. Once Zhuo Liqing left, Yunwei remained in the room, still feeling the warmth of his body and surrounded by his scent, which filled her with a sense of comfort. She touched the quilt on the bed, recalling that Zhuo Liqing had slept there the previous night, and her cheeks flushed anew. Chiding herself for her impure thoughts, she lay down fully clothed, initially believing that her racing mind would prevent her from sleeping. However, exhaustion from the morning's exams, the anxiety of being inspected at noon, and the subsequent relaxation overcame her, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. In the study downstairs, Zhuo Liqing was engaged in a phone conversation with Li Hu, seeking the latest developments in the case. Aware that the matter involved their boss's girlfriend, Li Hu and his associates were diligent in their investigation, tirelessly pursuing leads. Zhuo Liqing reported the progress of the case to his captain. They first examined the electronic wristband, which, apart from being touched by Ding Xiong at the time of retrieval, were no fingerprints, an anomaly suggesting a deliberate effort to erase any trace. Upon investigating Wang Huming and Bai Qingshui, they discovered that both were close friends of Chao Shanshan, one a suitor and the other a confidant, harboring resentment over the previous incident involving her. They did not attribute Chao Shanshan's troubles to her own actions, instead placing blame squarely on Yunwei. They tracked the movements of these two individuals over the past few days and ultimately uncovered that Chao Shanshan's brother, Chao Shuimin, had met with them in a private dining room at a restaurant. The content of their conversation remained unknown, yet their furtive demeanor caught the attention of the restaurant manager, who, suspecting something amiss, took the initiative to deliver a platter of fruit under the pretense of a mistake. Observing the trio, he noted their palpable tension. Upon noticing his presence, they abruptly ceased their conversation and dismissively urged him to leave. Finding the situation suspicious, the manager contemplated alerting the authorities, only to discover that Lu Yunxiao and another officer were concurrently investigating nearby, having stopped for a casual lunch at the same establishment. They overheard the unfolding events and promptly sought clarification. They remained at the restaurant, awaiting the emergence of the three individuals. To their astonishment, upon descending, these individuals approached the bar to settle their bill. One man, suddenly recognizing Lu Yunxiao, gasped in surprise and stammered, "Lu Yunwei, what are you doing here?" Lu Yunxiao realized they had mistaken her for someone else, as she bore a striking resemblance to her sister, which often led to such confusions. Today, however, she chose not to clarify, instead narrowing her eyes and tossing her short hair, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Who is Lu Yunwei? You must have mistaken me for someone else." She hurriedly pulled the two away. Lu Yunxiao accompanied the police officer back to their previous private room, where they found nothing amiss. Consequently, the restaurant owner refrained from formally reporting the incident. As they were investigating this case, Lu Yunxiao happened to visit the Criminal Investigation Department to attend to some matters and recognized the two individuals in the photographs they were examining, those she had encountered at the restaurant that day. She promptly informed them of her discovery. They immediately reviewed the surveillance footage from that day, confirming it was indeed the same three individuals. Upon learning that this case was connected to her sister, Lu Yunxiao became anxious and inquired further, discovering that someone was attempting to frame her sister, which infuriated her. They expanded their list of suspects, pinpointing a certain Chao Shuimin, who had recently been in contact with his uncle, Professor Chao Quanlang. Normally, the two were not on amicable terms, yet they had dined together twice in recent days. Such unusual behavior warranted suspicion. They dispatched personnel to keep watch over Chao Shuimin, Chao Quanlang, Wang Huming, and Bai Qingshui. Xu Ru discovered new advancements in the surveillance investigation, astonishingly uncovering footage from a camera positioned in front of the library, capturing the images of Wang Huming and Bai Qingshui. Chapter 91. Progress in the case 1 as the two may have arranged to meet at the library entrance. The recording revealed that they indeed convened there at 7:15 a.m., a full hour before the exam scheduled for 9 o'clock a.m., while most students typically arrive around 8 o'clock. It is noteworthy that these two are not particularly diligent students, with average grades. Their participation in such a selection competition was unexpected. Their early arrival raises significant suspicions. The footage clearly shows the two of them meeting, glancing around to ensure the vicinity was nearly deserted, with only the occasional passerby. Nevertheless, they exhibited remarkable caution, retreating to a secluded corner at the northeast end of the library to converse. Unbeknownst to them, this very corner was equipped with a hidden camera. Upon retrieving this footage, Xu Ru commenced his analysis, extracting a 3-minute segment of their conversation, meticulously dissecting it frame by frame while amplifying the sound separately, leading to the revelation of critical information. Typically, visual footage alone does not convey the specifics of spoken dialogue unless processed distinctly. However, this posed no challenge for the ingenious Xu Ru. He possessed the skills to restore the audio. At that moment, Wang Huming produced an electronic hand device, encased in a plastic bag, resembling precisely the one later extracted from Yunwei's hat. Enclosing the electronic bracelet with a napkin, Wang Huming handed it to Bai Qingshui, instructing, "In a moment, we'll act together. When we spot Lu Yunwei, I'll bump into her, and you'll pretend to assist her, using the opportunity to slip this into her pocket. Remember to use the napkin to avoid leaving fingerprints. Be swift." Bai Qingshui, somewhat apprehensive, accepted the bracelet, voicing her concerns. "Will this implicate us? Could we be exposed? How could we be implicated? Our fingerprints aren't on it. When Lu Yunwei is apprehended at the scene, she'll be unable to deny it. Everyone's attention will be on Lu Yunwei, and no one will notice us." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingshui, after some hesitation, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll try." Having witnessed and overheard their exchange, the onlookers now understood the situation completely. These two were framing Lu Yunwei. Zhuo Liqing, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. How dare they attempt to slander someone in such a manner? Their objective was to utterly ruin Yunwei's reputation. The Chao family. It was the Chao family again. Li Hu and his men were tasked with monitoring Bai Qingshui, whose hesitation might provide an opening. "Investigate her family background," he ordered. Li Hu acknowledged the order and continued to arrange matters. Zhuo Liqing paused for thought, then made a phone call. Duanan was surprised to receive Zhuo Liqing's call and promptly inquired, "Captain Zhuo, what's wrong? Is there something you need?" Duanan immediately understood Zhuo Liqing's intention and readily agreed. Zhuo Liqing expressed his gratitude. Duanan jested over the phone, "YNWI is my junior sister. We have cherished our bond for 5 years. Does it not seem inappropriate for you to express gratitude to me? She is not yet any one of yours." After saying this, he abruptly hung up. Zhu Lch was infuriated, convinced that this person was deliberately being sardonic. Feeling vexed, he wondered why YNWI was attracting so many admirers. Could it be the allure of spring? It was truly exasperating. Having ended the call, Duanan wasted no time and promptly proceeded to the office of Director Xiying Zhi, well aware of the director's fondness for his junior sister. Upon finding Director Xiying in his office, he articulated his purpose. The director also felt that the behavior of CEO Chu Enelling that morning had been exceedingly unusual, as if he were determined to thwart them at every turn and wished to bring YNWI to ruin, as though driven by a deep-seated vendetta. Director Xiying was already aware of the incident involving his niece, COSHNSHN. However, as his own apprentice was the victim, he could not fathom why the CEO family showed no remorse and continued to stir trouble. Should it be verified that the CEO family was behind this latest incident, he would not show leniency. The staff in the Academic Affairs Office were taken aback by the sudden arrival of their superior and stood to greet him. Director Xiying quickly urged them to be seated and attend to their duties, indicating that he was merely passing through without any particular agenda. With that, they resumed their tasks. The two of them then proceeded to the private office of the Academic Affairs Director, separated from the larger office by a conference room. Chi Y Lu and Effing SH New York were also summoned. Director Zhn Yixing, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily closed the office door and inquired, "Director, what has transpired? How may I assist you?" He was perplexed by the turn of events that had drawn the attention of the dean. Xiong Jingyu said, "Director Zhu, could you kindly present the examination list for the 7th examination room from this morning? Could you explain how the examination rooms were assigned?" "Oh, certainly." Zhu Naixing, understanding the decorum, refrained from asking further questions as the dean had not spoken. He swiftly accessed the examination management system, retrieved the list for the 7th room, and printed it out to hand over to several leaders. He then opened the registration system, where the list of over 1,000 students was clearly delineated, indicating precisely when each student had registered. Chapter 92. Progress of the Case 2. As the current registration process was conducted online, although there was class-based statistics, the Academic Affairs Office could also download all information from the online system. Holding a pen, Xiong Jingyu wrote down the names of Lu Yunwei, Wang Huming, and Bai Qingshui on a blank sheet of paper and handed it to Zhu Naixing, saying, "Could you please check when these individuals registered?" "Certainly. Perhaps Teacher Feng or Teacher Qiu could assist with the inquiry for greater efficiency." "All right, then I shall take the lead." Feng Xinyu, not one to be modest, opened the campus registration system and searched for all registration information. He entered the names of the 3 students into the query field one by one, then compiled the information into an electronic spreadsheet. Within a minute, everything was completed. "Dean Xiong, please take a look." The leaders gathered around the computer, discovering that Lu Yunwei had completed her registration in the first week of the event, while Wang Huming and Bai Qingshui had registered on the final day. Both individuals submitted their registrations just before the deadline, indicating that they initially had no intention of enrolling, only to join at the last moment. "Let us then examine the examination room situation for any irregularities," suggested Xiong Jingyu. "Very well. Please hold on a moment." Before them, Feng Xini and Qiu Ila each sat before their computers, utilizing their own systems to connect to the Academic Affairs Office's registration platform. Their fingers danced across the keyboards, striking a flurry of commands that left onlookers in a state of bewilderment. This advanced technology was not something everyone could comprehend. The arrangement of examination rooms was determined by the number of registrants, randomly allocated by the computer without any discernible pattern. Typically, each reorganization could yield different results, rendering any deliberate adjustments virtually undetectable. However, Feng Xini and Qiu Ilua were not ordinary individuals, they asserted, since the computer has randomly configured the examination rooms. Any alterations must leave a trace. Indeed, the computer possesses a memory function, documenting every input command. Although it may be somewhat cumbersome, these traces can still be traced. The two were filled with confidence, continuously inputting commands and methodically restoring data. Within a mere 5 minutes, the traces became distinctly apparent. On the day of the initial random allocation, Lu Yue was assigned to Examination Room 7, while Wang Huming and Bai Qishui were designated to Examination Rooms 10 and 18. Respectively, changes occurred 3 days before the examination, when both individuals were reassigned to Room 7, with the alterations made at 10 o'clock on the evening prior to the examination. Everyone widened their eyes. The issue had surfaced. "Can we discern who made the alterations?" Su Jingyu's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, I can simply review the surveillance footage from that night," Qiu Ilua remarked. "The Academic Affairs Office is the repository for student grades and records, a critical area within the school. Both the hallway and the office are equipped with cameras." Qiu Ilua and Feng Xinyi collaborated efficiently, swiftly retrieving the footage from both inside and outside. Curiously, the cameras outside the Academic Affairs Office and within the main office had malfunctioned that afternoon. They were operational in the morning, yet both had ceased functioning by the afternoon. This was evidently an act of sabotage. However, this posed no challenge for the two adept computer experts. It remains a mystery how they managed it, but in no time at all, they repaired the office's camera. Most people assume that a broken camera is beyond repair, unaware that often the visible damage is merely to the monitor, while the internal recording capabilities remain intact. Unfortunately, Most lack the knowledge or skill to discern this, yet for experts, such obstacles are trivial. Once the camera was restored, the internal recording device displayed all the information. Xiao Yilua extracted the footage from that afternoon until midnight. Knowing that the alterations had been made around 10 o'clock that evening, they first selected the footage from 9:55 p.m. At that moment, Deputy Director Wang Fenfei of the Academic Affairs Office came into view. She appeared in the hallway, glanced at the camera, pursed her lips in contemplation, and then promptly entered the office. Strikingly, she did not approach her own computer, but instead made her way to the shared computer within the office, which was typically used for storing important documents. Only 5 individuals in the Academic Affairs Office possessed the password for access. Wang Fenfei swiftly powered on her computer, located the examination room schedule, and retrieved information regarding Lu Yuwei, discovering she was assigned to the 7th examination room. Immediately, she searched for Wang Huming and Bai Qi Shui, who were situated in the 10th and 18th examination rooms, respectively. In a flurry of efficiency, Wang Fenfei identified the 2 students in the 7th examination room, 1 male and 1 female, and promptly cut and replaced them, swiftly transferring Wang Huming and Bai Qi Shui to the 7th examination room. Within 5 minutes, everything was accomplished, leaving the onlookers astounded. Although there had been prior suspicions regarding the framing of the junior sister, it had merely been conjecture without tangible proof. Witnessing the recorded evidence of the malicious actions taken by others infuriated him beyond measure. How outrageous it was for anyone to dare to bully his junior sister. Xiong Jingyu's face turned a deep shade of anger. It was shocking that his own deputy in the Academic Affairs Office was involved in such deceitful acts aimed at tarnishing his disciple's reputation. A blatant slap in the face to him as the dean. Zhu Naixing, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt speechless, quietly lamenting for Vice Director Wang Fenfei. He could not comprehend why someone who usually seemed amiable would resort to such treachery. Observing the dean's countenance, it was evident that this matter would not end well. With such a significant educational incident occurring in the Academic Affairs Office, even he, the director, would face repercussions. What a predicament! Duanan, in front of everyone, transmitted the evidence to Zhuo Liqing. Xiong Jingyu addressed the group with gravity, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us keep today's events to ourselves. Divulging even the slightest detail would breach our discipline. The police are already involved and will conduct a thorough investigation, showing no leniency toward anyone." Everyone nodded in agreement. It is evident that this is a conspiracy specifically directed against that beautiful young lady. It remains unclear what transgression she has committed to warrant such retribution. A group of individuals quietly exited the office, their hearts heavy with unspoken thoughts. No one dared to raise their voice. They simply moved in silence. The school, once regarded as a sanctum of learning, a beautiful ivory tower in everyone's mind, now faced a tarnish akin to being doused with filthy water. The somber atmosphere weighed heavily on all present. Chapter 93. Progress of the Case 3. The leaders, seemingly in unison, exited with inscrutable expressions. Wang Fenfei felt a pang of unease. The collective presence of so many leaders at the Academic Affairs Office clearly indicated an investigation into the examination roster from that day. A sense of guilt washed over her, yet she quickly reassured herself. After all, the surveillance cameras had all been sabotaged, leaving no incriminating evidence against her. With this thought, her anxiety eased, and she resumed her work, her head bowed as if to suggest that none of this concerned her. He instructed his subordinate, Wang Feixiang, to investigate the relationship between Deputy Director Wang Fenfei and Chao Quanlang. Within mere hours, progress was made. It turned out that Professor Chao Quanlang was a duplicitous lecturer. Having taken a keen interest in Wang Fenfei's considerable beauty, they had indeed become entangled. Wang Feixiang had gathered evidence of their rendezvous at a hotel, and upon presenting it to Zhuo Liqing, an idea began to form in his mind. Yunwei awoke to find it was already 4 in the afternoon. As she blinked away the remnants of sleep, she felt disoriented, realizing she was not in her own bedroom. A quick glance around the room revealed a figure seated in the chair by the window. It was Liqing. Yunwei gradually awoke. Realizing that she had indeed fallen asleep, on Li Cheng's bed. A blush crept across her cheeks. Li Cheng also noticed that Yunwei was awake and hurried over to sit at the edge of the bed. "I'm so sorry. How did I sleep for so long?" she exclaimed. "You were quite exhausted this morning." "It's still early. You can catch a bit more rest," Li Cheng replied with a smile. "No, I've already had enough rest," Yunwei insisted as she quickly sat up. She tidied the bed, folding the blanket neatly and adjusting the sheets before making her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Li Cheng assisted her by providing a fresh towel before he stepped out. After splashing her face with water, she caught a glimpse of her flushed cheeks in the mirror, almost failing to recognize herself. "What is happening to me?" she murmured softly. The reflection seemed to echo her thoughts, and it took her a moment to regain her composure as she adjusted her attire and exited the bathroom. As Yunwei stepped into the common area, she gently said, "Li Cheng, I would like to see Lulu." "Of course. Let us go visit her," Li Cheng responded, taking her hand in his. Together, they made their way to Lulu's room. Li Cheng approached and lightly knocked on the door. "Come in," came Lulu's voice from within. Li Cheng opened the door, and they entered together. Lulu had just risen and was seated at her vanity. Upon seeing them, a smile spread across her face, particularly widening at the sight of their intertwined hands. "Well, I suppose I must simply rest. I wouldn't want to interrupt my brother and sister-in-law's romantic moments," Lulu teased with a grin. "Lulu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yunwei felt a bit awkward. Zweliching quickly interjected, "All right, Lulu, stop teasing Yunwei." "So, Yunwei, have you had a chance to rest?" "Oh, I am utterly exhausted today. Between the exams and the case, it has been quite a day." She turned to her elder brother and inquired, "Brother, how is the case investigation progressing?" Zweliching replied, "It's nearly resolved. The truth will emerge by tomorrow." "Really? So soon?" Both Lulu and Yunwei exclaimed in unison. "Of course, it depends on who is leading the charge," Zweliching said with a hint of pride. "Indeed. With my brother at the helm, success is guaranteed." Lulu laughed heartily. "Besides, this concerns Yunwei's innocence. My brother is even more motivated, and that is imperative. You do talk too much. We should head downstairs now." "Hurry up," Zweliching remarked, noticing Yunwei's cheeks turning even redder. He shot a sidelong glance at his sister and quickly changed the subject. The trio made their way downstairs. Mama Xia was already directing the household staff in preparing an extravagant dinner. They settled on the living room sofa, enjoying each other's company while watching television and chatting. Zweliching intended to assist his grandmother in the back quarters, but to his surprise, she ambled over unassisted. From a distance, they could hear the elderly lady's robust voice. "Is Wei Wei here?" Yunwei promptly stood up and approached her. "Grandma, I'm here." She supported Grandma Zhua as she arrived. "My dear, after you gave me a massage today, I fell into such a deep slumber that I actually slept for over 2 hours without waking. It has been ages since I've rested so comfortably. How did you manage that? It's quite remarkable." Grandma Zhua grew increasingly fond of her granddaughter-in-law. Lu Yun smiled gently and said, "Grandma, what do you mean by divine? Your constitution has always been robust. You are merely experiencing a touch of nervous exhaustion. It is not a grave ailment. I have just prepared a prescription for you. With a few doses of this restorative herbal medicine, you shall sleep soundly each night." "Is it truly possible to remedy my insomnia?" Grandma Zhua inquired, her skepticism evident. This persistent affliction had plagued her for quite some time, and she wished not to burden her children and grandchildren, yet the distress it caused was undeniable. "A night of restless sleep is uncomfortable for anyone. It can be cured. You must trust me. The medicine has already been brewed. After dinner, I shall bring it to you, all right?" Lu Yun replied patiently. "Now, allow me to give you a massage." "Oh, a massage now? Will I not fall asleep again?" Grandma Zhua asked, half jokingly. "Not at all. It is meant to help you relax. Grandma, different areas require different techniques for optimal effect." Lu Yun thought to herself how kindly and endearing Grandma Zhua was. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, my dear." Grandma Zhua settled herself on a square stool, making it easier for the massage. Lu Yun fetched a small stool to sit behind her and began to gently knead her head, shoulders, back, and arms. In traditional Chinese medicine, massage is a profound art, and Lu Yun had learned it specifically from her grandfather, who had once praised her for her precise techniques and remarkable efficacy. In no time, Grandma Zhua felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and began to express her gratitude. "That is sufficient, my dear. You must be weary. Massage can be quite taxing. I feel much better now. Please take a rest. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out." "Grandma, I am perfectly fine. I do not feel tired at all," Lu Yun reassured her. Yunwei shook her head hastily. Lulu interjected, "Grandma, did my brother find you a wonderful granddaughter-in-law? She's so obedient and considerate. You know, I played a part in this too." The young girl was seeking recognition for her contribution. "Indeed," Grandma Zhua responded. "Li Cheng has been unwilling to marry for so many years, and now he has finally found a good wife. I am very fond of her." Grandma Zhua made no attempt to conceal her affection for Yunwei. Li Cheng stepped forward, took his sister's arm, and whispered in her ear, "Don't startle Yunwei. She's easily embarrassed and can't handle your bluntness. Refrain from saying too much." "Humph, Grandma. Look, my brother is threatening me," Lulu complained, not giving her brother any respect. "Who's threatening our precious Lulu?" Grandpa Zhua, who had just arrived from the backyard, overheard his granddaughter's words and promptly inquired. He had always doted on his granddaughter. Lulu quickly stepped forward to support her grandfather, acting spoiled. "It's my brother bullying me. Grandpa must stand up for me." "Haha, very well. I will certainly stand up for you." Grandpa Zhua sat down on the sofa and noticed Yunwei assisting his wife with a massage. He narrowed his eyes slightly, discovering that his wife had a look of enjoyment on her face, which he had not seen in a long time. Earlier, while he was in the study in the back house, he had learned that his wife had slept soundly after Yunwei massaged her. It seemed that this child's medical skills were somewhat proficient. He gazed at Yunwei, a girl with curved eyebrows, fair skin, and a gentle smile. She was truly an obedient and lovable child. What is most remarkable is that she was born into a wealthy family, yet her temperament is so gentle and serene, and her medical skills are exceptional. If her eldest grandson were to truly marry her, it would indeed be a splendid match. Half an hour later, after the massage, Grandma Zhua felt invigorated, her spirits greatly lifted. She insisted that Yunwei sit beside her, and Yunwei was more than happy to oblige. Zhua Liqing then vacated his original seat to join Yunwei. Mama Sha observed this with delight, her heart filled with joy. Grandma was exceedingly warm, continuously serving dishes to Yunwei. With no other option, Yunwei sought help from Zhua Licheng, who responded, "Grandma, Yunwei cannot consume this much." He then directly transferred her food to his own bowl. Yunwei's eyes widened in surprise. Did Licheng just transfer her food directly to his mouth? Grandma erupted in laughter, thoroughly pleased with her grandson's thoughtfulness towards Yunwei. It seemed this boy had finally blossomed. After dinner, they rested for half an hour, and Yunwei remarked, "Grandma, it is time for your medicine." Mama Sha promptly instructed the servants to bring forth the prepared herbal concoction, which had been kept warm. It was served in a small bowl, shallow and dark, emitting a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine that assaulted the senses. Before even tasting it, Grandma had already furrowed her brow, her expression one of clear resistance. Grandpa Zhua glanced at Yunwei, aware that his elderly wife was typically reluctant to take her medicine, especially the bitter herbal kind. He was curious to see how this young lady would persuade her to drink it. Yunwei, noticing Grandma's demeanor, understood her reluctance all too well. Patients generally harbor a distaste for the flavor of traditional Chinese medicine, which is often unpleasant and unpalatable. With a smile, she picked up the bowl of medicine and approached her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, once you take this medicine, I assure you, you shall enjoy a restful night's sleep. Come now, dear Grandma, drink up." Mother Sha observed her mother-in-law with a sense of apprehension, knowing well that this elderly lady possessed a rather fiery temperament. Grandfather doted on her, making her quite the headstrong individual. When she refused to take her medicine, she typically stood her ground, leaving others powerless to persuade her. Grandmother Zhua gazed at Yunwei, who looked at her with gentle eyes and softly urged her to take the medicine. "Ah, what a good child," she thought. Accepting the bowl, she declared, "All right. Grandma will heed your advice and drink the medicine." Raising the bowl, she gulped it down in one go. Yunwei supported her grandmother's back, assisting her as she swallowed. Once she finished, Yunwei exclaimed, "Well done, Grandma. You managed to drink such a bitter potion in one swift motion. Splendid." Her demeanor resembled that of one soothing a willful child. Grandmother Zhua felt comforted, and the bitterness of the medicine seemed to diminish slightly as she smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight. Zhua Liqing swiftly took the empty bowl and offered Yunwei a cup of water, which she provided to her grandmother in small sips, helping her wash away the lingering bitterness. The family collectively released a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, they marveled at Yunwei. Her few soothing words had rendered their grandmother remarkably obedient. Grandfather Zhua regarded Yunwei with newfound respect. Grandmother Zhua continued to hold her hand, urging her to visit often. Yunwei promised, and only then did grandmother release her grip. "Grandma, this week, please make sure to take your medicine diligently. When I return, I hope to find you much improved," Yunwei said, to which her grandmother readily agreed. As Zhua Liqing drove Yunwei away from the Zhua family's ancestral home, Yunwei let out a sigh of relief. With a look of sincere apology, Zhua Liqing remarked, "Yunwei, I am truly sorry for the trouble my grandmother has caused you." "No trouble at all. I find your grandmother rather delightful. Her fondness for me brings me joy." "Not inconvenience," Yunwei quickly replied. "Is that so? I too hold affection for you. Does that make you happy?" Zhua Liqing suddenly proclaimed, casting a glance in her direction. His unexpected confession caused Yunwei's heart to skip a beat. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as the car's interior seemed to heat up. She felt a delightful sweetness within. Yet, having never encountered such a situation, she was uncertain how to respond. Stealing a glance at Zhua Liqing, she noticed the tips of his ears were slightly tinged with red as well. This revelation astonished her and added a layer of amusement, alleviating some of her shyness. With a soft response of him, she turned her gaze to the scenery outside. Zhua Liqing, overjoyed, took hold of her hand, which startled Yunwei, prompting her to exclaim, "Liqing, please focus on driving." "Not to worry. I can drive with one hand," he assured her. Thus, their hands remained intertwined. Outside, a gentle breeze caressed them. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth with a soft glow, cloaking everything in a silvery sheen, soft and serene. The air was filled with the enchanting fragrance of flowers, captivating and sweet. The car continued forward, eventually arriving at the Liu residence. Zhua Liqing parked, exited the vehicle, and opened the door for Yunwei. As she stepped out, she softly said, "Thank you, Liqing. I shall take my leave now." Zhua Liqing gently pulled her into his embrace, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. "Do not dwell on the events of today. I shall resolve them. With me here, you need not worry. Rest early. Good night." "Good night." Yunwei watched his car depart before she stepped into the living room. Chapter 95. Progress of the Case 5. Unbeknownst to Yunwei, the living room was aglow with lights, filled with family, her father, aunt, sister, and 2 brothers, all present. Their gazes converged on her. "Father, what is it?" Yunwei inquired softly. Ling Xiao quickly approached her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, his voice laced with urgency. "Sister, how are you?" A warmth spread through Yunwei's heart. "I am fine. What is the matter? We all know about your exam this morning. You weren't too frightened, were you?" Hua Yin hurriedly asked as she joined them. "Oh, I am all right." Yunwei felt a profound warmth from the concerned looks of her family. "This morning, both Liqing and my senior brother were there. I was in no distress at all. My 2 masters were with me. They protected me. I was not frightened." "Oh, that is a relief. Come, let your sister sit down and talk," Liu Xianghao suggested. Liu Weilin promptly stood, making space near their father. "Come, Yunwei, sit here." "Thank you, second brother." Yunwei smiled at him. Liu Weijin's handsome face bore a serious expression. "Yunwei, who has wronged you? Which reckless individual dares to harm you? Tell me." With a smile, Yunwei lightly tugged at his arm. "I am fine, thank you, elder brother. Li Cheng is investigating this case, and he mentioned that the truth will soon be revealed." "Oh my, I can tell that our brother-in-law is putting in quite the effort," Liu Weilin teased, emphasizing the term brother-in-law. "What nonsense. Second brother, don't talk rubbish," Yunwei retorted in alarm. "Enough, no more teasing your sister." Hua Yin chided as she lightly tapped her youngest son's head. Lu Weijin cast a glance at his brother. Why has he been so prone to jest lately? He shook his head in disappointment, unwilling to acknowledge their shared twin bond. Yunwei quickly shook her head. No, father, I'm fine. It's just the matter with the Chao family from the last lawsuit. They are likely behind this as well. If I really had to bring a bodyguard to school, how would others perceive me? That's too exaggerated, she swiftly declined, though she understood that her father was merely concerned for her. Initially, her sister and she felt somewhat apprehensive about coming to Qingzhou, given they hadn't grown up here and were not well acquainted with their aunt and brother. She feared they might not get along. However, it now seemed there was no issue whatsoever. The family was entirely warm and welcoming, and she felt embraced by their concern. After a series of unfortunate events since arriving in Qingzhou, she felt quite helpless. Sister, where did you go this afternoon? I came to your school, but I didn't see you, Yin Xiao inquired. I went to Li Cheng's house, which is quite nice. Hua Yin quickly interjected to smooth things over. Oh, so brother-in-law picked you up. No wonder I didn't see him at the criminal investigation office, Lu Yunxiao realized. Laugh, don't be silly. Lu Yue wished she could silence her younger sister, who always seemed to oppose her in Qizhou. Suddenly, Lu Xianghao inquired, Wei, just now you mentioned two masters. Who are they? Lu Yunwei recounted how she had taken Professor Qian Weihai and Dean Xiong Jingyu as her mentors, while others were unaware, Lu Weijin and Lu Weilan. The two brothers were well aware as they also studied at Qizhou University, although they were not in the medical school. These two individuals were quite renowned figures within the university, known by all. The fact that Yunwei had recognized them as her mentors was indeed remarkable. After Lu Weilin explained the situation to their parents, the entire family was astounded. Lu Xianghao felt an immense pride. His daughter had so much to offer in terms of surprises. This also indicated that he had previously underestimated his two daughters, evoking a mix of pride and guilt within him. Observing that Yunwei was in good spirits alleviated the family's worries. After taking a shower, Yunwei heard a knock on the door. Lana assisted in opening it, revealing Hua Yin, who entered with a glass of milk. Auntie, what brings you here? Yunwei asked hastily. You must have been frightened today. I brought you a cup of warm milk to help you sleep better, Hua Yin replied with a smile. Yunwei quickly accepted the milk, placing it on the table. Auntie, I'm really fine. I took a nap this afternoon, and I don't feel tired now. Oh, resting at the Zhou family was beneficial. Wei, it seems that Li Cheng treats you well. You should cherish this opportunity. He possesses admirable character and qualities, Hua Yin advised gently. All right, thank you, Auntie. Yunwei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Silly child, why are you always so polite with me? Can't we be more familiar with each other? Hua Yin said with a hint of helplessness. She often felt that Yunwei's excessive politeness created a sense of distance, rendering their relationship less intimate. Despite her continuous efforts to care for the two children, Yun Xiao was relatively easy to connect with, yet Yunwei remained somewhat aloof. This left Hua Yin feeling a tinge of hurt. After exchanging a few words, Hua Yin turned to leave Yunwei's room. As she reached the door, Yunwei gazed at her forlorn silhouette and, recalling the devoted care her aunt had provided over the past 2 months, felt a rush of warmth. She quickly stepped forward and unexpectedly embraced Hua Yin from behind. Startled, Hua Yin turned to steady Yunwei, who seized the opportunity to nestle into her embrace. Choking back tears as she said, I'm sorry, Aunt. I appreciate everything you've done for us. Please give me time. It's not that I wish to be distant. I just don't know how to connect. I will try harder. Hua Yin's eyes welled with tears. Good child. She held Yunwei even tighter. After a considerable moment, they finally parted, and Hua Yin gently wiped away Yunwei's tears. Silly child, get some rest and don't overthink. Yes, Aunt. Good night. Upon returning to her own room, Hua Yin was still wiping her tears when Lu Xianghao was startled and hurriedly approached, asking, What's wrong? What happened? Didn't you just bring a cup of milk? Why are you crying? Suddenly, Hua Yin collapsed into his arms, sobbing, I'm not crying. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. After much inquiry, Hua Yin revealed that Yunwei had grown closer to her, which filled her with happiness. After speaking, she felt a touch of childlike embarrassment. Chapter 96. Progress of the case 6. Lu Xianghao was moved and gently patted her back, saying, "Ian, I apologize for the distress you've endured. Indeed, being a stepmother is no easy task. Winning the affection of children is even more challenging." He had observed his wife's genuine desire to care for the two children. Li Hu exclaimed excitedly, "Captain, we have made a significant discovery regarding Bai Qingshui's associates." "Oh, what have you uncovered?" Zhuo Liqing's spirit surged as he entered the study, simultaneously making a phone call and opening his computer. "We discovered that Bai Qingshui comes from a modest background. Recently, her mother has fallen ill and is hospitalized, reportedly suffering from severe kidney issues and uremia, necessitating a transplant. However, they lack the financial means for such treatment. Given their situation, they cannot afford a high-class hospital room. Until recently, her mother had been receiving treatment at a community hospital, but suddenly, she has been admitted to the VIP ward of Qingzhou First Hospital and preparations for a kidney transplant are underway. We investigated her recent bank records and found a sudden deposit of 500,000 yuan. Bai Qingshui arranged for her mother to switch hospitals and contacted specialists. This sum originated from an online account, which, despite attempts to conceal its origins, was deciphered by Xu Ru. We traced this account back to being registered abroad, and Xu Ru has confirmed that it belongs to Chao Shuimin. We have gathered evidence." Li Hu recounted. He was somewhat exhilarated, having unraveled the case in such a brief span of time. At this moment, the young man seemed to harbor a desire for recognition, and Luo Liqing felt a surge of happiness. "Well done. Of course, we cannot allow my sister-in-law to suffer injustice." Li Hu chuckled heartily. "Well said." The flattery delighted Luo Liqing, particularly the mention of sister-in-law. "Let us organize the case and prepare for action tomorrow," Luo Liqing commanded. "Understood. Please rest well. You have worked hard." After concluding the call, Luo Liqing felt immensely satisfied. In his study, he meticulously crafted the report, detailing the events leading up to the incident and listing the evidence one by one. The first piece of evidence was the alteration of the examination venue by Deputy Director Wang Fenfei. The second evidence involved Wang Huming and Bai Qingshui clandestinely exchanging the electronic tablet and recorded conversations in a secluded corner of the library. The third piece of evidence indicated that Bai Qingshui had accepted a bribe of 500,000 yuan from Chao Shuimin in exchange for his assistance. He composed a comprehensive report and drafted 3 applications for the arrest of Wang Fenfei, Wang Huming, and Bai Qingshui. He sent the report, applications, and gathered evidence to the police chief that very night, who approved it, allowing them to proceed with their operation the following day. As he glanced at the WeChat messages, a smile graced his face. For 28 years, he had grown accustomed to solitary living, immersed in his studies and work. Now, encountering Yunwei, he felt as if he had transformed into a youthful lad, filled with anticipation and joy. In the past, he would simply make a phone call when necessary. But now he found himself frequently checking his phone for any WeChat notifications. Ah, the sweetness of waiting. The night was enveloped in tranquility, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery glow throughout the room, creating an ethereal and serene ambience. The following morning, as the first light of day broke, Yunwei awoke, and soon after, Lana, the young girl who resided in the small room downstairs, entered her chamber. Each morning, Lana rose with remarkable promptness, as if summoned by an unseen force, always appearing just as Yunwei stirred from her slumber. Despite Yunwei's persistent assurances that her assistance was unnecessary, Lana remained undeterred, having been devoted to her since childhood. Over time, Yunwei grew accustomed to this routine and ceased to dissuade her. As Yunwei was preparing in the bathroom, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Lana swiftly retrieved the device and brought it to her. Upon glancing at the screen, Yunwei discovered a message from Li Cheng. "Good morning, Wei Wei." A gentle smile graced her lips, radiating tranquility. Stealing a glance at Lana, she found the girl gazing intently at her with a playful expression, exclaiming, "Spring has arrived. With blooming peaches and verdant willows. Even our young lady seems to be feeling the stirrings of spring." "Impudent Lana, what are you saying?" Yunwei replied, both embarrassed and irritated, playfully swatting at her. Yet, she couldn't help but find the humor in it. Such a simple morning greeting filled her heart with joy. After adorning herself in a lake blue cotton dress, complemented by a deep blue fringed wool shawl, jade-colored thigh-high stockings, and sky-blue heels, she appeared enchanting and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. Dressed and ready, she descended the stairs and, having finished her breakfast, prepared to leave for school. Uncle Kue had already gone to the garage to start the car, and Yunwei stood by the door, awaiting her ride. Suddenly, a car pulled up at the entrance, honking its horn insistently. Yunwei looked up and saw a figure alight from the vehicle, making his way to the door. It was none other than Lei Haoding. "Haoding, what brings you here so early? Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Yunwei greeted him warmly, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity each time she encountered him. Haoding stepped forward and replied, "Yunwei, good morning. I happened to pass by here on my way to your university. If you're headed to school, I can give you a ride." Just then, Ling Xiao also emerged from the house, and upon seeing Haoding, she couldn't help but smile. Sister certainly attracts an abundance of admirers, and they are all exceptional. I genuinely worry for Li Qing. Yunwei felt a twinge of confusion. However, since Haoding was also heading to Qingzhou University, she thought it would be fine to accept a ride. Thus, she graciously responded, "Sure, I'd be happy to join you." "I want to come too, Haoding," Yunxiao interjected. It wasn't he that she intended to intrude. She had urgent business to attend to and needed to reach the office early. Initially, she had planned to hitch a ride with her sister. But since her sister was also going along, she might as well join, even if it meant being a third wheel. Chapter 97. Progress of the Case. Welcome aboard. "Beautiful ladies," Haoding said gallantly as he opened the car door. The sisters exchanged smiles and climbed into the vehicle, bidding farewell to Uncle Kue, who had just parked the car. The vehicle sped away. It was a day devoid of sunshine, shrouded in a gentle drizzle. The humidity in the air was high, yet it felt refreshingly crisp. Yunxiao, a spirited girl, cheerfully inquired, "Haoding, what brings you to Qingda? I hope you're not too busy." Yunwei pondered for a moment, but could not conjure any thoughts. Both sisters were startled by his expression. Yunwei quickly remarked, "It's nothing significant, really. It's just that someone framed me during yesterday's exam. However, it's of little consequence." Senior brother was present at the time, and later, Li Cheng also arrived. "They are both aware of my innocence. I believe the truth will soon be uncovered." With that, Lei Haoding let out a sigh of relief. The vehicle continued to move forward. Yun Xiao glanced at him, and then at her sister, feeling a quiet sigh escape her lips. There were many who admired her sister, and with admiration often comes its own set of troubles. Lei Haoding first dropped Yun Xiao off at her workplace, and then he and Yunwei made their way directly to Qingzhou University. As the car came to a halt in the school parking lot, they had yet to disembark when a sharp screech of brakes was heard, and a vehicle pulled up beside them. Lei Haoding turned to look, and it was Zhuo Liqing. Zhuo Liqing quickly exited his car, his expression dark, and hurried over to Lei Haoding's vehicle, pulling open the back door. Upon seeing him, Yunwei immediately took hold of his hand as she alighted from the car, joyfully exclaiming, "Li Cheng, you're here." Her smile was pure and sweet, almost dazzling to behold. Upon witnessing Yunwei's radiant smile, Zhuo Liqing's earlier anger dissipated instantly. Observing the change in his demeanor, Yunwei understood what was amiss. He was jealous. Was it for her sake? A twinge of secret delight stirred within her. She promptly stepped forward and grasped Zhuo Liqing's arm, saying, "Haoding is also coming to our school. It's senior brother who called for him. He happened to pass by our home and kindly offered to bring us sisters along." As Zhuo Liqing listened to Yunwei's explanation, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. He realized that Yunwei, fearing his displeasure, was attempting to clarify the situation. This thought brought him both joy and a tinge of shame, for he recognized his own pettiness. Promptly, he adorned his face with a warm smile and gazed affectionately at Yunwei, saying, "Wei Wei, there is no need for explanations. I trust you. Let us proceed inside. Haoding, let us go." Lei Haoding, caught between laughter and tears, marveled at the rapid transformation of his friend's demeanor. Moments ago, he had been a tempestuous storm, yet with just a few words from Yunwei, he had become as calm as a summer breeze. It seemed Yun Wei wielded a significant influence over him. As he observed Yun Wei entwining her arm with Zhuo Liqing's as they entered, a sense of discomfort settled in Lei Haoting's heart. He followed closely behind them, the trio's strikingly handsome appearances drawing the attention of many onlookers. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yun Wei grew somewhat embarrassed and instinctively withdrew her arm. However, Zhuo Liqing swiftly extended his left hand, firmly grasping hers, enveloping her delicate hand within his larger one. Before long, they arrived at the hospital's administrative office, which was already populated with numerous individuals. Ding Xiong had arrived early, and upon witnessing his disciple entering hand in hand with Zhuo Liqing, his eyes narrowed slightly with a smile. Yun Wei has arrived, he said warmly. Yun Wei, feeling shy in the presence of her elders, quickly pulled her hand away and said, Master, good morning. At that moment, Li Hu, accompanied by several members of the criminal police team, entered the office as well. He presented the arrest warrants for Wang Fenfei, Wang Huming, and Bai Qingxue for registration. Subsequently, Zhuo Liqing recounted the details of the case he had uncovered to the leaders of the medical college. Chao Shuaiman harbored resentment in his heart and colluded with Wang Huming and Bai Qingxue to frame Yun Wei. Assisting them was Wang Fenfei, the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office, who altered the examination room arrangements to facilitate their scheme. Little did they expect that the case would be resolved so swiftly. Xiong Jingyu gazed at Zhuo Liqing with admiration, reflecting on the remarkable capabilities of his old friend Zhuo Mingyang's son. Yun Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Zhuo Liqing, filled with admiration. She deeply respected Brother Liqing for his rapid resolution of the case on her behalf. When Zhuo Liqing locked eyes with Yun Wei, he too felt elated, knowing that Yun Wei understood him. Li Hu and others promptly took action, while a few stayed in the office conference room awaiting updates. Soon, a call came through for Zhuo Liqing, reporting that the 3 suspects had been lawfully apprehended. Additionally, Wang Feixiang called to inform that Chao Shuaiman had also been arrested. Such decisive action in solving the case was indeed commendable. Duan chuckled, Captain Zhuo, Yun Wei, Haoting, please come to my office. We have matters to discuss. His office was relatively spacious, featuring 2 rooms on each side, with an outer room containing a desk and sofa, and an inner room serving as a lounge, complete with a personal security detail. Quite luxurious, indeed. Duan shot him a stern glare. Stop the nonsense. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. He cast a sidelong glance at Yun Wei, who smiled with pursed lips, sighing in resignation. He took a seat on the sofa and, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, I have called you all here for a significant discussion. This case owes much to Liqing's contributions. It is essentially resolved, yet I fear the Chao family may still have some tricks up their sleeves. After all these years, the Chao family has established itself as a prominent household in Qizhou, deeply rooted and well-established. Furthermore, families of such nature often lack integrity when cornered. They are capable of resorting to any means. Let us convene and deliberate on the course of action we should pursue next.